Ling Feng jerked upright, gasping for breath, his chest heaving as sweat drenched his forehead. He swept his gaze around and confirmed that he was in the bedroom of his own villa. Staring at the familiar yet strangely alien surroundings, he felt something was profoundly wrong. He clearly remembered having been killed, so how could he be back in this room again? He stretched out his hands and stared at the palms that had just been chopped off in his memory. Now they were perfectly intact without the slightest trace of injury. Beneath him was a soft mattress. The entire room was warm and comfortable. Outside the window, sunlight poured in and birds chirped brightly. This isn't the apocalypse. Ling Feng hurriedly pulled out his Dallenbrand phone. Dragon calendar, May 1 SD 2098. I've actually been reborn. After checking repeatedly, he confirmed that he had truly been reborn to 3 months before the apocalypse erupted. He exhaled heavily, a long breath escaping his chest as his taut body gradually relaxed. He remembered with crystal clarity that in his previous life the apocalypse officially broke out on August 2 ND. The cause, it was said, was the explosion of 2 planets 2,000 light-years from Blue Star, unleashing a gamma-ray burst that struck the planet. This catastrophe altered the composition of Blue Star's atmosphere and plunged the world into a 6th ice age. Within only a few days, the global temperature plummeted by 100 degrees. What followed were 3 continuous months of blizzards, turning Blue Star into a colossal snowball. Faced with such an immense disaster, modern civilization proved utterly fragile. Humanity suffered a devastating blow. Extreme weather and acute food shortages dragged society back to a primitive state. National institutions ground to a halt, and without the restraints of law or morality, the social order collapsed completely. For a single mouthful of food, people struggled on the knife's edge between life and death, willing even to sell their souls. Some would erupt in violence and kill over a mere bucket of instant noodles. Others would sell their bodies for a single piece of bread. Worse still, a scarcity deepened. Scenes of cannibalism began to appear. In the apocalypse, the most basic trust between people had vanished. You could not trust anyone, whether they were your brother, relative, or lover. You could never know when the person behind you would plunge a knife into your back to seize your supplies, or even your body, for themselves. The darkest side of human nature was laid bare. In his previous life, Ling Feng himself had been killed by his own family. He had watched with his own eyes as his eldest uncle, face contorted with ferocity, drove a dagger viciously into his chest. Afraid he was not dead, yet his uncle stabbed him again and again, a dozen times, all the while cursing, Die. You little bastard. You never should have appeared in the Ling family. Go keep that old codger company in hell, ha. Let me tell you, that old codger died by my hand too. Who told him to always favor you? Everything in the Ling family belongs to me. Only in the instant before his death did Ling Feng finally see the true faces of his uncle's family. Everything they had shown him before had been nothing but a carefully crafted act. It was laughable that he had foolishly trusted them all along. Recalling everything he had suffered in the moments before his death, Ling Feng unconsciously clenched his fists. Those damned beasts, he hissed. This time I'll return every ounce of pain they gave me, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. Having lived again, Ling Feng would no longer trust anyone. In his last life, he had underestimated human nature and paid with his life. In his previous life's apocalypse, his days had been relatively decent. As a retired soldier, he had developed the habit of stockpiling emergency supplies. Because of that, Ling Feng's home had a fair amount of compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and other provisions. If he ate sparingly, they would have been enough for him alone to last half a year. It was precisely because of these supplies that his uncle's family had ruthlessly killed him to seize them. His uncle's household had never stored food, so by the second day of the apocalypse, they had nothing left to eat. They went to Ling Feng, who lived in the same villa district, to ask for help. Without a second thought, Ling Feng braved the blizzard and brought them a large amount of supplies. When the supplies he had given them were used up, they came once more to seek his aid. Ling Feng could still recall his uncle's hypocritical words, Xiaofeng, we've run out of supplies here. Your aunt and your cousins were wondering if we could stay at your place for a few days. Would that be all right? At first, Ling Feng had refused. No one knew when the natural disaster would end. Even for him alone, his supplies were already a bit tight. If all 5 members of their family moved in, his meager stores would not last more than a few days. Ling Tian therefore did not agree to let them stay. But his uncle's family refused to give up. They kept appealing to his emotions, tirelessly brainwashing him. In the end, after they repeatedly promised to stay for only 2 days, Ling Feng softened and allowed them to move in. That decision led him straight into the abyss. His kindness cost him his life. After they moved in, they simply refused to leave, staying for half a month. No matter what Ling Feng said, they would not go. Meanwhile, Ling Feng's stockpiled food began to dwindle. In order to conserve what remained, his uncle's family did the unthinkable. They decided to kill him. On an ordinary night, his uncle and 2 cousins burst into his room while he slept, pinning him down with all their strength. Ling Feng woke instantly. Even with 3 people restraining him, with his special forces physique, he should have been able to break free easily. Yet that night something bizarre happened. The strength of his 2 cousins holding him down was immense, leaving Ling Tian completely unable to move. Ling Feng knew what his cousins were like: classic playboys, their bodies long hollowed out by wine, women, and indulgence. Under normal circumstances, they would not withstand even a single move from him. This was something Ling Feng still could not make sense of. It was as if a man who could barely last a minute suddenly turned into an inexhaustible beast. No one would believe it without some kind of drug. Dragging his thoughts back to the present, Ling Feng stopped dwelling on it. In this life, he would never again commit those fatal mistakes. He would make sure to survive the apocalypse 3 months from now. In the coming apocalypse, global supplies would be desperately scarce. He had to prepare and stockpile as many resources as possible. No one knew how many years the extreme weather would last. 10 years. 50. 100. No one knew how long this great catastrophe would endure. The only thing he could do was hoard as many supplies as he could. He had to spend every last bit of money he currently possessed, or it would be nothing but waste paper in the future. In terms of finances, Ling Feng was actually quite well off. After his grandfather's death, he was expected to inherit 2 billion in assets. He was deep in thought, planning his next steps. Suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Welcome to the 100-fold space replication system. Startled, Ling Feng hastily focused his consciousness inward, sinking it into his sea of mind. Within his own consciousness, he saw something resembling a gate of light, and he quickly plunged his mind into it. Once inside, he discovered a vast space. With a single thought, any corner of this immense realm would surface clearly in his mind. The entire space was utterly empty, yet so enormous that its boundaries could not be discerned. High above a virtual interface resembling a computer screen appeared lines of text gradually emerging upon it. It was an introduction to the system. This system is the 100-fold space duplication system. For any item stored within the space, the owner can choose to duplicate its quantity 100-fold or to enhance its quality 100-fold. Within this space, time is completely frozen. Everything stored will remain exactly as it was at the instant it entered. Reading the system's introduction, Ling Feng felt a surge of wild elation well up inside him. 100-fold duplication. This system was almost absurdly powerful. No superfluous bells and whistles, pure efficiency and value. With this system's help, he would never again have to worry about running out of supplies. As long as he stockpiled a few billions worth of resources and then duplicated them 100-fold. In the apocalyptic future, he would definitely be the most comfortable person on the entire blue star. Delight surged through him. Ling Feng spent a full 10 minutes just trying to calm himself down. This system was simply defying the heavens, a downright monstrous existence in the coming apocalypse. He had to bury this secret deep within his heart. An ordinary man is not guilty, but to carry a priceless treasure invites disaster. Without sufficient strength to protect himself, he could not use it casually in front of others. Ling Feng decided to test the system and see how it actually worked. With a thought, he stored the collapsible batten by his bed into the system. As for why there was a batten next to his bed, of course it was for self-defense. Ever since he was young, he had lacked any sense of security and always kept a weapon beneath his pillow. The instant the batten entered the system's space, an interface appeared. It was extremely simple, containing only 2 options: 100-fold quantity duplication and 100-fold quality enhancement. With a flicker of intent, he chose the 100-fold quality enhancement. The batten flashed with light and hung suspended in the space. Ling Feng retrieved it from the system and carefully examined the changes. The moment it landed in his palm, he clearly felt it had grown slightly heavier than before. Beyond that, its flexibility had improved and its hardness had significantly increased. The system really is incredible. It truly improved the quality. Overjoyed, Ling Feng proceeded to store everything in his home into the system space in succession. Household appliances, furniture, his computer, his game console. He tried them all. The system space accepted them without exception, as long as it was a distinct individual item, it could be stored. Ling Feng even tried storing a living creature. He took a goldfish from the home fish tank and put it into the space. However, once the goldfish entered, the system's duplication function did not activate. When he retrieved the goldfish from the space, it was already dead. It seems the system cannot store living beings, he murmured. After a series of tests, Ling Feng finally had a basic understanding of the system space. The system's functions were exceedingly powerful. Anything stored inside was frozen in a static state. This meant he could stockpile large quantities of vegetables, fruits, and similar supplies in the space. There was no need to worry about rot or spoilage at all. It was far more useful than any cold storage. Ling Feng even stored a cup of hot water, and upon taking it out found it was still exactly the same temperature. Amazing, this is fantastic. With this system, while hoarding supplies, he could even go on a grand spree of zero-cost shopping before the apocalypse arrived. If I don't take it, someone else will. Better that I take it. Ling Feng felt not the slightest guilt about this. In the face of the apocalypse, who would still care about such things? With that thought, Ling Feng felt more at ease. Besides, ever since his grandfather's death, the Ling family's inheritance should be announced any day now. It was almost time. He had to hurry and secure money, gun supplies, and women. Well, that last part could wait. The shrill ringing of his phone suddenly cut through his thoughts. Ling Feng picked up his phone and glanced at the screen. Wang Long. It was Wang Long, his comrade from the Special Operations Unit, and also his closest friend. He and Wang Long had been friends since childhood. After graduating from high school, they enlisted together and ended up in the same unit. People often said the strongest bond between men was forged by sharing the same classroom, carrying guns together, and sharing certain illicit adventures. The two of them had experienced all of it without exception. After they were discharged with his parents' support, Wang Long opened a shooting range. Thinking of this, Ling Feng suddenly had an idea. He picked up the call. Hey my ass. It's broad daylight and you're this slow to answer. Were you watching something you shouldn't? Wang Long's teasing voice sounded over the line, accompanied by muffled bangs in the background, clearly from the shooting range. Get lost, you bastard. What do you want? Having grown up together, they were long used to each other's way of talking, and their conversations were utterly unrestrained. You free tonight? Come out for a foot massage. It's been ages since we went. Ages. Didn't we just go the night before last? Keep this up, and our feet will be rubbed raw. Ling Feng was speechless. This guy was utterly addicted to foot massages. Ever since they first stumbled into one back in high school, he had never been able to quit. He knew the numbers on the foot masseuse badges better than his own ID number. No one in all of Annan City was more familiar with the foot massage parlors than he was. Cut the crap and get over here. I'm telling you, Jinmuxuan just got a few new girls, and they look. All right. I'll head to your shooting range first and fire off a few rounds. Get a VIP room ready for me. Hanging up, Ling Feng began to tidy himself up to head to the shooting range. He actually went there quite often. First, Ling Feng had loved guns ever since he was a child, always playing with toy guns. There was hardly a man who hadn't loved toy guns when he was young. During his time in the army, thanks to his precise marksmanship, he had always served as a sniper. So whenever he had free time, Ling Feng would head to the shooting range to practice. Another reason was that the owner of the shooting range was Wang Long, with whom he had a very close relationship. The two of them often finished playing with guns at the range, then headed straight to the foot massage parlors to play with guns of another kind. Ling Feng put on his leather jacket, slipped on his sunglasses, and went down to the garage. He gave his Harley a quick wipe. He did not care for sports cars. Motorcycles were his true love. He relished that feeling of death as a passing breeze ever by his side. Ling Feng swung onto the bike and slammed down on the throttle. With a roar, the motorcycle shot forward like a launched arrow. In his previous life, during the extreme cold snap, everyone had been forced to hole up at home, and his beloved bike had sat in the garage gathering dust. Now, back in a world still functioning normally, riding his motorcycle in the open air with the breeze brushing past, he felt utterly refreshed. Glancing in the rearview mirror to confirm there were no cars ahead or behind, Ling Feng twisted the throttle to its limit. With a thunderous roar, the motorcycle sped rapidly toward its destination. After half an hour of full-speed driving, Ling Feng successfully arrived at the shooting range. After registering at the front desk, he skillfully made his way to the VIP room on the third floor. As soon as Ling Feng reached the door, he heard the sounds of laughter and playfulness from inside the room. Without knocking, he pushed the door open and entered. Inside, Wang Long was lounging on the sofa, a cigarette held between his fingers, his eyes slightly narrowed in enjoyment. There was also a girl in staff uniform on the sofa, her profile suggesting she was around 20 years old. With a sweet appearance and an impressive figure, the originally loose t-shirt she wore somehow appeared snug on her. The girl seemed to be helping Wang Long fix the zipper of his pants, using both her hands and mouth appearing a bit strained. Upon seeing someone push the door open, the girl working on the zipper let out a sharp scream. Wang Long, who was originally in high spirits, was startled by the sound of the door being pushed open. As the owner of the shooting range, he managed his employees with a military-like discipline. Especially in this VIP room, no one was allowed to enter without his permission. He also didn't have the habit of locking the door. Today, that ignorant person didn't understand the rules. He was about to get angry. However, upon seeing that it was Ling Feng, his anger instantly dissipated, and he exchanged a glance with the girl beside him. The girl understood and quickly tidied her clothes, wiped her mouth, and hurriedly walked out with a flushed face. Damn, how come you didn't knock before coming in? You scared me, Wang Long said as he stood up, adjusted his position, and zipped up his pants. You don't mind being so reckless during the day. Every day it's just the same old nonsense. Ling Feng picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table, took one out, and lit it. What a delight. The smoke was slowly exhaled, and due to the intensity of the inhale, he felt a little dizzy. This feeling was exhilarating. At the beginning of the apocalypse, he hadn't stored any spiritual food, causing him to suffer for several months. After just this one puff, he felt as if he had ascended. It seemed he needed to stock up on more of this. It was a treasure in the apocalypse. I tell you, if I get scared and have a problem because of you, you're finished, Wang Long said, extinguishing the cigarette, but in the ashtray, and taking a couple of gulps from the beer on the table. Enough talk, take me to the armory to pick out some guns. Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Long reluctantly led Ling Feng toward the armory under his urging. Ling Feng was already very familiar with this place, but today he still felt a bit excited. As he looked at the wall full of weapons, Ling Tian began to select them one by one. For someone like Ling Feng, an expert in firearms, he could proficiently use all the firearms, but he had his personal favorites. That would be the AK. Powerful and durable, these characteristics made it ideal for use in the apocalypse. Ling Feng walked up to the two AKs facing them while having his back to Wang Long. Taking advantage of his inattention, he directly stored two guns in his space. He then copied one of them 100 times while the other was enhanced 100-fold. Looking at the enhanced AK, Ling Feng felt a rush of excitement. An AK with 100 times the power. Who could withstand a shot from this? Ling Tian took the copied AK out from his space and placed it back in its original position. This process, seemingly long, actually completed in an instant. He was still facing away from Wang Long, who didn't notice anything. As for why he needed to take in two guns, it was due to system limitations. Items copied by the system cannot be upgraded again. Thus, objects stored in the space could only choose one option between copying quantity and enhancing quality. Ling Feng had discovered this issue early on and attempted to exploit a bug, but to no avail. The system wasn't foolish, it wouldn't allow you to infinitely nest items. After completing one round of operations, Ling Feng proceeded to perform the same actions on other weapons. Various rifles, handguns. Then with the bullets, he chose to copy their quantity entirely to ensure a large and satisfying ammunition supply. He copied 200 rounds for each caliber. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of bullets and thousands of guns in his space, Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction. All fears stem from a lack of vitality. With these weapons, he was sufficiently protected. Wang Long watched Ling Feng rummaging through the armory like a madman, completely baffled, uncertain of what was happening. Did you take the wrong medicine? Have you chosen yet? Hurry up. Let's go. He casually picked up an AK and followed Wang Long out. At the shooting range, the two of them donned their gear and stood at their shooting positions. Fengzi, do you want to have a contest? Wang Long looked at Ling Feng with a challenging expression. How do we compete? Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, as he won every time anyway. The two practically competed every time, with Ling Feng always emerging victorious. This time let's do something different. Let's have a quick shooting contest. Oh, I've been practicing every day lately. You don't even need to practice, you're indeed quite fast. Ling Fei looked meaningfully between his legs and said, hey, you shouldn't hit below the belt. After exchanging a few more banter, they began their contest. As expected, Ling Feng won. 10 shots, Ling Feng hit 99 rings in 2.6 seconds, while Wang Long hit 96 rings in 3.6 seconds. Setting Ling Feng aside, Wang Long's shooting skills were quite good. After all, Ling Feng was a former sniper, making him one of the top contenders among special forces. Hey, this is boring. I'm leaving, let's go relax. Wang Long, having lost the match, looked displeased. He had trained hard for a long time, yet he still couldn't beat Ling Feng. Feeling somewhat dejected, his temper was a bit high and he needed to cool off. Ling Feng accompanied Wang Long to the sauna, and after they had dinner, they prepared for the second round. However, Ling Feng declined. He didn't have much time for leisure now. The apocalypse was approaching and he needed to hurry and prepare. He drove away under Wang Long's resentful gaze. After returning home, Ling Feng took a hot shower and comfortably lay on his bed. Compared to life in the apocalypse, his current life was simply paradise. He took out his phone and began browsing information about construction companies in the city. After being reborn, he needed to build a safe house. Although the villa he lived in was of decent quality, it was not enough to withstand extreme cold. Moreover, in the apocalypse, weather was secondary. The most dangerous factor was people. Therefore, his house must be transformed into an impregnable fortress. All walls, glasses, and doors must be bulletproof, preferably capable of withstanding nuclear blasts. It should also have insulation, ventilation, and other functions to ensure that his villa was not only safe, but also comfortable. Ling Feng looked at the introductions of various construction companies on his phone and ultimately chose the one with the best reputation. Huaqiang Security Construction Company. Ling Feng directly left his contact information on this company's website, booked an appointment, and planned to visit the company for an inspection tomorrow. Mei Yang. As usual, I'll start with half a glass of Little Bird vodka, just half a glass, and it's already this high. A sudden urgent ringtone shattered Ling Feng's beautiful dream. He fumbled in bed for a while before finally locating his phone. Opening his eyes, he looked over. Yangon law firm Lin Su. He collected his thoughts and directly answered the call. Hello? Hello, Mr. Ling, I am lawyer Lin Su from Yangon law firm. A crisp female voice echoed from the other end, cool and clear. Ling Feng had only met Lin Su once, but he had a very deep impression of her, not only because of her elegant demeanor and exquisite features, but also her professional legal knowledge. True beauty coexists with talent. Hello. Ling Feng sat up, stretching his back. Mr. Ling, as we discussed earlier, Mr. Ling Tianhu left a will before his passing. Today is the public date for the will. Please don't forget to come to my law firm at 10 a.m. for the announcement ceremony. I will attend on time. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Goodbye. Ling Feng hung up the phone, and after the call, he finally remembered the important matter of today. Ling Feng's grandfather Ling Tianhu had an unexpected car accident a month ago. The official investigation report stated that the driver was fatigued. Ling Feng did not believe this report, as it was clearly a premeditated murder. On the day of the incident, all surveillance cameras in the area experienced an unexpected power failure. There was no investigation footage, and the only survivor at the scene was the offending driver. Both grandfather and his driver died on the spot. After the accident report was released, Ling Feng tried to find that offending driver. However, after the incident, this person vanished without a trace, and his entire family also disappeared. Ling Feng's investigation in his previous life also came to a halt here. But now there was no need for investigation. The culprit was his own uncle Ling Yutong. He admitted it personally before killing Ling Feng. Ling Yutong was a hypocritical villain, often disguising himself as a harmless person, an exemplary entrepreneur in the eyes of others. Behind the scenes, he engaged in all sorts of sordid activities. In the previous life, under his smooth words and charming demeanor, Ling Feng transferred his grandfather's shares to him. Looking back now, Ling Feng felt quite foolish. He could only blame himself for trusting his relatives too much. Ling Feng's parents had died early, and he had lived with his grandfather since childhood. His grandfather's meticulous care made Ling Feng, who had never experienced parental love, feel a strong sense of familial affection. His grandfather was a veteran, always in good health, and insisted on exercising every day. If he hadn't been murdered, he could have lived for at least another 10 years. Ling Feng pulled back his thoughts, contemplating today's will announcement. Let me collect a bit of interest today. The real show is just beginning. Ling Feng freshened up, dressed formally, and tidied himself in front of the mirror. Glancing at the time, it was only 8 o'clock. It would take him half an hour to get there, so he had plenty of time. He decided to grab some breakfast first and drove to a breakfast shop. Ling Feng ordered a serving each of lamb buns, beef buns, and pork buns, along with 3 sticks of fried dough and a bowl of spicy soup. Ever since the apocalypse, he craved everything. As soon as the buns arrived, Ling Feng eagerly wolfed them down, attracting the attention of other diners at nearby tables. Ling Feng paid no mind to their gazes, simply enjoying his meal. After breakfast, Ling Feng mounted his small motorcycle ready to depart, when he unexpectedly noticed a small supermarket moving out by the roadside. He quickly turned off the engine and walked up to the supermarket entrance. A plump, middle-aged woman around 50 years old was struggling to stick rental notices on the wall at the entrance. Inside the supermarket, several workers were disassembling the shelves. All the goods had been moved out, leaving behind a messy floor. Ling Feng roughly estimated that the entire supermarket was about 1,000 square meters. "Sister, are you renting this place out?" The busy woman immediately paused her actions upon hearing the inquiry about renting. She turned to Ling Feng, her plump face breaking into a smile. "Handsome, this place just became available today. You came at the right time. Your supermarket was doing well. Oh, why suddenly closed down?" Ling Feng remembered that this supermarket used to have a good business with plenty of foot traffic every day. Now it suddenly claimed to be closing. Alas! The woman sighed, her brows furrowing. "I have no choice. The rent is too expensive. I've worked hard all year just to pay the landlord. The landlord raises the rent every year. I can't keep going, so I'm transferring it. My lease still has 8 months left. If you need it short term, you can choose to rent it. The rent here is $600 a year. For 8 months, I can offer it to you for $3,500. As the woman stated her price, she had her own agenda. The actual rent was only $4,000 a year, but she wanted to make some money through the sublease. Seeing the woman's cunning gaze, Ling Feng immediately understood her intentions. He feigned an inability to afford it, frowning. Oh dear, that's such a pity. I'll go rent elsewhere then. Others only charge me $2,000 a month. I just want to use it as a temporary warehouse. The location doesn't matter. If it's not possible, then forget it. After Ling Tian finished speaking, he turned to leave. As he walked away, he silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. Handsome, don't go. Let's discuss this. The woman chased after him, aware that it was not easy to rent out houses these days. Sometimes a place could sit empty for half a year without being rented. The sooner she rented it out, the less money she would lose. Ling Feng heard the woman's anxious voice and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, but he soon returned to a helpless expression. Sister, I can only offer $2,000 a month. If you agree, I'll rent it, but I can only pay the rent quarterly. The woman listened to Ling Tian's words and pondered for a few seconds. Then she gritted her teeth and nodded. All right, no problem. If possible, let's sign the contract as soon as possible. No problem, let's sign it now. The two quickly completed the agreement, and Ling Tian promptly transferred 3 months' rent to the woman. She also promised to clean up the supermarket thoroughly. Only then did Ling Feng leave satisfied. Ling Feng had no plans to open a supermarket. Renting this warehouse was actually meant to use the place as storage. The large quantities of supplies he would procure could be temporarily stored here before being moved into his space. He needed to procure supplies without drawing attention so the entire villa area wouldn't find out. Otherwise, during the apocalypse, he would become the target of everyone. Ling Tian held the keys to the supermarket, riding his motorcycle swiftly towards the direction of the law firm. Ling Feng rode his Harley at full speed, arriving at the Yangon law firm right on time. After registering at the front desk, the receptionist led him to the VIP room to wait. Just as he sat down, the sound of high heels scraping against the floor came from outside the door. As the sound drew closer, Ling Feng guessed it was heading toward his room. Sure enough, click. The sound of the door opening echoed as Lin Su slowly pushed the door open and entered. Ling Feng looked at the woman approaching him, her elegant demeanor accentuated by a black professional outfit that exuded both grace and competence. Her figure was proportioned to perfection, tall and curvaceous, especially with her alluring silhouette, which was undoubtedly the greatest temptation for men. Her face was exquisite, almost sculpted with delicate features that were captivating, and her eyes seemed to invite admiration. Ling Feng couldn't help but be drawn to her, his gaze following her as she moved. The woman wore black high heels paired with black stockings, enhancing the length of her beautiful legs. His eyes were involuntarily drawn to her, and he swallowed hard, feeling a slight dryness in his throat. She gracefully walked up to Ling Feng, smiling as she extended her hand. Hello, Mr. Ling, I am your dedicated lawyer, Lin Su. Hello. Ling Feng stood up to shake her hand, feeling the warmth and softness of her touch, which made him want to hold on a little longer. The subtle, refreshing fragrance about her was like a gentle spring breeze, utterly enchanting. Mr. Ling, the notarization meeting is about to officially begin, but Mr. Ling Yutong has not yet arrived. Please wait a moment. Ling Feng nodded slightly, recalling how his uncle would always be an hour late. He understood that his uncle was playing a psychological game with him, subtly placing himself in a position of dominance. Ling Tian sat calmly on the sofa, exhibiting a newfound composure from his past life, showing no signs of impatience. As the waiting time stretched on, Ling Tian grew increasingly composed while Lin Su repeatedly called to urge Ling Yutong. As a lawyer, she was very punctual and had a strong dislike for tardiness. After an hour had passed, Ling Yutong hurriedly pushed the door open. As he entered, he displayed a rather apologetic expression. I'm truly sorry, everyone. The traffic was just terrible on my way here. Xiao Feng, I didn't mean to be late. Ling Yutong glanced at Ling Feng as he said this. Ling Feng smiled slightly and waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, uncle, it's a small matter. Next time you go out, it's best to use a navigation app. You probably forgot the way the route I took was not only clear, but also very smooth. Ling Yutong felt embarrassed, realizing that his excuse had been exposed. He could only respond with an awkward laugh. Haha, is that so? I'll definitely do better next time. Seeing the subtle tension between the two, Lin Su spoke up. Gentlemen, since everyone is here, let's begin today's proceedings. Let's start. All right. After both took their seats, Lin Su began to read the will. First up was the Tianhu Pharmaceutical Technology Company under the name of Ling Tianhu. The company was the culmination of Grandpa Ling Tianhu's lifelong efforts. The company is valued at nearly 20 billion, primarily focusing on human gene development. In recent years, Tianhu Pharmaceuticals' research team has achieved fruitful results, making groundbreaking progress in gene serum research. The so-called gene serum involves applying excellent athletic genes from animals to humans. This alters human genes, making them stronger and more agile. If this research can be practically applied, it would revolutionize the entire human progression. This research achievement also skyrocketed the value of Tianhu Pharmaceutical, and one can only imagine the immense fortune if this research were to be successfully implemented. Many internationally renowned pharmaceutical companies have sought collaboration offering astronomical sums, but all were rejected by Ling Tianhu. Ling Tianhu believed that the current gene serum had significant flaws and was unsuitable for human use. After his passing, this research was also put on hold, as the most crucial research data was personally safeguarded by Grandpa. After his death, the research data vanished along with him. As this thought crossed his mind, Ling Feng suddenly felt he had stumbled upon some important information. He suddenly recalled how in his past life his two cousins had experienced a sudden surge in strength. Could it be related to the gene serum? Ling Feng felt this matter warranted thorough investigation. The gene serum issue must be taken seriously. Ling Tian rapidly recalled matters regarding the gene serum in his mind. Meanwhile, Lin Su continued to read from the will. The will outlined the distribution of assets as follows: Tianhu Pharmaceutical Company would be jointly inherited by Ling Feng and Ling Yutong, each holding 50 of the shares. Next, there were 10 properties under Ling Tianhu's name, which would also be jointly inherited by the two. Finally, the total assets under Ling Tianhu's name amounted to 800 million, all inherited by Ling Feng. As the contents of the will were announced one by one, the expressions of those present began to change. The most affected was undoubtedly Ling Yutong, who had never anticipated that his father had established a will so early. Having orchestrated a perfect murder against his own father to seize all the assets, he was now left empty-handed. That little bastard Ling Feng not only took all the assets, but also shared in half of the pharmaceutical company's shares. This was intolerable for him. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Old man, how could you be so biased towards this little bastard? He didn't care much about the 800 million assets. The old man had invested vast sums of money into researching the gene serum over the years, reducing his once 100 billion fortune to just 800 million. Meanwhile, he had been managing sales and procurement at the company, pocketing quite a few kickbacks, and his worth had already exceeded 6 billion. Only he knew how immense the future potential of Tianhu Pharmaceutical was. 20 billion. That was just a fraction of what it could be worth. Having to give up half of the company's shares to Ling Feng was more unbearable than death. At that moment, a murderous intent surged within him. Once Lin Su finished reading the will, she looked solemnly at the two. Gentlemen, do you have any questions? No questions. Let's proceed with the formalities. Ling Feng replied flatly. Wait. Ling Yutong smiled at Ling Feng, saying, Xiao Feng, uncle wants to buy the shares you hold. You see, your understanding of medicine is limited while your uncle has been in this industry for decades. If you sell me your shares, I can offer you an additional 10 dividend each year. What do you think? Ling Feng smiled at him. No problem, uncle. How much are you willing to pay? Upon hearing that Ling Feng, this fool, was willing to sell his shares, Ling Yutong was overjoyed, realizing how easily he could acquire the company's shares. From now on, the entire Tianhu Pharmaceutical would be under his control. I am willing to offer 1 billion to buy all the shares you have. Even my uncle can only take out this much right now. Ling Feng couldn't help but laugh, accidentally spraying the water he had just sipped all over Ling Yutong's face. Ling Yutong's face turned pale with anger, and his hand under the table couldn't help but clench tightly. Seeing this, Ling Feng quickly apologized. Oh, uncle, I'm really sorry. I just couldn't hold it back. Ling Yutong suppressed his murderous intent, forcing a smile that was worse than crying, and squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. It's fine. Looking at the embarrassed Ling Yutong, Ling Feng felt a surge of satisfaction, then continued, What you just said, uncle, was a joke, right? It's too funny. Little Feng, how much do you think it would take to sell? Just name a price. Ling Yutong gritted his teeth and said, 1.5 billion. I'll take a loss and sell it to you. Ling Feng stroked his chin deep in thought. Since the apocalypse is coming, keeping the shares is useless. It's better to sell them all for supplies. In the apocalypse, supplies are hard currency. After hearing this price, Ling Yutong's heart skipped a beat. Damn, this little brat is asking for a lion's share. Little Feng, this 1.5 billion is a bit too much. The company's market value is only 2 billion. Ling Yutong looked troubled, clearly unable to accept this price. Uncle, don't you know how much our company's market value is? That 2 billion is just what outsiders say. We insiders should know better. If you think it's unreasonable, I will sell it to someone else. I've had quite a few people reaching out to me recently. Ling Feng looked at him with a smile, appearing nonchalant. Little Feng, this company is your grandfather's hard work. It must not fall into someone else's hands. Ling Feng looked at the hypocritical uncle with a cold smile. I only recognize money. Whoever gives me money, I will sell to them. If uncle has no money, then forget it. After saying this, he took out his phone ready to call. Recently, several internationally famous pharmaceutical companies have been looking for me. Let me call and ask if they can accept. Wait a moment, little phone. Wait for uncle. I will make a call to raise some money. After saying this, he picked up his phone and hurriedly walked out. Ling Feng relaxedly leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Lin Su, sitting beside him, couldn't help but admire his calm demeanor. After a while, Ling Yutong returned from outside, smiling as he spoke to Ling Feng. Little Feng, I've raised the money. Let's go with the price you mentioned, and we can complete the paperwork today. Ling Yutong eagerly wanted to finalize the share transfer agreement, fearing that Ling Feng might backtrack. Hearing the price was settled, Ling Tian readily agreed. In the presence of Lin Su, the two signed the share transfer agreement, and Ling Feng received 1.5 billion. They shook hands hypocritically, both believing themselves to be the winners. Ling Yutong was excited inside. This company finally belonged to him. He only had 500 million, and to gather the 1.5 billion funds, he sold 5% of his shares. When all was calculated today, he had made a killing. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ling Feng was still a bit lacking when playing mind games. Ling Feng looked at the 11-digit number in his phone balance, feeling a profound sense of security. With this money, he could start spending wildly. After leaving the law firm, Ling Feng rode his motorcycle to the next destination, Huqiang Security Construction Company. According to the navigation, Ling Tian quickly arrived at Huqiang Security. After reporting his appointment information in the lobby, Ling Feng was soon arranged by the staff to enter the reception room to wait. Ling Feng was reading the introduction of this company in the reception room when a middle-aged man in a suit walked in. The man was burly with muscles in his arms that looked ready to burst through his clothes. With fierce eyes, Ling Feng could tell at a glance that this person must have a military background. Those who have served in the military are easy to identify, especially with that unique aura. Hello, sir. I am Hu Yong, the business manager of Huqiang Security Construction Company. Please feel free to tell me your needs. Hu Yong's voice was deep and resonant. I want to transform my villa to improve its security. Mr. Ling, you can rest assured our company is the best in the country when it comes to building safe houses. We can meet any of your needs. Hu Yong was full of confidence. I want to build a bomb-proof villa. Can you do that? Bomb-proof. Hu Yong was surprised. In his years of work, he rarely encountered customers with such high defensive requirements. Generally, normal customers only require bulletproof protection for safe houses. Sir, may I ask, do you have enemies? Yes. I often face some covert attacks, so I want to reinforce my home. Ling Feng nodded repeatedly. Sir, your requirements are a bit high. The costs will be substantial. Hu Yong reminded him, as the materials for such constructions are very expensive. Money is not an issue. I only care about the results, and I request that it be completed within 3 months. Ling Feng waved his hand grandly. Hearing 3 months, Hu Yong's expression was somewhat conflicted. Sir, normally this project would take at least half a year. 3 months is too tight. If it has to be completed in 3 months, we will need to work in 3 shifts with 24-hour continuous construction. Ling Feng understood what he meant and said, don't worry about the costs. I just want the results. Remember, it needs to be the world's strongest safe house. Ling Feng still had over 1 billion in hand. He had more than enough money to spend, and he had to spend 15.8 billion within 3 months. That is indeed a bit challenging. Okay, sir, rest assured, we will definitely bring out our best standards. Hu Yong was extremely pleased because customers like this are rare and their budget is unlimited. He planned to use the most expensive materials available, and his commission would also be substantial. The two discussed a series of specific renovation details covering aspects such as insulation, ventilation, electricity, internet decoration, and defense. Ling Feng considered everything comprehensively. Ling Tian wanted to live safely and comfortably when the apocalypse arrives. Sir, based on our budget, the entire house will cost around 1 billion. The exact price will be settled after completion. Also, before we begin, you need to pay a 30 deposit and the remaining balance after completion. Is that okay? No problem, let's sign the contract quickly. After signing, you'll transfer the money, and you can start the renovation tomorrow. Ling Tian agreed to their request generously. Hearing his prompt agreement, Hu Yong was overjoyed and respectfully led Ling Feng to sign the contract. Stepping out of the Huqiang security building, Ling Feng mounted his Harley, preparing to return to his villa. He instinctively patted his pocket for a cigarette, only to realize he had run out. For a heavy smoker, the absence of a cigarette was truly unbearable. He enjoyed driving while smoking, just as some people like to listen to music while running. Without such a necessity, everything felt off. Ling Feng parked the car and walked over to a nearby tobacco shop to buy cigarettes. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. I need to stock up on cigarettes. This is essential nourishment for the spirit. In my past life during the apocalypse, not having cigarettes was excruciating. I used to search everywhere in the villa for cigarette butts, and in the end there were none left to smoke. He arrived at the tobacco shop and glanced at the wall filled with various brands and prices of cigarettes. It seemed this shop had quite a comprehensive selection: Huazi Lakun Nanjing, Huanga Liushi Hong Shuangxi Baisha Furongwang. It was somewhat difficult to choose. Ling Feng usually liked to try different brands, and each time he had to make a choice he felt a bit conflicted. But today there was no need for any hesitation. He directly shouted to the shopkeeper, "Boss, pack it up for me." The shopkeeper was a young man in his 20s. The shopkeeper was sitting at the cash register playing a mobile game. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, he was a bit confused and hurried over to ask cautiously, "Bro, what did you just say?" Ling Feng pointed at the entire display of cigarettes. "Pack up all the cigarettes in your shop. I'll take them all." The shopkeeper nearly lost his balance upon hearing this. Where did this big spender come from wanting everything at once? "Big bro, are you joking? The total for all the cigarettes in the shop, including the stock, is going to be several 100,000. Nonsense, do I look like I'm joking? Hurry up and pack. I only want them in full cartons, no need to pack the loose ones." To dispel the shopkeeper's concerns, Ling Feng directly transferred a deposit of 5,000. Seeing the prompt payment, the shopkeeper's face broke into a wide smile. He dropped his game and began packing immediately. They say the customer is king. This was not just a king, this was like having a father. Ling Feng watched the shopkeeper work diligently to pack the cigarettes, but he didn't wait there. He directly told the shopkeeper the address of the warehouse he had rented during the day, instructing him to deliver it there shortly. The shopkeeper, with a beaming smile, respectfully escorted Ling Feng out and promised to deliver as soon as possible. Watching Ling Feng's departing figure, the shopkeeper still felt it was somewhat unreal, but looking at the bank balance on his phone, he instantly beamed with joy. He hurried back to continue categorizing and packing. Meanwhile, Ling Feng did not return home after leaving the tobacco shop. Instead, he continued searching for the next one. He decided to stockpile more supplies. One can never have too much of this, but running out is a concern. Riding his Harley, he stopped at dozens of tobacco shops. However, he only chose large shops, ensuring quality and a full range of options. He avoided smaller shops for fear of counterfeit products. Having accomplished all this, he rode back to the warehouse ready to receive his goods. By the time he returned, a Wuling Hongguang was already parked there waiting. Ling Feng parked next to the warehouse. The person in the car rushed out as soon as he saw Ling Feng return. "Bro, I brought your goods, please take a look." He opened the trunk for Ling Feng to inspect. This person was the owner of the first tobacco shop he visited. Ling Feng took a quick glance and picked up a carton of Huazi, finding no issues. "Let's move it inside first." Ling Feng opened the large door of the warehouse, allowing the tobacco shop owner to start unloading. While they were unloading, several other vehicles arrived, also delivering goods. Some of the drivers were old acquaintances. After all, those in the same industry in the area generally knew each other. A group of shopkeepers gathered, all marveling at Ling Feng's financial prowess. "I've been in this business for many years, and this is the first time I've encountered such an extravagant boss. Yes, I was on the verge of closing down, and this boss just revived my business. However, the smokers in this neighborhood won't have any cigarettes tomorrow." Huh. Ling Feng spent the entire afternoon receiving goods, having purchased far too much. He worked from 3 in the afternoon until 7 in the evening to finish receiving all the goods. Looking at the supermarket full of cigarettes, Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction. Ling Feng spent nearly 20 million on these cigarettes, basically buying out all the stocks in the vicinity. With a wave of his hand, he stored everything into his space. 100-fold replication. Looking at the millions of cigarettes in his space, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Even if he smoked for 10,000 years, he wouldn't finish them all. Ling Feng lit a Huazi and took a deep drag. Unavoidably, his mind wandered to the equity transfer of the pharmaceutical company that day. In his past life, he hadn't paid much attention to this matter, but from today's events it seemed far from simple. The gene serum developed by his grandfather was revolutionary for the entire pharmaceutical industry. However, his grandfather had a traffic accident during this critical period. Could there be a connection? Also, the sudden surge in strength of Ling Yutong's 2 sons. Could it be related? Moreover, Ling Feng could confirm that those two had not changed when they first arrived at his home. They were in an ordinary state. This meant that they only began to change after coming to the villa. What exactly did they gain while in his villa? The gene serum. After his grandfather's death, all 5 gene serums and research data he had developed disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind. He recalled the gift his grandfather had given him before the accident along with the words he had said. He still remembered that morning when he and his grandfather were exercising in the yard as usual. His grandfather had given him a very exquisite model of a rifle, clearly a custom-made item. Xiao Feng, this gift from Grandpa is very precious. You must take good care of it and not waste my kind intentions. Ling Feng recalled his grandfather's words and now felt they held a deeper meaning. At the time, he had really liked the model, but hadn't thought much about his grandfather's words. Thinking of this, Ling Feng hurried back to his bedroom and found the model in the bedside drawer. Ever since he received it, he had placed it in the cabinet. After his grandfather's accident, he had forgotten all about the model. Ling Feng picked up the model and examined it closely, and indeed, he discovered something. At the bottom of the magazine of the model rifle, he found a seam. He forcefully opened the bottom cover, revealing something that looked like a USB plug. Sure enough, Ling Feng couldn't help but admire his grandfather's wisdom. He quickly took out his computer. Ling Feng inserted the USB drive into the computer, and as the data finished loading, a folder popped up on the screen. Ling Tian calmed himself and clicked on the video. The video opened to show his grandfather, who seemed to be filming from his study. In the video, his grandfather spoke to him. Xiaofeng, if you are watching this video, I am very pleased you are clever and have discovered what I left for you. Recently, I have encountered some unfortunate events, and I have a premonition that the days ahead will not be peaceful, so I recorded this video in advance for you. The gene serum I have been researching has recently made a breakthrough, causing a great sensation in the medical community. In fact, this research result has always been confidential, but a spy infiltrated the laboratory and caused the results to leak. Fortunately, I still hold the core data. The gene serum we are studying is based on extracted ant genes, and it has been successfully developed. We all know that ants can lift objects over 500 times their own weight, making them one of the strongest creatures in the world. Our serum can elevate human physical limits by 500 times upon injection, which is a terrifying statistic. Other pharmaceutical companies are also researching gene serums, but the ones they have developed can only increase physical limits by a few times. Thus, our gene serum has attracted the envy of many. However, our serum has a fatal flaw. Those who use it will become irritable and gradually lose their sanity, and their lifespan will decrease. If such a drug were to enter society, it would be a disaster. My elder uncle insists on collaborating with other pharmaceutical companies in pursuit of maximum profit. We have argued about this several times. I no longer trust him, and I plan to hand over all the results and core materials to you. Currently, there are only 5 vials of the gene serum, all hidden in a secret compartment under the laboratory's operating table. The password is your birthday. Make sure not to make a mistake. You only have one chance to enter the password, or it will be destroyed. The core data for the gene serum is all stored in this USB drive. If you are willing, you can continue the research in the future. If not, just destroy it. Make sure it does not fall into the hands of those with ill intentions. The video abruptly ended, and it was evident from his grandfather's expression that he was very anxious. He seemingly wanted to say more, but the footage suddenly cut off. Ling Feng arrived at the entrance of the laboratory on the 2nd floor. There were several large doors inside, and his grandfather usually did not allow anyone to enter. Following his grandfather's instructions, Ling Feng entered the password and successfully accessed the laboratory. Under the operating table, he found a hidden compartment, and after entering the password, retrieved a small box from inside. The box contained 5 vials of bright red liquid. This is the gene serum. Looking at the items before him, Ling Feng felt a surge of excitement, believing that no one could remain calm upon seeing this. In his past life, his uncle must have found these vials, which would explain their sudden increase in power. However, his grandfather had also mentioned the significant flaws of this serum. I wonder what it will become after a spatial upgrade. Ling Tian thought and directly stored one of the vials in the space. Ling Feng chose to enhance its quality. A flash of white light passed, and the originally bright red serum transformed into a transparent state. Information regarding the gene serum appeared in his mind. This was the first time such a situation had occurred after Ling Feng had collected so many items in the space. Enhanced gene serum enhancement effects 1. No side effects 2. Increases human potential by 10,000 times 3. Brain can be developed by 20 his. Seeing this information, Ling Feng couldn't help but gasp. This is simply too amazing. Especially the third item regarding brain development. An average person's brain development is about 10. Einstein developed only up to 15. If one reaches 20, wouldn't they become superhuman? This system is too incredible. Ling Feng picked up the gene serum and examined it carefully, finding nothing unusual. He was prepared to attempt injecting this serum, but the injection process for gene serum was different from that of other medications. He needed to inject the serum directly into the heart, which required the use of a professional syringe. Fortunately, the laboratory was well equipped with medical instruments, and there was exactly such a syringe. Ling Feng placed the serum into the syringe, aiming at the location of his heart. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Then he swiftly pierced the needle into his skin and pushed the plunger. The serum slowly entered his heart. As the serum completely flowed into his body, Ling Feng withdrew the syringe, feeling the changes in his body. It seems like nothing has changed. He moved his body, finding no differences. This serum can't be fake, right? As soon as he spoke, a wave of intense pain suddenly surged. It felt like a hammer had struck his chest, and his entire body tensed, his face turning red. He felt as if his body were being tortured, with every part experiencing excruciating pain. It was as if someone was brutally slicing every inch of his body with a small knife. The internal pain was no better. It felt as though all the bones in his body were shattered, bringing unbearable agony. His internal organs felt as if they were slowly melting. Ling Feng collapsed to the ground, rolling in pain. Crash! He knocked over a large array of laboratory equipment, and he vomited black liquid from his mouth. Black liquid flowed from his nose, eyes, and ears. Ling Feng screamed in agony, but fortunately the laboratory was soundproof and no one could hear his pig-like cries. Since no one was around him, there was no need to hold back. If it hurt, he would shout it out. He didn't know how long it lasted, but the pain gradually faded and Ling Feng lay exhausted on the ground. His entire body was drenched and his skin was covered in a sticky black substance. Ling Feng gasped for breath and his vision gradually returned to color. He slowly got up, looking at the wrecked laboratory, not knowing how he had knocked over all that equipment. He crawled to the wall and sat down, taking out a cigarette and lighting it. The pain earlier had completely exhausted him. His legs were still weak and he needed to rest for a while before standing up. After finishing a cigarette, Ling Feng regained some strength, and only then did he slowly rise, feeling the changes in his body. Ling Feng looked at his body covered in a sticky black substance and hurried to the bathroom to wash himself off. It took him an entire hour to clean all of it away. Looking at himself in the mirror, Ling Feng could hardly believe the drastic change. His skin, once somewhat dark and rough, had now become fair and delicate. In fact, it was even better than that of many women. This change made Ling Feng a bit uncomfortable. He preferred his previous skin tone, which he found more masculine. Additionally, his facial features had changed, though the overall outline remained the same. However, his eyes were now deeper, his nose more pronounced, and he appeared more ruggedly handsome, as if he had been enhanced with beauty filters. Moreover, it seemed he had grown taller. He used to be around 172 cm, but now he was over 180 cm. Ling Feng was quite satisfied with the changes in his physique and appearance. He stepped into the small courtyard of the villa to assess his physical condition. He approached the barbell in the yard, grasping it with one hand at the center. With a slight exertion, he effortlessly lifted the 180 kilograms barbell above his head, feeling no strain. He then added more weights, increasing the load to 300 kg, and still managed to lift it over his head with ease. Ling Feng felt the power coursing through his body and couldn't help but exclaim, "My strength should easily be able to break world records now." He glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then fixed his gaze on the balcony of his villa's third floor. With slightly bent legs, he gathered his strength and leaped towards the balcony, landing steadily on it. Looking down, he realized he had jumped from a height of 7 or 8 meters. He then continued to test his speed, endurance, and reflexes, reveling in the experience like a child discovering a new toy. "It seems my physical quality is about 10 times that of an average person," Ling Tian concluded after a series of tests. "My upper limit is 10,000 times. As I continue to break through, these stats will only grow. As long as I keep a low profile and develop steadily, I will eventually become an invincible presence in this world, but for now, humility is key." After all, my grandfather mentioned that he wasn't the only one studying genetic serums. Who knows if there are others with incredible physical development? It's wiser to be cautious. Gulyalu Ling Feng clutched his stomach as a wave of hunger hit him. He had been so excited about his newfound abilities that he hadn't noticed his hunger. Now that his body was relaxed, the intense hunger pangs made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Ling Feng believed he could eat an entire cow. He glanced at the time, 1 a.m. He considered ordering takeout, but then thought with the apocalypse approaching, I shouldn't deprive myself, I should go out to eat. He returned to his room to grab his phone, keys, cigarettes, and lighter before heading out. Instead of driving, he decided to walk, remembering a barbecue restaurant nearby that had great food. When he arrived at the barbecue restaurant, it was still open. Though it was already 1 a.m., the place was bustling with patrons and tables had been set up outside due to the large crowd. Ling Feng sat at a table outside. Behind him, a group of about 10 young men were being rowdy and loud, which was quite annoying. No one intervened as the group was large and intimidating. The most anyone would do was grumble under their breath. Ling Feng didn't mind much. He was there to eat as long as they didn't bother him. He ordered 5 kilograms of lamb skewers, 40 skewers of kidneys, 40 oysters, 10 portions of chives, and a variety of other vegetables. He also requested a bucket of beer. His body felt a bit weak, and he needed to replenish it. Due to the crowd, it took a while for the dishes to start arriving. Looking at the enticing lamb skewers glistening with oil and coated in chili powder and cumin made his appetite surge. Ling Feng couldn't wait to grab a skewer and start eating. Spicy and delicious, just the right flavor. Let's dig in. He transformed into a voracious eater, devouring the skewers. Eating barbecue and sipping on chilled beer, he felt ecstatic. Only those who have experienced loss can truly appreciate what they have. Having gone through a resource crisis during the apocalypse, Ling Feng understood the value of food. In the blink of an eye, his plate was nearly empty. Yet he didn't feel full, only about 30% satisfied. So he ordered another 10 kilograms of beef, 10 kilograms of lamb, and 30 kidneys and oysters each. Just as he was wolfing down his food, he noticed a stunning figure approaching him. A woman in denim shorts walked over, her figure graceful and alluring. Her snow-white straight legs were accentuated by the shorts, making her all the more captivating. Her long silky hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her beautiful face exuded a mature charm. Her arrival instantly drew the attention of all the men present, and Ling Feng was no exception. This woman was an old acquaintance. Lin Su. Lawyer Lin, what a coincidence. Ling Feng took the initiative to greet her. Lin Su had noticed Ling Feng too, but today he looked a bit different from usual, so she hesitated to greet him, fearing she might mistake him for someone else. Mr. Ling, what a surprise. I didn't expect to run into you here. Lin Su looked at Ling Feng, wondering why he seemed a bit more handsome than usual today. Was it an illusion? Or was it due to his wealth? The ordinary-looking young man before her was actually a billionaire. However, she was slightly surprised by the mountain of barbecue in front of him. It was the first time she had seen someone order so much barbecue. She smiled and asked, waiting for friends. Not at all, I'm eating alone. Want to join? Ling Feng invited her to join him. No thanks. I'm waiting for friends. Lin Su quickly waved her hand and then sat down at a table beside Ling Feng. Ling Feng saw her refusal and didn't say anything more, nodding politely before continuing to eat. Eat or not, it's up to you. A cheer erupted from behind him. Ling Feng turned to look and saw a girl surrounded by a crowd of diners, her face obscured by a hat under the bright lights. Yet from her appearance, she seemed quite attractive. Her fair skin, long legs, and well-proportioned figure suggested she was someone who exercised regularly. Her physique could easily score a 7. He heard people around saying she was a famous internet celebrity named Lu Zihan, but Ling Feng never followed celebrities and didn't know much about her. He had only seen her occasionally in videos, mostly hearing her labeled as just a pretty face. It was said her family was also in business, and she was just playing around with being an internet celebrity. Watching the group of die-hard fans chasing after her for autographs, he found it rather uninteresting. He turned back to continue eating barbecue. Nothing could stop him from enjoying his meal. After Lu Zihan shook off the throngs of fans, she directly sat down opposite Lin Su. As soon as she sat down, she poured herself a drink and gulped it all down in one go. Ah, this fairy is exhausted. Have you ordered yet? Saying this, she poured another drink and tilted her head back to drink it. After saying that, she ignored Lin Su and busied herself with her phone. Lu Zihan also took out her phone to scroll through short videos, her eyes inadvertently glancing at the side at Ling Feng. Her eyes brightened. There was a handsome guy. The person beside her had very sharp features with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes exuding a strong masculine aura. Although his skin was a bit pale, it did not affect his overall charm, which was very manly. He was certainly much better than those pretty boys. She couldn't help but drool a bit. Ling Feng, who was enjoying skewers, felt someone staring at him and turned his head. He noticed a girl who had been watching him eat skewers, thinking she found them delicious. He casually said, "Want some?" "Sure." Lu Zihan immediately stood up and sat next to Ling Feng, picking up a skewer and starting to eat. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled slightly, no longer saying anything, and started eating as well. Lin Su looked at Lu Zihan with surprise feeling speechless. This girl is really bold. You don't even know his name, and just sit down to eat. Ling Feng looked at Lin Su, who was sitting alone at the other table, unable to hold back his laughter, saying, "Lawyer Lin, why not join us?" Lin Su felt embarrassed to refuse again, and had to sit over her face, showing a hint of awkwardness. "Then I'm sorry. You two know each other?" Lu Zihan, holding her skewer, asked in shock. "Mr. Ling is my client." Lin Su smiled widely, and said, "If there's a handsome guy you should introduce him to the girls. It's not good to hog him all to yourself." Lu Zihan said casually. Lin Su felt awkward hearing this, wishing she could dig a hole to hide, and quickly signaling her with her eyes to be quiet. She somewhat regretted bringing Lu Zihan out to eat today. Ling Feng, however, didn't mind, who on the contrary, he found Lu Zihan's familiarity refreshing. "It's not too late to get to know each other now, let's not be polite." Ling Feng quickly smoothed things over. With Lu Zihan being so friendly, the three gradually opened up a conversation, and the atmosphere at the dining table became livelier. Ling Feng was delighted. Having two stunning beauties dining with him was far more enjoyable than being alone. After all, which man doesn't like beautiful women? This was evident from the jealous gazes of other men in the restaurant. As the three became more familiar, Ling Feng also gained a preliminary understanding of the two women. Lin Su and Yang Zihan were college classmates and best friends who had been working in the same city since graduation, and later they bought houses in the same villa area. What surprised Ling Feng even more was that they lived in the same villa area as him. In his past life, he had never encountered these two in the neighborhood. His luck was truly bizarre. Meanwhile, the three were chatting and laughing. Behind them, a spirited young man with dyed yellow hair and tattoos on his arms swaggered over to their table, casually puffing on a cigarette. "Hey ladies, want to come over for a drink?" The yellow-haired guy leered at Lin Su, grinning to reveal his yellowing teeth. Lin Su glanced at the yellow-haired man, frowning slightly, clearly disgusted. In a cold tone, she replied, "Sorry, not interested." The yellow-haired man was somewhat displeased upon hearing this, his expression turning threatening as he said, "My big brother invited you. You better show some sense, or the consequences are on you." Yang Zihan, hearing this, immediately scolded, "Who do you think you are? Just because you say so doesn't mean we have to go. Hurry up and get lost, don't disturb our meal." Her voice was loud, attracting the attention of several nearby tables, who began to point and whisper, especially the yellow-haired man's companions at the adjacent tables, who kept mocking him. "Hey, are you even capable? If not, let me handle it. All you do is brag about how you can handle things." The yellow-haired man felt his face flush with anger, unable to maintain his pride, and instantly became furious. "You little bitch, how dare you act so arrogantly without knowing my big brother Niu Xian's reputation?" As he spoke, the yellow-haired man raised his hand and aimed a slap at Yang Zihan's face. Due to their close proximity and the suddenness of his action, Yang Zihan didn't expect someone would dare to hit her in public. She had no time to react to the yellow-haired man's sudden move. Yang Zihan panicked, quickly raising her hand to defend herself, but it seemed a bit too late. Just as the yellow-haired man's hand was about to land on her face, a strong arm swiftly blocked in front of her. She didn't even see how this arm reached out. She turned her head slightly to look at Ling Feng standing next to her, his expression relaxed as he held the yellow-haired man's wrist. Looking at Ling Feng's handsome profile, her face flushed slightly, her heart racing. The yellow-haired man, seeing his wrist being grabbed, immediately struggled to pull it back. But it felt as though his wrist was clamped in an iron vise. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. The yellow-haired man shouted threateningly at Ling Feng, "Kid, do you want to die? Let go of me now." Ling Feng smiled slightly and exerted force, twisting it downward. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. The yellow-haired man immediately broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning red as he screamed in pain. Ling Feng forcefully flung his hands, sending the yellow-haired man flying 4 to 5 meters away, rolling on the ground. "Oh, my hand is broken." Seeing their brother being beaten, the yellow-haired man's companions all stood up and moved towards Ling Feng. One of the older youths, sporting a large scar on his face, clearly their group leader, directly spoke up. "Dare to mess with our Qinglong gang. Brothers, take care of this kid." A group of them immediately swung their fists toward Ling Feng. Ling Feng's eyes narrowed, a glint of excitement flashing in them. He had just completed his physical transformation and was eager to test his combat prowess. It was truly a stroke of luck. Watching the fists coming at him, Ling Feng felt the speed was incredibly slow, like a movie played in slow motion. What seemed like normal punching speed to an average person appeared to him as if an elderly woman was walking. He slightly tilted his body, easily dodging a punch aimed at his face, leaning his shoulder against the person attacking him, and instantly exerted force, pushing upward with his shoulder. The man was instantly sent flying 2 meters away, crashing into a table and shattering it into pieces. He lay on the ground, groaning in pain, clearly injured. The yellow-haired thug was kicked away, crashing into the 2 people behind him, and all 3 fell to the ground. Some held wine bottles, some held stools, and others pulled out daggers from their bodies. Lin Su and Yang Zihan, standing behind Ling Feng, were filled with worry. The opponents were numerous and armed, and even though Ling Feng had some skills, after all, 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands. They had only come out for a late-night snack, but unexpectedly encountered such a situation. What if something happened to Ling Feng? Yang Zihan was almost in tears, realizing that if something went wrong, she wouldn't be able to escape the situation. She quickly warned Ling Feng, be careful. Ling Feng casually replied, it's nothing. Seeing Ling Feng so calm, and even flirting with a girl, the group of thugs grew furious and rushed at him with their weapons. Ling Feng elegantly dodged the attacks one after another, but he didn't strike back. He relied solely on his agility and movement skills to evade. He just wanted to test how his agility would perform in real combat, and the result proved to be quite good. He could easily dodge their attacks, and his agility was 5 to 6 times that of an ordinary person. The thugs, realizing that their attacks couldn't even touch a hair on the opponent, were panting and furious, cursing, what kind of man are you if you just dodge and hide? Be bold and fight. Ling Feng remained unfazed, not even breaking a sweat, and looked at the disheveled thugs across from him, saying, now I have to strike. In an instant he pushed off the ground and charged into the group of thugs. The sudden burst of speed made the thugs feel uneasy. The diners who were eating had already fled far away when the conflict erupted, some even recording the scene with their phones, looking on with amusement. Yang Zihan watched as Ling Feng charged straight toward the group of thugs. The situation was extremely urgent, and she contemplated leaving. However, Lin Su showed no intention of leaving, so she could only stand aside. Lin Su's face was filled with worry, her brows deeply furrowed. The thugs looked at Ling Feng charging toward them, their eyes gleaming with malice, raising their weapons to attack him with deadly intent. However, Ling Feng was incredibly fast, easily evading the attacks, but they couldn't dodge his punches. As a former Special Forces soldier, Ling Feng was proficient in combat, and now his body had just undergone enhancement. No one could withstand a single punch from him. After taking a hit, the thug felt as if he had been struck by a car and was instantly sent flying. Within less than 10 seconds, all but 1 thug were knocked to the ground, groaning while clutching their bodies. Ling Feng had held back, only using 4/10 of his strength. If he had gone all out, there would be no survivors. He didn't want to cause trouble for himself. This wasn't an apocalyptic world where one could kill freely, and he certainly didn't want to end up in jail over this. The onlookers in the distance were all excited, gazing at the man in the arena with admiration. Some young men were filled with adrenaline, unable to help but cheer. He was truly the idol in the hearts of men. 1 against 10, so cool. It was like a scene from a movie. Some young women gazed at Ling Feng with starry eyes, impressed by his looks and strength. Some had already decided to ask for his WeChat later, but seeing the 2 stunning women beside him, they lost confidence. The remaining thug leader with a scarred face no longer had his previous arrogance. His legs trembled slightly, realizing he had kicked a steel plate today. With so many of his men all defeated by the opponent's bare hands in just a few seconds, it was terrifying. Just now, the speed of that man's punches was too fast. Before he could even see the attacker, he was already flying out, and the force was immense and ruthless, each punch clean and precise. His group of brothers often got into fights and had some fighting experience. Even professional boxers wouldn't dare claim they could defeat them. Ling Feng noticed the thug's damp pants and caught a whiff of a foul odor, pinching his nose in disgust. Did you just wet yourself? The scarred thug, though somewhat fearful, mustered his courage and said, we are from the Qinglong Society. We have hundreds of followers. Are you sure you want to mess with us? Ling Feng scoffed. Qinglong Society? Just a bunch of pests. What era is this that you still run a gang? Just people like you should hurry home and drink milk. Stop embarrassing yourselves. Get lost quickly. Don't disturb my enjoyment of dinner. With that, he turned back to his barbecue table. Seeing Yang Zihan and Lin Su staring at him, he smiled smugly and asked, am I handsome? Yang Zihan looked at him with infatuation, her eyes nearly sparkling, unable to help but swallow. Handsome? So handsome. Lin Su also looked at him with a peculiar gaze, but this expression quickly vanished and returned to normal. The barbecue shop owner looked at the mess of tables and chairs, feeling troubled. The recent fight had scared away many diners, and many hadn't settled their bills. He would lose several $1,000s tonight. He knew that this group of thugs had instigated the trouble first, but he didn't dare ask them for money. He wasn't like Ling Feng, capable of fighting. He was just running a small business and couldn't stand up to the local thugs of the Qinglong Society. Ling Feng noticed the owner's distressed expression and understood the reason. He directly called out to the thugs who were helping each other leave. Hey, don't go yet. The thugs trembled in fear. They had been scared by the recent fight, and now being called back, they feared another beating. The scarred thug turned back, trembling. What is it? His face was somewhat pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. Ling Feng directly gestured to the ground. Are you going to let me pay for the damage you caused to someone's property? The scarred thug's face immediately relaxed, and he stepped up to the owner, glaring at him with a fierce look. Boss, calculate the damages, and my Qinglong Society will compensate you. As he said the words Qinglong Society, he couldn't help but emphasize them, the threat unmistakable. The owner listened to the scarred thug's threatening words and looked at his fierce face, filled with fear, stammering and unable to speak. Panicking and sweating profusely, Ling Feng's expression turned cold as he walked up to the scarred thug and kicked him to the ground while pinching his nose. I'm telling you to pay, and you still have so much to say. If you don't behave, do you believe I will punch your shit out of your mouth? Ling Feng glanced at the owner and asked, Boss, is 10,000 enough? Yes, that's enough. The owner lowered his head, too timid to look at the scarred thug. Did you hear that? Hurry up and pay. Ling Feng looked at the scarred thug with a frosty expression. The scarred thug no longer dared to play tricks and quickly took out his phone to scan and transfer the payment. Hearing the notification of the transfer, Ling Feng finally let them off. You can leave now? The scarred thug felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, hurriedly stumbling away. As he looked down, his eyes were filled with malice. After dealing with the group of rascals, Ling Feng returned to his seat to continue enjoying the skewers. He had only eaten a little and was still somewhat hungry. During this time, the boss kept bringing dishes to their table. Ling Feng, unable to refuse the hospitality, could only reluctantly accept. The three continued eating for another half hour until there was no food left on the table, and only then did Ling Feng pat his belly in satisfaction. When it came time to pay, the boss was adamant about not wanting to accept payment. After repeated refusals, Ling Feng still paid. He didn't like taking advantage of others. After all, he was a billionaire and didn't mind this little amount of money. For safety's sake, Ling Feng ensured both of them were safely delivered to the villa before he left. He assured himself that it was purely out of consideration for their safety and that there were absolutely no ulterior motives. Ling Feng returned home alone, took a hot shower, and lay down comfortably. He took out his phone and began searching for the rankings of various restaurants in Shangjing. While having barbecue earlier, he suddenly had a new idea. Since his space could preserve food, why not directly store some dishes in it? This way, even after the apocalypse, he could still enjoy various delicacies. Ling Feng decided to act on his idea immediately. He found the top 30 dining establishments in Shangjing and planned to order 100 tables worth of food from each. As a first-tier city, Shangjing is renowned for its cuisine, not only unique in flavor, but also diverse in variety. He located the top-ranked gaming restaurant and called to place an order. Although it was already late at night, the restaurant operated 24 hours, and someone quickly answered the phone. The voice of the operator on the other end was that of a girl, soft and gentle. Ling Feng began browsing their official menu online and started ordering dishes fervently. He picked various signature dishes and high-quality ingredients that caught his eye. For instance, abalone wagyu beef, bird's nest bluefin tuna, and so on. As for the price, that was not a concern for him. The operator listened as Ling Feng continuously named dish after dish. Her expression shifted from calm to gradually astonished as he had already ordered over 40 dishes and showed no signs of stopping. Moreover, the ingredients he ordered were all high-end, and the total cost for the table had already exceeded 10,000. In the end, Ling Feng ordered more than 60 dishes, feeling it was about enough. Let's start with these. Prepare 100 tables of these dishes for me. Oh, sir, are you sure it's 100 tables? The operator could hardly believe her ears, thinking she had misheard, and promptly confirmed with Ling Feng again. Absolutely. 100 tables, not a single dish less. Ling Feng stated with a very firm tone. The operator on the other end was momentarily stunned. In her extensive experience, this was the first time she encountered such a lavish customer. Estimating that 100 tables of food would cost at least 2 million, which was no small sum. She quickly called over her manager, realizing she was not authorized to handle such a large order. The manager was equally astonished upon hearing the amount and hurriedly took the phone. Hello, sir, I am the manager of Gaming Restaurant. I just want to confirm, do you really want 100 tables of the dishes you ordered? After Ling Feng's repeated confirmations, the manager finally dared to believe it. After confirming the amount, Ling Feng directly transferred a 1 million deposit to the restaurant. He requested that they prepare everything within a day and deliver it to his designated location. After hanging up, the manager's face flushed with excitement as he hurriedly called the boss to report the matter. The boss who had been sleeping was instantly awake and issued orders. Make sure to serve this customer well, ensuring both the quality of ingredients and flavors are perfect. Everyone must return to work overtime. We must complete this order on time, even if it kills us. After placing his order, Ling Feng began browsing compound bows online. As a product of modern archery, their power far exceeds that of traditional bows. Some compound bows have tremendous killing power, capable of even taking down a grizzly bear. Ling Feng chose a highly rated compound bow, which alone cost 800 yuan, with the bow being made entirely of carbon fiber. Not only was it lightweight, but it also had high rigidity. He chose the one with the highest draw weight. He purchased 10 of them along with 5,000 arrows and various accessories. These compound bows would be sufficient for his use, and he also had space to upgrade the bows. The upgraded compound bows would undoubtedly be more powerful. In addition to the compound bows, Ling Feng spent 600 yuan on 10 slingshots and over 1,000 steel balls. The slingshot was a toy he had played with since childhood, but its power should not be underestimated. During his time as a Special Forces soldier, the military even had slingshot training as a subject. The slingshot is compact and flexible, playing an unexpected role in carrying out certain special missions. Besides the slingshots, there were also some military shovels, baseball bats, golf clubs, and so on. Ling Feng purchased a bunch of self-defense weapons which would ensure his safety in the apocalypse. Ling Feng looked at the supplies he had purchased and felt it was about enough. In his space, there were still dozens of rifles, handguns, and hundreds of thousands of bullets. That would be enough for him to use in the apocalypse. The only downside was that he couldn't get his hands on a sniper rifle. As a sniper, having a sniper rifle would definitely be a great advantage. He could avoid close combat and simply take down enemies from a distance, easy and safe. However, acquiring a sniper rifle was impossible. The country had banned firearms for decades, and such powerful weapons only existed within official channels. Official channels. The apocalypse. Ling Feng suddenly remembered that during the apocalypse, the entire national system had completely collapsed. The official channels only appeared at the very beginning of the apocalypse, and then they vanished without a trace. It seemed as if they had suddenly disappeared. Moreover, in the 2 days leading up to the apocalypse, there was a noticeable shortage of supplies throughout Shanjing. Was there some connection? It appeared that he needed to accelerate his efforts in gathering supplies, aiming to finish collecting everything at least 3 days before the apocalypse arrives, just in case something unexpected happens. With that thought, Ling Feng realized he still had many tasks to accomplish. Tomorrow he planned to visit the Chiligo wholesale market in Shanjing. Chiligo is not only the largest agricultural product wholesale market in North China, but its cold storage is also the largest in the country. There one can buy any kind of ingredient one can think of, whether it be meat, seafood, vegetables, or fruits. This place is definitely the first choice for stockpiling supplies. Just as Ling Feng was planning for tomorrow's tasks, he heard the sound of shuffling footsteps approaching. Ling Feng immediately rolled out of bed. With his extraordinary hearing, he detected 3 distinct footsteps. The sounds were coming from downstairs, indicating that 3 people had stealthily intruded. Ling Feng quietly opened the door and peered downstairs. In the darkness, 3 figures were stealthily approaching the staircase. Each of them was armed with a handgun equipped with silencers. It seemed these individuals were all professional assassins. They had come specifically to assassinate him. If anyone were to plot his demise, it could only be that opportunistic uncle. He had just obtained 15 billion from him that day, and now assassins were sent after him at night. How impatient they must be. However, his uncle had underestimated him. To think these 3 mere cats and dogs believed they could kill him was rather simplistic. Ling Feng retrieved a handgun from his space, loading it as he went. This handgun had been upgraded, but he had never tested its power. It was just right to use these people as practice. The 3 assassins spread out, adopting a triangular formation to attack. It must be said that the opponents were quite professional. Ling Feng aimed at the one leading the charge and swiftly pulled the trigger. The assassin fell to the ground in response. Surprisingly, the handgun did not produce a loud noise, only a faint sound was heard. Ling Feng was overjoyed, not expecting that the upgraded handgun would have a built-in silencing effect, and it was many times stronger than using a silencer. One must know that after installing a silencer, the gunfire does not sound as quiet as portrayed on television. In reality, it is quite loud. With his handgun, the sound of the bullet leaving was virtually non-existent. This would be a deadly weapon for stealth. After successfully killing one, Ling Tian quickly changed position, hiding in a visual blind spot. The remaining 2 assassins downstairs did not hear the gunshot. They only saw their comrade pause momentarily before toppling backward. The 2 reacted swiftly, crouching down and simultaneously dodging to either side of the staircase. Ling Feng smirked slightly, although they did not discover his position. At that moment Ling Fei was positioned directly above the staircase. In his current line of sight, he could only see one of them, while the other was in his blind spot. He aimed at one of the assassin's calves and decisively fired. A scream erupted from the assassin's mouth as he lost his balance and rolled down the staircase. The assassin clutched his wound tightly. That shot had completely shattered his calf. At this point he could no longer contain himself and screamed loudly. Watching the injured assassin wailing below, Ling Feng did not shoot him, but patiently waited for the other assassin to come to his aid. He was employing a typical tactic of surrounding the enemy while attacking reinforcements. Sure enough, upon seeing his injured comrade, the other assassin quickly crawled low to the ground, intending to pull his companion back. However, Ling Feng clearly would not give him that chance. The moment the third assassin showed himself, Ling Feng decisively struck. A bullet pierced through the head. Out of the 3 assassins, 2 were dead and 1 injured, and Ling Feng quickly dealt with his opponents. He walked down the staircase, slowly turning on the lights in the villa as he went. At this point the staircase was covered in blood and shredded flesh, which he had not clearly seen in the darkness just moments ago. Looking at the scene now was like entering a hellish nightmare. The upgraded handgun had immense power. The assassin shot in the head had his skull completely shattered. Brain matter mixed with blood flowed across the floor, and the only surviving assassin witnessing this scene was so terrified that his face turned pale, forgetting the pain entirely. As Ling Tian approached step by step, he was filled with dread. "Don't come closer. Spare my life." He crawled towards the door, desperately trying to escape. "Tell me who is behind this, and I will give you a quick end." Ling Feng's cold voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. The assassin trembled as he replied, I don't know, we were just following orders from the organization." "How can I find your organization?" "At 185 Coral Street, the Changxing Building, 25th floor, Jingwu Boxing Gym. Look for Lu Wu." Ling Feng noted down the address and lifted his hand to put down the last assassin with a single shot. Ling Feng looked at the chaos around him, his expression grim. How long would it take to clean up all this blood and flesh? The bodies were easier to handle. With a wave of his hand, Ling Feng stored the bodies in his space, planning to dispose of them in an uninhabited area tomorrow. He fetched a basin of hot water and a cloth, starting to clean the scene. It took him 2 hours to make the entire staircase and living room spotless. Next time I shouldn't use a gun at home. The cleanup is too troublesome, Ling Feng silently decided. After finishing all this, it was already 4 in the morning, and Ling Feng was so tired that he could barely keep his eyes open. After a quick wash, he returned to his bedroom and fell asleep instantly. The next morning, 4 or 5 trucks loaded with building materials rolled into the Zizawin Villa area, and dozens of workers in uniform began unloading goods in front of Ling Feng's villa. Ling Feng's actions attracted a lot of attention and discussion from the neighbors. "I just heard these workers saying they are building some safe house. Hilarious. Is he out of his mind? He must have read too many apocalypse novels, completely deluded. Does he really think the end of the world is coming?" Huh. A group of people chattered, completely treating Ling Feng as a joke. Ling Feng listened to their ridicule, a cold smile on his face. "Laugh all you want. When the apocalypse comes, I hope you can still manage to laugh." Ling Yutong stepped out from the crowd, striding directly towards Ling Feng. A false, hypocritical smile plastered on his face made Ling Feng feel nauseated. Although he felt an urge to kill him, he held back. Killing him would be too cheap. He wanted to torment this family well in the apocalypse. "Xiao Feng, what are you doing? Why are you renovating a perfectly good house?" "Recently things have been a bit unsettled, so I'm making the house more secure," he said, smiling with a meaningful look at Ling Yutong. Ling Yutong's eyes flickered for a moment, realizing that the implication of Ling Feng's words indicated that his own affairs might be exposed. Tentatively he asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Feng? Have you encountered something? If your uncle can help, just say the word." Ling Feng calmly flexed his wrist. "Just a few little mice, but I've already dealt with them, so you don't need to worry about it, uncle." Upon hearing this, Ling Yutong was startled, knowing that Ling Feng must have already found out about yesterday's incident. He cursed in his heart, blaming the unreliable group he had hired for failing to handle even one person. That damned Ling Feng was too lucky surviving this. Although he hated Ling Feng to the core, he maintained a smile on his face. "It's good that nothing happened. Ooh, I have to go now. Uncle's company still has matters to attend to." After saying this, he hurriedly turned to leave. Watching Ling Yutong depart, Ling Feng also prepared to head to Chiligo to start stocking up on supplies. Ling Feng drove his Hummer SUV towards the direction of Chiligo. As a former soldier, he did not favor sports cars. Instead, he had a fondness for this rugged off-road beast, a gift from his grandfather on his birthday. Ling Feng greatly appreciated this vehicle, with its robust muscular lines, expansive view, and sturdy style perfectly aligning with his aesthetic. After driving for half an hour, he finally arrived at the Chile-Go wholesale market. The entire market covered a vast area with large trucks laden with goods constantly coming and going, creating a bustling scene. Ling Feng went directly to the market management center to find the person in charge. The manager was a middle-aged man, approximately 50 years old, with a protruding belly. Upon hearing Ling Feng's intentions, he hurriedly invited him into his office, eagerly pouring him a cup of water. Mr. Ling, no matter what materials you wish to procure, as long as you can express your needs, our market will ensure everything is arranged for you. Zhang Xinguang confidently thumped his chest in assurance. I have a lot of materials to procure. I wonder if your market has the capability. Zhang Xinguang laughed heartily at this. Mr. Ling, if our market isn't among the top in the nation, you can rest assured. Seeing his confident expression, Ling Feng directly handed over a piece of paper. This is what I want to procure. See if you can handle it. Zhang Xinguang took the procurement list, and as he read through it, his originally smiling face gradually turned heavy. In all his years in the industry, he had never seen a procurement list like this. 100 tons of rice, 500 tons of flour, 100 tons of beef, 100 tons of pork, 500 tons of lamb, 500 tons of chicken, 500 tons of steak, 100 tons of eggs, 500 tons of duck, along with various seafood, vegetables, fruits, dry goods, and seasonings. All the materials sold in the market were listed in this list, with quantities all reaching thousands of tons, even tens of thousands of tons. The materials on this list would cost no less than hundreds of millions. It's not an exaggeration to say that these supplies could feed everyone in a small city for several years. Mr. Ling, you're not joking with me, are you? Zhang Xinguang looked at Ling Feng with a scrutinizing gaze, half in disbelief. Do I look like I'm joking? I'm here with sincerity. Ling Feng looked at him earnestly. Mr. Ling, to be honest, the quantity of what you want is too large. It would be impossible for us to provide everything at once, and supplying all the materials from the market to you would disrupt market order. You can deliver in batches as long as it's completed within 3 months. That's no problem, Mr. Ling, we can guarantee that. However, due to the immense amount, we will need you to pay half of the deposit before each batch of supplies is sent out. No problem, Ling Feng readily agreed. The two discussed the details of the supply for over an hour before finalizing. Ling Feng also signed the agreement directly with the market. Then it's settled, Mr. Ling. I will immediately arrange for the supplies. The first batch will be delivered within a week. All right, then I'll trouble manager Zhang a bit more. The two shook hands, and Zhang Xinguang respectfully saw off this benefactor. Watching Ling Feng's departing figure, he felt that everything was too surreal. This was simply a windfall for him. This was nearly a 20 billion project. Even if he just kept a small portion, he would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. At this moment, Ling Feng also wore a relaxed expression, having resolved part of the supply issue. Nearly 20 billion worth of goods. He could eat for 1,000 years without finishing it. Moreover, he had a system that could replicate supplies 100-fold. What a joy. And he only needed to pay half the deposit. As for the other half, by then it would be the apocalypse. Who would still care about money? Everyone would be busy trying to survive. Ling Feng then rented a super large warehouse to temporarily store the supplies, keeping it under wraps. He specifically chose a very remote location for the warehouse to avoid attracting attention. After securing the warehouse, Ling Feng quickly drove to his next destination, the food city. With food secured, all that was left were beverages, snacks, and instant products. He couldn't be cooking every day, as snacks were essential for enhancing quality of life. He still had several billion available funds which he could not afford to waste. Ling Feng soon arrived at the food city. This time he did not go to the market management office, but wandered through the shops one by one. It must be said that the variety of food in the entire food city was truly abundant, with numerous types of snacks. There were also many imported and high-end snacks that dazzled Ling Feng. Ling Feng immediately activated his shopping mode, ordering 100 boxes of instant noodles, sampling various flavors and brands. Such items were hard currency. Even if he didn't eat them, they could be used to barter for goods. Besides, he began to purchase other supplies in bulk, buying various high-end wines and luxury snacks. Towards the end, Ling Feng felt this was too slow and switched to a store-clearing mode, buying out inventories from businesses that had delicious offerings. Ling Feng's actions shocked the businesses, each one rushing to recommend their delicacies, and Ling Feng welcomed them all, eager to take anything that was delicious. The entire shopping spree lasted 4 hours, and he cleared out most of the food city. Ling Feng happily concluded his shopping for the day. All the supplies would be packed and delivered to Ling Feng's warehouse. After finishing a day's work, Ling Feng drove home. Just as he parked, he received a call from Daming Restaurant informing him that the 100 tables of dishes he ordered had arrived. Ling Feng rushed to the small supermarket he rented to arrange for workers to unload the goods. The restaurant had packaged each dish in thermal containers as per Ling Feng's request, with labels on each dish indicating its name. All the dishes were installed in thermal boxes maintaining excellent heat retention. The food looked as if it had just been cooked. Ling Feng was quite satisfied with the restaurant service and promptly settled the final payment. Looking at the neatly arranged feast in the warehouse, he waved his hand and stored everything in the system space. As usual, he replicated it 100-fold. After completing all this, Ling Feng took out his phone to continue ordering food, this time choosing the second-ranked restaurant. After placing the order, just as he was about to head home, he received a phone call. Ling Feng picked up his phone and saw it was a call from Wang Long. Directly tapping to answer. "Fengzi, do you know you've gone viral?" The voice on the other end was loud, and from the sound of it, this guy must be at a KTV again. "What do you mean I've gone viral? Just check the video I sent you. The views are skyrocketing." Ling Feng hurriedly opened WeChat and saw the video Wang Long had sent him. The video was from yesterday at the barbecue shop, showing him fighting with a group of thugs. The footage captured the entire battle. The video was just over a minute long, due to the dim lighting at night the quality wasn't very clear. The video had an incredibly high view count with more than 2 million views in just one day and thousands of comments. Ling Feng opened the comments section and saw various remarks. "Wow, is this a movie? It looks too fake. That must be special effects. No normal person can move that fast. Undeniably fake. It's real. I was there at the scene. Brother, you're so handsome. Is there a portal for handsome guys?" Ling Feng frowned slightly. This wasn't good. He wanted to keep a low profile and stock up on supplies, not wanting to attract the attention of some ill-intentioned individuals. If others discovered his hoarding, it would definitely bring him trouble. Fortunately, the lighting at the time was dim, so his features weren't captured clearly. Only Wang Long and those who were very familiar with him could recognize him. While Ling Feng was scrolling through the comments, Wang Long called again. "Fengzi, when did you get so skilled? I want those videos to disappear. Can you help me out? I'll ask a buddy for help. He's a reviewer at that video platform. I'll call him now and let you know if there's any news." After saying that, Wang Long hurriedly hung up. That's what brothers are like. When you're in trouble, they will rush to help you without hesitation. After hanging up, Ling Feng felt a bit conflicted. Wang Long was his brother from childhood, closer than a blood brother. They had executed many dangerous missions together while serving in the military, saving each other's lives. They had a bond that was more than life itself. Wang Long was the only person he still trusted in this apocalyptic world, someone he could entrust his juniors to. Now that the apocalypse was approaching, should he tell him about this matter? Wang Long was a big mouth. He couldn't keep secrets, and there was a chance he would spill it. However, he couldn't just stand by and watch his good brother die in the apocalypse. Ling Feng was in a dilemma, lighting a cigarette and pondering how to resolve this issue. Suddenly, Ling Feng thought of the villa next door, which had been empty and unsold for a long time. A decision formed in his mind instantly. Ling Feng booked a presidential suite at a hotel near his home, as his own villa was under renovation. For now, he could only stay in the hotel. After showering, Ling Feng began purchasing supplies online again. He had nearly finished buying food supplies, but still needed some winter gear. In the apocalypse, global temperatures dropped, and many people were literally frozen to death. Therefore, purchasing warm clothing was particularly important. Ling Feng's first choice was professional-grade penguin suits. This type of clothing is generally worn by research teams in extremely cold regions for daily work, providing excellent insulation. Made from special materials, they are not only lightweight, but also waterproof and fireproof. Of course, they are quite expensive, with a set costing over 10,000. Ling Feng ordered hundreds of sets at once, buying a variety of colors and styles. In addition, there were various tactical gloves, hats, socks, and underwear. For daily necessities, everything from toilet paper to toothpaste and shampoo. Whatever he could think of, Ling Feng ordered in bulk. Now, crazy shopping every day was Ling Feng's routine, and regardless of whether he would use it, he just bought it first. At Xiangxing Building in Beijing, Ling Yutong looked angrily at the person across from him. "I spent so much money for you to handle this matter. You sent 3 useless people, and now not only is the issue unresolved, but I've been exposed too. Please don't be angry, Mr. Ling." A charming voice came from the sofa across the room. The speaker was a stunningly beautiful woman dressed provocatively, her figure slender and graceful. Her lips were full and red, with a gaze that exuded allure. She swayed her snake-like waist and walked gracefully to Ling Yutong, placing the tea she held onto the table in front of him. The 3 people sent yesterday were some of the best in our company, not useless at all. The target is not as simple as you think, Mr. Ling. Saying this, she opened a video on her phone and handed it to Ling Yutong. As Ling Yutong watched the video, his expression grew serious. Although the video quality was poor and the face was not clear, he still recognized at a glance that the person in the video was Ling Feng. In the video, he fought 10 opponents and easily took down a group of thugs. He struck without giving them any chance to fight back. The alluring woman slowly spoke. According to our investigation, your nephew is not simple. He once served in a special forces unit, is an expert marksman proficient in combat, and has executed many significant missions. It won't be easy to kill him. Ling Yutong snorted coldly. Aren't you supposed to be the ones who can handle anything? Double the reward and get rid of this person for me as soon as possible. Don't worry, Mr. Ling, no matter the cost, we will fulfill your request. The next morning, Ling Feng got up early to start exercising. He went to the hotel's gym, first running 10 kilometers on the treadmill, then completing dozens of functional training sets. He only ended his workout after reaching a state of exhaustion. Currently, his physical potential was immense, and he had only developed a small part of it. To continually improve his physical stats, he needed to train consistently. After finishing his training, Ling Feng went to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. As a 5-star hotel, the breakfast was quite lavish with a variety of options to choose from. Whether it was Chinese steamed buns, noodles, rice rolls, or bean soup, or Western food like bread, milk, and cake, everything was available. Ling Feng simply had a basket of buns, 2 fried dough sticks, and a cup of soy milk. After breakfast, Ling Feng drove to his rented small warehouse to receive his goods. The various weapons and equipment he had ordered online had arrived, and now he was going to check them. As Ling Feng approached the warehouse door, he saw a small black dog lying at the entrance. The puppy looked a bit weak, dirty, all over, weakly lying on the steps and looking at Ling Feng. Looking at this pitiful little creature, Ling Feng took out a pack of ham sausage from his storage and opened the packaging, extending it towards the little dog. However, the dog, despite being hungry, did not eat. At first, he thought the puppy wasn't hungry, but it was drooling at the sight of the ham sausage. Ling Feng realized this and placed the sausage on the ground. Eat up. After receiving the command, the little black dog began to gobble it down. In just a few bites, it finished one sausage and looked at him with eager eyes. Ling Feng smiled slightly and fed the dog 3 more sausages. After being full, the little black dog refused to leave, trotting closely behind Ling Feng, clearly intending to stick with him. Seeing the cute appearance of the little black dog, Ling Feng didn't chase it away and allowed it to follow him. He opened the warehouse door, moved a chair over, and sat down to wait for the delivery. He also checked to see if there was anything else he needed to buy. The little black dog lay obediently at his feet, sleeping. After a while, the delivery man arrived right on time with a small delivery truck. Due to the large number of deliveries, Ling Feng helped unload the packages, and together they moved the items into the warehouse. Once the delivery man left, he started to open the packages one by one, taking almost 10 minutes to finish unpacking everything. Ling Feng first stored 10 compound bows into his storage, completing a 100-fold upgrade. Then he multiplied the quantity of 4,000 arrows 100 times while upgrading the remaining 1,000 arrows 100-fold in quality. Ling Feng took out the upgraded compound bow, which had almost no change in weight after the upgrade. However, the overall flexibility of the bow had increased along with its hardness. The entire bow had undergone a significant transformation in both feel and aesthetics. Its draw weight reached a terrifying 500 pounds, which is an astonishing concept. A regular compound bow with a draw weight of 40 pounds can kill a target within 50 meters. With a draw weight of 500 pounds, it could easily eliminate any enemy, but only someone with Ling Feng's strength could handle this bow. An average person simply wouldn't be able to draw it. Ling Feng took out a slingshot and upgraded it, as well significantly increasing its power. He took a steel ball to test it, and under maximum draw weight, the steel ball embedded itself into a concrete pillar. This power is sufficient to penetrate a person's skull. The slingshot is compact and lightweight, making it perfect for ambushes, definitely a hidden weapon. Ling Feng continued to upgrade all the other supplies. Looking at the gradually enriching arsenal in his storage, he felt a tremendous sense of security. Ling Feng prepared to head to the outskirts to test the power of these weapons. He closed the warehouse door, took the little black dog, and drove his Hummer towards the suburban area. After leaving the city, Ling Feng noticed something unusual. 2 white SUVs had been following him leisurely from behind, trailing him from the city to the suburbs. Midway, Ling Feng intentionally took 3 detours, yet the 2 vehicles continued to follow him, indicating they were indeed after him. Ling Feng drove to a remote wilderness, preparing to deal with this tale. In one of the cars, a woman dressed in a red leather jacket sat in the passenger seat. The woman had an exquisite face, and her exaggerated makeup made her look very charming. Watching the target vehicle drive into the secluded area, the woman smirked slightly. How daring to bring us into the wilderness. This man is somewhat interesting. A bald man in the back heard the woman and leaned forward to ask, "Big sister, do you think this guy has noticed us? He dares to confront us alone. How arrogant." The woman licked her lips. A man like this is appealing. Ling Feng observed that the nearest vehicle behind him was about 100 meters away. Suddenly slamming the accelerator, the off-road vehicle surged forward, instantly distancing itself from the pursuers. Ling Feng's Hummer, also upgraded, could accelerate faster than any sports car. Seeing the suddenly speeding Hummer, the two vehicles that had been trailing at a steady pace were shocked and hurriedly accelerated to pursue. However, the Hummer was too fast. In just a few seconds, the tail lights were nearly out of sight. Damn it! The driver slammed the steering wheel and quickly grabbed the intercom to report. "Big sister, the target vehicle has suddenly accelerated. It's too fast for us to keep up. What should we do?" "Don't worry, this road is a dead and he can't escape." A lazy voice came through the intercom. The two SUVs continued down this road for another 4 or 5 kilometers, and as they entered an uphill section, they finally spotted the Hummer again. The Hummer stopped by the roadside with its hazard lights flashing. The two SUVs stopped 30 meters away from the Hummer, and 10 people gradually got out of the vehicles, each holding a handgun and cautiously approaching the Hummer. At this moment, Ling Feng was lying on a hillside watching the group of assassins slowly approaching his Hummer. He was positioned on the hillside to the right of the road, approximately 400 meters away from the road itself. At this distance, hitting a target was easy for Ling Feng, but for these assassins with average aim, it was nearly impossible. Moreover, the handguns they carried had an effective range of only about 100 meters. They couldn't hit him at all. Even if he stood still, they wouldn't be able to land a shot. Today's strategy remained the classic surround and attack. Ling Feng aimed his AK and fired. He directly hit one of the bald man's thighs, and the reason for targeting him was clear. His bald head was too shiny and reflective, affecting visibility. The sound of the bullet leaving the chamber was also very quiet. After system upgrades, the recoil of the AK was reduced while its power significantly increased. The bald man fell to the ground screaming after being shot, his entire thigh shattered. His screams echoed throughout the wilderness. The closest person to him rushed forward, wanting to drag him away. Another shot rang out. It hit just like the bald assassin in the thigh. The woman in the red dress immediately shouted, "Everyone hide." The remaining few immediately crouched and ran towards the side of the vehicle, trying to use it as cover. However, it was clearly too late. 3 more people were shot, also in the thighs, but still 5 of them managed to take cover behind the vehicle. The 5 people shot on the road lay on the ground, groaning and bleeding profusely. However, no one dared to show themselves to help. The remaining assassins were terrified, their hands gripping their guns, slightly sweating. The woman in red had lost her earlier calmness. Up until now, she hadn't even seen a shadow of her opponent. Listening to the continuous screams of her injured subordinates, she became somewhat anxious. She took out a sniper rifle from the car, setting it up to look for a target. After searching for a few seconds, she finally found Ling Feng lying on the hillside. Her lips curled up. "Finally found you." Lying on the ground, Ling Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This sensation had saved his life multiple times in the past. Without hesitation, he swiftly moved to the side. Bang! Just as he shifted, a bullet struck the very spot where he had been lying moments before. A sniper rifle. Ling Feng was drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for his extraordinary agility, he would have just met his end. He had been too careless, letting his guard down and failing to notice the sniper's presence. He nearly faced disaster. The woman in the red dress looked on in disbelief. What kind of monster is this? His reflexes are too fast for any normal person to evade. She took a moment to steady her breath and search for her target again, but this time the target seemed to have vanished without a trace. Just as he was straining to find the target, a scream erupted from his subordinates. She turned her head to see one of them with an arrow protruding from his chest. The arrow had pierced through the car door and embedded itself in his chest. The man's eyes were glazed over, and he was clearly not going to survive. The woman in red was once again shocked. What kind of arrow can penetrate a car? I have never heard of such a thing, but its power surpasses even that of a bullet. Just as she was distracted, another person was struck. This time the arrow pierced straight through the heart, killing him instantly. The remaining 3 men utterly collapsed. The feeling of being targeted by death was terrifying. One of them screamed, "I'm not doing this mission anymore," he shouted as he quickly ran away into the distance. The woman in red, furious, yelled, "Don't run back here. It's dangerous. However, that man ran 20 meters without being harmed. The other two felt relieved and hurriedly followed their brother's lead. The woman in red could only shake her head helplessly as she watched the three escape. Just as the remaining two ran out a short distance of 5 meters, they were shot one after another with a very short interval between each shot. It was evident that their opponent's marksmanship was superb, reaching an extraordinary level. The woman in red began to panic. All her most capable subordinates were dead, and the strength of the organization she had founded was drastically diminished. "Bastard, if I catch you, I will make you suffer." She then resumed her search for the target, and soon the silhouette of a young man appeared in her sights again. She decisively pulled the trigger, but once more her shot was evaded. The man in the distance quickly ran towards her, and she immediately aimed to fire again. However, the man's movements were too swift and unpredictable, like a speeding car, making him nearly impossible to aim at. In just 3 seconds, the man who had been hundreds of meters away suddenly appeared before her. So fast. This behavior shattered her understanding of human capabilities. The woman in red raised her gun to shoot, but Ling Feng was even quicker. In an instant, he had arrived behind her. With a swift joint lock, he easily snatched the sniper rifle from her hands. As she reached for the pistol at her waist, she realized he had taken that too. Looking at the smiling man before her, she felt a chill run through her body. "Are you even human?" Ling Feng casually took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. He glanced at the woman, saying, "You were involved with the three who tried to assassinate me the other day, weren't you?" Before she could respond, he pressed on, "How much did my uncle pay you to kill me?" The woman regained her seductive demeanor, saying, "Handsome, if you let me go, I will tell you everything." She then arched her back, showcasing her voluptuous figure, casting a flirtatious glance at Ling Feng. Ling Feng's eyes roamed over her body without restraint as he approached her with a lewd smile, lifting her chin with his hand. "As long as you behave, I can spare your life. From now on, I will follow your orders, master. Whatever you want, I'll do it." One of her hands reached toward Ling Feng's thigh, while the other quietly moved toward the dagger at her waist. Just as Ling Feng relaxed his guard, she suddenly drew the dagger and lunged for his back. Due to their close proximity, the dagger easily tore through Ling Feng's clothing, and she felt a surge of joy. A smirk crept across her lips, but just as the dagger was about to pierce his skin, she suddenly felt a pain in her back. She felt all her strength drain away, and the dagger fell from her uncontrollable grip as she staggered backward. She couldn't believe she was about to die, or she had been so close to success. Ling Feng shook his head with regret, saying, "I told you as long as you behaved, I wouldn't kill you." The woman, feeling her life ebb away, closed her eyes in unwillingness and fear. After confirming her death, Ling Feng quickly cleaned up the battlefield, collecting all the weapons of the assassins into his space. However, the greatest gain was this Barrett sniper rifle. With this sniper rifle, he would be like a tiger with wings, though there were too few bullets, only 30 rounds. Fortunately, the system can duplicate. It would be enough for his use in a short time. Ling Feng stored the sniper rifle in his space for upgrades, then stored the bullets, increasing them to 3,000 rounds. Ling Feng took out the sniper rifle and aimed at a large tree about 800 meters away with a diameter of about 1 meter. Puff! The tree was cleanly severed in half. "Oh wow." Ling Feng lovingly caressed the sniper rifle in his hands. Its power exceeded his expectations. If this rifle hit someone directly, wouldn't it tear them apart? Ling Feng joyfully sped down the road, planning to raid the assassin's lair that night. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. However, the most important thing now was to return and gather supplies. During the battle, several suppliers had sent him messages asking him to collect the goods. When Ling Feng arrived at the large warehouse, dozens of trucks of varying sizes were already waiting at the entrance. He hurriedly arranged for the trucks to enter the warehouse and unload. This batch consisted entirely of snack supplies. This was just the first batch. Several more batches would arrive in succession. After finishing this batch, he quickly returned to his small warehouse, where the 100 tables of meals he ordered had also arrived. This life is truly fulfilling and busy. He still needed to visit the assassin's lair tonight. So busy. So busy. Ling Feng spent an entire day in the midst of gains. By the time he finished everything, it was already 6 p.m. He casually stopped by a restaurant and ordered a dozen dishes for a simple dinner. After dinner, he lay in bed and started shopping online. During this time, Yang Zihan messaged him on WeChat, but he responded perfunctorily. "The apocalypse is coming. Who has time for idle chat? Isn't it better to spend that time gathering supplies?" After purchasing a lot of resources online, it quickly became 1 a.m. Ling Feng changed into black clothing, wore a baseball cap, and put on a mask before heading out. The destination was the assassin's lair in the prosperous building. In order to leave no traces, Ling Feng chose to walk through the alleys, changing his clothes several times along the way until he reached the Qiangxing building. Upon entering the building, he did not take the elevator, but opted for the fire escape. After reaching the 25th floor, he indeed saw the sign for the Jingwu fighting gym. Although it was already 2 a.m., the gym was brightly lit, and faintly he could see that there were still people training inside. As soon as Ling Feng entered the gym, several pairs of eyes turned toward him, and a burly man with a dark face approached him. "Sir, do you need anything?" "I'm looking for Lu Wu," Ling Feng replied in a calm tone, casually surveying the situation inside the gym. The training area in the gym was roughly 200 square meters, and there seemed to be an iron door deep within the gym, its size unknown. There were about 6 people visibly present in the gym, and they were quite dispersed, making it a challenge to eliminate them all quickly. No matter what was happening behind that iron door, it was unclear for now, and Ling Feng did not dare act rashly. He could only wait and observe until he had a better understanding of the personnel in the gym before making a move. Upon hearing Ling Feng mention Lu Wu, the dark-faced man cautiously looked at him, then turned to glance at a man in black sitting at a table sipping tea. The man nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After receiving the signal, the dark-faced man smiled at Ling Feng, saying, "Sir, please follow me," and led Ling Feng towards the iron door. As they reached the door, a man in black blocked their way. The dark-faced man then said to Ling Feng, "Sir, we need to search you before you enter. No communication devices or weapons are allowed inside, please understand." Ling Feng nodded in agreement, spreading his arms to allow them to search him. He wasn't concerned, all his weapons were stored in a system space, and he only had a mobile phone on him. After the man in black took Ling Feng's phone, he picked up a walkie-talkie and called someone inside. A few seconds later, the iron door was opened from within. The dark-faced man gestured for Ling Feng to enter and then stood outside the door. Ling Feng walked in calmly. Inside the iron door, a 10-meter corridor came into view with 2 cameras above, clearly monitoring everything happening in the corridor. At the end of the corridor, there was another iron door that could only be opened from the inside. When Ling Feng approached, the door opened automatically. One must say that the security of the assassin organization was very well done. An ordinary person coming here would have no chance of causing trouble. Moreover, the walls of the entire corridor were made of steel plates, and the iron door was reinforced with 20-centimeter steel plates, making it impervious to ordinary bullets. After passing through 2 iron doors, Ling Feng finally entered the core area of the assassin organization. As he entered, the iron door behind him closed automatically. The internal space was about 100 square meters, with 3 of the walls filled with various weapons and equipment, causing Ling Feng's eyes to shine with excitement. There were a total of 4 people in the room, one of whom sat facing the door. Behind him was a wall lined with large safes. This person was likely the leader of the assassin organization. The other 3 in the room stood in a triangular formation at different positions, ready to attack instantly if Ling Feng made any sudden moves. Ling Feng pondered internally how to quickly resolve these individuals. "Hello, sir, please have a seat." The leader smiled and gestured toward the chairs in front. Ling Feng slowly walked to the chair and sat down, scrutinizing the leader. "Are you the boss here?" He lit a cigarette, looking at him with a calm demeanor. "The boss is not here, but I can make decisions regarding matters here." Ling Feng displayed a look of disdain, leaning back in his chair and slowly exhaling a puff of smoke. "Bring your boss here, you don't have the authority. I want to discuss a business deal worth over 100 million. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes flashed with anger, but immediately after hearing the sum, his expression turned to shock. This was a major deal. Normal transactions only ranged around 2 million, with anything over 10 million considered a big deal. A deal worth over 100 million had only recently been done by the chairman of the Tianhu Group. Unexpectedly, this deal was also worth over 100 million. Such dealings indeed required the boss to come. However, the boss had personally taken 4 brothers to execute that big deal today and had yet to return. Realizing this, the leader's expression became troubled as he said, "Sir, I'm terribly sorry. Our boss took the staff to carry out a mission today, and they haven't returned yet." "Is your boss a woman?" Ling Feng asked somewhat tentatively. "Do you know our boss?" "Not really." Ling Feng was somewhat surprised, not expecting that he had inadvertently killed their boss. Since that was the case, the matter would be much easier to handle. As long as he dealt with these individuals, everything would be fine. Thinking of this, Ling Feng continued, "Since your boss is not here, let's talk. First, tell me about your organization's strength." The man sitting across from him immediately replied confidently, "Sir, in terms of strength, our organization is one of the leaders in the entire Shangjing city. We have over 20 members, all of whom are former mercenaries. Our boss is also a former special forces soldier, having executed hundreds of missions without a single failure. And also, Just as the man was boasting, a handgun suddenly appeared in Ling Feng's right hand, resting on the table. Uffed. The bullet instantly pierced through his forehead, and the man's head exploded in an instant. All of this happened in a split second. After firing that shot, Ling Feng swiftly turned and aimed at the other three. The other three were caught off guard, clearly unable to react. How could someone unarmed suddenly produce a handgun? They hurriedly reached for their guns at their waists, but it was already too late. The bullets from Ling Feng's gun quickly and accurately struck their heads. The three assassins were instantly eliminated. After dealing with everyone in the room, Ling Feng began to carefully examine the weapons inside. There were over 100 various types of rifles and handguns on the walls, including 5 shotguns, 1 large sniper rifle, and over 50 different kinds of daggers. Ling Feng collected all these weapons into his space for upgrades, further expanding his arsenal. After clearing the weapons from the walls, only the large safes remained unsearched. Ling Feng rummaged through the assassin leader's body and found a set of keys. He tried opening the safes with the keys, and fortunately the first key worked. The moment the safe opened, Ling Feng's mouth instantly broke into a grin. Grenades. A total of 30 M67 grenades. In addition, there were over 10,000 rounds of various types of ammunition and 10 sets of bulletproof vests. Looking at this equipment, Ling Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "This isn't just a killer organization, it's practically his ammunition depot." In the last safe, there was also a Tang Dao, which Ling Feng picked up and examined carefully. This knife should be a Tang Hung Dao, a type of Tang knife. The blade is straight, single-edged, about 1 meter long, and has excellent flexibility. The whole knife looks very stylish. The Tang Hung Dao is considered a pinnacle work of cold weapons. Ling Feng held this Tang Hung Dao with great affection. Every man has a martial arts dream, and no one can resist the allure of this knife. However, he had never used such a weapon before. It seems I need to thoroughly study the usage of this weapon in the future, Ling Feng secretly resolved. Ling Feng stored the Tang Dao in his space for upgrades, planning to take it out later when he had free time to study it properly. After scavenging all the supplies, he found the button to open the iron door. At this moment, the remaining 6 killers in the hall had no idea what was happening inside. Ling Feng was either all in or all out. The remaining individuals had to be dealt with entirely. These individuals were all ruthless criminals, each with blood on their hands. Killing them entailed no psychological burden. Ling Feng opened the first iron door and picked up the intercom. "Everyone come in." The black-clad killers guarding the door, hearing the somewhat unfamiliar voice from the intercom, felt puzzled but had no other choice. They immediately called everyone from outside. After Ling Feng saw that all the killers in the corridor had arrived, he directly pressed the controller and the iron door closed instantly. Everyone was locked in the corridor. The confused killers in the corridor had no idea what was happening, but they didn't think much of it and continued to stand there waiting. Ling Feng approached the iron door with his pistol, opened the shooting hole, and shot quickly, without mercy. The narrow corridor, devoid of any cover, was a nightmare for these individuals. 6 faint gunshots rang out. Faced with the sudden attack, the killers reacted quickly, preparing to draw their guns in retaliation, but Ling Feng's shooting speed was too fast. Before they could draw their pistols, they were all shot down. After confirming that everyone was killed, Ling Feng opened the iron door, stored all the corpses into his space, and removed all the surveillance equipment. Before leaving, he locked the main door of the fighting gym and hung a sign that read "Closed for renovation," then left gracefully. The disappearance of these killers would go unnoticed, and no one would report it. Ling Feng had no worries about the police coming after him. Not long after Ling Feng left, a middle-aged man, tightly wrapped, arrived at the fighting gym. Upon seeing the "Closed for renovation" sign, the man frowned and muttered, "What's going on here?" This middle-aged man was none other than Ling Yutong. He came today to inquire about the progress of the task he had entrusted. Ling Yutong looked at the tightly closed door and the lights inside that were all turned off, feeling that something was amiss. He took out his phone and found a number in his contacts to dial. Out of service. Ling Yutong, not discouraged, dialed over a dozen more calls, but they were also out of service. He began to analyze the reasons. Could it be that these people absconded with the money? However, that possibility was low. This organization had a good reputation in the industry, and they had never failed a task. It was for this reason that he had chosen these individuals. Another reason could be that the mission failed and everyone was killed. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Ling Yutong's back. Could Ling Feng really be that powerful? These were seasoned killers. However, better to believe than not believe. In that moment, he suddenly felt as though a pair of eyes were watching him. After looking around and confirming that no one was there, he quickly turned and took the elevator, leaving in a flurry. After dealing with this batch of killers, Ling Feng's life returned to a brief period of peace, and his routine gradually became regular. His daily activities included receiving packages, online shopping, ordering food, and feeding the dog. Every few days he would check on the renovation of the villa. Currently, the progress of the villa was ahead of schedule, expected to be completed a week early. In the evenings, he would go to the gym to work out, improving his physical metrics. Occasionally, he would have a meal with Yang Zihan and Lin Su. Although Yang Zihan intended to develop further with him, she was clearly rejected. However, Ling Feng was not the kind of cold-hearted person. After spending some time together, he found Lin Su to be quite nice, not the manipulative type. In contrast, Ling Feng felt that Yang Zihan was very scheming and should not be deeply involved with her. He had also subtly suggested that the weather might cool down in the future and advised her to stock up on supplies. Whether they could take his advice was up to their own fate. Wang Long continued to frequently invite him for drinks and foot massages. After the fight video unexpectedly went viral online, Wang Long dealt with it, promptly preventing further spread of the video. Time quickly passed and 2.5 months went by. Only half a month remained until the apocalypse struck. In these 2.5 months, Ling Yutong had not caused any disturbances. Sometimes when he saw him in the villa area, he would still greet him warmly, as if nothing had ever happened. However, Ling Yutong himself was having a rough time, sleeping every night in fear that Ling Feng would suddenly burst in and take his life. His partners were also constantly applying pressure. Ever since he took control of the entire Tianhu pharmaceutical company, the research on the gene serum had come to a halt. Key data and 5 gene serums had gone missing. He never anticipated that his father had already taken precautions against him. He suspected that the gene serums and data were definitely in Ling Feng's possession, but he lacked the courage to go and demand them back, nor would he dare to search his villa. Previously, he had spent all his assets to buy shares from Ling Feng, even selling some shares for 10 billion. The shares were sold to MK Group, the world's largest pharmaceutical company. Now, due to the research being stalled, MK was dissatisfied, putting constant pressure on him and making his days extremely stressful. After more than 2 months of preparation, all supplies had basically been purchased, and the renovation of the villa was complete. Early that morning, Ling Feng got up. Today was the day for the villa inspection. He was most concerned about the villa's renovation. After all, this was the foundation for his survival in the apocalypse. After breakfast, Ling Feng hurried to the villa to check on the renovation status. Ling Feng stood in front of the villa, observing that there was no significant change. The only noticeable difference was the glass and the front door. The villa's exterior glass was made from the best bulletproof glass in the world, and for added security, Ling Feng had 3 layers installed. This glass could withstand bomb attacks, ensuring a high level of safety. The second difference was the villa's entrance door, designed like those used in bank vaults. The door was made of steel plates and titanium alloy capable of resisting small nuclear blasts. To this end, Ling Feng specifically instructed the security company to install this material on every window as an emergency measure. If the external bulletproof glass were to shatter, the titanium alloy windows would serve as the last line of defense, protecting the entire villa. Upon entering the villa through the first door, one would find a corridor 5 meters long. At the end of the corridor was another internal door resembling the layout of a killer organization. However, Ling Feng's corridor was even more fortified, with 30-centimeter thick titanium alloy steel plates lining the walls, floor, and ceiling. The corridor also featured shooting holes above, allowing for counterattacks against intruders. The walls and floors of the entire villa were made of titanium alloy, which not only provided strength, but also excellent insulation, preventing 95% of heat loss. Ling Feng first went to the basement, which was the largest area among all floors, measuring 500 square meters. The basement mainly comprised a laboratory, training room, power room, and control room. In addition to various training equipment, the training room featured a gravity chamber where the pressure could be adjusted to change the gravity within the room, allowing Ling Feng to train and push his personal limits. The power room consisted of 5 large generators, with the power output from just 2 of them sufficient to meet the villa's electricity needs. The remaining 3 were backup generators. After the apocalypse, the entire power system would suffer catastrophic damage, and these generators could ensure that the villa remained operational even during power outages. The control room acted as the brain of the entire villa, managing the electrical circuits, network surveillance, and the activation and deactivation of various devices. Stepping out of the basement, Ling Feng arrived at the first floor, which had a simple layout comprising a living room, kitchen, and dining room. The second floor was primarily for entertainment, and Ling Feng renovated each room, turning them into an esports room, shooting range, billiards room, KTV, private cinema, bar area, and more. There was even a golf area. These facilities would allow him to enjoy a rich and colorful entertainment life when the apocalypse arrived. The third floor consisted of multiple bedrooms, each with an independent bathroom, allowing him to switch rooms whenever he grew tired of one. Each room in the villa was equipped with a fireplace, as air conditioning would not suffice in extremely cold weather. Only this primitive heating method could guarantee warmth. To ensure an adequate supply of firewood, he purchased a total of 50,000 tons of wood, sufficient for his needs during the apocalypse. In addition to heating, the villa's ventilation system was specially designed to prevent toxic gases from entering. The villa was designed with a smart home system, allowing all doors, windows, and various surveillance facilities to be operated with a single touch on his phone. Nearly 100 smart cameras were installed throughout the villa, achieving comprehensive surveillance. After inspecting the villa, Ling Feng was quite satisfied. The construction was essentially completed according to his specifications. Standing beside him, Hu Yong from the Huaqiang Security Construction Company handed Ling Feng a handover document. "Mr. Ling, if you have no issues with this service, please sign here." Ling Feng signed without even glancing at it. Seeing Ling Feng sign, Hu Yong smiled and said, "Mr. Ling, please pay the remaining balance within a month." Ling Feng readily agreed, but inwardly scoffed, "Pay you? When the apocalypse is coming, who will care about you?" With the villa completed, Ling Feng felt a significant weight lifted from his heart. His funds had dwindled from 15.8 billion to just over 2 million now, but the supplies he had were vast. The ingredients from Chile Go alone were worth nearly 20 billion, along with various daily necessities, snacks, beverages, and medicines. However, Ling Feng still felt it wasn't enough. After all, who would think they have too much money? Before the apocalypse arrived, he planned to make a big score. Tiananmen Storage Center. It contained hundreds of billions worth of supplies encompassing food, clothing, and medical supplies. This was a storage warehouse for major shopping malls, supermarkets, and corporate groups, covering all aspects of daily life. If he could get his hands on these supplies, he would soar to new heights. Ling Feng had been researching this plan for a long time. He had a system that allowed him to collect anything within a radius of 10 meters without restriction. After a period of training, his physical abilities had reached 20 times that of a normal person. At his speed, he could gather all these supplies within half an hour when he ran at full capacity. However, he couldn't act just yet. There were still 2 weeks until the apocalypse, and it was too early. Ling Feng remembered that during the days leading up to the apocalypse, there was a shortage of supplies in Jing City. To be safe, he planned to take action 5 days before the apocalypse arrived. He needed to carefully research the specific action plan to ensure everything went smoothly. Just as he was contemplating how to execute this plan perfectly, Wang Long called him. He picked up the phone and answered, "Hello. Fengzi, come out and have a drink with me." Wang Long's tone was a bit heavy, lacking his usual flamboyance and irreverence. Based on his memories from his previous life, Ling Feng roughly understood the situation. Wang Long's father's company had declared bankruptcy due to business issues, leaving him with a massive debt. Unable to bear the pressure, his father committed suicide by jumping off a building. All assets under his father's name were seized, including his shooting range. In his previous life, Wang Long couldn't withstand this blow and fell into a deep depression. He suddenly disappeared just before the apocalypse and had not been contacted since. Ling Feng had asked many people for clues about him, but no one knew where he had gone. Thinking of this, Ling Feng immediately replied, "Where are you?" "I'm at Jutian Hotel Room 305. "All right, I'm on my way to find you." After receiving the address, Ling Feng immediately left the villa. Driving his Hummer, he headed towards Jutian Hotel. Ling Feng drove swiftly for over 10 minutes before arriving at the Jutian Hotel. The Jutian Hotel was an old, small establishment, and as soon as Ling Feng entered, he noticed the damp floor and the pungent smell of mildew in the air. He went directly to the 3rd floor, walking to the door of room 305, which was slightly ajar. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by a mix of smoke and the musty scent of mold that assaulted his senses. Wang Long was lying on the bed, cigarette in hand, with a face covered in stubble and hair greasy and disheveled, looking utterly dejected. He had completely lost his former vigor. "You're here." Wang Long's voice was weak and listless. "Let's go." Ling Feng gestured at him with a hook of his finger. Between brothers, a tacit understanding needs no words. One word is enough. The two arrived at a restaurant they often frequented. Though small, the food was quite good, and they often came here to drink. As soon as they sat down, the owner greeted them warmly. "It's been a while since you two came. Old Zhang, how's business lately?" Ling Feng also chatted amicably with the owner. "Oh, it's going okay." Old Zhang replied with a cheerful grin. No matter when Ling Feng came, Old Zhang always wore a smile, maintaining a great attitude. Ling Feng chatted with him for a bit about mundane matters and ordered a dish of smashed cucumber, hand-pulled chicken, pot chicken, roasted lamb, garlic fish, and a couple of stir-fried dishes, all of which were the restaurant's specialties. Finally, he ordered 2 cases of beer. Old Zhang took the menu and hurried off to the kitchen. Shortly after, the dishes and beers Ling Feng ordered began to arrive one after another. The two each grabbed a bottle of beer and started drinking. Wang Long said nothing, merely lowering his head to drink, while Ling Feng did not ask anything, silently keeping him company. After finishing 6 bottles of beer, Wang Long finally spoke, slowly sharing all his family troubles with Ling Feng. "Fengzi, I've lost everything now. My dad has left me too. You still have me, Kai Chong. In the days to come, your brother will walk with you. Money can be earned again, but it's nothing to worry about. We must keep looking forward." Wang Long pressed his lips together, nodding heavily, downing the beer in the bottle in one go. Everything was understood without words. The two continued drinking from noon until evening, and by the end, they had finished 8 cases of beer. Ling Feng placed the heavily intoxicated Wang Long in the back seat of his Hummer. Strangely, despite consuming so much alcohol, Ling Feng felt no intoxication at all. Usually his alcohol tolerance couldn't compare to Wang Long's, perhaps related to the modifications his body had undergone. Ling Feng drove him back to his villa, casually finding a room and throwing him onto the bed. Outside, a little black dog looked at the strange man Ling Feng brought back with curiosity. After 2 months of careful nurturing, the little black dog had grown significantly, its body round and pleasantly soft to the touch. Ling Feng had also given it a name, Black Panther. He patted Black Panther's head before heading to the gravity room on the lower level. After inspecting the villa, he hadn't yet had the chance to experience the effects of the gravity room. Since he had nothing else to do tonight, he decided to try training in the gravity room. The gravity room could increase gravity up to 500 times. This equipment was customized at great expense, as regular gravity rooms could only increase gravity by a maximum of 50 times. To meet his requirements, he spent 20 million to have this equipment customized. The entire device was self-contained and could be moved to different locations. With a thought, Ling Feng stored the entire gravity room into the system space for an upgrade. Seconds later, the gravity room was pulled back out of the space and returned to its original spot. Ling Feng observed the upgraded gravity room, which now looked futuristic. The originally sturdy titanium alloy material was even tougher, and the space had doubled, now around 50 square meters. Fortunately, the area of his basement was large enough to accommodate the doubled equipment. Ling Feng approached the control panel of the gravity room to check the device parameters. The gravity could now be increased to 5,000 times and was equipped with a smart voice system. With just a command, he could adjust the gravity inside the gravity room, making it much more convenient. Increase gravity by 20 times. Ling Feng issued the command, not wanting to set the data too high on his first use, allowing his body some time to adapt. 2 seconds after the command was issued, Ling Feng, who had been standing normally, suddenly felt the pressure double. It felt as if he was carrying a 1,000-pound boulder on his back. He slowly shifted his foot forward, able to accept this pressure. After a few minutes of adjustment, he gradually adapted to this state. Ling Feng began some simple strength training. Push-ups. The once ordinary push-ups became somewhat laborious under the increased gravity. After doing less than 100, he began to feel exhausted. His hands trembled uncontrollably and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead until his hands were completely spent. Ling Feng then started training his leg muscles. Squat jumps. As he squatted down and jumped up, his body propelled upwards. This movement was a compound action capable of training leg explosive power while also enhancing cardiovascular fitness. After doing 200 squat jumps, his legs reached exhaustion once again. In just 20 minutes of training, Ling Feng had already hit his physical limit. However, he did not end the training and continued to persist with the squat jumps. To break through his limits, he had to keep pushing himself in this extreme state to achieve the greatest breakthrough. Ling Feng gritted his teeth and once again increased the pressure in the entire gravity room by 5 times. The tremendous pressure combined with his physical limits made Ling Feng's movements become exceedingly slow. His entire back began to bend under the weight. He gritted his teeth and roared, struggling to straighten his back as his legs trembled uncontrollably. Just as Ling Feng felt his body was about to break under the pressure, he suddenly sensed a restoration of strength, as if a force was slowly flowing towards his limbs. His previously trembling legs instantly regained strength. The 25 times gravity was no longer so unbearable. Ling Feng glanced at the time. He had spent a full hour in the gravity room. He returned the gravity to normal levels and instantly felt lighter all over. Ling Feng felt as if he could fly. However, he knew this was merely an illusion brought on by the reduced gravity. Ling Feng was quite satisfied with this training session. Perhaps it was because the effects of using it for the first time were particularly good. An hour of training equated to the results he had previously achieved in a month. His current physical abilities should have reached around 25 times that of an average person. After finishing the training, Ling Feng took a quick shower in the training room. To make it convenient for himself, he had also built a bathing room in the basement, which even included a sauna for relaxation after training. After training, Ling Feng returned to his bedroom and saw Wang Long, who was already awake. After a comforting drink, Wang Long's spirits seemed to have improved significantly. The weariness in his eyes had vanished. "Fengzi, why did you decorate your home like this?" Wang Long knocked on the wall of the room, producing a heavy sound, clearly knowledgeable about construction materials due to his background as a special forces soldier. "This house wouldn't even be blown up by a missile, right? Do you have enemies?" Wang Long looked at him with a puzzled expression. Ling Feng smiled and shook his head, tossing a cigarette over. "Come, I'll take you to a place." Saying this, he turned and walked downstairs. "Where are we going? Why so mysterious?" Although Wang Long was confused, he followed Ling Feng's footsteps. Ling Feng brought Wang Long to the villa next door to his. "Why did you bring me here?" Wang Long slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, looking at Ling Feng with confusion. "Let's talk inside," he said as he opened the door to the villa. Upon entering, Wang Long noticed that the decoration style was the same as Ling Feng's villa. 2 months ago, Ling Feng bought this villa and had Huachong Security build a similar safe house, although this one was not as secure as Ling Feng's. Mainly, there was not enough time. After finishing the decoration of his own villa, the materials at Huachong Security were insufficient to build another villa. Ling Feng had to settle for a slightly less secure safe house. Although this villa wasn't as sturdy as Ling Feng's, it was still a top-tier safe house capable of withstanding small missile attacks. For the apocalypse, it was more than sufficient. Other than being slightly less secure than Ling Feng's, all other facilities were identical to his own villa. Ling Feng handed a set of keys to Wang Long. "You can live here from now on." Wang Long hesitated for a moment and did not take the keys. "Aren't we brothers? Why are you being so polite with me?" Ling Feng pretended to be angry. Wang Long's eyes glistened with emotion. This time, he took the keys, without hesitation, gripping them tightly. Wang Long couldn't help but marvel at the true meaning of friendship in times of adversity. He considered himself to have many friends and connections able to summon dozens for a drink. But once they learned of his family's bankruptcy, they avoided him like the plague, some even adding insult to injury. The sarcasm in their words was palpable. At that moment, Wang Long realized how ridiculous his so-called friends were. In his time of need, only his true brother Fengzi would unconditionally help him. Ling Feng began to familiarize Wang Long with the layout of the villa and the operation of various devices. As his only true brother in this world, Ling Feng couldn't just stand by when the apocalypse approached. Thus, he bought this villa and created a safe house for Wang Long, ensuring he would have a place to stay when the apocalypse arrived. After an hour of explanation, Wang Long had mastered the use of various facilities in the villa. "Fengzi, building such a safe house must be quite expensive. What made you think of constructing such a fortress? Do you believe me, Kai Chong?" Ling Feng looked at Wang Long seriously. "Of course we're brothers for life. Why trust you over anyone else?" "Good, then I'll tell you. The world's environment is about to undergo drastic changes, and everything I do is for self-preservation. This matter must remain confidential. Do not leak it, or there will be unnecessary troubles." Upon hearing Ling Feng speak in such a serious tone for the first time, Wang Long knew he was not joking. He nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, no third person will know about this. During this time you should stay in Beijing and not wander around." Ling Feng arranged for Wang Long to stay in the neighboring villa. Although he revealed a bit about the apocalypse, he did not disclose the detailed reasons. This was also for safety, to eliminate any unforeseen circumstances. With Wang Long's arrangement complete, Ling Feng's preparations before the apocalypse were nearly finished, and only one last task remained. Tiananmen Storage Center. Days passed, and there were only 5 days left until the apocalypse. During this time, Ling Feng's daily work involved researching the security and resource reserves at the Tiananmen Storage Center. To ensure the operation went smoothly, he had disguised himself as a worker and spent a few days moving goods at the storage center. After several days of observation, he gained a detailed understanding of the layout and security measures of the entire storage center. The center was divided into 6 major areas. Each area stored different types of supplies, and Ling Feng's primary targets were 4 of those areas, mainly containing food and daily necessities. These supplies encompassed all aspects of daily life worth billions. The management of the storage center was very strict, with security patrolling 24 hours a day. Additionally, the surveillance was densely installed, achieving near-complete coverage. It could be said that executing small-scale actions here would be quite challenging. However, Ling Feng still discovered some vulnerabilities. After observing the patrol patterns, he found that the security guards made rounds approximately once every hour. This timing was sufficient for him to complete the task of collecting supplies. As for the surveillance issue, the monitoring room was staffed 24 hours a day, so if he could cut off the cameras and control the personnel in the monitoring room, he could resolve the surveillance problem. Ling Feng rehearsed his plan in his mind countless times, confirming there were no issues before preparing to take action. Today was the day for the official operation. At 2 a.m. Ling Feng, dressed in a delivery outfit and wearing a mask and helmet, arrived at the gate of the storage center on his electric bike. This timing coincided with the shift change. Inside the security room, several guards were gathered around a table playing cards with a massive LED screen behind them displaying various surveillance feeds. Ling Feng tapped on the window, gesturing with the takeout in his hand. The guards playing cards immediately became hostile upon seeing the delivery person approach. Indeed, the relationship between guards and delivery personnel was like fire and water. "You can't come in here," one of the chubby guards said fiercely. "Bro, this is takeout someone ordered for you. They said it's from a tenant inside and ordered water and snacks for you because they saw how hard you were working on the night shift." Upon hearing this, the chubby guard's expression softened. He walked to the window and took the takeout inside, saying impatiently, "All right, got it." He then closed the window. Ling Feng rode his electric bike to a corner, watching the movements of the guards in the security room from a distance. The chubby guard opened the takeout box without any suspicion. To ensure the guards enjoyed their meal, Ling Feng had prepared over a dozen dishes, all of which were expensive and delicious, ordered from a restaurant he frequented. For these guards, most of these dishes were things they had only heard of but never tasted. Watching them feast on the sumptuous meal, a smile crept across Ling Feng's lips. In order to keep the security guards compliant, Ling Feng deliberately added sleeping pills to the meals. In less than 10 minutes, several security guards collapsed and fell asleep sprawled across the ground. Seeing that the guards had been dealt with, Ling Feng took out a device resembling a mobile phone from his space. This device is called a signal blocker, which he specifically purchased online. Once used, it can cut off network signals within a kilometer radius. It also affects surveillance equipment, disrupting signal transmission and rendering the monitoring systems inoperative. To enhance its effectiveness, he even upgraded the device. Ling Feng activated the interference on the screen. Instantly, the surveillance monitor in the distant security room was filled with static. Ling Feng felt a surge of joy, for it was indeed effective. "Let's go." He swiftly rolled over and leapt into the compound, quickly making his way to the nearest area. Ling Feng remembered that this area primarily contained food supplies. He looked at the rows of factories and calmed his excited heart. He hurried to the entrance of a warehouse and forcefully broke the lock. Inside the warehouse, which spanned hundreds of square meters, shelves were filled with beverages, indicating it was a wholesale distributor. Without hesitation, Ling Feng gathered everything. Coke, Sprite, iced tea. He packed them all into his space. He activated his Botus full speed, rapidly collecting supplies. In less than 10 seconds, all the items were secured. He then hurried toward the next warehouse. The second warehouse was much larger, measuring over 2,000 square meters, primarily stocked with snacks. There were thousands of boxes of instant noodles, candied fruits, puffed snacks, cookies, dried fruits, candies, and more. Ling Feng collected everything without reservation. Then he moved on to the third and fourth warehouses. He frantically gathered supplies until the food area was completely emptied. It must be said that the feeling of zero-cost shopping was quite delightful. Ling Feng felt no guilt about these supplies. Even if he didn't take them, they would be seized by the higher-ups of society before the apocalypse arrived. Next, he arrived at the clothing and general goods section. Various daily necessities, bedding, and a wide array of clothing were available, surpassing what he had bought for himself. There were supplies that Ling Feng had not even considered, and everything was available here. He took it all. Next was the home goods section. Various furniture, appliances, computers, tablets, gaming equipment, everything imaginable. He began his sweep. In less than half an hour, all supplies from the 4 areas were collected by Ling Feng. He checked his phone, it was nearly time, and then he skillfully left the scene of the crime. After leaving the compound, Ling Feng ran 2 more kilometers. Throughout the journey, the signal blocker was continuously active, causing all surveillance to malfunction. He then took out his large Hummer from his space and departed gracefully. To ensure safety, he took a longer route before heading home, keeping the signal blocker active until he was near his home, where he turned it off. During the entire operation, he wore gloves, a hat, and a mask. Even his shoes were of a common style, leaving no clues at the scene. Even when delivering the fast food to the guards, he disguised himself as a hunchbacked cripple, deliberately altering his voice. With such meticulous planning, it would be difficult for them to trace it back to him. After returning home, Ling Feng enjoyed a relaxing bath and lay down on his soft bed smiling as he reviewed the supplies he had collected before drifting off to sleep. The leisurely Ling Feng had no idea that his actions today had shocked the world. Less than 10 minutes after Ling Feng left the storage center, the patrolling security guards came across the damaged warehouse doors in Area 1. The warehouses were completely empty and all the supplies had vanished. The two patrolling security guards turned pale with fear. "This is bad, it's all over." They then trembled as they dialed the emergency number. Upon receiving the report, the responding officers rushed to the scene to investigate. After the investigation, the entire case could be described as eerie. According to the security regulations of the storage center, guards were supposed to patrol every half hour, meaning the suspect must have completed the crime within that time frame. Considering the quantity of supplies missing, even if hundreds of people worked quickly to load them, it would take at least a day to finish. Half an hour was clearly impossible. Moreover, there were no traces left at the scene and all surveillance had malfunctioned during that time. Not only was the entire storage center affected, but also the surveillance within a few kilometers around it had failed. The investigating officers furrowed their brows, unable to imagine how the suspect accomplished all of this. The loss of supplies valued in the billions would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar. The officers had no choice but to report to their superiors. This case was too bizarre and involved too much money for a single officer to handle. Ling Feng slept until 10 o'clock the next day. It wasn't that he was tired, but he had woken up long ago and simply didn't want to get out of bed, spending his time watching videos. Now all his preparations were complete, and all he had to do was wait for the apocalypse to arrive. The news of the billion-dollar supply theft case at Tiananmen Storage Center in Shangjing City quickly soared to the trending searches on short video platforms. Major media outlets were reporting on the platform, with some quicker outlets rushing to the storage center for live broadcasts. The number of viewers online once exceeded 1 million. Of course, the bizarre nature of this case shocked even more people, and many netizens began analyzing the entire incident. Some suggested it was an inside job by the security guards, others claimed it was an alien invasion, and some believed the suspect had superpowers. Opinions varied, and the case's popularity soared to the top of the trending list in just a few hours. Ling Feng closed his phone, preparing to go downstairs to eat breakfast outside the villa area. Just as he reached the entrance of the community, he unexpectedly ran into Lin Su. Lin Su was dressed casually today, her face bare of makeup, exuding a youthful vibe. What a coincidence! Lin Su took the initiative to greet him. Yes, quite a coincidence. They exchanged a few words. Lin Su was off work today and was planning to get breakfast, and they happened to be going the same way. They then headed to the breakfast shop together, where Ling Feng ordered a portion of soup, dumplings, a bowl of wontons, and a bowl of congee, while Lin Su only ordered a bowl of lean meat porridge. As they ate breakfast, they chatted casually. "By the way, you mentioned last time that it's best to stock up on some food. Do you know something?" Ling Feng paused mid-bite of wonton, feeling a sudden alertness, but maintained his calm expression. "Why do you say that?" he asked casually as he continued eating. With someone like Lin Su who came from a legal background, one had to be cautious. Lawyers tend to have detailed thoughts and keen observations. Although he didn't understand what she meant by that question, he felt he had to be on guard. "I am merely speculating. Recently, there has been a shortage of supplies in the market, and many daily necessities have started to run out. At this time of year, such a situation should not occur. Someone must be doing this intentionally, yet the authorities have not intervened. It suddenly reminded me of what you said before, and connecting the dots feels somewhat suspicious, as if a storm is approaching, which is why I asked." Lin Su spoke her insights in a calm tone. Ling Feng listened to her analysis and silently admired her. He had to admit her analytical ability was quite impressive, as she could discern the truth behind the matters with just a few clues. "I only heard from a friend that the current situation is unclear, and it's wise to prepare for the worst, so I said this. It's better to be over-prepared than under-prepared, isn't it?" Ling Feng gazed at the astonishingly clever woman across from him, hesitant to reveal more information. However, with her intellect, she could also deduce a general idea from the existing information. Lin Su nodded thoughtfully. After they had breakfast, they each went their separate ways. Ling Feng packed a portion of breakfast for Wang Long to take back. Having nothing to do recently, he planned to stay in the training room to improve his physical fitness. No one can predict what might happen after the apocalypse. The stronger one is the better one can protect oneself. Lin Su initially planned to rest at home for a day after eating, but Ling Feng's words changed her mind. As soon as she got home, she called Yang Zihan. On the other end, Yang Zihan's voice was unclear, sounding like she had not yet woken up. Su, why are you calling so early in the morning?" Lin Su was speechless. "It's almost 10 o'clock, it's not early at all." She then told her about the conversation with Ling Feng and invited her to go to the supermarket to stock up on supplies. Yang Zihan responded with disbelief. I don't believe that jerk, he's just out of his mind. A few days ago I heard the neighbor say he was setting up some kind of safe house. Isn't that something a fool would do? Su, don't listen to his nonsense. On the phone, Yang Zihan derided Ling Feng, as he was just a jerk who dared to reject her advances. This severely wounded her pride. She had looks and a good family background. There were plenty of people vying for her attention, so who did he think he was? Any random guy in her social circle would be better than him. Lin Su felt a strange displeasure as she listened to Yang Zihan's complaints about Ling Feng. He was not as worthless as you say. With a somewhat indifferent tone, she said, if you don't want to go, then don't. After talking for a few more minutes, Yang Zihan said she wanted to go back to sleep and then hung up. Lin Su shook her head helplessly, but she was confident in her judgment. She had been an orphan since childhood and had achieved everything she had today without relying on anyone. It was all based on her own judgment. She would not change her views because of a few careless words from others. Then she swiftly drove to purchase supplies, ensuring she stocked enough food and daily necessities for herself for 2 months, just in case. August 1, 2098, in the lunar calendar. At 8 a.m., while Ling Feng was still asleep, he felt a cold breeze continuously invading him. He opened his eyes, sat up, and walked to the window. The sun that should have risen was not up on time. Ling Feng glanced at the room's thermometer, 30 C. It has begun. Ling Feng looked at the misty sky in the distance, knowing full well what this meant. The apocalypse was arriving just like it did in his past life. This was merely the beginning, and in 1 hour the temperature would drop to 40 degrees. This would be followed by months of heavy snowfall. In 12 hours the temperature would plummet to 60 degrees. That would be when the true apocalypse arrives. Ling Feng walked out of the villa and knocked on the door of the villa next door where Wang Long lived. Wang Long trembled as he opened the door, and the moment he did, a gust of cold wind rushed into his body, causing him to shrink his neck deep into his clothes. After Ling Feng walked in, Wang Long quickly closed the door. Damn, what kind of weather is this? It's colder than winter in the middle of summer. This is just the beginning, but it will get colder and colder. Ling Feng casually sat down on the sofa and lit a cigarette. What? Even colder? How are we supposed to live like this? Wang Long had a woeful expression, his nose running from the cold. Ling Feng pointed to the living room's fireplace and said, with that around, what are you afraid of? This house has been specially modified to prevent 95% of heat loss. I know that, but I don't have any firewood. I can't just burn the furniture, can I? Who said there isn't? The basement is all prepared for you. With that, he led Wang Long towards the basement. As soon as they entered the basement, Wang Long was utterly stunned. The entire basement was filled with supplies, with firewood occupying 1/3 of the space, and the rest was packed with food, water, and various daily necessities. There were even 5 large barrels of diesel. These supplies were enough for a person to last 3 to 4 months. Fengzi, when did you put all this in here? Yesterday. With this, Ling Feng handed him a handgun and several boxes of ammunition. Wang Long looked at Ling Feng in shock, realizing he was starting to see less clearly in his friend's actions. No, where did you get this thing? We can't be needing a gun just for a cold wave. It's like something out of an apocalypse. Ling Feng looked at him seriously and said, this is the apocalypse. Gamma ray bursts are hitting the Earth, and humanity will face the 5th ice age, which might last for hundreds of years. Don't you think this is an apocalypse? Wang Long stood there in shock, finding it hard to believe Ling Feng's words, then suddenly seemed to recall something. Did you know this day would come, which is why you prepared so much? Ling Feng nodded slightly and continued, in the apocalypse, don't trust anyone, and also put away your kindness. He then instructed Wang Long on some matters to be aware of in the apocalypse. The most terrifying thing in the apocalypse is not the extreme weather, but people. Do not trust anyone easily, regardless of whether they are old, weak, sick, or disabled. Only with sufficient caution can one survive in the apocalypse. After briefing Wang Long, he hurried back home. At this moment, snowflakes had begun to fall outside, accompanied by a biting cold wind that made the windows rattle loudly. Ling Feng ignited the firewood and placed it in the fireplace, and soon the temperature in the room rose to 25 C. He walked to the bar and poured himself a glass of Romanicani. Looking out the window, enjoying the snowy view and savoring the fine wine, this felt quite nice. Ling Feng glanced at his phone, scrolling through his social feed. Every post had been overtaken by the sudden heavy snowfall. Some rejoiced and others grumbled, still more fretted. A white-collar worker posted cheerfully, "Whoa, no work today? So liberating. Sure, it's freezing, but I'd rather stay wrapped in my quilt than face the office. Time to log in and dive in." Another woman shared such exquisite snowflakes. How much more romantic they'd be witnessed only beside someone dear. Alone I'll never know that kind of romance, she lamented, accompanied by a photo herself standing bare-legged in the snow, cupping delicate flakes in her palms. Ling Feng regarded the pose. Artificial, calculated, every detail meticulously staged. Yet he couldn't help but admire her audacity, posing in sheer stockings amid sub-zero frost. Truly breathtaking. Others expressed fresh wonder. Good heavens. I'm from the south, and this is my first snow. Anyone up for a snowball fight? Meanwhile, concerns surfaced elsewhere. Why has the weather turned so bitterly cold overnight? Stock up on food now. What if the blizzard never lets up and supplies run out? This wretched weather. My car won't even start. Damn it. It's so frigid. The pipes froze solid. Ling Feng skimmed the feed briefly. The apocalypse had just begun, yet no one grasped the gravity of the abrupt climatic collapse. Most posts carried a flippant, joking tone, as though this were merely a fleeting anomaly, not the first tremor of catastrophe. As Ling Feng scrolled, a group chat notification popped up. He tapped in instinctively the Shizi Bay residential group. The group had 120 members. Shizi Bay comprised 80 villa estates, some households represented by both spouses. Since joining, Ling Feng had rarely spoken. Silence reigned. After all, villa residents were typically affluent or influential, perpetually occupied. Casual chatter was rare. Only property management staff posted regularly, mostly fee reminders or holiday greetings. Yet today the group buzzed with unusual energy, sparked by a message from the owner of Villa 26. As soon as these words were spoken, the news in the group erupted with various messages refreshing rapidly. Everyone was incredulous that the supplies had been snatched up in such a short time. It is important to note that the nearest shopping mall to Shizi Bay is the largest supermarket in the entire Shangjing city, where the products are exceptionally abundant. Yet within just a few hours, everything was completely purchased. Many people in the group began to question the authenticity of these claims. After speaking, a video filmed in the shopping mall was sent showcasing people frantically rushing to buy goods, leaving the shelves empty. Once the video was released, panic began to spread among the group. Ling Feng watched his uncle's message in the group chat, a cold smile creeping across his face. Official. This disaster has caused the entire social system of the world to collapse. The authorities are powerless. However, Ling Yutong's words also garnered agreement from some of the property owners. Li Lin, what General Ling said is correct. Oh, everyone should trust the official sources. If anyone has surplus supplies, please share them to help each other through this difficult time. Ling Feng flipped through the messages in the group, and the people were still very friendly, helping each other out. After all, this was just the early days of the apocalypse, and everyone still had some supplies on hand, making it no problem to hold on for a few days. The social system was still quite sound, and everyone was behaving honestly according to the law and morals. Ling Feng turned on the television and found the news channel. On the television, two news anchors were sitting in the studio wearing thick clothes, reporting on the extreme cold weather. The two hosts looked pale, clearly quite frozen. In a place like the studio, the indoor weather was usually very warm. Even in winter, anchors would typically wear light clothing when broadcasting. This also illustrated the impact of the extreme cold, as the outdoor temperature had already dropped to -50 degrees. Even with air conditioning, it was of no use. The hosts claimed that the extreme cold was merely an isolated incident and urged people not to panic, to keep warm, and to minimize going outside, assuring everyone to trust the authorities. Moreover, the authorities would quickly resolve the supply issues, asking everyone to be patient. Ling Feng watched for a while and found it uninteresting, then promptly turned off the TV. If anyone truly believed those words, they would perish even faster. Outside, the blizzard had intensified and the wind was growing stronger. However, despite the heavy snowfall, the accumulation of snow on the ground was not significant. This was mainly because Shizi Bay was relatively close to the coast, where strong winds blew year-round, sweeping away much of the blizzard in the air, resulting in less snow accumulation. In areas further from the coast, such a heavy blizzard would certainly lead to a large buildup of snow, and due to the extremely low temperatures, the falling snowflakes would soon freeze. Feeling a bit bored, Ling Feng went to the esports room on the second floor. Before the apocalypse, he had downloaded and purchased thousands of single-player games. In the esports room, he even had a refrigerator placed, making it convenient to grab a cold drink whenever he wanted. Changing into a comfortable set of pajamas, Ling Feng lay on the soft sofa, picked up the game controller, and began to dominate in the game. On the table were ice-cold beers and various snacks like duck products and pastries. Playing games, eating snacks, taking a nap. When tired, no need to go to work or interact with others. It had to be said that this kind of life was quite enjoyable for him. Not having to worry about food and drink, the only concern was not knowing what to eat each day, as there were too many types of food in the space. For others it was the apocalypse, but for him it was the life of his dreams. 5 days quickly passed. During this time the owner group of Shizi Lake was very lively with daily complaints about the various inconveniences of life. The food stored in each household began to run short, and the extreme cold weather had frozen all the water pipes at home, rendering drinking water unusable. The snow outside contained a large amount of bacteria. Some people brought snow water back home to drink, resulting in cases of diarrhea. The promised supplies from the authorities had yet to arrive. Many families began to cut back on their clothing and food. This left the wealthy who were used to a life of luxury in great distress. These wealthy individuals had never experienced such hardship. Every household here was essentially worth over 100 million. Now their daily discussions revolved around food and drink. Meanwhile, a wave of panic gradually spread and apocalyptic rhetoric began to circulate in the group. However, none of this concerned Ling Feng, who was enjoying himself immensely these past few days. When he got tired of gaming, he called Wang Long over, and the two played billiards in short sleeves. Not wanting to cook dinner that evening, he took out a dozen dishes and opened a few bottles of Maodai. The two smoked, drank, and chatted. When tired, they simply lay down and slept without worrying about being late for anything the next day. Any leftover dishes were simply thrown away. After all, his storage space was quite abundant. Even if he ate 10 tables worth of food every day, he wouldn't finish it in a lifetime. Wang Long had begun to complain that he had gained weight these past few days. Ling Feng took him to the training room to help him lose some weight. He also helped him regain some physical fitness. Ever since they retired, Ling Feng had maintained his fitness, keeping his body in peak condition. However, Wang Long was not doing well after retirement. He had been seduced by indulgence, and his physical condition had greatly deteriorated. Even his once masterful combat skills had become rusty. During his time in the army, Wang Long's most outstanding skill was his combat technique. No one in the entire Special Forces team could surpass him in fighting. If he could restore his condition with his skills, he would be able to protect himself in the apocalypse. Ling Feng brought Wang Long into the gravity room for intense training, doubling the gravity for him. After just half an hour of training, Wang Long lay on the ground like a puddle of mud. "I can't take it anymore. Really can't," he groaned weakly, unable to even lift his hand. Seeing that Wang Long had clearly reached his limit, Ling Feng finally let him off. After finishing their training, the two returned to the first floor dining area to prepare for dinner. Ling Feng took out several dishes, simply preparing 6 Australian lobsters, 4 servings of steak, 2 servings of caviar, and 2 servings of pasta, along with a bottle of Lafite. Just a simple meal. Just as the two were eating, the phone rang. Ling Feng picked up the phone to see who it was. "Ling Yutong." He sneered inwardly. "Looks like they have run out of food." In his past life, on the 5th day of the apocalypse, their family also ran out of supplies. With 5 people in the family, they had very little stored away, barely lasting 3 days. Ling Feng took a bite of pasta and answered the phone. "Hello, uncle." On the other end, Ling Yutong had initially dialed the number with a trial-and-error mindset, as he couldn't possibly be unaware of the things he had done to Ling Feng. He would not have called him if he weren't starved, and without options. The reason for the call was that he knew Ling Feng had a lot of food. Previously, he had secretly monitored Ling Feng for a few days and was aware of Ling Feng's arrangements with the restaurant. With that, he shamelessly called Ling Feng, hoping that his relatives Ling Feng would spare him a little food. "Little Feng, could you spare some food for your uncle's family?" Ling Yutong shrank under the covers, yet still shivered from the cold. His teeth chattered as he spoke. "Oh dear, there's a severe shortage of supplies now, and I don't have any extra food." Ling Feng's mouth was full of food, making his speech somewhat mumbled. The sound of chewing made Ling Yutong on the other end swallow repeatedly. "Little Feng, are you eating right now?" "Yes, isn't it evening? Just having a little snack." Saying that, he picked up his phone and took a picture of the food on the table and sent it over. Ling Yutong looked at the picture Ling Feng sent and clicked on it. When he saw the 6 Australian lobsters on the table, his eyes widened. Each lobster must weigh at least 3 pounds. The crucial point was that there were a total of 6 lobsters on the table. Besides the lobsters, there were also steaks, caviar, and a half-finished bottle of Lafite. Ling Yutong swallowed hard. In this social environment, being able to fill one's stomach was already a blessing, yet Ling Feng could enjoy such a lavish feast. However, he found it hard to believe that anyone would indulge in such extravagance during the apocalypse. "Little Feng, are you joking with your uncle? Where could you find such ingredients at this time?" To prove his point, Ling Feng sent a selfie showing the dishes on the dining table. After seeing the selfie, Ling Feng sent Ling Yutong's eyes filled with jealousy. Here he was starving and dizzy while this little brat was feasting. Moreover, he was dressed very lightly, wearing only a nightgown. It was likely that he had heating at home, unlike Ling Yutong, who was freezing and felt like a fool. The indoor temperature must have been at least minus 40 or 50 degrees. Seeing this food made him even hungrier. He wished he could rush to Ling Feng's house and eat a hearty meal. "A little Feng, can you finish all those Australian lobsters? Won't it be a waste if you can't eat them all?" "No waste. No waste. If we can't finish, our dog can eat it. We can't treat it poorly, after all it has to guard the house for me." Saying that, he took another picture and sent it over, showing a fat Australian lobster in a bowl in front of the Black Panther squatting on the ground. Ling Yutong was furious. This little brat was using such high-end food to feed a dog. It was a complete waste. He should give it to me instead. Such a mutt was not worthy of such gourmet food. "Little Feng, actually your uncle quite likes Australian lobsters, can you?" Just then Ling Feng suddenly interrupted. Hello, uncle, what did you say? What's wrong with the signal?" He then hung up the phone. Ling Feng sat at the dining table laughing heartily. That phone call must have infuriated Ling Yutong. Yet this was just the beginning. There were still many days ahead to play with him slowly. On the other end, Ling Yutong was indeed furious, his face flushed red, so angry that he felt less cold. Looking at the photos Ling Feng sent, he felt greatly insulted. The main thing was that he was even hungrier now. A malicious thought suddenly arose in his heart. He quickly called his son, daughter, and wife to gather their family of 5 together. Lin Kier wore a displeased expression. After finally warming her bed a little, her father woke her up again. Now she was both cold and hungry. "Dad, why did you call us over?" Lin Kier tightened her down jacket. Her 2 sons Lin Yi and Lin Tao were also looking at him, waiting for him to speak. Lin Yutang said nothing and showed them the photos sent by Lin Feng on his phone. When Lin Kier saw the Australian lobster in the photo, she snatched the phone from his hand and looked at it carefully several times, including Lin Feng's selfie. "Australian lobster steak, caviar, and lawfight. Dad, is this taken by Lin Feng?" She licked her cracked lips, her eyes filled with greed. Lin Yutang nodded slightly. Upon hearing Lin Kier's words, the others quickly snatched the phone to look closely. Each of them had longing expressions in their eyes. "Dad, how did Lin Feng eat so lavishly?" Lin Kier stared intently at the lobster in the photo, as if that would allow her to eat it. Lin Yutang directly explained everything about Lin Feng hoarding supplies and building a safe house, as well as the recent phone call for help that was mercilessly rejected. "That little bastard really has no sense of humanity. After all, we are his relatives." Lin Yutang's wife Wang sure had a grim expression and kept cursing Lin Feng. "Exactly why does that kid get to live in such a nice house and eat lavish meals?" Lin Tao clenched his fists tightly, a hint of madness in his eyes. He had been hungry all day and felt nothing but jealousy seeing Lin Feng enjoy such good food. "We gave him 15 billion. Surely all these things were bought with our money. He should return them to us now," Lin Yi also said with a face full of entitlement. Lin Yutang looked at his family, who shared his thoughts, and then slowly spoke. "We need to find a way to get the food he has. Gets best if we can live in his house. I called you all over to discuss how to come up with a plan. We can just break the door and force our way in," Lin Tao suggested for the first time. However, this suggestion was immediately rejected by Lin Yutang. Lin Feng was a former Special Forces soldier with formidable skills. They were no match for him. "We can rally the other residents in the community together," Lin Yi also chimed in with his opinion. "Are you stupid? If more people know about it, once we succeed, we'll have to share the supplies with others. Do you think you can monopolize that house?" Lin Yutang scolded Lin Yi again. The two of them only knew how to boast and show off, using no brains at all. Lin Tao and Lin Yi suddenly fell silent. Both were useless, only thinking about drinking and chasing girls all day. Forcing them to think is truly a challenge for them. Lin Yutang looked at his 2 disappointing sons, his expression filled with frustration. "I have an idea." Lin Kier, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Lin Yutang turned his gaze to his youngest daughter, who had always been clever and full of creative ideas. Lin Kier saw everyone's attention on her, cleared her throat, and spoke slowly. "We can't just be aggressive about this, so we need to use some tactics. Lin Feng is actually very sentimental as long as we do this." After hearing Lin Kier's words, everyone expressed their agreement, and they quickly began to act without hesitation. After playing a trick on Lin Yutang, Lin Feng was in a great mood, and even his appetite improved, finishing a table full of food. After dinner, he lay on the sofa in the living room playing games, while Wang Long returned to his own villa. Only he and Black Panther remained at home. After 2 months of growth, Black Panther had grown quite a bit and now weighed around 40 to 50 pounds. Now grown Black Panther was jet black all over with no stray hairs, and even its tongue was black, making it a true 5 black dog. Looking naive and very gentle, but don't be fooled by its appearance. The 5 black dog has formidable combat power, and an adult 5 black dog can be used as a hunting dog. Not only is it powerful, but it's also very smart and loyal to its owner. Just as Lin Feng was playing a crucial moment in the game, a series of urgent alarm sounds went off. Lin Feng watched the surveillance footage on the living room display. To facilitate real-time monitoring of his villa, he had specially installed an oversized display in the living room. In the footage, a girl kept knocking on his front door. Due to the protection of the 2 gates at his house, the knocking from outside was inaudible to those inside. However, his surveillance had an intelligent monitoring system which immediately triggered the alarm if a stranger's face entered. Lin Feng looked at the girl knocking on the door, somewhat surprised. Lin Qier. At the same time, Lin Feng also saw Lin Yutang hiding behind a tree not far away. He wondered what his uncle and their family were up to this time. Lin Feng got up and opened the second protective door, arriving at the entrance. He stepped on a ladder to open the observation port above the door. The observation port was 2 meters off the ground and could only be opened from the inside. Who is it knocking at the door so late at night? Don't you want to sleep? Lin Feng asked with a hint of anger. He saw Lin Qier with disheveled hair and red eyes, looking frail and delicate, making one feel pity. However, Lin Feng knew well that their family was no good. This time they were clearly up to no good. When Lin Qier heard Lin Feng's voice, she felt a surge of joy and tearfully replied, "Brother Feng, it's me, Qier. Qier, why aren't you at home sleeping at this late hour? What's going on?" "Brother Feng, I was driven out by my 2 brothers. I have nowhere to go now. Please take me in." After saying this, she trembled all over. This was not an act, she was genuinely cold. Lin Feng snorted coldly, still wanting to enter my house. "Dream on." Lin Feng feigned a concerned tone. "What? How could they drive you out? What happened?" Lin Qier choked up and began to cry. "They said there wasn't much food left at home, and to save supplies they made me go out and find food on my own. They wouldn't let me go back, and my dad was also injured by them." "What? Those 2 beasts, how could they do such a thing?" Lin Feng's angry voice came from inside, and Lin Qier felt that Lin Feng was already hooked. As long as she could enter the villa, half of the plan would be complete. "Brother Feng, I'm so cold right now. How can you let me in to avoid the wind? I promise I'll leave by tomorrow morning." Lin Feng coldly snorted, going around and around, still wanting to come in and occupy my house. In his past life, he might have let her in. But now, we are all family. Saying that sounds distant. "They'll go get the keys right now." Thank you so much, Brother Feng." Lin Qier felt overjoyed knowing she would soon move into the warm villa and enjoy Australian lobsters. No more hunger or cold. Lin Feng returned to the living room feeling a bit hot. The fire in the fireplace was blazing a bit too much, and it was getting late. He simply decided to head upstairs to sleep. Outside, Lin Qier was still eagerly waiting for Lin Feng to open the door for her. Gradually, she sensed something was off. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Lin Feng still hadn't come to open the door for her. Lin Qier thought maybe he was still looking for the keys. She shrank her neck and continued waiting. After another half hour, she was almost frozen stiff. Already hungry, standing outside for nearly an hour rapidly drained her body heat. It was then she realized she had been played. She began to knock forcefully on the door, hoping to catch Lin Feng's attention. She was unwilling to give up. She was so close to success. However, Lin Feng couldn't hear her knocks at all. Meanwhile, the malicious glare in her eyes was captured clearly by the camera. Lin Feng lay in bed watching Lin Qier frantically outside through his phone, feeling immensely satisfied. But Lin Feng felt that this wasn't enough to vent his frustration. He thought for a moment, then got up from bed and returned to the door. Looking through the peephole, he saw Lin Qier still knocking on the door. He held a bowl of instant noodles which he didn't particularly like, but after a while without eating, he found himself craving them. He opened the peephole, and the aroma of the noodles wafted outside. Lin Qier, who had been knocking, suddenly caught a whiff of the noodles' scent. Having been pampered since childhood, she had always looked down on instant noodles. But now the enticing fragrance wafting and made her feel it was the most delicious thing in the world. Her throat rolled, and her stomach unconsciously growled. Just then Lin Feng's voice rang out, "Sister Qier, I'm so sorry for making you wait so long." Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Lin Qier instantly put on a pitiful expression. "Brother Feng, I'm so cold. Please let me in. It's not that I don't want to let you in, it's just that I can't find the keys. Without the keys, the door won't open. Wait for me to open the door tomorrow. I'll stay up all night if I have to." As he said this, he slurped a mouthful of the noodles. Lin Qier heard the slurping sound and became even hungrier, unable to help but say, "Brother Feng, can you give me something to eat? I haven't eaten all day." "Oh really? Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Unfortunately, all I have is instant noodles, and I remember you don't like them much," Lin Feng said with a hint of regret, slurping another mouthful loudly. Lin Qier hurriedly retorted, No, I actually really like instant noodles." Lin Feng ignored her, focusing on his meal and finishing up the broth. Burp. Lin Feng let out a satisfied burp looking at Lin Kier, who was shivering outside. Kier, come back tomorrow morning, and he'll definitely open the door for you. Then he took out a steamed bun and tossed it outside, saying gently, this is my food for the day, or if you don't like instant noodles, you can have this instead. He then closed the peephole. Lin Kier looked at the bun that Lin Feng had tossed out like feeding a dog, and disregarding her dignity, hurriedly bent down to pick it up and stuffed it into her mouth. The bun was still warm and soft in her mouth. She had never thought that an ordinary bun could taste so good today. Hiding at a distance, Ling Yutong watched Lin Kier eating the white bun, which looked delicious, and hurriedly ran over. Seeing her father running towards her, Lin Kier hastened her pace, quickly finishing the bun in just a few bites. Eating too fast, she choked on the bun, turning red in the face. She quickly jumped up and down a couple of times, managing to swallow it down. By the time Ling Yutong arrived, Lin Kier had already finished the bun. Ling Yutong looked at his daughter with a furious expression, pointing at her nose and scolding, how can you be so selfish? Not leaving any food for me. How did I raise such an ungrateful wolf? Lin Kier, unfazed by his words, replied with a hint of arrogance, I earned this with my own ability. Why should I give it to you? What's going on? He dismissed the bun issue and directly asked about the situation's progress. Lin Kier simply replied that they would talk at home and walk towards their house. Ling Yutong could only sigh and follow her home. The scene of this father-daughter interaction was clearly visible to Lin Feng, and even their conversation was entirely monitored. However, the surveillance cameras Lin Feng installed were all miniature hidden cameras, completely inconspicuous. Watching the Lin family walk away, Lin Feng found it somewhat amusing. Indeed, they weren't a family that shared the same door. Only someone like Ling Yutong, who could kill his father and nephew, could raise such exceptional offspring. At Shizi Bay Villa Building 27, Lin Kier discussed the plans for tomorrow's actions with several others. However, she didn't mention at all that she had eaten a bun today. If she did, a quarrel would surely ensue. Moreover, Ling Yutong had given her a cold shoulder all night, since this operation was her proposal. Now, having gained nothing, she was starving, her stomach pressed against her back. Tomorrow we must act together to ensure a guaranteed hit, otherwise we will have no hope at all. Lin Kier issued this operation order with full confidence, believing her perfect acting skills would surely get Lin Feng to open the door tomorrow. Don't worry, my second brother and I are best at this. My elder brother and I will subdue him tomorrow. Lin Tao and Lin Yi, the two brothers, patted their chests, assuring that they would complete the task. Ling Yutong felt that this plan was extremely dangerous and had always disagreed with such an impulsive scheme. However, it seemed there was no other way. Lin Feng is quite formidable. You must act quickly, understand? He reminded them with some concern. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, Lin Feng was awakened by a sudden alarm. Lin Feng sat up, rubbed his eyes, and checked the surveillance. It turned out Ling Yutong and his family had come again. What kind of drama was unfolding today? Yesterday was Lin Kier's solo performance. Today has it turned into an ensemble act? Ling Feng watched the ridiculous scene outside the door. He saw Ling Tao and Ling Yi standing on either side of the entrance, each holding a machete, their hands raised high in a posture ready to attack at any moment. Ling Yutang's wife Wang Shi leaned against him, her head wrapped in a bandage with a hint of red resembling blood seeping through. She looked utterly weak. Ling Ku'er still appeared half dead as she knocked on Ling Feng's door. They had no idea that their seemingly perfect plan had been captured clearly by surveillance. Ling Feng looked at this disgusting family with disdain in his eyes. How foolish he had been in his previous life to be deceived by this group of people. Ling Feng chose to ignore them and went to freshen up. He prepared a simple breakfast for himself: 2 fried eggs, a sandwich, and a cup of soy milk. After eating too much rich food lately, he craved something lighter. By the time he finished eating, nearly an hour had passed, and he walked leisurely toward the door. Ling Tao and Ling Yi, who were ambushed on either side of the door, gradually lost their patience. They had been standing there for over an hour, and their arms were numb from the cold. Ling Tao quietly questioned Ling Ku'er, is your plan reliable? Why is there still no movement? My hands are almost numb from the cold. Ling Yi echoed Ling Tao's dissatisfaction. Ling Ku'er rolled her eyes at him and whispered, can you be a little patient? Stay hidden well. Internally, she looked down on her 2 brothers who only knew how to chase women, accomplishing nothing, yet leaving no food behind. Just as they were talking, they heard a sound coming from inside the door, and Ling Tao quickly pulled back his head, gripping his machete tightly. Holding his breath tightly, he was prepared to deliver a fatal blow to whoever opened the door. Ling Feng opened the peephole and looked at Ling Ku'er outside, somewhat surprised as he said, Ku'er, didn't we agree yesterday that only you would come in? What is this? Before Ling Ku'er could speak, Ling Yutang interrupted. Xiao Feng, your aunt fell yesterday and is now dizzy and weak. We truly have no other choice but to trouble you. I know your home is warmer. I just want your aunt to recuperate at your place. You only need to let her and her daughter in. Let Ku'er take care of her mother. As soon as your aunt is better, they will leave immediately." Ling Feng showed a troubled expression, saying, "The food I have here is barely enough for myself. 2 people can't be accommodated. You must choose one to come in." Ling Ku'er displayed a tearful expression, pleading with Ling Feng, "Brother Feng, please save my mother. We are all family, I beg you." Ling Feng sneered, inwardly thinking how moral coercion has begun. Watching their family's performance, he almost wanted to give them an Oscar. He spoke teasingly, "I understand the reasoning, but what are your 2 cousins doing standing on either side of the door with knives?" Upon hearing this, Ling Ku'er's expression became flustered, her face plastered with a forced smile. "Brother Feng, what are you talking about? I don't understand." "Enough already, stop pretending. I saw everything on the surveillance," Ling Feng said. "Ling Tao Ling, you don't your arms ache from holding them up for so long?" Hearing this, the 2 glared at Ling Ku'er with anger. Then they lowered their knives and approached the door. "And that ain't wake up. Don't sleep too long, or you'll catch a cold." Wang Shi, who had originally looked weak, suddenly opened her eyes and rose from Ling Yutang's arms. She pointed at Ling Feng. "You little bastard, don't think we can't do anything to you just because you're inside." Wang Shi spoke with a strong voice, indicating that her body was quite healthy thanks to her ample fat. "Ling Tao Ling, smash all the windows of his house," she commanded. "If you don't let us in, you won't have it easy." Ling Feng listened to Wang Shi's unreasonable words and couldn't help but laugh in anger. "You fathead, big-eared old woman, how long has this mouth been pickled?" "It's so flavorful," he retorted. "I know you're straightforward, but surely you can't just let it all out of your mouth." Wang Shi exploded with rage upon hearing him insult her as fathead and big-eared. She began to pound on the door, fiercely shouting, "You little bastard, you are the fathead one. Come out. You're not only fat, but ugly, looking like an alien, and I wonder how your mother managed not to vomit when she gave birth to you." Ling Feng leisurely cursed back at her from behind the door, smoking a cigarette. Wang Shi lost her mind to the insults and quickly began to throw bricks at his house's windows. Ling Tao and Ling Yi joined the fray to smash the glass, while Ling Ku'er and Ling Yutang stood aside, not entering, lost in their thoughts. Wang Shi and her 2 sons relentlessly smashed at Ling Feng's villa, causing him to laugh heartily. His house had bulletproof glass impervious to missiles. Oh, was he afraid of them breaking it with bricks? He walked to the window, made a face at the 3, and casually raised his middle finger. Though he couldn't hear what they were frantically yelling outside, judging by their mouth movements, it certainly wasn't anything pleasant. Ling Feng decided to teach them a lesson, treating it as a form of interest collection. He went to the 3rd floor, opened the window, and retrieved a compound bow from his space. He specially chose an arrow with barbs which would be difficult to pull out once shot. Ling Feng adjusted his stance, set the arrow, and aimed. Whoosh! A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed outside as Ling Tao fell to the ground, clutching his thigh in pain. An arrow had pierced straight through his thigh, causing sweat to bead on his forehead. However, due to the cold temperature outside, the sweat froze as soon as it emerged. Yet the pain in his thigh disappeared after a few seconds. Ling Tao hurriedly looked at his leg, noticing that the blood flowing out had frozen within seconds, leaving his entire thigh numb, and the wound was already frozen. In such extreme cold, if this penetrating injury did not receive timely medical attention, the injured area would quickly necrose, ultimately leading to amputation. Seeing the injured Ling Tao, Wang Shi was utterly stunned. As an ordinary wealthy lady, she had never witnessed such a scene. Before she could react, Ling Tao's other leg was struck by another arrow. Ling Yi, who had just been cursing, was suddenly terrified and wet himself, running far away, not caring about Ling Tao on the ground, afraid he would get hit too. Ling Ku'er and Ling Yutang rushed over to check on Ling Tao's condition. Upon seeing the frozen wound, they immediately sensed something was wrong. The 3 of them hurriedly lifted Ling Tao and rushed home. Ling Feng stood at the window watching the chaotic escape of the 3, snorting coldly. "This time, I'll let you go, but next time you come looking for trouble, it won't be as simple as losing 2 legs." Ling Yutang's family hurriedly carried Ling Tao back to the villa. At this moment, Ling Tao's face was pale, having fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Ling Yutang fetched scissors and cut away the clothing around the wound. When everyone saw the wound on his thigh, they gasped in shock. Ling Tao's thigh had turned completely purple and his legs had begun to harden. It seemed that his legs could not be saved. If help was not provided in time, he would soon lose his life in this extreme cold. Ling Yutang supported Ling Tao's thigh with one hand, while grasping the back of the arrow with the other, pulling it out with all his might. Due to the barbs on the arrowhead, it had pierced completely through the thigh. Ling Yutong exerted tremendous effort to finally extract the 2 arrowheads. Though the arrowheads had been removed, no blood flowed because his entire lower body had frozen solid. The crowd frantically brought wooden furniture from their home. Although the Wang Wali chair was quite valuable, it was worthless in the apocalypse. It could only be used as firewood. Ling Yutong disassembled the chair into pieces and began to start a fire, hoping to use the flames to warm Ling Tao. As the flames slowly rose, everyone sat around the fire feeling the warmth that had been absent since the apocalypse. Wang Shi could no longer hold back her tears as she clutched Ling Tao's hands, sobbing loudly while cursing. That wretched Ling Feng. We merely wanted a bit of food, yet he acted so ruthlessly. How could he be so cruel? Ling Yutong stood to the side, his face dark with anger. These 2 sons were his heart and soul, and now it seemed Ling Tao was beyond saving. He had only wanted to ask Ling Feng for some food and stay at his house for a few days, never expecting it would lead to this situation. At this moment, Ling Qier felt no sadness, only resentment. If it weren't for these 2 useless brothers, her plan wouldn't have failed so quickly. If she had gone to seek Ling Feng herself, perhaps she would have succeeded. Now it would be much harder for her to gain Ling Feng's trust. Ling Yi, on the other hand, felt both fortunate and terrified. Thankfully, he had run away quickly and stayed at a distance, so otherwise it would have been him lying on the ground. At the same time, he felt a twinge of fear towards Ling Feng, who wielded a weapon and was willing to deal fatal blows. It would be best not to provoke this grim reaper in the future. After crying for a while, Wang Shi managed to stop her tears and said with a sob, "Yutong, quickly think of a way to save Tower. Yes, call the police and have that scoundrel Ling Feng arrested." As she spoke, she waddled over to the table, grabbed her phone, and dialed the emergency number. But after several attempts, none were answered. She then tried to call the hospital's emergency line. Unsurprisingly, none went through. She naively thought this was still the old world, and in her despair, she sat down on the floor. At that moment, Ling Tao, who had been unconscious, suddenly awoke, mumbling, "Mom, Mom." The previously silent crowd quickly gathered around, their faces lighting up with hope, thinking Ling Tao's condition had improved. Wang Shi kept stroking Ling Tao's pale, cold cheek, her voice trembling. "I'm here, Tao." Ling Tao's voice was weak and intermittent as he said, "I'm so cold." Hearing this, Wang Shi quickly joined forces with Ling Yutong to move Ling Tao closer to the fire. "Tower, do you feel any better now?" However, at this moment, Ling Tao fell unconscious again, and his body temperature began to plummet. Half an hour later, he had completely turned into a cold corpse. Wang Shi lay over Ling Tao, crying continuously and cursing Ling Feng. Though Ling Yutong did not cry, his face was filled with sorrow and hatred towards Ling Feng. He completely ignored the fact that he had instigated others and brought this upon himself. Everything was Ling Feng's fault. If he had simply handed over some food and let them stay, this tragedy would not have occurred. It was all caused by that selfish and cruel Ling Feng. Since he showed no compassion, he shouldn't blame me for being unkind. He took out his phone and snapped a photo of Ling Tao's tragic death, then posted the picture in the Shizi Lake Villa owners group, directly tagging Ling Feng. "Ling Feng, I only wanted to borrow a bit of food. You have so much at home. Giving a little wouldn't affect your life. If you don't want to lend it, fine, but why go to such extremes? I'm your uncle and Ling Tao is your cousin, yet you shot him in the thigh with an arrow. Now he has no signs of life. You must give our family an explanation for this." Once Ling Yutong sent this message, the group erupted in chaos. It completely painted Ling Feng as a heartless and cruel killer. People in the group began to criticize Ling Feng, especially when they heard he had a large amount of food. Feelings of jealousy caused many to side with Ling Yutong. Seeing more and more people supporting him, Ling Yutong felt immensely satisfied. As long as he incited the other owners' hatred towards Ling Feng, he could implement his next plan. While Ling Feng was engrossed in a game in the esports room, he suddenly heard his phone incessantly buzzing with notifications. However, being in a crucial moment of the game, he chose to ignore the messages and continued to focus on defeating the dragon. Messages continued to pop up, and he found himself at a disadvantage in the game, the notification sounds becoming a source of annoyance. Just as he was about to silence his phone, a WeChat call came in. He turned to look. It was a call from Lin Su. He tapped the button to answer, placing the phone aside while still holding the game controller. As soon as the call connected, Lin Su's anxious voice came through. "Ling Feng, did you kill someone?" Hearing this, Ling Feng thought to himself that he had killed many. Which one was she referring to? Ling Feng was bewildered by her question, wondering why she suddenly asked him this. "What do you mean? How could I kill someone? I'm a law-abiding citizen. In the group, your uncle accused you of assaulting someone, resulting in death. You need to check the owners group right away. Oh, it has already stirred up a great uproar among the group members." Ling Feng put down the game controller. "All right, I understand. We'll check it out now." He hung up the phone, opened WeChat, and saw that the group chat had 99 messages with someone tagging him. Ling Feng opened the WeChat group and scrolled through the chat records. After reading them, he smirked, realizing that Ling Yutong was indeed relentless in his schemes. From his message in the group, it was clear that his intentions were malicious. First, he was indicating to others that he had stored a large amount of supplies which he claimed would not be an issue for the time being. Once the majority of households in the villa area had consumed their supplies, he would become the target of the entire community. At that time, he would undoubtedly have no peace, as this group would surely unite against him. Although he was not afraid of these people, it was still bothersome. He just wanted to live a quiet life. He also did not want his every move to be monitored by others. Secondly, Ling Yutong was standing on a moral high ground to accuse him, only mentioning in the group that he had harmed others, while saying nothing about their family's conspiracy to harm him. Ling Feng directly posted in the group about how Ling Yutong's family had ambushed him at his doorstep, and he tagged Ling Yutong. "Your family was lying in wait with knives at my door, trying to lure me out, and you say you just wanted to borrow some food. Who comes to borrow food while holding a knife?" He then shared a video showing Ling Yutong's 2 sons and Wang's family smashing their windows with bricks. "I was only defending myself. You destroyed my private property, and I have the right to defend myself. And to those self-righteous individuals in the group, how much food I have is my business, and it has nothing to do with you. Don't use moral coercion to restrict me. I'm not close to any of you, and if you starve, it's not my fault. Anyone who dares to cause trouble again will end up like that person above." Ling Feng posted several videos in quick succession, feeling a bit of relief from his anger. In this apocalypse, how dare they act superior in front of him? Their sense of superiority was worthless in the face of such chaos. After Ling Feng posted this message, the group quieted down significantly. Those who had been shouting just moments before fell silent. Some realized the context of the situation after watching the 2 videos Ling Feng shared. Some felt that Ling Yutong deserved to be countered after plotting to harm others, while others believed Ling Feng had gone too far. After all, they were still family, and there was no need to resort to such extremes. There were also some self-righteous homeowners in the group who began to lecture Ling Feng. "There's no need to make the relationship so tense. Although your uncle's family has wronged you, you can just drive them away without resorting to extreme measures. There's no need to go that far. I suggest you apologize to them and make some compensation." Ling Feng looked at the speech from Building 20 and couldn't help but smile in anger. He had heard others mention Lu Zhiwei before. He was a retired leader from a state-owned enterprise who liked to act all high and mighty in his conversations. Moreover, this person was acquainted with Ling Yutong, and it seemed they had economic dealings as well. He was clearly speaking on behalf of Ling Yutong, with one playing the role of the good cop, and the other the bad cop, joining forces to pressure him. Even in this apocalyptic world, he still held himself with an air of superiority, but Ling Feng was not impressed. A retired leader from a state-owned enterprise living in a villa worth tens of millions, if he claimed to be clean, Ling Feng did not believe it at all. Often such people are the most greedy and cunning. However, Ling Feng did not retort. He actually wanted to see what tricks Lu Zhiwei could come up with. "So what do you suggest I do?" Lu Zhiwei, lounging on the sofa, saw Ling Feng's message, and his eyes lit up with a hint of pride. This kid knows how to be sensible. His family's food supply was nearly depleted, and he was worried about not having anything to eat. Now, with a big supplier coming in, he could manage to get some food. From the photos sent by Ling Yutong, it was clear this kid was still eating Australian lobsters, indicating his family must have quite a stockpile. He was about to vomit from eating nothing but bread and compressed biscuits these past few days. He wanted to try the Australian lobsters too. Then he sent a long voice message. "First, you need to apologize in person to Ling Yutong's family. Second, you must ensure their daily food needs are met. Secondly, this is a critical period. We must unite in the face of difficulties to combat this disaster together. You need to allocate some of the supplies you have to those residents facing food shortages. Of course, you won't suffer losses. We can buy at double the market price. Additionally, I've heard that the indoor temperature in your building is decent. I suggest letting some of the elderly, weak, ill, and disabled temporarily stay inside, as their resistance is weaker. Once the disaster passes, they can move out. I believe the owners will be very grateful for your contributions. We are all prominent people in this group, and we have abundant resources at hand which will greatly assist you in the future." After Lu Zhiwei sent this voice message, many who were short on supplies at home gave him a thumbs up, praising him for his vision. After listening to the voice message from Lu Zhiwei, Ling Feng exclaimed, "Professional." One cannot help but admire Lu Zhiwei. He is truly talented, even more exploitative than Zhou Pa Pai. Not only does one have to provide food, but they even have to offer up their own house. It's no wonder that some can become leaders. They truly leave you with nothing but the bones. Should I just hand over all the supplies for you to distribute? Ling Feng continued to tease this big leader, finding it quite amusing. Lu Jiwei brushed a few strands of hair on his head and looked at the message from Ling Feng, thinking that this kid was quite savvy. As for who should take care of this specifically, I believe we should discuss and decide together. If necessary, we can form a small group to make a collective decision. Then you all hurry up and come to a conclusion. Ling Feng laughed heartily while lounging on the sofa. This was far more interesting than playing games. Lu Jiwei really took himself seriously and naively thought he was easy to fool. To liven up the atmosphere in the group, Ling Feng directly pulled out a small amount of supplies from his space, took a photo, and posted it in the group. In his eyes, that small amount was still a vast quantity of supplies. He had stockpiled nearly 30 billion worth of supplies through purchases and $0 deals in addition to the replication system in his space. That amounted to 30 trillion worth of supplies, a stockpile that could only be described as terrifying. Upon seeing the photo posted by Ling Feng in the owner group, everyone's eyes turned red. Dozens of boxes of instant noodles, various canned meats, fresh water fruits, fresh meat snacks. The variety of supplies was incredibly comprehensive, enough to sustain a family of 3 for 3 years. After posting this photo, Ling Feng specifically added the text, "If these supplies were given to you, how would you divide them?" With this, the people in the group began to discuss animatedly. It's best to clean your mouth, don't spray everything out. Ling Feng watched as the group engaged in a heated discussion, some even getting into arguments, causing him to laugh until his stomach hurt. In just a few days, this group of elites began to shed their disguises, arguing over a bit of food. Ling Feng observed the lively chat in the group when Yang Zihan sent him a message. "Are you there?" Ling Feng was a bit surprised. It had been a long time since they last contacted each other. Ever since he had clearly rejected her, she hadn't reached out to him again, so why was she suddenly looking for him? In truth, Yang Zihan did not want to contact him, as she was a public goddess. Those who wished to pursue her would need to queue up. It was always other men who took the initiative to approach her, and whether she responded depended on her mood. For her to seek out someone who had previously rejected her was absolutely unthinkable. However, now that she was starting to feel hungry, maintaining her pride was far less important than filling her stomach. In the early days of the apocalypse, Lin Su had delivered plenty of food to her, but when she went to ask for more yesterday, she came back empty-handed. Now her family had been hungry for an entire day. Thinking of this made her resent Lin Su greatly. Her family of 4 had merely eaten a little of Lin Su's food, and now Lin Su had cut ties with her. She truly regretted befriending such a person. Seeing that Ling Feng did not reply to her message, immediately Yang Zihan sent another emoji. "Is there something?" Ling Feng replied succinctly with 3 words. He did not want to become too entangled with this woman, so he responded coldly. "Brother, can you give me a little food?" Pitiful expression, no. Yang Zihan, reading the message from Ling Feng, felt her nose wrinkle in frustration. As a beautiful woman, she had to lower herself to ask him for food, yet he was unwilling. With so much food at home, what was the harm in giving her a little? How could he be so stingy? She suppressed her urge to curse at him and patiently continued chatting with Ling Feng. "Brother, aren't we good friends? I just want a little." However, after waiting for a long time, she received no reply from Ling Feng. She realized she had been left hanging. This tactic was one she frequently used before, and now she found herself on the receiving end of it. Just as she was preparing to type a retort, Ling Feng suddenly replied. "Not familiar." Yang Zihan felt like throwing her phone, but then thought better of it. She couldn't go out now, and being without her phone would be even more troublesome. But now she had no food left, and needed to find a way to get some. Looking at her disheveled reflection in the mirror, she felt disgusted with herself. Since the extreme cold weather arrived, the pipes in her house had frozen. She hadn't washed or bathed for several days, and her hair was greasy. She searched through a group chat named Fish Pond for suitable candidates, and after a long search actually found one. Zhao Jun, a rich second-generation heir who also lived in her community. He had pursued her before, but she had ignored him. He often showered her with gifts when she was live streaming. Thinking of this, she immediately sent Zhao Jun a message. "Brother, what are you doing?" "Cute." Zhao Jun, lying in bed, eating bread, jumped up upon seeing the goddess message. He had been thinking about Yang Zihan all day. Ever since he saw her beauty, no other girl could catch his eye. Especially every time he sent her gifts like racing cars and rockets, Yang Zihan would smile sweetly at him. Hearing her call him brother made him sleep sweetly every night. He sent a photo of the half-eaten bread to her. "I'm lying in bed, eating bread. I envy you for having bread to eat. I can only have 1 sausage a day now." Yang Zihan sent Zhao Jun a voice message suppressing her discomfort. Zhao Jun was short, fat, and dark in the past. She would have never even looked at someone like him. Now, however, she had to pinch her nose and chat with him for food. As Zhao Jun listened to the voice message from the goddess, his entire body felt weak. Just hearing her voice was enough to send him over the moon. He quickly sent a voice message back. Han Han, how could I let you go hungry? Wait a moment, I will bring you some food right away. After finishing, he hurriedly grabbed a backpack and filled it to the brim with food, rushing towards Yang Zihan's home. Thanks to his family running a food company, they had stored plenty of products at home. Imagining the goddess' sweet demeanor, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Arriving at Yang Zihan's villa, Zhao Jun nervously pressed the doorbell. Shortly after, Yang Zihan opened the door. Brother, you're here. Yang Zihan beamed with joy, pulling Zhao Jun's arm and cheering. Seeing his goddess smile and greet him, Zhao Jun blushed and grinned foolishly. He handed the heavy backpack to Yang Zihan. Here. If it's not enough, let me know. Yang Zihan received the heavy backpack and her smile deepened. Thank you, brother, you're so kind. Zhao Jun returned home with a satisfied expression, feeling as if he was drunk. He continuously fantasized about his future romance with the goddess. Today I finally had my first close encounter with the goddess. Later, after rejecting Yang Zihan, Ling Feng directly blocked her to avoid being bothered again. Where were you when it was time to stock up on supplies? Now you know to come asking for resources. He wouldn't pay any attention to such foolishness. People like that often died the fastest in the apocalypse. It's best to keep such people at a distance to avoid being dragged down. Only women like Lin Su, who are not only beautiful but also smart and decisive, can survive in such a world. Thinking of Lin Su's capable and aloof demeanor, her curvy and tall figure, and perfectly delicate features, Ling Feng suddenly had some thoughts after all having enough to eat. Living alone in this villa has become somewhat lonely, although Wang Long often comes over to keep me company. Yet there are some matters that only a woman can resolve. Just as Ling Feng was lost in thought about Lin Su, another WeChat call came in. He picked up the phone from the table to take a look. Hey, what I think comes true. It's a call from Lin Su. Ling Feng tapped on the phone to answer it. Ling Feng, are you really planning to distribute all the supplies to these people? You can tell that Lin Su on the other end of the line still doesn't quite believe that he would actually give out the supplies. She knows very well what kind of person Ling Feng is. He is certainly not someone who would suffer losses. Although Ling Feng has feelings for Lin Su, they are not yet at the stage of sharing everything, especially not in this apocalypse, where trust cannot be given lightly. There's no other choice. If they come to rob me, what can I do? Lin Su wanted to say that we are in a lawful society, but then she thought about the current environment and swallowed her words. Then, feeling somewhat embarrassed, she asked, I have some medications that are in short supply in the market. If you need them, I'd like to exchange for some food. Lin Su's cheeks flushed slightly. She had never asked anyone for anything since she was a child. Today was her first time asking for help. The food she currently has is only enough for a week, and even if she saves, it would last at most 10 days. She also needs to plan for her future, and Ling Feng is undoubtedly the best choice. Hearing this, Ling Feng was somewhat surprised that theoretically she should have stockpiled some supplies, yet it has only been a few days, and she is already short. Don't you have any supplies stockpiled at home? This is a bit of a troubling matter, she replied, and then she told Ling Feng about Yang Zihan, her greedy demands, which caused most of her supplies to end up in their family's possession. She had already cut ties with Yang Zihan because of this issue. After hearing her words, Ling Feng finally understood. It turns out Yang Zihan's family has no supplies at all and relies solely on begging. After rejecting her, he wondered who the next unlucky target would be. I don't lack medication, but what else do you have to offer in exchange? Ling Feng rubbed his chin, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. On the other end of the line, Lin Su was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. All I have to offer in exchange are medications. I studied biomedical science in college and specialize in genetic research. I wonder if that could help you. Upon hearing the words genetic research, Ling Feng instantly retracted his somewhat lascivious expression. This is precisely what he needs. He has core data regarding genetic serums and has always wanted to continue his research, but unfortunately, he knows very little about it. He has always wanted to learn about this field, but since the apocalypse, he hasn't had the chance. Furthermore, there has been no one to teach him systematically. With the 20 of his brain he has developed, he would learn extremely quickly. Although he indeed needs talents in this area, he did not express it immediately. He decided to assess whether Lin Su would be suitable as a partner in this apocalyptic world. For now, your expertise could help me a bit, but it's not urgent. I will contact you when I need it. By the way, help me keep an eye on the movements of others. Let me know if they make any moves. After hanging up, Ling Feng began his physical training for the day. Since the apocalypse, he has not stopped his training. He can now adapt to 32 times the gravity and can perform simple strength training under such pressure. However, he decided to try a different method today and took out a Tang Hungdao from his space. This knife was confiscated from the assassin headquarters and has been upgraded once. The upgraded Tang Hungdao can be described as cutting through iron like mud, possessing not only extreme hardness and toughness. Its sharpness also exceeds common sense. He once tried to use this knife to cut through a cow's bone, and a fist-sized cow bone was sliced cleanly in half, the cut being smooth. The entire blade showed no signs of damage, and Ling Feng did not use much force while swinging the knife. He has grown quite fond of this knife. Thus today he intended to practice the basic techniques of the Tang Hungdao. The moves he learned were primarily from instructional videos online, as he could not find a master to teach him. However, his current learning efficiency is very high after watching the video once he had basically learned all the basic knife techniques. Ling Feng held the knife with both hands, continuously practicing the knife techniques in the training ground. Although it was his first time practicing, he still managed to perform impressively. As he practiced repeatedly, the originally unfamiliar techniques gradually became proficient. His speed of striking became faster and faster, and with his extraordinary speed, his entire figure became difficult to discern. As he struck, trails of afterimages began to appear, making it hard to distinguish which were illusions and which were real. After practicing for an hour, he had fully mastered this knife technique. However, he was not satisfied. He still felt it was not fast enough. What he learned was merely a basic knife technique, and not particularly exquisite. To gain an advantage in actual combat, the speed of the strikes must be sufficient. As long as it reaches the extreme, even the simplest moves can become ultimate techniques. In the world of martial arts, only the unbreakable and the swift prevail. He walked into the gravity room and adjusted the gravity to 20 times. He then continued to wield the Tang Dao. Under the pressure of 20 times gravity, the speed at which he practiced the knife techniques became very slow, as if the speed had been reduced. However, the force he was enduring was much greater. After completing a set of knife techniques, he was already drenched in sweat. Yet Ling Feng was very pleased. I didn't expect that under such pressure I could discover the deficiencies in my movements. Moreover, during the process of practicing the knife techniques, my physical abilities can also continue to improve. It's simply killing two birds with one stone. Ling Feng wiped his sweat, took a sip of water, and began training with the knife again. Just as Ling Feng was practicing his knife techniques, the owners of Shizi Bay had engaged in extensive discussions regarding the distribution of Ling Feng's supplies, and finally made significant progress. To better discuss, the owners of Shizi Bay established a new discussion group, of course, without including Ling Feng. After all discussing how to divide his supplies in front of Ling Feng felt a bit inappropriate. With the unanimous agreement of everyone, they specifically formed a supervision committee. The main responsibility of the supervisory group was to jointly oversee the use of supplies and prevent corruption. After everyone's joint recommendation, Lu Weiji confidently took on the role of the chairman of the supervisory committee. The vice chairman is Ling Yutong. After all, he had to take over due to the unfortunate death of his son, and no one opposed this. The remaining 5 members are all active participants in the group chat, namely Xiao Pengfei from Building 26, Li Lin from Building 59, Lu Haiyang from Building 5, Wang Tianyi from Building 27, and Zhang Dashan from Building 55. After the establishment of the supervisory committee, the homeowners celebrated in the group, as this time, once the supplies were secured, each household would receive a substantial share. Everyone also prepared themselves, sharpening their knives ready to bleed the fat sheep. Ling Feng and Lin Su immediately informed Ling Feng of this news. Upon hearing this news, Ling Feng found it quite amusing. He didn't expect these people to be so organized and formal. The next step was to target the rich and distribute the supplies. Ling Feng hoped they would come and trouble him, so he could deal with them all at once and avoid future inconveniences. On the 7th day of the apocalypse at 10 in the morning, Ling Feng was still lying in bed sound asleep. Mainly because he had practiced his swordsmanship too enthusiastically yesterday, continuing until 2 a.m. until he could no longer lift his sword before stopping his training. However, the results were very significant. Under 20 times the gravity, he was already able to wield the sword at a normal speed. One could only imagine how terrifying his speed would be under normal gravity. Ring, 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 a sudden urgent alarm rang out. Ling Feng was startled awake from his sleep and went to the window to look toward the main entrance on the first floor. He saw several people standing by the door, their ages indistinguishable, all bundled up tightly. However, he recognized Ling Yutong among them. Ling Feng lay back down, opened the surveillance app on his phone to see what these people were up to, and listened to their conversation. A group of people stood at the door, constantly stamping their feet, most of them experiencing the outdoors for the first time and feeling the extreme cold brought by the weather. One person asked the one standing in the middle, Chairman Lu, shall we knock now? Lu Jiwei nodded with great authority, exuding presence. He personally enjoyed the satisfaction that this power brought. It had been a long time since he felt this way after retiring. He never expected to regain power in the apocalypse and moreover to hold the crucial authority over the distribution of supplies. From now on, everyone in Shizi Bay would have to heat his face. Thinking of this, he straightened his back and raised his head high. The one knocking was Xiao Pengfei, who, eager to perform well in front of the leaders, clenched his fist and banged hard on the door. Bang! Xiao Pengfei's face instantly turned red as he covered his hand and began hopping in place. Damn, why is this door so hard? He felt like his hand was about to break from that strike. What kind of door is this? It hurts like hell. What happened? Lu Jiwei looked at Xiao Pengfei's comical state, feeling somewhat angry. I asked you to knock, and you made such a fool of yourself. Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Chairman, this door is too hard. I hurt myself by hitting it too hard. Xiao Pengfei gritted his teeth and said while Ling Feng, lying in bed and watching all this, was laughing so hard that tears came out. He happily rolled over on the bed. This door was made of the hardest materials in the world, solid all the way through. You dare to hit it so hard. You're lucky you didn't break any bones. Outside the door, Lu Jiwei looked at Xiao Pengfei with a speechless expression, feeling he was utterly useless, unable to handle such a small matter. Get someone else. They'll do it. Li Lin, standing aside, volunteered and stepped forward from the crowd. Having learned from the previous experience, he was smart this time and didn't dare hit too hard, using only half the strength. The door produced a low sound. Ling Feng didn't pay them any mind and decided to let them stew for half an hour. He walked downstairs and took out 3 boxes of instant steaming buns from his space. These buns were semi-finished products. They only needed to be heated in a steamer for about 10 minutes to be ready to eat. Ling Feng placed the buns in the steamer and fired up the induction cooker. He then quickly prepared a cup of soy milk and boiled 2 eggs. Currently, he was probably the only one in the entire Shizi Bay community able to use high-power electrical appliances. He used a generator for power, allowing him to use high-power devices freely. Other homeowners were in a dire situation. After the apocalypse, the power supply faced enormous issues with frequent power outages and significantly reduced power. Now the power could only charge a phone, nothing else could be done. It wouldn't be long before there would be a complete blackout, and after some time the internet would also run into problems. After all, these devices require regular maintenance, and in the current extreme cold weather, many people were trapped at home, unable to even eat, let alone go to work. In some communities, the snow had already piled up to 3 or 4 meters, while Shizi Bay, due to its proximity to the sea and strong winds, had only 30 centimeters of snow. After about 10 minutes, the buns were ready, and Ling Feng brought them to the dining table, preparing to dig in. Looking at the steaming soup buns, his appetite surged as he picked one up and took a big bite, instantly splattering juice everywhere. The taste of the beef in the juice was extremely rich, continuously stimulating his taste buds. The meat was tender, the bun skin thin, and the eating experience was very satisfying. Ling Feng finished 1 bun in a single bite. Then he started eating buns left and right in quick succession. Just as he was enjoying this warm breakfast, the few people outside the villa knocking on the door saw him eating. Ling Feng's dining room and the main door were aligned, and the dining table was placed in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window, so the people outside could clearly see what was happening inside the dining room. At this moment, the few people in the villa's yard watching Ling Feng devour the soup buns couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Seeing Ling Feng in his thin pajamas sitting comfortably in the chair, everyone felt that inside was simply paradise. Not only was there a warm room, but also delicious food. Everyone gazed eagerly at the delicious food on the table. Lu Jiwei looked at the soup buns on the table, nearly biting his tongue off, but he still pretended to be calm since he was the leader and couldn't lose composure. He walked to the window and looked at Ling Feng with a very authoritative gaze. Xiao Ling opened the door. However, Ling Feng paid him no mind, continuing to eat buns and even picking up the pace. It wasn't that he didn't want to respond, mainly the soundproofing of the glass was too good and he couldn't hear what Lu Jiwei was saying at all. Everyone watched as Ling Feng rapidly devoured 3 baskets of buns. Eating pig knuckle early in the morning, what a sight. With spectators nearby, it tastes even better. Outside the window, people gazed eagerly, and some impatient ones began to bang on the glass. With a fierce expression and bloodshot eyes, this scene rivaled that of a zombie attack in a movie. Watching these cute little ones shouting outside, Ling Feng enjoyed his food even more. However, the pig knuckle was indeed a bit greasy, and after eating half, he found it hard to continue. Black Panther, he called out, and Black Panther rushed to him, gazing longingly at the large pig knuckle in his hand, nearly drooling. Ling Feng smiled as he brought the pig knuckle closer to Black Panther's mouth, treating it to a better meal. Black Panther was momentarily stunned, thinking, is it New Year? Go ahead and eat. Only then did Black Panther open its mouth, biting the pig knuckle and running to its little den to devour it. Those outside saw Ling Feng feeding a half-eaten pig knuckle to a dog and immediately lost their composure. The banging on the window grew stronger, accompanied by continuous grumbling. They were filled with hatred, resenting Ling Feng for having so much food. They also regretted not being the dog inside. Lu Jiwei's face turned ashen as he looked at the useless people on his side, almost bursting out in curses at these useless fools. At the same time, his hatred for Ling Feng intensified. In his eyes, Ling Feng feeding the dog was a blatant insult. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Today he must make Ling Feng pay. The supplies in Ling Feng's hands should be his. He took out his phone and called Ling Feng. Ling Feng saw an unfamiliar number on his phone. He picked it up and answered, "Who is it?" Ling Feng, hurry up and open the door. Lu Jiwei's authoritative voice rang out, laden with an undeniable tone. This tone made Ling Feng extremely displeased. Who do you think you are? Who the hell are you? Stop acting all high and mighty and speak properly. Lu Jiwei suppressed his rage. After so many years, who dared to speak to him like this? But now wasn't the time to fall out. I am Lu Jiwei. Open the door quickly. Ling Feng looked at Lu Jiwei outside the window, astonished, and said, "Open the door." "Why should I open the door for you?" "Stop pretending, just open the door and hand over the supplies. You must compensate for the killing. Didn't you agree to the terms?" Ling Feng suddenly understood. "Oh, you mean this matter? I was just joking with you, and you took it seriously? Hurry back, it's really cold outside." Lu Jiwei's face darkened instantly. It turned out he was being played with. "Ling Feng, do you know the consequences if we report your murder to the authorities?" Hearing this, Ling Feng couldn't help but laugh. "Authorities? Let's see if you can even find them. What time is it? And you still threaten him with the authorities? Does he really think he's a 3-year-old child? What consequences? I'm so scared. You old bald man, hurry and get lost." Ling Feng emphasized the last word, and his voice was loud enough for everyone around Lu Jiwei to hear clearly. Lu Jiwei could no longer hold back. He had been insulted and cursed multiple times, and now they even dared to mock his baldness. "I have hair on my head, it's just that there isn't much of it. Ling Feng, I warn you to open the door obediently. We can let bygones be bygones, or else face the consequences." Ling Feng wished for these people to come find trouble with him quickly. It was they who sought trouble, so they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Just get lost. Ling Feng hung up the phone, stood up, and returned to the 3rd floor to play games. Lu Jiwei's face was no longer as relaxed as when he arrived. His entire face was clouded with gloom. Ling Feng's words today had thoroughly humiliated him, leaving a bad impression on the group below. "Chairman, this Ling Feng is too arrogant. He doesn't take us seriously at all. Isn't he clearly provoking us? Yes, we can't let this slide. Isn't he slapping you in the face?" Ling Yutong began to embellish the situation, and after speaking, he gave Li Lin a look. "Yes, let's head back and discuss our next plan." After saying this, Lu Jiwei turned and walked out with everyone rushing to follow. The 7 members of the supervisory committee gathered in Lu Jiwei's villa. His family was small, just him and his young wife in her 20s, making meetings more convenient. "Chairman, what should we do next?" Wang Tianyi of the supervisory committee had just sat down when he started asking questions. "Ling Feng is obstinate and unreasonable. I suggest we take a hardline approach and directly control him with violence." Lu Jiwei expressed his opinion, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Everyone quickly mobilized the other owners in the group and gather all the young men. Let's form a guard team. Ling Feng, this troublemaker, must be eliminated first. After saying this, Lu Jiwei took out his phone and began posting in the West Ziwen group. "Dear family members, due to extreme weather, we currently cannot contact the authorities. We in West Ziwen must unite and help each other. In light of the lessons from the Ling Feng murder incident, I suggest that we voluntarily form a guard team to protect the lives and property of the people in West Ziwen. Each household should send 1 person to join the guard team. If there are no males aged 1850 in the household, they need not participate. Whether the threat comes from within or external invasions, with a guard team, we can ensure our safety." After this information was released, the members of the supervisory committee also began to echo in the group, continuously encouraging others to join. However, the response was not ideal. Not many people paid attention to them. After all, they were all from the upper class, and now asking them to be security guards was not something they were willing to do. "Chairman, the response from the owners is not great," Ling Yutong said with a worried expression. Lu Jiwei, however, remained calm. "It's fine, I have a plan," he said confidently. Then she began to send a voice message in the group. "Family members, many people have privately contacted me to join our guard team, but there are still a few who haven't come to find me. I feel that these people are not united enough. I hope everyone can actively sign up. If you do not participate, we will not ensure your personal safety. We will only protect the lives of the guard team and their families. If there is food in the future, priority will also be given to the members of the guard team. After Lu Jiwei sent this message, the group indeed began to buzz with activity, with people starting to sign up to join. Soon more than 50 people had signed up, and the number was still increasing. Chairman, your move is truly impressive. Li Lin flattered Lu Jiwei from the side, which Lu Jiwei greatly appreciated. After decades of leadership, he may not excel in many areas, but he certainly had a keen grasp of human nature. Handling these trifles is a piece of cake. As long as I have people at my disposal, let's see what trouble Ling Feng can stir up. I'll take a group of dozens to his house and smash it to pieces, making him kneel before me and sing his submission. Little does he know that his plans have long been known to Ling Feng, even as he basks in his own self-satisfaction. Of course, the information came from Lin Su. Ling Feng scoffed at Lu Jiwei's forthcoming actions. Even if 1,000 people came, they wouldn't pose any threat to his villa. In recent days, Ling Feng advised Wang Long to stay at home and avoid unnecessary outings, since he was not part of the homeowner group and remained unaware of the happenings within it. However, Ling Feng still urged him to persist in his daily exercises to restore his physical fitness to its peak as soon as possible. Ling Feng inspected every door and window of the villa to ensure they were all closed, while also conducting a test run of the villa's equipment to prepare for the upcoming battle. Having completed all this, he retrieved a slingshot from his storage space. This slingshot, upgraded, possessed formidable power capable of penetrating 3 millimeters of steel when fully drawn. With such power, it would certainly be enough to deal with this group, but Ling Feng felt that the ordinary steel pellets lacked sufficient potency. He then took a bottle of insecticide from his space, donned a gas mask, and vigorously sprayed the steel pellets with the insecticide. The damage caused by the insecticide-coated pellets upon entering the human body would be even more devastating. Who could withstand a combination of physical force and magic? Meanwhile, members of Lu Jiwei's security team had basically confirmed that apart from a few homeowners who refused to participate, everyone else had sent at least one person. The total number of members in the security team had now reached 65. Lu Jiwei was quite satisfied with this number, and as preparations were nearly complete, he was ready to launch the first attack on Ling Feng. He pulled out his phone and started issuing commands in the group. Dear family, an unstable factor has appeared in our West Bay family. That is Ling Feng from Building 5. This person is extremely dangerous. Not only did he cruelly murder his own cousin, but he is also hot-tempered and could harm others at any moment. To maintain the unity and stability of our community, I have decided to take action to subdue this thug. Moreover, Ling Feng's home is stockpiled with ample supplies. Just this morning, we witnessed him feeding uneaten food to his dog. In the group chat, everyone responded to Lu Jiwei's call, taking out their weapons and gathering at Lu Jiwei's villa. The items in their hands varied greatly. Some held baseball bats, others golf clubs, some wielded kitchen knives, and there were even those who had disassembled chairs to use the legs as weapons, along with people carrying steel pipes. Lu Jiwei looked at the 20 individuals who had assembled, feeling a surge of confidence. He commanded the members of the supervisory committee to lead the 20 bodyguards toward Ling Feng's villa. Just as Ling Feng was emotionally singing, "I want to get you drunk with a cup of wine so that you can love me a little more," in the KTV room, he was interrupted by a sudden urgent alarm. To respond promptly to external attacks, he had installed alarms in every room. He walked to the window and saw dozens of people standing outside his villa, each holding weapons, clearly up to no good. Ling Feng directly opened the window and shouted down, "Lu Jiwei, what do you and your group want here?" Lu Jiwei stood behind the crowd, flanked by 2 bodyguards, clearly very concerned about his safety. He had heard that Ling Feng possessed a bow and arrow, and if he were to be hit by an arrow, he would not only be in danger, but also likely crippled. "Ling Feng, I'll give you one last chance to hand over the supplies. Otherwise, we will forcibly break in." Lu Jiwei looked up at Ling Feng, feeling uncomfortable with the way he had to speak while looking up at others. "Hand over your supplies, you bastard. I have plenty of supplies here if you have the guts. Come in and take them. Idiot." With that, he spat directly at Lu Jiwei below. Lu Jiwei was infuriated by the insult, ordering the others to start breaking down the door. The person at the front swung a steel pipe and struck the door forcefully. Bang! A deep sound resonated from the door, and the massive rebound force caused his arm to tingle, nearly making him lose grip of the steel pipe. "Damn, why is this door so tough?" The others, seeing this, collectively took their weapons and began to strike the door, and unsurprisingly, their arms were left numb and painful. In contrast, the door remained perfectly intact, not even a scratch left on it. Everyone present was astonished by the door's hardness. They had never seen such a sturdy door. One person, seeing no effect, turned his attention to the floor-to-ceiling windows of the house. He shouted, "Smash the windows." The group then began to smash the windows of the house furiously, but it was still in vain. The windows suffered not a scratch. Ling Feng stood on the third floor watching the group furiously attack the glass of his home, finding it hilarious that their efforts were utterly useless. Leaving aside whether they could actually break it, even if they did, he had installed 3 layers of such glass. They could hammer at it for 10 years without breaking it. Seeing that they could not breach the windows or the door, Lu Zhiwei ordered a few large bed boards to be brought in, and over a dozen people lifted the boards to charge at the door. This was somewhat reminiscent of ancient siege tactics. After over 10 minutes of charging, they were all red-faced and exhausted, yet the door remained unmoved. Lu Zhiwei couldn't help but curse inwardly. What a weirdo, who installs such a sturdy door and windows in their home. The group looked at the door helpless, each feeling a bit dejected. Ling Feng observed the crowd below and took out a slingshot and specially processed steel balls from his space. Next up, it's my turn to strike. The reason for using a slingshot instead of a gun or a compound bow is quite simple: boredom. Ling Feng was truly bored. Even though he had various entertainment facilities at home, he still felt a sense of monotony. If he had used a gun or a compound bow, these people could have been eliminated in a short time. But with the slingshot, Ling Feng intended to make sure they suffered without dying. This way these people could keep him company in his games. Unless he grew tired of the fun one day, in which case he would just kill them all after all they had provoked him first. Watching the crowd below take a break before starting to pound on the door again, Ling Feng prepared to begin his shooting game. He took out a marble and placed it in the slingshot. Bang! The marble was swiftly launched, hitting one of the red-clad men on his right arm, primarily because this person's clothing was too recognizable, making him the first unlucky target. Ouch! The weapon in the red-clad man's hand instantly fell as he began to scream loudly. At the moment the marble entered his body, his arm only felt a slight numbness, but soon it erupted in excruciating pain. Up! The red-clad man clutched his right arm and screamed in agony, startling the others, who quickly turned to look at him. They saw blood begin to gush from his hand, which then rapidly started to freeze. The red-clad man felt as if his entire arm was quickly losing sensation. "It's a slingshot, he's using a slingshot," Li Lin shouted, pointing at Ling Feng on the third floor, and everyone looked up at him. Ling Feng was grinning as he watched them. However, the next moment, he continued to shoot with the slingshot. By the time the crowd reacted, another person was hit. The newly hit individual instantly started to scream in distress. Panic began to spread through the crowd as they looked for cover. However, after searching, they found no place that could shield them completely. In less than 10 seconds, another 6 people were struck, all of them hit in the right arm. This was a deliberate tactic by Ling Feng, as the right arm is the most frequently used and also the primary point of strength. Once the right arm was compromised, that individual was essentially incapacitated. At this moment, Lu Zhiwei, surrounded by the crowd, could hardly believe the situation unfolding before him. Seeing the 8 people on his side clutching their right arms in agony, it was clear they were no longer combat effective. He could only yell at Ling Feng above in a fit of rage. "Ling Feng, how could you be so cruel? We only wanted to take supplies and you resort to such deadly measures." Ling Feng coldly laughed at Lu Zhiwei below, his face full of derision. "You dare to forcibly break down my door and then come to blame me? Have you lost your mind?" As he spoke, he prepared to take action with the slingshot, prompting the members of the security team below to flee in panic. Even several members of the supervision committee were frightened enough to run away, leaving only Lu Zhiwei, Ling Yutong, and 2 others in the courtyard. They watched the fleeing crowd. Lu Zhiwei, furious, yelled, "Damn it, come back, all of you, come back. Do you still want the supplies or not?" At this point, even shouting until his throat was hoarse earned him no response. These people were scared out of their wits, daring not to heed his call. Besides, they were ordinary folk who had never witnessed such a scene, running away without looking back. "Ling Feng, wait for me, this isn't over." Lu Zhiwei glared at Ling Feng above, directly issuing a threat. But Ling Feng didn't relent and sent a marble his way. The marble pierced through his ear, leaving a bloody hole instantly. Ouch! Lu Zhiwei grimaced in pain. Having been in a high position, he had never endured such suffering, and panic began to show in his eyes. Clutching his ear, he ran outside, daring not to threaten anyone further. The others saw their leader fleeing and hurriedly followed him out of the courtyard. Perhaps in his fright, Lu Zhiwei didn't notice the slippery ground beneath him and fell flat on his face. Ling Yutong, running beside him, quickly reached out to help. However, just as he did, a whistling sound pierced the air as a steel ball struck through his palm, hitting the ground ahead. Before he could react, another steel ball hit his arm. Pain surged from both spots on his body, causing Ling Yutong to panic and flee in a frenzy. As for Lu Jiwei lying on the ground, whoever wanted to help could do so. Lu Jiwei, having just endured a fall, didn't care about the pain and crawled away as quickly as he could. Watching Lu Jiwei's pitiful escape, Ling Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He continued to shoot at Lu Jiwei with the slingshot, firing off dozens of steel balls, all avoiding the vital areas. Each shot elicited cries of despair. As the villa fell silent once again, Ling Feng felt that this counterattack had been a bit too swift. In less than a minute, the security team had begun to flee in panic. A bunch of rabble, so uninteresting. Feeling unsatisfied, he closed the window and went back to the basement to continue practicing his swordsmanship. In contrast to Ling Feng's leisure, the villa of Lu Jiwei was bustling with chaos. A group of people gathered in the living room, wailing incessantly. The injured individuals clutched their right arms, their expressions twisted in pain. The wounds had started to turn black, mainly because Ling Feng's steel balls were all coated with insecticide, leading to infections. Lu Jiwei was in even worse shape, with over a dozen wounds on his body, groaning on the sofa and looking extremely weak. Given his age, combined with the shock he had just endured and the injuries he sustained, he was nearly at the end of his rope after running. One member of the security team was a doctor and offered to help treat the wounds. He brought a surgical knife and alcohol-soaked gauze from his home and approached Lu Jiwei. "Chairman, I'll help you remove the steel balls inside. It might hurt a bit, so bear with it." Lu Jiwei weakly nodded. The doctor used scissors to cut away the clothing around the wound, and upon seeing the injury, his face immediately turned pale. The wound had begun to necrotize due to the extremely low temperature. The internal condition remained unknown. Under the current medical conditions, the only option was to excise the necrotic tissue. However, there was no anesthetic available, so they had to endure it. Ouch! A sound like that of a slaughtered pig escaped Lu Jiwei's lips. Without anesthetics, the intense pain stimulated his nerves. Though the cold weather numbed his limbs, this piercing pain was still unbearable. The other injured individuals watched Lu Jiwei's excruciating display, their faces turning pale as they imagined themselves undergoing the same treatment, trembling with fear. However, the one suffering the most was undoubtedly Lu Jiwei, who had endured over a dozen hits. After 5 steel balls were extracted, he fainted from the pain. He awoke again under the severe pain 3 times, and by the time the last steel ball was removed, Lu Jiwei was completely collapsed on the sofa. At this moment, he had over a dozen wounds on his body, all the necrotic tissue excised, appearing extremely horrific and shocking. After treating Lu Jiwei's wounds, the doctor began to assist Ling Yutong and the other members. The villa was once again filled with agonizing screams, and after several hours of surgery, everyone was finally bandaged up. Although they were treated, the doctor also imparted a cruel truth to them. Your right hands are essentially useless. Even if they recover, you won't be able to lift heavy objects. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell into silence. The atmosphere grew heavy. "Damn it, it's all that old bastard's fault." One of the team members suddenly cursed at Lu Jiwei. "Yeah, if it weren't for that son of a dog messing around with the guard team, we wouldn't have ended up like this. He just used us as pawns, that old fool. I think this ridiculous guard team should be disbanded." The members of the guard team began to chime in, angrily voicing their opinions towards Lu Jiwei. The more they spoke, the more agitated they became, almost ready to come to blows. Lu Jiwei, frightened, who had just woken up, dared not open his eyes and could only pretend to be asleep. "Everyone listen to me," Ling Yutong suddenly shouted, causing the previously noisy crowd to quiet down. "Neighbors, we failed today due to our lack of preparation, but we cannot give up. Are we supposed to just stand there and get beaten? Ling Feng's home is reinforced like a turtle shell. How can we attack it?" "Exactly. Next time you lead the charge." The crowd, which had just calmed down, began to curse at Ling Yutong again. As the vice chairman of the supervisory committee, he bore an undeniable responsibility for this operation. "Everyone, if we don't attack Ling Feng's house, do we have any sources of food left? Are we going to starve to death?" Ling Yutong's words indeed had an effect, and the previously quarreling people started to reflect. Indeed, with no food left in their hands, everyone would slowly starve if this continued. Seeing that his words had an effect, Ling Yutong continued, "Our villa area hasn't been buried under snow due to its geographical location. Look at those plains at the foot of our villa. The snow has already reached 5 to 6 meters. It's nearly impossible to find food under such circumstances. So what should we do next? Ling Feng's defenses are too strong, we can't break in." Xiao Pingfei said helplessly. Ling Yutong smiled mysteriously and said, "Since we can't enter through the windows and doors, what about his walls? Our villa's walls, apart from the main structure being concrete, are mostly made of hollow bricks, not that sturdy. As long as we use tools to dismantle them, his defenses will be useless. Upon hearing his words, others also found it reasonable. Since the doors and windows are sturdy, well, not touch those. Dismantling the walls of his house should be doable. But he has a slingshot and we can't defend against that. One of the injured team members raised a concern. His hands were still in pain, unable to exert strength, and he felt a lingering fear. We can use bedboards as shields. His slingshot is powerful, but it can't penetrate bedboards. The first time we were underprepared. Next time, we'll send more people, and we will definitely take down Ling Feng. Ling Yutong's words successfully rallied the almost collapsing guard team again, and he became the new chairman of the supervisory committee. As for Lu Jiwei lying on the sofa, no one cared about his life or death. At that moment, Lu Jiwei lying on the sofa felt immense hatred, and not only was he seriously injured, but he also lost the position of chairman of the supervisory committee. He had worked hard for so long and gained nothing. It was a huge loss. Gradually, he began to harbor resentment towards Ling Yutong. In contrast, Ling Yutong was in high spirits now that Lu Jiwei was out of the picture, finally gaining real power and could take action again. This time I will definitely succeed. Ling Feng must die. He silently encouraged himself, determined to avenge his son. Having just completed extreme training, Ling Feng took a hot shower, and just as he lay down on the bed, he received a call from Wang Long. "Fengzi, how's it going over there today? Do you want me to come help you?" Wang Long had clearly seen everything from the third floor when Lu Jiwei brought people to cause havoc. He originally wanted to go out and deal with these people, but remembering Ling Feng's explicit instructions not to go out, he resisted the urge. "It's fine, a bunch of rabble can't stir up any waves, don't worry. Just stay at home, honestly." The two chatted a bit more about the guard team's situation, and Wang Long, furious, considered coming to help him fight against these bandits. However, he was refused. Although today's attack was repelled, these people would definitely return. In a state of hunger, people could do anything, they weren't at the end of their rope yet. It was estimated that within a week the entire Shizi Bay would fall into chaos. That would be the most dangerous time. However, none of this concerned Ling Feng. He just wanted to live peacefully in the villa for the rest of his life. Of course, it would be even better if he could find a trustworthy woman. So far, Lin Su seemed to meet all his requirements. However, he still needed to observe this woman more closely. He didn't want his partner to have any ill intentions towards him. Having been reborn, he had become very cautious about trust. Just as he was considering whether to let Lin Su into his villa, he received a picture sent by Lin Su. In the photo, a group of people marched past her house, some holding hammers, spades, and other tools, while others carried bedboards. However, the direction these people were heading did not lead to Ling Feng's villa. Lin Su messaged him to be careful. This group was planning to strike at night and would mobilize everyone. Ling Feng was very pleased with Lin Su as an informant. He basically received advance warning for the guard team's actions. This allowed him to respond more calmly. After receiving the news, Ling Feng began to prepare. From the previous photo, it looked like this attack was going to use bedboards to shield against his slingshot. This tactic was indeed quite good. His slingshot was not easy to inflict harm. However, he didn't have to rely solely on a slingshot. He took out a compound bow from his space, made a simple adjustment, and retrieved 100 arrows. These would be enough to deal with this group. However, once he used the compound bow, deaths were certain. But this was also their own doing. Since they were unkind, they shouldn't blame him for being merciless. In the early hours of the 8th day of the apocalypse, Ling Feng gazed out at the heavy snowfall, the snowflakes incessantly battering against the window under the fierce wind, producing a howling sound. The temperature outside began to plummet further, reaching a terrifying -70 degrees. For those lacking food and warmth, it was like adding insult to injury. In the future, many more would freeze or starve to death. Before nature, humanity is truly insignificant. Ling Feng lamented the horrors of the apocalypse. Even in today's technologically advanced world, it remained utterly helpless. Fortunately, he had prepared sufficiently. No matter how harsh the environment outside, he could face it calmly. He lit a cigarette, waiting for danger to arrive. The dim light of the burning cigarette, the only illumination in the dark room. Halfway through his cigarette, the alarm in the room suddenly blared. "They're here." Ling Feng moved to the window to look down. A group of over 50 people had gathered outside his building. Clearly, they were better prepared this time. They held up bedboards tightly surrounding the top and sides, making it impossible to see the exact situation inside. From the surveillance, it was evident that these people were not attacking the front door, but were beginning to damage the villa's outer wall. This took Ling Feng by surprise. These people are quite clever. They know to breach the walls. With axes and hammers, they struck at the wall, and soon a hole began to appear. Seeing that their efforts were yielding results, the members of the guard team worked even harder, imagining endless food and a warm house inside, unconsciously quickening their pace. However, Ling Feng remained indifferent. He had long considered this possibility when building the house. All the walls inside the villa were made of 30-centimeter titanium alloy steel plates capable of withstanding even nuclear blasts. With their meager weapons, they could not even hope to dig through in 1,000 years. Yet watching the enthusiastic demeanor of this group, Ling Feng felt a bit reluctant to interrupt them. Among the crowd, Ling Yutong, injured and bandaged, stood at the back, supervising, demonstrating commendable dedication. Ling Yutong, as the newly appointed chair of the supervisory committee, led by example, earning the unanimous support of the team members. Watching the wall close to being breached, his excitement grew. Success was drawing near. "We've breached it. We've breached it," someone shouted, and an eruption of cheers followed, with every face beaming with joy. Hearing this, Ling Yutong was also overjoyed and quickly ordered the next batch of team members to replace the ones at the front to continue digging. To ensure the speed of the wall digging, Ling Yutong implemented a rotation system with 6 people digging at a time, switching every 5 minutes. This method proved highly efficient. In less than 40 minutes, the outer wall was breached. Just as Ling Yutong was immensely satisfied with his plan, another gasp came from the crowd. "What the hell is this so hard? Mine too harder than steel." Ling Yutong hurriedly pushed through the crowd to check, while someone nearby quickly shone a flashlight for him. Inside the villa's outer wall, there was another layer resembling steel, incredibly hard. Striking it with a hammer left no trace. Ling Yutong was momentarily stunned. After digging for half a day, they had only reached the first layer. This little bastard Ling Feng had fortified the house so well. Did he know this day would come all along? Furthermore, considering how much supplies he had stockpiled in advance, Ling Yutong's suspicions were only reinforced. The more he thought about it, the greater his hatred for Ling Feng grew. This little bastard clearly knew that extreme cold weather was coming, yet failed to inform the homeowners, only caring about his own safety. Despicable. I've been hit with an arrow." Just as he pondered how to resolve the current issue, someone in the guard team shouted in alarm. As soon as this sound echoed, another person was struck by an arrow, and everyone hurriedly turned to look at the 2 injured. One person had an arrow lodged in their chest, blood pouring from the wound, while another had been shot through the neck. Ling Yutong couldn't understand why they were hit by arrows despite having bedboards for protection. What kind of arrows could penetrate thick wooden boards? However, Ling Feng clearly wouldn't give him time to ponder, as arrows were continuously raining down upon them. The cries of the crowd rose and fell, with someone getting injured almost every second. Injuries varied. Some were shot in the thigh, others in the abdomen, and some in the heart. No matter the location, being shot in the current -70-degree environment was fatal. At this moment, Ling Feng on the 3rd floor launched his attack expressionlessly, his speed of action incredibly fast, requiring almost no aiming. Arrows were shot one after another toward the crowd below. Due to the bedboards blocking the view, he opted for indiscriminate attacks. The upgraded composite bow released powerful arrows. In its presence, those bedboards were no different from paper. The guard team's members suffered heavy casualties, with over half injured in less than half a minute. Frightened by the relentless killing, the guard team members began discarding their weapons and bedboards to flee, leaving the injured on the ground behind. Ling Feng did not relent, continuing his slaughter. Without the protection of the bedboards, the guard team members became lambs to the slaughter. The composite bow continued to reap lives, each arrow taking away a life. Watching his teammates kept falling, the fleeing group ran even faster, each desperately trying to escape. As the leader of the group, Ling Yutong lagged behind due to his injury and age. Seeing the crowd around him collapsing, Ling Yutong was already terrified to the point of his legs going weak, as if he could see the Grim Reaper beckoning him. Fortunately, it seemed Ling Feng had not recognized him. Though he lagged behind, he miraculously remained unscathed by arrows. Seeing that he was just a few meters away from the corner, he felt safety was imminent, and his fear began to dissipate. 5 meters left. Almost there. Safety is just around the corner. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. Just when he thought he was safe, a sharp pain shot through his calf, and his body uncontrollably fell forward. He looked down to see a black arrow piercing through his calf, blood flowing out, and beginning to freeze, with a numbness starting to creep into his leg. At this moment, he could not care about the injury on his leg. Using both hands and feet to scramble towards the corner ahead, the will to survive unleashed immense strength, causing his hand wound to reopen, but he pressed on regardless. Watching Ling Yutong crawling forward, he refrained from shooting another arrow. Killing him now would be too easy. Even in death, he must suffer more torment before meeting his end. Without the constraints of law and authority, killing him was as simple as crushing an ant. Glancing down, he saw over 20 corpses lying on the ground, and more than a dozen others unable to walk due to leg injuries, groaning in agony. If no one came to help, they would freeze to death in less than half an hour. Ling Feng felt no pity for these people. The moment they stepped into his villa's yard, they became his sworn enemies. If his house were to be invaded by this group, would they let him go? They would only die in a more tragic manner. Ling Feng ignored these people, closed the window, and prepared to have a late-night snack before going to sleep. The next morning, Ling Feng woke up feeling refreshed. He picked up his phone and saw that the WeChat group for the homeowners had over 99 messages. He opened the group to browse through the chat records, each message condemning him for his murderous actions. "You will face retribution. We are all family, yet you killed my brother. Not only that, but now my father has lost a leg and an arm because of you, you bastard." Ling Feng looked at the insults directed at him in the group chat. He smirked coldly, realizing that they were complaining after suffering a setback. "You fools are quite amusing. You think you have a right to complain after getting killed for stealing supplies, don't you? Let me tell you, I let a few of you escape this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. I have plenty of supplies at hand, not a single strand will I give you which will drive you fools crazy." Ling Feng directly retorted in the group, showing no mercy to them. After that, he posted a picture of his breakfast from today. His breakfast was quite lavish: soup, dumplings, fried dough sticks, rice noodles, egg pancakes, sandwiches, meat buns, milk, spicy soup, and some high-end fruits, making for a nutritionally balanced meal. Even in the apocalypse, one must eat exquisitely. After posting the photo, he added a caption: "I wasn't feeling very hungry today, so I kept it a bit simple. In the future, I will share my daily meals with everyone. Remember to give me a thumbs up, family." He also sent a playful meme. As soon as this text was posted, some people in the group immediately started to insult him sourly. "How can you eat so much without bursting? Some people are like this, they'd rather throw it away than share. Their hearts have turned wicked. God will not let such people into heaven. I curse that your food is poison. May you soon suffer the effects of it." In addition to some vicious remarks, there were also those in the group who began to flatter him. "Can it be done?" While speaking, a seductive artistic photo was shared. Ling Feng observed several people in the group starting to post their own pictures, and he carefully examined them several times with an appreciative attitude. I must say these individuals do possess some charm, and their figures are quite appealing with bright headlights as well. However, he still found them lacking. He wasn't so desperate as to eat anything. Moreover, he knew nothing about these people, and he certainly wouldn't dare to let anyone into his home easily. Compared to beauty, his own life was far more important. However, among this group, Lin Su did not come to curry favor with him, which indicated that his judgment was sound. Lin Su was not someone who would casually sell her body. He did not pay much attention to those who flattered and fawned over him. He merely regarded them as a means of amusement during his leisure time. People continuously added him on WeChat from the contact list. Ling Feng opened WeChat to check, and all were added through the homeowner group. "Brother, can we get to know each other? Bro, I need to discuss something with you. Hello, I'm from our community, just wanted to understand the situation. Dude, we've eaten together before, let's connect. I'm Yang Zihan, why did you delete me, brother?" Looking at the dozens of friend requests, Ling Feng did not pay them any heed and directly turned off his phone to have breakfast. Time quickly passed, and another week had gone by. It had been a full half-month since the apocalypse began, and Ling Feng's past 7 days had been relatively peaceful. He resumed his normal routine of eating, training, and playing games, while also sharing his daily meals in the homeowner group to provoke these people. Each time he posted pictures of himself, he would attract a flurry of flattery and curses. He paid no mind to the curses, as only those who felt discomfort would know. During these 7 days, the guard team had not come to trouble him again, likely because the last battle had frightened them. In the previous battle, Ling Feng had directly killed over 40 people, effectively crippling the entire guard team. However, he felt that they certainly would not give up easily, especially with Ling Yutong likely to return. After 15 days of the apocalypse, food supplies in most households had been depleted. Even those with some reserves were beginning to experience shortages. The situation was only going to become more chaotic. Just this morning, more people were sneaking downstairs to move away the team members he had shot. Why are they here to move the corpses after a week? Is it to give them a proper burial? If it's to take away their family members' bodies, why wait until now? Isn't it a bit late? The reason can only be one. When food is scarce, these people will do everything possible to obtain sustenance. These people have already set their sights on these corpses. The phenomenon of cannibalism has existed since ancient times. During the late Tang dynasty, Huang Chao had to slaughter thousands of people daily for military provisions due to insufficient food. In the face of hunger, morality and humanity have long since faded. This is the apocalypse. A world where people devour each other. Ling Feng took out his phone ready to send a message to Lin Su. He felt the time was right. After a week the food she had must be running low. During this time Lin Su had only mentioned exchanging supplies with him once, as she had not brought up the matter of supplies again, and during her previous attempts she had frequently relayed information to him. Overall she was still trustworthy. Are you still alive? Ling Feng sent a message to Lin Su. Upon receiving Ling Feng's message, Lin Su nearly fainted from anger. Having not eaten for 2 days, she was now cold and hungry, curled up on the bed looking as if she had lost a whole circle of weight, making one feel pity. Despite being on the brink of collapse from hunger, she still did not ask Ling Feng for help. Her inherent pride prevented her from lowering her dignity even in front of the person she admired. Struggling, she took out her phone and typed a few words. Thanks to you, I'm still alive. Looking at the message on her phone, Ling Feng let out a sigh of relief. It would be a pity if Lin Su starved to death. Lin Su was a talented individual. Compared to her beauty, Ling Feng admired her abilities even more, although her looks were also important. Come to the bottom of my building now. Seeing Ling Feng's message, Lin Su felt inexplicably anxious. She was smart enough to know what it meant for her to go there. People do not help you without a reason. She struggled to get up, packed all the medicines she had stored in her backpack, took one last look at her house, and walked out of her villa. Under the cold wind, the snow hitting her face made it painful. Having not eaten for 2 days, she felt even more dizzy, trudging through the snow with difficulty. Fortunately, her villa was not far from Ling Feng's house. After 5 minutes of walking, she finally saw Ling Feng's villa. Just hold on a bit longer, it's only 50 more meters to go. Lin Su silently encouraged herself. Completely focused on reaching her destination, she did not notice that 2 figures were following her closely behind. Yang Tianwu and his son Yang Zijing were watching the woman moving slowly ahead, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. These 2 were none other than Yang Zizhang's father and younger brother. They originally intended to go out in search of food, but after wandering for a while they found nothing to eat. In fact, their family had only run out of food in the past few days. Originally, his precious daughter could trick a devoted admirer into providing food. However, their family's consumption was simply too great, and the stockpile that admirer had was completely used up. He was close to starving himself. After 2 days of hunger, they finally had no choice but to go out searching for something to eat. Originally, they planned to come to Ling Feng's place hoping for luck, as they had heard many say that people came here to retrieve corpses for food. The 2 had also prepared to bring back a corpse, but unexpectedly encountered the solitary Lin Su. Follow her and bring her back, Yang Tianwu said fiercely to his son Yang Zijing. Yang Zijing understood what his father meant and felt a bit scared. He had already been uncomfortable with his father suggesting finding a corpse, and now being told to catch a living person made him even more resistant. Moreover, this person seemed familiar. Dad, she is a living person. What about living people? In this time, there's hardly any food left. As long as we can survive, who cares about anything else? How did I end up with such a useless son? A man must be ruthless when the time calls for it, do you understand? Yang Tianwu looked at Yang Zijing with disappointment, then quietly followed Lin Su. As Lin Su hurried along, she seemed to sense danger approaching. Her sixth sense told her something was amiss. She suddenly turned around and saw the 2 figures quietly closing in on her less than 20 meters away. And the 2 were quickly getting closer, soon within 10 meters. It was evident that these 2 were coming for her. Stop! Lin Su forced herself to focus. Due to the heavy snow, she had not seen the faces of the 2 earlier, but now that they were closer, she clearly recognized them. At this moment, the 2 also recognized Lin Su. Yang Zijing exclaimed, Dad, it's Lin Su. Yang Tianwu also recognized Lin Su's face, and there was a hint of astonishment in his eyes. It turned out to be his daughter's best friend. He had long coveted his daughter's best friend, for both her figure and looks were exceptional. However, this Lin Su was very proud, and no matter how he threatened or tempted her, she remained indifferent to him, making him lose face. Yet today he surprisingly saw the solitary Lin Su outside, and an evil idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He was determined to take this woman back for some fun. Such an exceptional woman would be a pity not to play with. Ignoring his son, he continued towards Lin Su. Lin Su looked at the man closing in on her and instinctively tightened her fist hidden in her sleeve. Uncle Yang, what do you want? Lin Su kept backing away, clearly distrustful of the 2 familiar figures following her. She had no good feelings towards this Uncle Yang, and even felt disgusted. He had previously harassed her multiple times, and as an elder he showed no respect. Now following her closely, he clearly had ill intentions. Stop! She shouted sternly at Yang Tianwu, who was trying to approach her. Yang Tianwu was unperturbed, continuing to approach Lin Su slowly, his eyes burning with desire, a smile on his lips. Little Lin, it's me. It's only been a few days. Why are you so distant with your Uncle Yang? Huh? I said to stop. Lin Su raised her voice again, simultaneously lifting her right hand towards Yang Tianwu, revealing a handgun. Yang Tianwu was startled by this sudden scene. Lin Su had suddenly produced a handgun, and it didn't seem fake. However, looking at Lin Su's slightly trembling right hand, his smile grew wider. As a cunning businessman, he was adept at reading people's subtle expressions. Lin Su was clearly frightened. Having a gun was one thing, but daring to use it was another. Feigning surprise, he looked at Lin Su. Little Lin, what are you doing? Uncle Yang just wanted to greet you. Do you really have to point a gun at your uncle? Yet he did not dare to charge forward recklessly, merely trying to lower her guard through conversation. Yang Zijing, standing behind him, was startled by Lin Su holding a gun. Having never seen such a scene, his legs trembled. Lin Su, we mean no harm, please don't shoot. Yang Zijing spoke, his voice trembling slightly, clearly frightened. Although the father and son claimed they meant no harm, Lin Su did not relax her vigilance in this apocalypse. One should not trust anyone easily. Moreover, this person had previously entertained inappropriate thoughts about her. Uncle Yang, these are extraordinary times. It's better to be cautious. If you have something to say, just say it from there. With that, both hands gripped the gun, and the body kept retreating. Yang Tianwu's face was filled with a kind smile. You're quite vigilant, child. Uncle truly means no harm. He subtly moved closer to Lin Su. However, this little movement did not escape Lin Su's eyes. Looking at Yang Tianwu, who was trying to approach her, she directly warned loudly, take another step closer, and I will shoot. What are you talking about? There's no need for that. In response to Lin Su's warning, Yang Tianwu did not stop his steps and continued to walk towards her. Bang! A loud gunshot echoed in the Shizi Bay community. Yang Tianwu looked at Lin Su, who had fired the gun, in shock, unable to believe that this seemingly delicate girl really dared to shoot. He looked down at a bloody wound on his chest, blood seeping out continuously. You? Really? Dared to shoot? A wave of weakness washed over him, and then his body uncontrollably fell backward. Yang Zijing, standing behind Yang Tianwu, watched as his father collapsed in front of him, clearly frightened, with a wet patch forming in his pants. Lin Su, holding two guns aimed at the grounded Yang Zijing. Don't kill me, please, Sister Lin Su. Yang Zijing knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Lin Su, hoping for his life to be spared. What do you want following me? Lin Su coldly questioned. It's him, it's all his doing. He wanted to kidnap you. It has nothing to do with me. Yang Zijing frantically pointed at his father on the ground. If you don't kill me, just go. Kneeling on the ground, Yang Zijing felt as though he had been granted a great pardon, his eyes shimmering with gratitude. Thank you, Sister Lin Su. With that, he quickly turned to leave. In that instant, his eyes filled with malice. Everything he had just done was merely to save his own life. How could he not avenge his father's murder? Thinking of how Lin Su had ruthlessly killed his father, his heart ached with sorrow. Just as he pondered how to take revenge. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Yang Zijing looked at his chest, now a bloody mess, his eyes instantly filled with terror. He struggled to turn and look at Lin Su. Didn't we agree? Not to kill? Then he fell helplessly to the ground. Lin Su, trembling with both hands, her face pale, having killed two people for the first time, could no longer hold back, squatting on the ground and retching. After a minute, she gazed at the two people she had shot, her eyes growing resolute as she softly said, "This is all you're doing." With that, she turned and continued her way towards Lingfeng's home. Lingfeng had witnessed everything clearly. In fact, when Yang's father and son had followed Lin Su, he initially intended to intervene and save her, but he wanted to see how she would handle the situation. However, the developments exceeded his expectations. He did not expect Lin Su to have a gun, nor did he expect her to decisively shoot, eliminating both threats. He had to admit that this decisive character deeply appealed to Lingfeng. Only those with such a nature could survive in this brutal apocalypse. However, he needed to remain vigilant against Lin Su. Until he completely trusted her, he had to be on guard. Soon Lin Su arrived at the entrance of Lingfeng's house. Lingfeng walked to the first floor and opened the observation hole. Unload your magazine and hand me the gun backward. Lin Su said nothing and complied, handing over the handgun with the magazine removed. After receiving the gun, Lingfeng unlocked the door with a key, then stepped back 2 meters, aiming the gun at the door, shouting loudly outside, "Push the door open yourself." Outside, Lin Su pushed the heavy door with all her strength, feeling it unusually heavy. It took all her might just to open a crack. Instantly, the warm air from inside flowed out, making Lin Su feel a wave of warmth. She pushed the door again with great effort, finally getting it open wide enough to enter sideways. She sidled into the room, and the warm environment made her feel as if she had entered another world. Close the door. Seeing Ling Tian in front of her, gun pointed at her, looking at her warily, Lin Su felt quite speechless and had no choice but to turn and forcefully shut the door. Take off your clothes. This statement made Lin Su's face turn red instantly, but the temperature inside did indeed make her feel very hot in her bulky outfit. She stopped hesitating and quickly removed her clothes until she was left with only her undergarments. It's done. Ling Feng led her to the villa's living room, looking at the girl before him. After half a month, she had lost weight, her eyes filled with fatigue. Although her hair was disheveled, it could not conceal the elegant and aloof aura she possessed. Ling Feng pointed towards the bathroom. Go take a hot shower first. Upon hearing about the hot water, Lin Su's eyes brightened. During the past half-month in the apocalypse, the water had long been cut off at home, and she had not bathed for half a month. Her hair was so greasy that it could be used to fry food, and the thought of it made her feel a bit itchy. Nodding, she hurried to the bathroom, and soon the sound of running water echoed from inside. Ling Feng found her a pair of slippers and some underwear from his space. Estimating her size, he said, Yeah, about that, Lin Su replied. All these clothes were ones he had taken from a clothing warehouse during his previous zero-cost shopping spree at Tiannan. He had taken everything without a second thought, not expecting to use them today. I put your clothes here, Ling Feng shouted from the door. He then started preparing lunch, cooking a pot of rice in the rice cooker, followed by a pot of tomato and egg soup. He took out 8 dishes of meat from his space, all of which were prepared for Lin Su. He had grown somewhat tired of these meat dishes lately, so he made himself a cold tomato salad and a green onion tofu to change things up. After waiting for an hour, Lin Su finally walked out of the bathroom, nearly scrubbing her skin off after not bathing for half a month. Freshly bathed, her cheeks were flushed, and wearing a fitted nightgown, her curvy figure was perfectly outlined, making Ling Feng's mouth water. Lin Su walked gracefully to Ling Feng, the aroma of the food on the table causing her stomach to grumble. She looked at Ling Feng somewhat shyly. Ling Feng smiled at her, looking at the somewhat adorable Lin Su. Let's sit down and eat. Lin Su sat across from Ling Feng, gazing at the lavish spread on the table, unable to resist swallowing her saliva. Sour and spicy beef, pepper chicken, cumin lamb, clay pot chicken, braised pork, crystal pork knuckle, lion's head meatballs, spicy pig trotters. Every dish looked incredibly tempting. Lin Su could no longer hold back and began to eat heartily, completely shedding her demure demeanor. Since the apocalypse, she hadn't had a proper hot meal, let alone meat. Compared to the outside world, this place felt like paradise. Lin Su disregarded her image and grabbed a pig trotter, gnawing on it without paying any attention to Ling Feng's gaze. Watching Lin Su devour her meal, Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with amusement. For the first time, he found watching someone eat more interesting than eating himself. Now he understood why food streamers had become so popular. Originally, he just wanted something light to eat, but seeing Lin Su's enthusiasm, he couldn't help but pick up a lion's head meatball and savor it slowly. The two of them ate for half an hour, and the dishes on the table were nearly finished. Lin Su sat back in her chair, revealing a satisfied expression. I'm full. Lin Su felt a bit shy, recalling her earlier gluttonous behavior. It was the first time she had acted so uncouthly. Let's go, we'll show you around upstairs. Ling Feng led her to introduce various rooms and entertainment facilities, eventually arriving at the bedroom on the 3rd floor. Ling Feng approached her, gently caressing her hair and lifting her chin, saying, You're full now, it's my turn. This part omitted for brevity. 2 hours later. Ling Feng, looking satisfied, lit a cigarette, feeling completely relaxed. The sensation of release in his body was truly delightful. He gazed at the girl beside him, who was already fast asleep, gently stroking her smooth, fair back. He hadn't expected such a perfect woman to be a first-timer. Remembering the wild 2 hours they just had, he felt a bit restless, but seeing the sleeping Lin Su, he decided to abandon that thought. There's plenty of time ahead. However, he still felt a bit hot. It must be said that this woman's charm was simply too strong. Luckily, he was physically robust, otherwise even a bull wouldn't be able to withstand it. He planned to practice his swordsmanship in the basement to relieve some of the tension. After consistent practice during this period, he could now wield his sword smoothly under 30 times the gravity. His maximum carrying capacity had also surpassed 40 times, and his progress was quite rapid. He retrieved his Tang sword from storage and entered the gravity chamber. Today, he intended to attempt practicing sword techniques under 35 times the gravity, retreating while wielding the sword, chopping, stepping forward, to slice, retreating, to slash, positioning the sword, and sweeping the sword. Each basic move was demonstrated perfectly under his control. Compared to 30 times the gravity, 35 times the resistance was significantly greater. Each strike brought a sense of exhaustion, yet Ling Feng persisted, striving for perfection in every movement. After an hour of relentless practice, his clothes were already soaked with sweat and his movements became increasingly swift and fluid. Under 35 times the gravity, his swordsmanship grew more and more adept. After completing a day's training, Ling Feng stepped out of the gravity chamber, feeling utterly refreshed. His previously restless body had finally calmed down. He returned to the third floor and saw Lin Su still sound asleep on the bed, choosing not to disturb her. After a period of mental strain, she would surely be very fatigued. Once she finally relaxed, she deserved a good sleep. He went to the second-floor gaming room, preparing to continue gaming. Recently, he had become obsessed with a post-apocalyptic survival single-player game, spending a lot of time on daily missions. With nothing else to do, playing games was the best way to pass the time. He lit a cigarette, took out a can of chilled cola, and continued gaming. In a nearby community not far from Shizi Bay, a bald man leaned back on a sofa smoking while a young girl next to him was giving him a leg massage. A hint of fear was evident in the girl's expression. On the opposite sofa sat a fierce-looking man whose ferocity was primarily accentuated by a horrifying scar across his face. This man was the scar-faced individual who had been beaten by Ling Feng for harassing Yang Zihan at the barbecue restaurant, a self-proclaimed member of the Qinglong Society. Originally, the Qinglong Society was just a small-time gang, but with the advent of the apocalypse, there were no laws or official constraints. This group of social miscreants grew bolder. The leader Niu Xian, relying on his dozens of underlings, directly exerted force to control the entire community. Through violent means, they plundered a large amount of essential supplies, committing all sorts of atrocities within the community. Many women of beauty fell prey to their clutches. Anyone daring to cause trouble or disobey orders would face severe beatings or worse, death. Living like emperors in the community under his tyranny, the death rate skyrocketed, with many families starving to death after having their supplies robbed. At this moment, the scar-faced man looked respectfully at Niu Xian across from him. "Boss, nearly all the supplies in the community have been plundered. Oh, we only have enough supplies for the brothers to eat for 2 days. Really?" Niu Xian frowned and took a deep drag from his cigarette. "Are you sure there's nothing left?" "Boss, there's really nothing left. In the entire community of 12 buildings, less than 80 households remain alive." Upon hearing this, Niu Xian closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought, but his expression clearly indicated he was not in a good mood. Sitting opposite him, the scar-faced man felt a bit anxious. His boss was unpredictable, and when he got angry, he could do anything. A few days ago, when a property owner in Building 6 refused to hand over supplies, the boss had simply gone over and decapitated him. Scaring the other property owners into submission, they all weakened at the sight of the boss. "Boss, I have an idea. I'm not sure if it will work," the scar-faced man said cautiously. "Speak." Niu Xian opened his eyes and looked at him. "Boss, there's a villa area nearby, which is the most famous wealthy district in our city. Perhaps there are plenty of supplies there. Moreover, there are many beautiful women living there. I heard there's even a big internet celebrity." He gave Niu Xian a knowing look. His boss' greatest hobby was playing with women. As long as he mentioned beautiful women, he would undoubtedly be intrigued. Of course, he had his own ulterior motives. He had been beaten at the barbecue stand, and after extensive investigation, he discovered that this person belonged to the Ling family of Tianhu Medical Group. He lived in that villa area. Back then, he was just a small-time thug and didn't dare provoke him, but now that the world had changed, he needed to reclaim his dignity. Hearing the scar-faced man's words, Niu Xian's eyes lit up. "Right. Why didn't I think of that? Why are we still holed up in this shabby community? Tell the brothers to pack up our supplies and prepare to take down the rich." Ling Feng was so absorbed in his game that he completely lost track of time. It wasn't until he noticed the outside world had darkened that he checked the clock. 2225. Is it already this late? Ling Feng closed the game, planning to have dinner before continuing his activities. Just as he reached the first floor, it dawned on him that there was still another person at home. He returned to the third-floor bedroom and saw Lin Su standing barefoot by the window, gazing outside. At that moment, Lin Su was dressed in a delicate white silk nightgown that accentuated her perfect curves, her long black hair cascading down to her waist. Even from behind, she was mesmerizing. Hearing footsteps, Lin Su turned her head to look at Ling Feng, her cheeks slightly flushed. As his first man, her feelings were incredibly complex. She never expected to lose something so important to her in this manner. "Can you cook?" Ling Feng broke the silence first. "Yes. Let's go downstairs and cook." Ling Feng led her to the kitchen on the first floor, where an enormous double-door refrigerator was packed with various ingredients, all stored by Ling Feng in advance. "Dinner is your responsibility now. Feel free to use any ingredients in the fridge, make whatever you want. Also, from now on, you'll be in charge of the 3 daily meals at home. Okay. Lin Su didn't feel anything amiss. Instead, she felt somewhat reassured. Now that she relied on Ling Tian, she had to contribute in ways she was capable of to prove her worth, discarding the arrogant mindset she had before the apocalypse. It was fine to be a diligent housekeeper. Living in such a safe environment, those outside would not be able to intrude even if they broke their heads. Lin Su opened the fridge and was thrilled to see the variety of fresh ingredients. Half a month had passed since the apocalypse began, and those outside had already run out of supplies. While others were fighting for a piece of bread here, there were still fresh vegetables and fruits. She glanced at the vegetables in the fridge and began to handle them skillfully. Ling Feng watched Lin Su move deftly, very pleased with her performance. With a beautiful and capable woman at home, his future days would be much more comfortable. Leaning back on the sofa in the living room, he lit a cigarette, a bottle of soda on the table, and held the latest limited edition Switch in his hands, playing a casual racing game. This life was unbeatable. Lin Su cooked quickly, preparing 4 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes along with a pork and corn soup in less than an hour. Lin Su set all the dishes on the table, served the rice, and then walked to the living room to call Ling Feng for dinner. Ling Feng looked at the lavish spread on the table, visually appealing and exquisitely prepared. He picked up a piece of beef to taste. The taste is really good. Delicious. This flavor rivals that of a 5-star hotel chef. Ling Feng gave her a thumbs up. Lin Su smiled and said, as long as it suits your taste. Ling Feng truly did not expect Lin Su's cooking to be so good. It was far superior to his own, which relied on luck. Sometimes it might turn out well, but most of the time his meals were quite unappetizing. The two enjoyed their meal, quickly finishing all the dishes on the table, with most of it going into Ling Feng's stomach. Lin Su felt a great sense of satisfaction watching her cooked dishes disappear completely. The cook's greatest joy is not the praise, but seeing their food completely consumed. After the meal, Lin Su began to clean the dishes and tidy up the kitchen. Thoughtfully, she also brought Ling Feng a fruit platter. While Ling Feng played the game, Lin Su quietly sat beside him, occasionally offering him pieces of fruit. A royal-like enjoyment. Do you want to play together? Ling Feng, worried she might be bored sitting alone, wanted her to join. I can't. I've never played before. Lin Su shook her head. Growing up in an orphanage, her childhood was filled with hardship, and she had never touched video games. Later, she went to college and started working. All her thoughts were focused on her career, leaving no room for personal entertainment. Her only hobby was studying cooking when she had free time. Can't. No problem, I'll teach you, we have time. Ling Feng pulled her soft little hand and sat her on his lap, teaching her how to play the game step by step. It was Lin Su's first time sitting on a man's lap, and she blushed deeply, making frequent mistakes while playing the game. Ling Feng also sensed her unusual reaction, his heart racing as he directly lifted her off the ground and headed toward the bedroom. Another sleepless night. While Ling Feng was enjoying his tender moments, a group of dozens of people quietly sneaked into the Shizi Bay community under the cover of night. This group was from the Qinglong Society, and under the leadership of their boss Niu Xian, they arrived at Shizi Bay to seize supplies. Although there were only 80 villas in the entire Shizi Bay, the area was vast, with each building spaced 100 meters apart. Niu Xian looked at the rows of luxurious villas, his heart racing. Coming from a lower social class, he never imagined he would live in such opulence before. It was something he wouldn't have dared to dream of. Now, here he would be the one in control. All the resources and women here would belong to him. Niu Xian led his dozens of underlings toward the nearest villa. The villa was pitch black with no lights to see inside. Niu Xian ordered his subordinates to smash the door. One of the blonde-haired thugs swaggered up to the door wielding a steel pipe and began bashing at the door. The front door of the villa kept banging loudly. Open the door quickly, otherwise I'll smash this glass to pieces. After half a minute of banging, he continued to threaten the people inside, but there was still no response. Just as everyone was ready to break in, the sound of a lock turning came from inside the door. Niu Xian shone his flashlight at the person opening the door and saw that it was a woman around 30 years old. Niu Xian's eyes lit up at the sight of the woman's appearance. His luck was indeed good. He encountered a beautiful woman right at the first house. The woman was startled by the uninvited guests, and seeing their fierce demeanor knew they were not good people. She froze in place, too frightened to move, and timidly asked, "What do you want?" Niu Xian stepped forward, wrapping his arms around the woman's waist, grinning wickedly as he said, "Beautiful lady, we're just here to borrow a place for the night. As long as you cooperate, I promise you'll be fine." While speaking, his hands began to roam over the woman's body. Just as she was at a loss for what to do, a weak voice came from inside. "Xiao Wu, who is it that has come?" Before the woman named Xiao Wu could respond, Niu Xian led a group of his underlings into the villa. As soon as they entered, the sounds of moaning filled the air, and Niu Xian directed the light towards the source of the noise. On a sofa lay a skeletal old man, and the pained moans were emanating from his lips. The old man was none other than the former chairman of the supervisory committee, Lu Jiwei. At this moment, Lu Jiwei had lost the vigor he once had. His eyes were filled with despair, and his face was as pale as paper. Since the last time he was hit by dozens of marbles fired by Ling Feng, and due to limited medical conditions his wounds had become infected. His entire back had rotted away, and he was enduring excruciating pain every moment. Moreover, due to a lack of food, his young wife only gave him half a piece of bread daily, leaving him unable to even stand. He had been tortured to the point of looking like a shell of a person. Now he only wished for a swift death to escape his misery. "Who are you?" Seeing this group of people suddenly appear in his home, Lu Jiwei weakly asked, "Old man, we came to borrow some food. Hand over what you have, or don't blame us for being rude." The scarred face raised the machete in his hand, his tone laced with threat. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiwei's previously lifeless eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, and a hint of color returned to his pale face. "Kill me. I beg you, just kill me. I no longer wish to live." Lu Jiwei's words took the scarred face by surprise, as it was the first time he encountered someone who sought death so actively. At that moment, Niu Xian, with his arm around Xiao's waist, approached Lu Jiwei and noticed that the man was in an extremely weakened state. "Old man, just hand over the food, and I'll grant you a swift end. What do you say?" Seeing his woman being held by another man, a wave of humiliation surged within Lu Jiwei. He had lived a glorious life, yet here he was reduced to such a state. Not only was he tormented by illness, but even his woman had been taken from him. However, he thought to himself, these people were here to seize food. Why not redirect their anger elsewhere? It would be best to have them deal with that brat Ling Feng. And Ling Yutong, if it weren't for him pulling me into this, I wouldn't be in this state. If I'm suffering, he shouldn't expect to thrive either. We don't have enough food to fill your teeth, but I know who has food, and a considerable amount of it. Upon hearing this, Niu Xian's eyes sparkled with interest. His group consumed a lot of food daily, and without it they wouldn't be loyal to him. Whose place? Ling Yutong. His house is at Building 80, the last villa in this neighborhood. After Lu Jiwei finished speaking, Niu Xian looked at the woman in his arms. "Do you know where Building 80 is?" The woman nodded hesitantly, a bit scared. "Lead the way." After saying this, he led the group outside. Lu Jiwei, seeing them prepare to leave without acknowledging him, shouted in desperation, "Stop! Stop! You promised me a swift death." However, nobody paid him any mind. Soon he was left alone in the room, cursing under his breath, "Bastards, may you all die a terrible death. Ha ha ha, may you all die a terrible death, sob sob sob." But there would be no more responses, only his miserable voice echoing in the villa. After leaving Lu Jiwei's house, Niu Xian, guided by Xiao, headed towards Ling Yutong's home. They quickly arrived at Ling Yutong's doorstep, and to save time, Niu Xian ordered his subordinates to break down the door. Several underlings began to smash the door, the loud noises waking the Ling family. Ling Yi and Ling Qier ran downstairs to check the situation, while Ling Yutong, supported by Wang Shi, also made his way down. At this point, Ling Yutong was in no better condition than Lu Jiwei. His right leg and hand had been shot by Ling Feng and hadn't received timely medical attention, leaving them completely useless. He walked with a pronounced limp. Ling Yi peered through the peephole and saw the crowd outside smashing the door, turning pale with fear and nearly wetting himself. "Mom, Dad, there are dozens of people outside. What should we do?" Ling Qier spoke up. "Dad, let them in. If they come in, our fate will be even worse." Ling Yutong sighed. "Go open the door for them." Ling Yi was reluctant, but as the only healthy man left in the house, he had no choice but to go. Steeling himself, he walked to the door and carefully opened it. "Damn it, why did you take so long to open the door? Do you want to die?" The scarred face kicked Ling Yi against the wall, and in pain Ling Yi fell to the ground, curled up on the floor, cold sweat breaking out. "What right do you have to hit people?" Wang Shi rushed forward to argue when she saw her precious son being knocked down. The scarred face, seeing the fierce middle-aged woman approaching, slapped her hard. Smack! Wang Shi was stunned by the slap, the force nearly causing her to fall over her cheek, burning with pain. Regaining her senses, Wang Shi was instantly enraged. Having always been domineering, she had never suffered such humiliation. She charged at the scarred face. "You bastard! How dare you hit me? He'll fight you." Wang Shi raised her hand, intending to retaliate, but the scarred face was quicker and grabbed her wrist. Wang Shi, like a mad dog, bit down on the scarred face's thumb. The scarred face, in pain, began to swing his fists wildly at Wang Shi. However, Wang Shi was blinded by rage, clinging tightly to his finger, and refusing to let go no matter how much he hit her. "Let go of me, or I'll kill you. If you don't let go, I'll kill you. You dare." Bang. Wang Shi, who had been in a frenzy, suddenly had her head blown apart, blood and brain matter splattering all over the scarred face, who was startled by the sudden gunshot. He turned around to see Niu Xian calmly putting away his gun and leading the way into the villa. Zhang Yi, lying on the ground, was so terrified that he lay still. Even as his mother was killed, he dared not make a sound. Ling Qier, standing a short distance away, did not rush to check on her mother after witnessing the murder. Instead, she stood there calmly, her eyes darting as she contemplated something. Ling Yutong, seeing his wife being killed, similarly showed no signs of grief. He had long lost all feelings for the fat woman, and her death brought him a strange sense of relief. Had it not been for the family behind her, he would have divorced her long ago. Niu Xian, observing the unusually calm father and daughter, felt a sense of intrigue. When he saw Ling Qier's expression, a smile once again crept onto his lips. Ling Qier looked at the man approaching her, his eyes filled with unabashed lewdness, and a sense of foreboding surged within her heart. Although fear gripped her heart, she maintained her composure and said, "If you are here looking for food, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. We have nothing to eat at home." Niu Xian looked at the girl before him with interest. It was rare to see someone so fearless in the face of danger, and she was quite beautiful as well. "No food? Then what are you eating now?" "People," Ling Qier replied nonchalantly, as if discussing something completely ordinary. The members of the Qinglong society all showed expressions of disbelief at the words "eating people," unable to comprehend that this seemingly frail girl would partake in human flesh. Ling Qier noticed the skepticism in their eyes and decided against further words, directly addressing Niu Xian. "If you don't believe me, come to the kitchen and see for yourself." Niu Xian followed her into the kitchen, where Ling Qier pointed to a corner. "It's right there." Niu Xian shone the light in the direction she indicated, and indeed saw a dismembered corpse, the body reduced to only half. This corpse was none other than Ling Tao, her elder brother. After Ling Tao's death, the family was engulfed in grief, intending to bury him, but the ground outside was frozen solid, making it impossible to dig. They could only temporarily store the body at home. Initially, there was still some food, but to stretch their supply, they reduced their meals each day, yet no matter how they saved, their food eventually ran out. After 2 days of hunger, although reluctant, the family had no choice but to turn their gaze to the frozen corpse. Ling Yutong's family had also survived by relying on Ling Tao's body until now. Niu Xian was shocked by the bloody scene before him, while some of his subordinates began to vomit. Ling Qier, however, remained calm. Her eyes had long since grown numb, accustomed to dealing with such pieces of meat daily. Niu Xian suddenly realized he had been deceived by that old Lu Jiwei. "Damn it, that old bastard tricked me." Yet looking at Ling Qier, he felt that this visit wasn't in vain. He directly took Ling Qier's hand, smiling. "I won't take the food, but as for you, just come with me, I can give you a bite to eat." Before Ling Qier could respond, Ling Yutong hobbled over, saying, "Boss, please let us join. As long as you give me a bite to eat, I can let my daughter go with you." Niu Xian responded with a smile. "No problem, I have dozens of brothers under me. I'm not short on a few more people." Ling Yutong was overjoyed at this, repeatedly bowing in thanks, completely disregarding the fact that this man had just killed his wife. Ling Qier watched her father's demeanor with a heart full of indifference, realizing that filling her father's stomach was more important to him than her own well-being. "I agree, from now on I'll be yours." Upon hearing this, Niu Xian was ecstatic. Ling Qier was not only beautiful, but also a daughter of a wealthy family, exuding grace. As a lowly individual, she had once seemed unattainable, but now he could associate with someone of her caliber. The apocalypse was indeed favorable. Niu Xian eagerly ordered the members of the Qinglong society to stay here for the night, and then he provided Ling Yutong's family with some food, taking Ling Qier and Lu Jiwei's young wife upstairs. 20 minutes later, Niu Xian lay in bed, completely satisfied, having experienced an extreme thrill from the recent escapades, especially with the little dancer, who showcased a myriad of skills. Just her sounds had made him surrender twice. Such a woman being forced to serve an old man was truly a waste. And then there was Ling Qier with her refined aura and pure visage. What a sight! Although her movements were somewhat clumsy, she still tried her best to please him. The feeling of conquest was simply exhilarating. He felt great, although his legs were slightly weak. A wave of fatigue washed over him, leading him into a deep sleep. The next morning, Niu Xian got out of bed with unsteady steps. Ling Qier and the little dancer approached him as soon as they saw he was awake, bestowing him with a sweet kiss. This instantly invigorated Niu Xian, who had been feeling a bit weak. As he walked into the living room, his subordinates were also up, and a designated brother who cooked had prepared breakfast. Breakfast was simple: a bowl of plain porridge. Among the entire Qinglong society, he was the only one with food, while the others had to endure hunger. There was no choice. Due to food shortages, these subordinates could only eat once a day, and even the remaining food would only last for 2 days. Niu Xian sat at the dining table eating his porridge while everyone else watched him with eager eyes, swallowing their saliva incessantly. After finishing his breakfast, Niu Xian decided to continue scavenging for food today. He called out to Ling Yutong, "Old Ling, do you know if there are any other families in this neighborhood with food?" I know. The richest in supplies around here is Ling Feng." Ling Feng. That name sounds familiar. Niu Xian was quite familiar with it, vaguely recalling having heard this name before. Hearing this, the scar-faced man stepped forward and said, "Boss, Ling Feng is the guy who hit me at the barbecue place and insulted our Qinglong society." "Oh, right. I almost forgot." Niu Xian slapped his forehead, finally recalling Ling Feng. He had always wanted to take revenge on this guy, but his family had a powerful background, making it too risky to act. Now he could finally get his revenge. "Old Ling, does his family have a lot of food?" Ling Yutong overheard Niu Xian and the scar-faced man's conversation and realized Ling Feng seemed to have a grudge against them, feeling elated. His chance had come. He hurriedly said, "Not just a lot, it's simply overflowing." He once shared his stock in the owner's group, and it was quite abundant. Saying this, he took out his phone to show Niu Xian the photos, only to realize that it had been days without power and his phone was dead. He often boasted in the group about his meals, always lavish with big fish and meat, high-end wines. When we had no food, his family still had Australian lobster steaks and caviar, those high-end ingredients. Moreover, his villa has been remodeled and is very warm in this weather. They wear only short sleeves at home. Ling Yutong enthusiastically described the supplies at Ling Feng's home, causing Niu Xian and his subordinates to drool. If what he said was true, they had encountered a fat sheep this time. Especially thinking about the high-end seafood and fine wines he mentioned made their mouths water. Just getting into Ling Feng's house would not only mean rich food supplies, but also a warm villa. Niu Xian's heart raced. He would no longer have to starve or freeze, and he could also scavenge for a few beauties to move in. Just thinking about it felt so comfortable. Where does the Ling Feng family live? Take us there now. Niu Xian's eyes flickered. He was eager to go, relying on his numerous subordinates to feel invulnerable. Ling Yutang slightly curled his lips, just about to share his plan, when Ling Qier spoke first. "We must not act rashly. The Ling Feng family's defenses are extremely solid, and he has lethal weapons in his possession. A forced attack would surely result in casualties." Niu Xian frowned upon hearing this. "Does he have a gun?" "He probably doesn't, but he does have a bow and arrow and a slingshot, which are quite powerful." Ling Yutang added, "A bow and arrow. A slingshot. Ha. Niu Xian and his gang burst into laughter, with Niu Xian laughing so hard that tears almost came out. "A slingshot. Ha. He pulled out the pistol from his waist and slapped it on the table. "No matter how powerful those are, can they compare to this? I suspect their glass and iron doors are bulletproof. Your gun won't be effective." Ling Qier splashed cold water on him directly. She also informed him about the previous 2 failed attacks. Ling Qier felt immense disdain for Niu Xian. He was just a fool who only knew how to sleep with women. A muscle-bound idiot. She wouldn't have even glanced at such a person in the past. However, now she needed him to deal with Ling Feng. To capture Ling Feng, we must use strategy. Using brute force will undoubtedly lead to heavy losses. Niu Xian fell into contemplation upon hearing Ling Qier's words. According to her, this Ling Feng was indeed a tough opponent, and his group might not gain any advantage. However, apart from fighting, he couldn't think of any other strategies. He turned to Ling Qier, sensing that this woman was not simple. Her analysis made a lot of sense, so he inquired, "What do you think we should do?" Ling Qier directly revealed her strategy, a plan she had thought about for an entire night. Ever since Ling Feng rejected her the first time, she had been constantly thinking of ways to eliminate him and take over his family, but she lacked the strength. However, Niu Xian's group's appearance yesterday gave her hope, which was why she had to endure the discomfort of dealing with this disgusting guy. It was all to gain his trust and complete her revenge plan. Niu Xian was thrilled to hear her plan. In his eyes, it was flawless, something his own mind could not conceive. "Let's proceed according to this plan. We will start acting now and aim to take him down today." Niu Xian commanded his subordinates to start moving, and they all got busy upon receiving the order. At 8 in the morning, Ling Feng was awakened by a gentle voice. He slowly opened his eyes to see Lin Su leaning by the bed, smiling at him. "Get up and wash up, it's time for breakfast." Ling Feng immediately wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her towards himself. Lin Su lost her balance and fell into his embrace. Ling Feng flipped over, pinning her down, gazing at her tempting red lips filled with allure. he couldn't help but lean in. After an hour of playful antics in bed, Ling Feng finally satisfied got dressed and took Lin Su's hand ready to head for breakfast. Lin Su's face was flushed looking at him with a hint of complaint, feeling his appetite was too great every day. She stepped unsteadily off the bed, nearly floating as she walked. Ling Feng smiled slightly, wrapping his arm around her waist as they went downstairs to eat. After an hour of deep interaction, the food had gone cold, so Ling Feng reheated the breakfast. Breakfast consisted of steamed dumplings made by Lin Su paired with century egg and lean meat congee. Ling Feng picked up a dumpling and put it in his mouth. It was delicious, with each dumpling containing a whole shrimp. The shrimp was springy and succulent. Ling Feng's eyes lit up and he began to wolf down the food. The lean meat congee was also fragrant and tasty, adding a bit of scallion elevated the flavor. For breakfast, Ling Feng devoured 5 steamer baskets of dumplings. Thankfully, Lin Su knew his appetite was large and made enough. After finishing, Ling Feng lit a lotus flower cigarette. A post-meal smoke brought him joy akin to a deity. Recently, he had been smoking Huazi too much, so he decided to change his taste. Ling Feng's space was also well stocked with various brands of cigarettes, having bought them all, both domestic and international. If he ever got tired of those, there were also plenty of high-end cigars in his space, such as H. Upmann, Davidoff, Monte Cristo, and Romeo y Julieta, all top brands with ample stock for him to smoke. Ling Feng lay on the sofa playing games while Lin Su busied herself cleaning. Black Panther followed Lin Su around, staying close to her. Since Lin Su arrived at the villa, Black Panther seemed to be captivated by her beauty, sticking to her side every day. Lin Su also adored this plump little guy, though every time she cooked, she would toss him some meat chunks. For this reason, Ling Feng scolded Black Panther several times, calling him an ingrate, which caused Lin Su to burst into laughter. Lin Su's arrival brought more vitality to the villa, making Ling Feng's life more comfortable. He was very satisfied with his current life. Living like this for a lifetime would be quite nice. Just as he was fantasizing about a beautiful life, the alarm rang again. Ling Feng frowned. This stable life was disrupted again by someone looking for trouble. Ling Feng looked at the surveillance camera and saw an elderly woman with a head full of white hair standing at the door, holding a little boy's hand beside her. The little boy was very thin. His whole body was just skin and bones, clearly a result of long-term malnutrition. Ling Feng had some impression of this grandmother and grandson. Their villa was not far from his own. The little boy's father was the president of a publicly traded company, ranking high in terms of assets in the entire villa. He usually acted very high profile, but that person had already been taken out by Ling Feng in the last conflict. This elderly woman, relying on her son's wealth, was quite overbearing and unreasonable, throwing tantrums whenever she couldn't get her way, and nobody in Shizi Bay dared to provoke her. The elderly woman spent her days at home taking care of her grandson. She was extremely indulgent with this precious grandson and unconditionally fulfilled all his various demands. This had turned the little boy into a brat that everyone found annoying. He had caused trouble in the community multiple times, prompting homeowners to come to seek justice, but they were met with the elderly woman's unreasonable tantrums. Homeowners were helpless against her, and the brat became even more unbridled in the community. Ling Feng recalled that his car had once been scratched by this brat, but the family refused to acknowledge it, even accusing him of being a scammer. Thinking of this made Ling Feng furious. He decided to deal with this brat. Ling Feng walked to the entrance, opened the communication window above, and looked at the two people standing outside, a grandmother and her grandson. With a smile, he said, "Oh, isn't this old lady Lu? What brings you here today?" Upon hearing someone speak, old lady Lu immediately changed her expression to one of smiling eagerness. "Ling family boy, I know you have food at home. Could you spare some for Xiaoyu?" Ling Feng, hearing this, wore a look of regret. Why didn't you say so earlier? We don't have any extra food at home. I'm afraid I can't help you." Old lady Lu suddenly knelt down on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head to Ling Feng, her voice choked with sobs. "Little Ling, I beg you, please spare us some food. Our Xiaoyu is starving to the point of collapse. You must do a good deed. Good deeds will be rewarded." Ling Feng coldly smiled inwardly. "Do I need your prayers? Being a good person doesn't necessarily mean being rewarded." Seeing old lady Liu's incessant pleas, Ling Feng remained unmoved, fully aware of her character, knowing she could turn hostile faster than flipping a page. "I say, old lady Lu, I can't accept such a grand gesture from you. Aren't you just cursing my longevity? You should leave quickly." The brat standing next to the old lady could no longer contain himself, pointing fiercely at Ling Feng. "Hurry up and hand over the food, you bastard. Or when my dad comes back, I'll have him deal with you." Upon hearing this, old lady Liu's expression changed, and she quickly pulled her grandson over, covering his mouth to silence him. She looked at Ling Feng with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, little Ling, the child doesn't understand and says reckless things. Please don't take it to heart. Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively. Oh, why would I be angry? After all, you won't be living much longer anyway. Ling Feng looked at the displeased expression on the brat's face. Don't worry, you'll be reunited with your dad very soon. Old Lady Lu was displeased upon hearing this, feeling it was a curse upon them. She could no longer hold back. Angrily, she rose to her feet, abandoning her earlier pitiful demeanor, instantly transforming back into her former domineering self. You little bastard, can you even speak? Your whole family should die. Seeing someone in trouble and doing nothing, your conscience must be eaten by a dog. The brat stood there cursing at Ling Feng. Bastard, big fool, stinking scoundrel. Ling Feng calmly faced their insults, not raising his voice to retort, but rather looking at the grandmother and grandson with a composed gaze. Your dad is already dead and can't come back. You two will starve to death. As he spoke, he took out a bag of chips and began to eat them, noisily crunching them loudly, even smacking his lips to make the sounds more pronounced. He then continued to take out more snacks, enjoying them. The brat outside watched Ling Feng eat various treats, becoming increasingly furious, shouting, give me some, bastard, they're all mine. He even started punching his grandmother. I want chips, you go and get them back for me. Ling Feng looked at the chaotic scene outside, feeling pleased, and shouted to the crying and rolling brat, kid, do you want to eat? The brat immediately stopped crying, seriously nodding his head, trying to appear obedient. Not giving you any. He. I'm not giving you any at all. The brat started crying even louder, hitting his grandmother again. Old Lady Lu was also annoyed by her grandson's racket, but could only vent her anger on Ling Feng, her expression darkening as she looked at him. You little bastard, don't be arrogant. You killed my son and the government won't let you go. Just wait for your reckoning. When the time comes, we won't compromise at all. You social scum must be shot. Ling Feng scoffed. Oh, I'm so scared. Just make sure you don't go soft on me when the time comes. But you have to live until that day first. Get lost, or he'll let you taste the sting of my slingshot, he said as he took the slingshot in hand, preparing to pull it back. Old Lady Liu's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. She had heard about the power of Ling Feng's slingshot and dared not speak recklessly anymore, pulling her grandson and heading out of the yard. The brat continued to fuss as they walked, insisting on getting the snacks in Ling Feng's hand, his expression full of resentment. After driving away, the troublesome duo Ling Feng returned to the living room to continue playing games, feeling that it was unnecessary to waste bullets on them. Without food, the elderly woman and child wouldn't survive for many days in this apocalyptic world. Old Lady Lu brought her grandson to Ling Yutong's villa to report what had just happened. Upon hearing the plan had failed, Niu Xian, despite being mentally prepared, was still furious. You two useless fools, you couldn't even handle this simple matter. You're of no use, get lost. Seeing Old Lady Lu standing still with no intention of leaving, Niu Xian shouted, why are you still standing there? Do you want me to send you off in a grand procession? Get lost, you little brat. Old Lady Lu forced a smile, too afraid to be bold, and tremblingly said, did he not say he would give us some food? Niu Xian laughed at her words, coldly replying, you can't even handle things properly, and you still want supplies. Are you out of your mind? Get lost, or I'll break your leg. The brat, seeing his grandmother being scolded, displayed his fearless nature again, pointing at Niu Xian's nose and shouting loudly, bastard, don't you dare scold my grandma. Apologize to her. Apologize? I'll apologize to your mother. Niu Xian kicked the brat away, sending him crashing into the wall behind and knocking him unconscious. Seeing her grandson kicked away, Old Lady Lu screamed and rushed to her grandson on the ground, hugging him and bursting into tears. You bandits, he's just a child. How can you be so cruel? Niu Xian couldn't take the sound of her crying and scolding anymore, his ears buzzing. He drew his gun and shot at Old Lady Lu. Bang! The bullet hit her heart, and her hands, which were holding her grandson, slowly lowered as she fell to the ground. Finally, it's quiet, Niu Xian said calmly, as if killing a person was as ordinary as having a meal. Throw these two out, they're a nuisance. Niu Xian ordered his underlings to dispose of Old Lady Liu's body and the unconscious brat. Ling Yutong witnessed this scene, trembling in fear, quickly lowering his head, afraid this killing god would set his sights on him. Ling Qier remained calm, her expression unwavering, yet her tightly clenched hands revealed that her heart was not as composed as it appeared. Niu Xian looked at Ling Qier with an inquiring tone. When will we carry out the next phase of the plan? In an hour. We can't delay too long, or Ling Feng will become suspicious. Niu Xian nodded. I will personally participate in the upcoming operation. We must take down this kid. Niu Xian waited in the house for a while when a little brother rushed over with a bulging package. Boss, I've brought everything back. Niu Xian opened the package and nodded in satisfaction. He found a clever little brother and asked him to accompany him in action later. Inside the package were 2 police uniforms which he had obtained when he encountered a police officer resisting during a raid for supplies in the previous community. Niu Xian killed the officer directly and got these 2 police uniforms. Their next plan was to disguise themselves as police and lure Ling Feng out to kill him. After some time had passed, Niu Xian, dressed in the police uniform, walked towards Ling Feng's house with another little brother. The 2 arrived outside the small courtyard of the villa. Niu Xian looked towards Ling Feng's villa and happened to see a woman cleaning tables in the dining room on the first floor. Due to the reflection of the glass, he couldn't see the woman's face, but just from her figure and silhouette, she was incomparable to the 2 women in his own home. He couldn't help but quicken his pace towards the dining room, eager to see the woman's appearance. Lin Su, busy inside the house, seemed to sense someone watching her. She turned her head and directly met Niu Xian's gaze. Niu Xian finally saw the woman's face in the villa and was stunned. This is simply exquisite. Her face was no less than that of the stars on television, especially with that aloof temperament and those alluring features, leaving him parched with desire. The 2 women he had just acquired yesterday were simply incomparable to her. He wished he could rush in immediately to have a good chat with her. Thinking of how Ling Feng not only had abundant supplies in this apocalypse, but also a warm villa and a stunning beauty by his side, the flames of jealousy erupted in his heart. He silently vowed in his heart, "I will take everything from him." Lin Su looked at the 2 men in police uniforms suddenly appearing outside the window, feeling a bit surprised. However, when she noticed the lewd gaze scanning her up and down, it made her feel uncomfortable all over. She hurriedly pulled the curtains in the dining room and rushed back to the living room to tell Ling Feng about this matter. At this moment, Ling Feng was already watching the surveillance and seemed to be lost in thought. "These 2 are not normal." Lin Su spoke up. "What do you mean by not normal?" Ling Feng asked with interest. "Although these 2 are in police uniforms, their behavior and demeanor are nothing like that of police officers, and their eyes looking at me are abnormal, almost like ruffians." Ling Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. "I think your eyes are also not normal." Lin Su rolled her eyes at him, thinking how could he still joke at a time like this. "You are also a ruffian." "Then I'll be a ruffian, he said, extending his hands towards her sensitive areas. Lin Su was startled, blushing as she pushed his hands away. "There are people outside." Ling Feng chuckled and withdrew his hands. He had only been trying to scare her, enjoying her flustered appearance. He looked at the 2 men knocking at the door outside and lazily walked towards the front door. Opening the small door above, he looked at the 2 men outside. "What brings you here, officers?" Niu Xian's little brother said with a serious face, "Are you Ling Feng?" "Yes," Ling Feng nodded. The little brother confirmed and continued, "We are from the police department. We received a report stating that you are suspected of intentional homicide. Please come with us to assist in the investigation." Ling Feng was astonished and immediately scolded the 2. "Damn. Are your eyes blind, huh? You dare to arrest me? Open your eyes and see who I am. Even Director Wang and Director Zhao wouldn't dare to speak to me like this. You 2 little punks think you can arrest me? Get the hell out of here." Niu Xian's little brother was left dumbfounded by Ling Feng's outburst. This Ling Feng was not playing by the rules. He didn't even get to use the lines he had memorized and quickly turned to look at Niu Xian. Niu Xian, upon hearing this scolding, immediately felt the urge to take action, but thinking that he couldn't be impulsive, he suppressed his anger. He stepped forward, trying to keep his tone calm. "Mr. Ling, Director Wang and Director Zhao specifically instructed that this matter must be handled officially. Please do not make things difficult for us." Ling Feng couldn't help but laugh at this. He had only randomly made up 2 names, yet these 2 outside had actually fallen for it. His guess was indeed correct. Now it had been more than half a month since the apocalypse began, and the government system had long since collapsed. Who still had the leisure to deal with such trivial matters? It seemed like another attempt to trick him into opening the door, but this method was indeed much more clever than before. Ling Feng pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it slowly, exhaling smoke rings. "Since you want to take me away, show me your investigation order." Niu Xian caught a whiff of the smoke coming from inside. His nose twitched slightly. His last pack of cigarettes had been finished yesterday, and now looking at Ling Feng, he felt the urge to smoke again. "This matter is too urgent. We didn't bring it with us. If you come with us now, I will get it for you," Niu Xian said with a serious face. Ling Feng looked at the 2 who were still acting and decided to have some fun with them. "That won't do. Without an investigation order, I won't go with you. Sir, if you don't cooperate, we may have to use force to enter. Have you thought this through?" Ling Feng, unconcerned, exhaled a puff of smoke. Thought it through. Bring it on." After saying that, he closed the communication. "Damn." Niu Xian could no longer hold back, and he directly took off his hat, revealing his shiny bald head. He was about to throw the hat, but felt a chill on his head and quickly put it back on. Ling Feng, listen to me. I am Niu Xian from the Qinglong Society. Open the door if you know what's good for you, or else you'll come in and you'll be done for. Ling Feng listened to Niu Xian's furious rant through the surveillance, feeling utterly unconcerned. He only heard him mention the Qinglong Society, a name that sounded somewhat familiar. He turned to Lin Su beside him. Have you heard of the Qinglong Society? That name sounds so familiar, Lin Su said, also recalling it, but unable to pinpoint it. Suddenly her eyes lit up. I remember. It's the group of thugs we saw at the barbecue last night, the ones you taught a lesson to. Aren't they claiming to be the Qinglong Society? Ling Feng finally remembered the name Qinglong Society. He didn't expect to encounter this group again in the apocalypse, but he hadn't met them in his last life, which was quite strange. Could it be that his rebirth changed some life trajectories? It's possible. He certainly hadn't encountered anyone from the Qinglong Society in his previous life. But now that the people from the Qinglong Society had come, he was in for some fun. Niu Xian looked at Ling Feng, who was locked inside and furious, and directly returned to prepare for a strong assault. When he saw Ling Qier, his anger flared, and he walked over, slapping her to the ground. What kind of terrible idea did you give me, making me waste half a day? Then he led a group of people toward Ling Feng's home. Ling Qier covered her swollen cheek and coldly watched Niu Xian's departing figure, her eyes flickering. It was clearly his own stupidity, yet he blamed her for it. How infuriating. Ling Feng stood on the third floor watching the dozens of people approaching his direction, counting about 60. Each person was armed, with the leader being the bald man in police uniform who at that moment held a gun, and several others in the group also wielded firearms. At that moment Wang Long called him, asking what was going on, clearly having seen the group. Feng Zi am almost bored to death at home every day, Wang Long complained. Ling Feng also felt it was time to let him stretch his legs. With so many people around, it was perfect for some practice. Don't you have a gun? You can shoot, but don't kill the one at the front. If he dies, there's no fun left. Okay, no problem. Wang Long excitedly hung up the phone. Just after Ling Feng ended the call, gunfire erupted from the neighboring villa. One person from the Qinglong Society fell to the ground. The members of the Qinglong Society walking were startled by the sudden gunfire. Someone got shot. As soon as the words left their mouths, bang! Another member of the crowd was shot, 2 in a row, both in vital areas, dying on the spot. The people of the Qinglong Society began to panic, fleeing like headless flies. These people were originally just street punks. They could collect protection fees, but weren't brave enough to fight for their lives. Niu Xian watched his fleeing subordinates and immediately cursed, "Get back here. Do you think I don't want to eat? Whoever runs will kill them." After saying that, he raised his gun and fired a shot into the air. The members of the Qinglong Society were intimidated by Niu Xian and returned, knowing their boss kept his word. Niu Xian also saw the spot where the gun was fired and aimed his handgun at Wang Long's position. However, the bullet ricocheted off the window, causing no damage at all. Damn it, it's bulletproof glass. Everyone scatter and run to Ling Feng's villa. Niu Xian shouted loudly, calling his subordinates to quickly run ahead. This method was indeed effective, but in the end 4 or 5 corpses were left behind before they managed to get through. Upon arriving at Ling Feng's villa, Niu Xian ordered his subordinates to start breaking the door. He had learned from Ling Yutong that Ling Feng was unarmed, so he felt a sense of security. Ling Feng watched the fools below breaking the door, realizing they had not learned from the lessons of the previous 2 groups. The group hammered on the glass and the door, leaving not even a mark. Niu Xian watched his useless subordinates with frustration, especially since Ling Feng was deliberately standing in the window, embracing a stunning beauty. Seeing this made him furious. "Get the explosives out, blow the door open for me." Niu Xian had once worked in a mine and knew a bit about making explosives. These explosives were homemade. Although they were homemade, their power was not small. They could definitely blow apart ordinary walls. Lin Su, seeing the explosives they brought out, asked with concern, "They have explosives, oh, won't there be a problem?" Ling Feng wrapped his arm around her shoulders and gently reassured her, "Don't worry, this level of power poses no threat at all." Lin Su looked at his confident expression and felt a lot more at ease as she trusted Ling Feng's words completely. No matter what happened, he always appeared calm, able to solve even the greatest difficulties with ease. This was also why she was captivated by this man. Niu Xian watched the 2 inside, acting all lovey-dovey, his eyes burning with jealousy. Seeing his subordinates moving slowly, he couldn't help but curse, "Hurry up, get the explosives ready." Soon 5 or 6 explosives were placed at the door, and Niu Xian personally lit the fuse. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire door exploded, sending up a massive cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Niu Xian led his group forward to check, only to be shocked. The The door was intact with not a single dent. Damn, what material is this door made of that even a bomb can't blow it open? I don't believe it. Keep blasting. If the door won't work, blow up the walls and windows. After the previous explosion, Ling Feng only felt a slight sound and vibration. He couldn't help but admire the construction quality of the Huaqing security company. Ling Feng took Lin Su to the third floor and pulled out a handgun. This was the gun he had taken from Lin Su that day, and after checking the magazine, he found 8 bullets left. After getting the gun, he suddenly remembered he hadn't asked Lin Su how she came to have a gun. "Xiao Su, where did you get this gun?" "I bought it from the black market. After we talked once before the apocalypse, I thought it would be best for a woman like me to have a weapon for self-defense, so I spent 1,000 yuan on this gun and 10 bullets. I never expected it would actually come in handy." Thinking back to when he shot Yang Tianwu and his son, he still felt a lingering fear. Ling Feng swiftly chambered the handgun, opened a crack in the window, and began shooting at the people below. Bang! One of Niu Xian's subordinates next to him was shot in the head, blood splattering all over him. Niu Xian was immediately scared, pale, quickly hiding behind a pillar. When he saw Ling Feng firing from the third floor, he began to shoot back. However, his shooting skills were poor. After firing several shots, he only hit the window, all shot away by the bulletproof glass. But Ling Feng was different. Each of his shots claimed a life, and every shot was a headshot. Soon 8 people were shot in the head, and the subordinates who had originally steadied themselves began to panic and flee as they watched their companions fall. Niu Xian was also frightened by Ling Feng's shooting skills, angrily cursing Ling Yutong and his family's inaccurate information. Just when he thought he might lose his life today, Ling Feng suddenly stopped shooting. Out of bullets. Huh. Heaven itself refuses to let me die. Niu Xian sprinted toward the courtyard gate and vanished from sight in moments. After the Qinglong Society members had all departed, Wang Long called again, boasting about his latest kills. Having suppressed his rage for over half a month, slaying several men had finally brought him cathartic relief. "Fengzi, it's been ages since we've shared a drink. I've been cooped up at home for half a month. I'm practically growing mold." Ling Feng reflected. He and Wang Long used to meet for drinks every few days. Since the apocalypse began, they truly hadn't sat down together like this in a long time. "All right then, let's drink tonight. Head down to the basement and wait for me." "The basement? What on earth for?" Wang Long wore a look of utter bewilderment, utterly baffled by Ling Feng's cryptic plan. Ling Feng ended the call and told Lin Su to prepare extra dishes. Guests were coming. Lin Su didn't ask questions. She simply headed to the kitchen. Ling Feng descended to the basement's spare storage room, shifted a cabinet leaning against the wall, and behind it a concealed door emerged. He'd installed this secret passage during the villa's initial renovation, a deliberate hidden link between his basement and Wang Long's. Forged from the same titanium alloy steel as the main entrance door, the concealed door could only be opened from Ling Feng's side, not from Wang Long's. Its craftsmanship was flawlessly discreet. Wang Long remained completely unaware of its existence. Ling Feng swung the door open. Following instructions, Wang Long arrived at the threshold, and upon seeing Ling Feng standing there, burst out in theatrical astonishment. "Damn, brother, you're absolutely legendary." Stunned, Wang Long stared, never imagining Ling Feng had engineered such a clandestine passage. He visited that basement nearly every day, and yet had never detected it. He rushed forward for a bear hug, only to be firmly pushed back. "What do you think you're doing? Keep your distance." Ling Feng eyed him warily. "I'm straight. What are you even thinking? Just a brotherly embrace. Been too long since we saw each other." Wang Long shot him a wounded, mock-offended glance. Ling Feng ignored the banter, handed him a cigarette, resealed the hidden door, and led him upstairs. On the first floor, Wang Long caught sight of Lin Su cooking in the kitchen and froze, disbelieving his own eyes. His jaw dropped. He circled Ling Feng 3 times, scrutinizing him head to toe. "What's going on?" Ling Feng frowned, bewildered by the orbiting inspection. "You sly dog. You've built a golden house to hide a beauty. You actually won over Lin Su." He knew Lin Su well. They dined together once before when Ling Feng introduced them. From that first meeting, Wang Long had been utterly spellbound. He'd immediately asked for her contact details, only to be politely but firmly rebuffed. He'd accepted defeat then, but never dreamed she'd one day become Ling Feng's partner. Watching her move with quiet grace, the very picture of a devoted wife, Wang Long burned with envy. Yet deep down he rejoiced for his brother. Though he'd met Lin Su only once, he sensed instantly she was kind, grounded, and true. Hearing voices, Lin Su peeked out from the kitchen, and spotting Wang Long, stepped forward with a warm smile. "Mr. Wang, welcome to our home." "Big sis." Wang Long beamed and waved. Flustered by the title Lin, Su blushed faintly, yet her heart swelled with quiet joy. Hello, why don't you chat with Brother Feng for a while? I'll finish preparing dinner. With that she returned to the kitchen humming softly as she worked. Wang Long glared at Ling Feng's smug grin, then snatched the cigarette right from his hand. They ascended to a small tea room on the third floor where Ling Feng brewed a pot of da hong pao and poured a cup. Wang Long lifted the cup, sipped slowly, and savored the aroma. Exquisite. Authentic Wui Mountain da hong pao. Never imagined I'd taste such refinement again, after the world fell apart. Just how many treasures have you hoarded? Ling Feng smiled faintly, a secret, though rest assured it's more than enough. Wang Long didn't press further. With a brother like Ling Feng, trust needed no explanation. Sipping tea, they discussed the Qinglong Society incident, and Ling Feng revealed why he'd chosen not to eradicate them entirely. Fengzi, after today's beating, do you really think they'll dare return? They will. Starvation has stripped them of reason. If even a sliver of hope remains, they'll seize it. Desperate, ruthless, unrelenting. Stay vigilant. You struck first. They won't hesitate to retaliate. Ling Feng warned Wang Long in turn. Time slipped away unnoticed. Over an hour passed, until Lin Su appeared calling them down for dinner. The feast was lavish, 8 meticulously prepared dishes rich in color and fragrant beyond measure, so tantalizing that Wang Long's mouth watered instantly. For half a month he'd subsisted solely on frozen rations, his palate long starved for nuance. He picked up a piece of braised pork belly, bit in, and his expression transformed. The fat melted luxuriously on the tongue, rich, yet never greasy, the gelatinous texture yielded effortlessly. The lean meat was tender, aromatic, fibrous, yet delicate, falling apart without crumbling. It was so exquisite tears welled in his eyes. He raised a thumb high. Big sis, you're not only breathtakingly beautiful, but a culinary master. This braised pork is divine, absolutely transcendent. His admiration for Ling Feng deepened. He'd found not just a lover, but a life companion. Truly a man's fortune fulfilled. Ling Feng produced 2 bottles of Mao Tai, one for each, and promised more if needed. They feasted and drank, immersed in easy conversation, while Niu Xin miles away faced grim reality. Today alone he'd lost over a dozen men, and his grain reserves were nearly exhausted. His remaining stores would last only one more day. Tomorrow his men would face hunger, and hunger bred mutiny. The thought alone made his temples throb. Slumped on the sofa, he schemed desperately for food, then spotted Ling Kuer cooking in the kitchen. A surge of fury rose within him. Had her family not fed him false intelligence, none of this would have happened. Come here, Niu Xin barked. Ling Kuer, sensing his darkening mood, approached with trembling steps, her heart pounding. What is it? Niu Xin sneered. What is it? I'm seething right now. And with that he forced her head down, hard. So comfortable. Ling Feng stretched lazily, sitting up from the bed. He had been drinking with Wang Long until 2 a.m. yesterday, and now he felt refreshed after sleeping soundly. Ling Feng glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock. After washing up in the bathroom, he walked downstairs to prepare for breakfast and saw Lin Su engrossed in a drama. These TV dramas were downloaded by Ling Feng before the apocalypse. He had basically collected all the classic films and television shows from both domestic and international sources. Lin Su was currently watching a palace intrigue drama, completely absorbed. Ling Feng had no interest in such shows, so a bunch of women chattering around a man gave him a headache. Sometimes if he didn't watch an episode, he wouldn't know what happened next. Seeing Ling Feng come downstairs, Lin Su got up to greet him. I'll go heat up your breakfast. Oh, I didn't wake you, because you were sleeping so soundly this morning. Ling Feng nodded. Soon breakfast was served on the table, a bowl of tofu pudding, a steamer of xiaomai, 2 beef pancakes, 2 tea eggs, and a small plate of pickles. Seeing this made Ling Feng's appetite surge. After drinking all night yesterday, he was indeed very hungry. He took out his phone to play an electronic pickled vegetable video and started eating with great satisfaction. After finishing breakfast, Ling Feng felt much better physically. Today he planned to ask Lin Su to teach him some knowledge about genetics. He couldn't waste the core data left by his grandfather. He intended to start researching genetic serums himself, completing the work his grandfather had left unfinished during his lifetime. After upgrading his brain, he could quickly grasp a new discipline and swiftly complete the foundational learning tasks. If he could solve the defects in the genetic serum, his strength would surely improve once again. However, he was conflicted about whether to involve Lin Su in the research. After all, this matter was of great importance. Yet Lin Su was an exceptional talent with her intelligence. If she participated in the research, she would definitely be a great help to him. Just as he was still in doubt, the alarm in the house rang inopportunely again. Ling Feng was furious. He looked out the window, and saw a disheveled woman knocking on his door. Ling Feng scrutinized for a long time before recognizing the woman's appearance. Yang Zihan. She had changed drastically. She had lost a lot of weight, her face was dirty, her hair was a mess, and her eyes lacked the previous spark. She looked completely different from the delicate and beautiful Yang Zihan he remembered. From her expression, it seemed she had been greatly frightened, her hands pounding on the door insistently. Ling Feng noticed a few people lingering not far away watching Yang Zihan closely, but they didn't dare approach his villa. Ling Feng found these people somewhat familiar. They should be members of the Qinglong Society. It seemed they were frightened by Ling Feng yesterday, and now they were targeting Yang Zihan. Yang Zihan is outside. How should we respond? Lin Su also saw the surveillance feed and came over to ask Ling Feng, "Do you want to let her in?" Ling Feng wanted to see if Lin Su was the kind of person who was overly compassionate. If she was, he would not hesitate to kick her out. In the apocalypse, the worst thing was to be overly compassionate. Such people would end up being devoured without a trace. Lin Su shook her head. Yang Zihan is very scheming and insatiable. If we let her in, it would be easy to invite trouble and hard to get rid of it. Once others find out that you let her in, more people will come here to seek help every day. Ling Feng was quite satisfied with Lin Su's response. She was not someone overflowing with sympathy and had a clear understanding of human nature in the apocalypse. Then you can be the villain in this situation. Ling Feng smirked as he pushed her toward the door, letting Lin Su communicate with Yang Zihan while he listened from the side. Lin Su climbed up to the intercom position and opened the small door above. Yang Zihan outside saw the small door open, and before she could say anything, she saw a familiar face. "Why is it you?" She couldn't believe her eyes. How could Lin Su be in Ling Feng's house? Did Ling Feng let her in? On what basis? Why her? What made her better? How could Ling Feng be interested in her? Where is Ling Feng? Why are you here? Yang Zihan looked at her with a displeased expression, her eyes filled with jealousy, especially when she saw Lin Su's exquisite face and rosy complexion. Her hair was neat and her face had a light makeup, looking nothing like someone from the apocalypse. Her complexion seemed even better than before. She clearly seemed to be living well. This made her very uncomfortable. Lin Su coldly looked at her. "My presence here has nothing to do with you, and I have no obligation to report to you. Moreover, Ling Feng does not want to see you right now, so stop wasting time here. Hurry up and leave, don't linger at our door." "You're talking nonsense." Yang Zihan exploded with anger upon hearing this. "Oh, what did it mean, your house? You're deliberately preventing me from seeing Ling Feng. Your house. You really think you are the mistress of this house? Aren't you just a cheap woman seeking refuge by sleeping with Ling Feng? Stop pretending to be noble." Lin Su felt slightly angered by Yang Zihan's insults, her expression turning cold. Ling Feng, listening to Yang Zihan's words from the side, couldn't help but shout out, "Yang Zihan, clean up your mouth. Lin Su is my wife. If you dare to speak nonsense again, don't blame me for being rude." Upon hearing Ling Feng's voice, Yang Zihan immediately smiled and switched to a weak tone, saying, "Ling Feng, please help me. For the sake of our past friendship, just help me this once." Ling Feng felt disgusted by her pretentious tone. "Our house is too small, and it's not convenient for you to come in as a girl. I'm afraid Lin Su will be unhappy, so you should look for another place." Lin Su looked at Ling Feng, speechlessly rolling her eyes at him. "So you're playing the good guy here while making me the villain?" Ling Feng, facing Lin Su's eye roll, cheekily winked at her. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Yang Zihan glared fiercely at Lin Su, realizing she was the one pulling the strings. The hatred in her heart for Lin Su deepened. Not only had she taken away the boy she liked, but now she was also opposing her at every turn. If it weren't for her, she should be the one living inside, enjoying all the resources. "Ling Feng, you must not believe this woman Lin Su. She has been deceiving you all along. She doesn't love you at all. She just wants to use the resources you have. Only I truly love you." Yang Zihan began to sow discord between Ling Feng and Lin Su. Lin Su scoffed, looking at her with disdain. "Yang Zihan, save your breath. We won't let you in anyway. If you want to stay here, then keep staying here." With that, she closed the small door, ignoring Yang Zihan outside. Yang Zihan's face flushed with anger filled with resentment. She began to unleash her dissatisfaction by punching and kicking the door, cursing loudly. However, her actions received no response. Breathing heavily, she glared viciously at the villa's door. "Lin Su, Ling Feng, you two dog couple, I won't let you off." She turned away angrily and walked towards the nearby members of the Qinglong Society. The two Qinglong Society members who had been pursuing Yang Zihan looked back at her anxiously. They feared that the one inside the villa would come out and shoot them, still haunted by the fear of being dominated by Ling Feng yesterday. Just moments ago, they had been ordered by their boss to capture this girl, but unexpectedly they had lost her while running away. Watching her come over, the two brothers dared not enter Ling Feng's villa to capture anyone, only able to observe the situation. Unexpectedly, after waiting at the door for a while, this girl took the initiative to approach them, leaving them confused about what was happening. "Take me to see your boss," Yang Zihan said to the two expressionless men. The two Qinglong society lackeys did not dare to offend her, as she was the one specifically requested by their boss. The two led her back to the villa obediently. Soon Yang Zihan was brought to the villa where the Qinglong society was stationed. Niu Xian, who was busy arranging work in the villa, couldn't help but show a hint of joy upon seeing Yang Zihan walk in through the door. He hurriedly arranged his tasks and approached her, his eyes filled with excitement. He had heard of Yang Zihan. Before the apocalypse, she was often seen on short video platforms, a mega streamer with millions of followers. She was the goddess in the hearts of many boys. If he hadn't heard from Ling Ke that she lived in this neighborhood, he would have missed out on this stunning beauty. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Ling Feng's woman, she was still quite impressive. "The big star has arrived," Niu Xian said with a beaming smile as he looked at Yang Zihan. "Is there any food?" "Brother." Yang Zihan looked at the ugly and fierce man before her. Though she felt disgusted inside, she had to endure it and put on a cute act to get some food. Niu Xian felt his bones soften at Yang Zihan, calling him brother, especially with her pitiful gaze, making him feel a surge of compassion. Yes. Brother will get you some right now." Niu Xian found the scarred man responsible for food storage and took out a pack of bread from the limited supplies. Thinking it was not enough, he took out another pack. He approached Yang Zihan, waving the bread in his hand. Yang Zihan was overjoyed to see the bread. It had been a long time since she had eaten any. She had survived thus far solely on her stash of compressed biscuits. Even when her mother starved to death, she couldn't bring herself to share any food with her. She quickly stepped forward, saying, "Thank you, brother." She reached out to take the bread from Niu Xian, but he retracted his hand, looking at her with a teasing smile. "Big star, this bread isn't for free. I want to have a deeper conversation with you. Let's go upstairs and discuss it slowly." Yang Zihan understood what he meant and walked up to him, wrapping her arm around his. "I also want to have a deeper conversation with you, brother." Niu Xian's expression turned excited as he playfully lifted her chin, eagerly pulling her upstairs for a deeper conversation. After 10 minutes of close contact, they both had a basic understanding of each other. Niu Xian lay on the bed holding Yang Zihan, wearing a satisfied expression. Though a hint of fatigue lingered in his brows, he had been feeling a bit overwhelmed lately. On the other hand, Yang Zihan, although somewhat dissatisfied with Niu Xian's performance, still pretended to show a satisfied expression, which pleased Niu Xian greatly. "Brother, how much food do we have left at home?" Yang Zihan asked softly while hugging Niu Xian's arm. "Alas, there isn't much food left." Her question instantly plunged Niu Xian back into worry, dispelling the satisfaction he had just felt. Hearing that there wasn't much food left, Yang Zihan became restless, cursing Niu Xian in her heart. "I slept with you just to have a full meal, and now you tell me there's not much left, you jerk." Though upset, she spoke seductively to Niu Xian. "Oh, are we going to starve in the future?" "Don't worry, I'm finding a way to get food right now." Niu Xian said, his right hand wandering under her clothes, causing his face to turn red. "Oh dear." Yang Zihan let out a shy exclamation, suppressing her discomfort as she continued, "Brother, isn't there plenty of food at Ling Feng's house? Can't we just borrow some?" Upon hearing this, Niu Xian's brows furrowed deeper and a hint of fear flickered in his eyes. "We've tried. We lost more than a dozen brothers trying to take him down." Niu Xian recounted the previous attempts against Ling Feng to her. Yang Zihan frowned upon hearing this, as she hadn't expected Ling Feng's villa to be so fortified. Since the arrival of the extreme cold from the owners at Shizi Bay to Niu Xian, now so many had attempted to breach his villa. Yet there had been no progress at all. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration, her eyes lighting up as she looked at Niu Xian. "Brother, I have a plan. I don't know if it will work." "What plan, eh?" Niu Xian was now at his wits' end regarding Ling Feng's villa. He had tried every method he could think of, but to no avail. Yang Zihan leaned in close to Niu Xian's ear, whispering her plan for quite a while, watching as Niu Xian's eyes grew brighter and his expression became more animated. "Brilliant. I must say your idea is quite likely to work. How did I not think of this?" Niu Xian exclaimed, planting a passionate kiss on her cheek. "You truly are my good fortune, darling. If this plan succeeds, you'll be the greatest contributor. From now on, living in Ling Feng's villa, we won't have to suffer hunger and cold anymore. We won't have to eat this junk food anymore. Brother will treat you to a feast." Yang Zihan's strategy made him feel optimistic, sweeping away the shadows on his face as if he were filled with energy again. He looked at the delicate and delectable beauty beside him, instantly reigniting his fighting spirit. He turned over and pinned Yang Zihan beneath him. Ling Feng completed a day of training and began an intimate conversation with Lin Su that lasted for an hour, only ending when they reached a mutual goal. The two spoke candidly and embraced as they fell asleep. However, this tranquility was shattered by the ringing of Wang Long's phone. Fengzi, those guys from the Qinglong Society just quietly made their way over to your place again. Be careful. Ling Feng hung up the phone, feeling somewhat irritated that they would disturb him at such a late hour. He walked to the window and saw that indeed people were approaching in the snow outside. Each person carried a large bag, but judging by the size of the bags, they likely didn't contain heavy items. In addition to these large bags, some were also carrying benches, sofas, and other materials. Ling Feng watched this busy group and silently gave them a thumbs up in his heart. They were so dedicated. As this group stormed into the yard, the alarm rang out on cue, and Ling Feng casually turned off the alarm. Lin Su was awakened by the sound of the alarm and sleepily looked at Ling Feng standing by the window. What's happening outside? It's nothing, just those people again. You go back to sleep, we'll check on the second floor. Lin Su obediently lay back down to sleep. She was so tired that she could barely keep her eyes open after an hour of conversation at night. Ling Feng went to the second floor and saw that the people from the Qinglong Society had moved the sofas, chairs, and bed boards to the walls and were continuously taking clothes out of the bags and placing them on the furniture. These people were all moving cautiously, not making a sound. Once everything was ready, Niu Xian stepped out of the crowd, pulled out a lighter from his pocket, and ignited all the clothes. Fire attack. A glint of surprise crossed Ling Feng's eyes. He watched with great interest as these people below performed their actions, their faces glowing with joy in the firelight. It was unclear whether it was the warmth from the fire or the joy of believing they would succeed. As the flames grew larger, Niu Xian's mood became increasingly better. Once this fire blazes up, even if it doesn't burn your house down, the thick smoke will suffocate you. I don't believe you can keep hiding in that shell without coming out. Ling Feng remained unruffled in the face of the raging fire. The materials of his villa were special, and the fire would not cause any damage to the house. At most, it could only damage the outer walls. As for the smoke, he had considered this during construction and had modified the house's ventilation system. No toxic gases from the outside would enter the villa. However, watching the group from the Qinglong Society huddled together for warmth, Ling Feng suddenly thought this situation was perfect for using a certain weapon. Grenades. He had previously confiscated 30 grenades from the assassin headquarters. After system replication, he had as many as 3,000. As of now, he hadn't used any. Today would be a good time to test them out, giving this group from the Qinglong Society a little warmth on this cold night. Ling Feng took out 2 grenades from his space. He held one in each hand and used his mouth to pull the pin from one grenade, aiming at the crowd below and throwing it down with force. At the moment he threw it, the second safety mechanism on the grenade was triggered and the shrapnel was released. Among the people from the Qinglong Society who were warming themselves, one person suddenly got hit on the head by an unknown object. Angry, he shouted, "Who threw a brick at me? Can't you have a little public decency? This is a public place." I think. Boom. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, 2 loud explosions rang out, and the yard was suddenly lit up with flames. The enormous explosion echoed throughout Shizi Bay, waking all the residents in the community. One by one, they leaned out of their windows, peering towards the direction of the explosions. Their expressions varied. Some were terrified, some were curious, and others showed glee at the misfortune of others. As the thick smoke cleared, the location of the explosion gradually became clearer, followed by a series of screams. Where the Qinglong Society members had gathered, 2 large holes appeared, surrounded by severed limbs, and the entire ground was stained with blood. The yard was littered with blown apart flesh, a scene of utter carnage. On the ground, several people lay moaning, having lost arms or legs, some blinded by the explosion. The entire yard resembled a hell on earth. Just 2 grenades had taken nearly 20 lives, primarily because these people had gathered too closely together. Not far away, Niu Xian watched the horrifying scene unfold, his legs trembling in fear. He had just been feeling a bit hot from the fire, moved a little further away to cool off, and unexpectedly, that move had just saved his life. Now he had no thoughts of attacking Ling Feng. He only wanted to leave quickly, unsure if another grenade would come flying over. Seemingly to confirm his thoughts, boom. Not far away, another grenade exploded, instantly knocking down 5 more people, 2 of whom were still moaning. One of them was his capable subordinate Scarface. A hand was blown off and landed in front of him. Quick retreat. Niu Xian fled in a panic, no longer daring to stay here. This place was simply hell, a den of horrors. He swore he would never provoke Ling Feng again in this lifetime. As for the injured subordinates, he no longer cared. Damn it, I can't even save myself. I'm not responsible for them. Even if they were saved, these kinds of injuries would ultimately lead to death. He constantly reassured himself in his heart. The surviving dozen or so people watched their leader flee and followed suit, escaping in a panic. Ling Feng looked at the fleeing crowd and had no intention of stopping. He took out his beloved AK from his space and began the hunting game. Since the apocalypse began, he hadn't used his AK at all. Today was a good day to get it back in action. He aimed at the heart of the person running at the back and decisively pulled the trigger. Pissed, the rifle in his hand emitted a soft sound, and the distant target fell to the ground. He then continued to aim at the next target, shooting one by one, hitting every shot accurately. In a very short time, he had shot 8 people. Not bad. Ling Feng was in a good mood. His shooting skills had become increasingly precise. Since he injected the gene serum, his focus had improved rapidly, and his marksmanship had become more accurate. Ling Feng closed the window, storing the AK back in his space. There were still people in the yard continuously screaming. Without any help, these people would either die from excessive bleeding or freeze to death. However, Ling Feng had no intention of showing mercy to save these people. They had committed too many crimes and deserved to die. But seeing so many corpses and severed limbs in the yard was indeed a bit unsettling, severely affecting his mood and appetite. He needed to find a way to clean up the bodies in the yard. Since the last time he killed more than 20 members of the Qinglong society, Niu Xian had been relatively subdued for a period. For 10 consecutive days, Ling Feng's life had been quite peaceful as he spent these days studying genetics at home. Ling Feng's learning speed was remarkably fast. Even Lin Su remarked that he was a genius. Some concepts that were quite difficult for others were easily grasped by Ling Feng after just one listening, and he could even apply them flexibly. The inability to comprehend this question simply did not exist for Ling Feng. In just 10 days, he finished learning knowledge that others would take years to master, and he could apply it with great ease. After all, developing 20 of one's brain is no small feat. In the following days, Ling Feng began to delve into the research of genetic serum. After careful consideration, Ling Feng decided to let Lin Su join the research on genetic serum. Through these days of close interaction, he gradually became familiar with her and started to lower his guard. Although he allowed her to join the research, he did not let her access the core data, as this matter was of great importance. After 2 days of research, he discovered that his laboratory was lacking 2 mechanical devices and some genetic samples. These devices were large-scale equipment that his grandfather did not equip at home. Such equipment was only available in company laboratories. Ling Feng felt a headache. After all, this was the apocalypse, and he had no idea what the outside world was like. His philosophy had always been to survive, as he did not want to place himself in danger. However, if he did not make a trip to the company, the research on genetic serum would come to a halt. After much thought, Ling Feng decided he had to go to the company. The genetic serum would determine his future strength, and he had to take a risk. However, before leaving the villa, he needed to eliminate any uncertainties within the villa so that he could set off with peace of mind. Looking at the corpses outside, Ling Feng suddenly had an idea. For the past few days, someone had been secretly coming to move the corpses, which included members of the Qinglong society, as well as the locals of Shizi Bay. Today was no exception. Ling Feng noticed 2 people sneaking over from a distance, cautiously peering into the villa. Ling Feng recognized the 2 as locals of Shizi Bay. They were 2 brothers who had partnered to run a construction company before the apocalypse. Ling Feng stood in front of the window on the 3rd floor and opened it. The 2 brothers, originally planning to stealthily move the corpses, were startled and immediately turned to flee upon seeing Ling Feng open the window. In the minds of these people, Ling Feng was like a living hell, a ruthless being who killed without hesitation. "Stop!" Ling Feng shouted, but the 2 fleeing men ran even faster, fearing that he would kill them if he was unhappy. "If you run again, I'll shoot." Ling Feng raised his voice and fired a shot into the sky with his pistol. The 2 brothers stood frozen in place, too scared to move, as they had heard about Ling Feng's marksmanship. "You 2 come here, I have something to discuss with you." The 2 men turned around tremblingly and walked towards the villa, their expressions more tragic than if they had lost their father. One of the older men stammered, "Ling Feng, we just want to move a corpse back. We truly have no other intentions. Please don't kill us." Ling Feng was somewhat speechless. He wasn't a person who indiscriminately killed innocent people. As long as others did not provoke him, he would not take the initiative to kill. "Who said I wanted to kill you? I have something to discuss with you, something good." He took out 2 steaming buns from his space and tossed them at the feet of the 2. "These are for you." The 2 brothers looked at the big white buns that had fallen at their feet, steaming hot. Unable to resist, they grabbed the buns and stuffed them into their mouths. As they ate the warm buns, they experienced how delicious buns could be for the first time. After being hungry for so long, they finished 1 bun in just a few bites. After finishing the buns, the two were left savoring the taste, having eaten too quickly to truly appreciate them before they were gone. The older man looked at Ling Feng and immediately knelt down, banging his head on the ground, continually expressing his gratitude. Thank you, you are truly a great benefactor. My life, Zhang Ning, belongs to you. The younger brother standing beside him saw his brother kneeling and followed suit, banging his head in thanks. You are our great benefactor, we swear to follow you from now on. Watching the two below continuously bowing and thanking him, Ling Feng felt no stirrings in his heart. You want to follow me? Dream on, I don't need wasteful people who squander food, Ling Feng thought with a cold smile. Do you want to eat buns every day in the future? Think about it, it's a dream come true. The two brothers kneeling on the ground nodded continuously. You go and gather all the living people from Shizi Bay, just tell them I'm giving out food for free. Ling Feng spoke to the two brothers below. Master will go do it right now. Zhang Ning flattered him casually, pulling his brother Zhang and to go gather people. Lin Su beside him was somewhat puzzled by Ling Feng's actions. Why are you suddenly giving them food? Ling Feng smiled mysteriously. You'll know soon. Before long, people began to walk slowly towards Ling Feng. After about an hour, nearly everyone had arrived. Ling Feng saw many familiar faces among the crowd, such as Yang Zihan and Ling Qier. However, he did not see Ling Yutong, unsure whether he was dead or too afraid to come. Zhang Ning squeezed out of the crowd with a flattering expression and said to Ling Feng, Report, Master, everyone in our community is here. Ling Feng nodded. He roughly counted the heads. There were fewer than 30 people left in Shizi Bay, only 26 remained. Originally a villa area with over 300 people, Shizi Bay now had less than 10 remaining, and the death rate was alarmingly high. Everyone's faces had become numb, their bodies thin and emaciated, resembling refugees. Ling Feng cleared his throat and addressed the people below. Dear neighbors, in light of your situation of not having enough to eat, I am deeply pained. I have decided to offer my limited food to assist you. Now I will give each person a bun. Everyone line up to receive it. Zhang Ning organized the others to queue. Upon hearing that there were buns to eat, the previously numb-eyed residents began to show excitement, though they still found it hard to believe that Ling Feng was truly this kind-hearted. Zhang Ning began to organize the 24 people with Zhang and to line up in an orderly manner. Once the people below had lined up properly, Ling Feng took out a plastic bag, retrieved 26 buns from his space, and tossed them down from the third floor. Zhang Ning, Zhang, and you two start distributing the buns now. The 26 steamed buns were quickly distributed. These buns are so delicious sweet. I finished them in just 2 bites, barely tasting them. Now I'm even hungrier. The crowd began to chat among themselves, each face radiating a long-lost smile. Sometimes happiness is truly simple. A bun is enough to satisfy these elite individuals for an entire day. However, not everyone wore a happy face, such as Yang Zihan and Ling Qier. Yang Zihan's expression was exceedingly grim, filled with hatred as she glared at Lin Su beside Ling Feng, observing Lin Su's exquisite features and well-fitting attire. Comparing herself to her, she felt like a beggar. All of this was taken from her by Lin Su. Ling Qier's gaze flickered, her expression complex. Her elder brother was shot dead by Ling Feng, her second brother was also killed in an explosion, and now her father was clinging to life, waiting to die. The culprit behind all this was Ling Feng. Yet when faced with Ling Feng's buns, she could not refuse, as she lacked the courage to turn them down. Her schemes had not inflicted even a bit of harm on Ling Feng, greatly undermining her confidence. A sense of defeat lingered in her heart. Ling Feng looked at the owners of Shizi Bay below, who had finished their buns, and said kindly, Are the buns delicious? Delicious, incredibly delicious. Ling Feng's buns are the best. I could eat 10 of these buns. Below people chimed in, each flattering Ling Feng. Unfazed, Ling Feng continued, Whoever can kill a member of the Qinglong Society, he'll reward them with 5 buns. And a bucket of instant noodles, a pack of pickled vegetables. As soon as Ling Feng finished speaking, the crowd's eyes widened, filled with greed and excitement. Some had already begun to strategize about how to kill one. After all, that was 5 buns, which could last them 10 days if saved. Others displayed a hint of fear towards the Qinglong Society. These guys were ruthless, having killed several disobedient owners just days ago. Ling Feng observed that while a portion of the crowd seemed eager to act, the majority remained unmoved, evidently fearful of the Qinglong Society. He decided to raise the stakes. He spoke in a deep voice, 10 buns and 2 buckets of instant noodles for each Qinglong Society member's head. Whoever can kill Niu Xian, in addition to a doubled reward, I will also grant them a roasted chicken. After speaking, Ling Feng took out a steaming roasted chicken, large and plump with a golden skin that looked incredibly appetizing. The owners below were entranced, their eyes fixated on the roasted chicken in Ling Feng's hand, drooling at the thought of grabbing it and taking a bite. Ling Feng displayed the roasted chicken for a few seconds before putting it away, leaving the crowd yearning for more, their eyes filled with longing. Alright, that's all I have to say. If anyone accomplishes these goals, feel free to come here and claim your rewards. They'll be waiting for your good news. Good luck, everyone. Ling Feng finished speaking and closed the window, no longer paying attention to the crowd. Lin Su looked at Ling Feng with admiration. So you intended to use these owners to eradicate the Qinglong society. Let them devour each other. Ling Feng looked at her with a teachable expression, patting her ample backside, saying smart. The owners below began to huddle together, whispering. Originally wary of each other, now they started to reconcile due to a common goal. Yang Zihan and Ling Qier also gathered to murmur, and after reaching a consensus, they left together. Niu Xian soon learned about Ling Feng's bounty. Although the Qinglong Society members did not come, they had arranged for an insider among this group. As soon as the people of Shizi Bay made any move, he would know immediately. Niu Xian was unconcerned about Ling Feng's bounty. He still had 8 or 9 men under him. Although they were fewer than the owners of Shizi Bay, each was fierce. He had subdued all those owners. He did not believe this group would dare challenge his authority unless they were seeking death. However, he had forgotten how alluring food could be to a group of starving individuals. In the apocalypse, a piece of bread could cost a life, let alone the high price Ling Feng offered. Soon it was evening. Although Niu Xian claimed not to care, he felt somewhat uneasy inside. He arranged for his men to take turns standing guard at his door. Though his subordinates were somewhat displeased, they did not dare voice their complaints, for Niu Xian still had a gun in hand, and annoying him could lead to a bullet. Niu Xian lay in bed enjoying the service of Yang Zihan and Ling Qier. Only at this moment did he feel the most comfortable. Brother, how about the 3 of us tonight? Yang Zihan looked at Niu Xian shyly, her face blooming like a peach blossom, exuding an air of being ready to be picked. Hearing this, Niu Xian's heart stirred. He had always wanted a group activity, but Yang Zihan had stubbornly refused. He never expected her to take the initiative today. Looking so pure, yet she was still a vixen at heart. Sure, I've been waiting for you to say that. Niu Xian's gaze fixated on her soft parts, filled with eagerness. Yang Zihan and Ling Qier exchanged knowing smiles and leaned towards Niu Xian. Soon the room was filled with lively chatter. This left the 2 subordinates guarding outside in distress. They exchanged glances filled with desire, envious of their boss inside. But what could they do? He was the boss. They could only think about it in their hearts, and at worst they would solve things themselves later. 2 hours later, Yang Zihan and Ling Qier looked at Niu Xian, who lay on the bed like a dead pig, filled with disgust. To please Niu Xian, the 2 had truly brought out their best skills. Niu Xian weary lay on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Yang Zihan's gaze flickered with a glint of cunning as she tentatively called out, brother. Ling Qier also leaned closer to his ear, whispering, brother, are you asleep? She pushed him firmly. After confirming he was completely asleep, the 2 exchanged glances and began to fumble on the bed, finally retrieving the handgun Niu Xian had placed under his pillow. Yang Zihan held the gun, a fierce expression on her face as she looked at Niu Xian. She had been bullied by this disgusting man for so long, and now it made her feel sick to think about it. Now she could finally kill this man with her own hands and avenge her purity. She aimed the gun at Niu Xian's chest. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out, and Niu Xian did not even have time to let out a scream before he met his end. The 2 subordinates on guard outside heard the gunshots and immediately shouted, boss, are you okay? However, there was no response. He tried calling out again, boss. Still there was no answer. The 2 of them suddenly felt that something might be wrong and prepared to break down the door. But at that moment, the door suddenly opened. It was Ling Qier who opened the door, her face filled with terror as she said, your boss was shot and killed by Yang Zihan, and she also committed suicide with the gun. Upon hearing this, the 2 hurried inside. The room was dim, and due to the power outage, they could only rely on the faint moonlight to see the situation inside. The 2 walked straight into the room, completely unaware of Yang Zihan hiding behind the door. Yang Zihan raised her gun and without hesitation fired several shots at their backs, taking the 2 subordinates out on the spot. In just a few minutes, she had killed several people, and instead of feeling any discomfort, she experienced a hint of bloodlust. Fortunately, she had gone to the shooting range with her father several times before, so she was somewhat familiar with firearm usage. After killing the 2 subordinates, Yang Zihan and Ling Qier quickly sprang into action, severing several heads and setting them aside. After finishing all this, the 2 worked together to hide the bodies under the bed. According to their plan, Yang Zihan hid behind the door, while Ling Qier went out to lure the next target. Soon Ling Qier brought the next unlucky victim to the doorway. The blond man, full of excitement, said to Ling Qier, "Sister-in-law, is it true that big brother won't be back tonight?" Ling Qier hooked her arm around his and whispered softly in his ear, "Don't worry, he said he won't be here tonight. Tonight Zihan and I will make sure you feel comfortable." Upon hearing this, the blond man couldn't contain himself, his eyes filled with eagerness and excitement. He wished to take the little vixen in front of him right then and there. The key was that she was his boss woman. Just thinking about it was thrilling. As the saying goes, nothing is better than dumplings. Especially with young Zihan, whom he had long been coveting. As soon as Ling Qier opened the door, he couldn't wait to hug her and start kissing, completely oblivious to the woman behind him. Bang! The bullet hit the blond man's back, and he felt a pain in his body. He quickly turned to look behind him, but before he could fully turn around, another shot was fired, this time hitting his heart. He fell weakly to the ground, confusion and reluctance filling his eyes. Before he died, he could only see Ling Qier approaching him with a gleaming watermelon knife. Yang Zihan and Ling Qier used this method to eliminate all members of the Qinglong Association throughout the night. After completing all of this, the two exchanged relieved smiles, looking at the pile of heads, their eyes filled with joy. In their eyes, these heads were all food. The next morning at dawn, the two packed up the heads and prepared to go to Ling Feng to exchange for food. Ling Feng, who was still asleep, was awakened by a loud alarm. He walked to the window and saw Yang Zihan and Ling Qier dragging two large suitcases. Ling Feng opened the window and looked at the two below, saying, "What are you doing up so early?" "Ling Feng, do your words from yesterday still count?" Yang Zihan asked coldly. A night of slaughter had gradually frozen her heart. Ling Feng yawned and stretched lazily, saying, "Of course, as long as you bring me heads, I will not go back on my word." Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the two immediately squatted down and unzipped the suitcase, revealing the heads inside. Exactly 10 in total, including Niu Xian. Ling Feng looked at the two with some surprise, a hint of astonishment crossing his eyes. "Did you kill all of these?" The two nodded. Ling Feng did not say more and directly took out 2 roasted chickens from his space and threw them to the two. He felt they had done well and decided to reward them. The two saw the roasted chickens being thrown down and immediately ran over, picking up the chickens off the ground and started to devour them. They were eating so greedily, their mouths full, with their eyes only on the roasted chickens in their hands. This was the first warm meat they had eaten since the apocalypse. The 2 roasted chickens were soon devoured completely, with not a single bone left. The two licked their lips in satisfaction, exchanging smiles. It was such a delightful meal. Ling Feng packed the remaining buns and instant noodles into 2 large bags and threw them down from the 3rd floor. The two didn't say anything upon receiving the food and turned to leave. Ling Feng also wore a face of joy. He had managed to eliminate all members of the Qinglong Association with just a little food. This deal was too worthwhile. Next, he could go out with peace of mind. But before leaving, he still needed to control the remaining people in Shizi Bay, ensuring they wouldn't cause trouble for him. Soon Zhang Ning and Zhang An arrived at Ling Feng's small courtyard. Upon seeing Ling Feng, they knelt down to pay their respects, flattering him to the extreme. Ling Feng felt these two had some self-awareness, keeping their posture low. He took out 2 packs of instant noodles from his space and threw them down, saying, "Here's a reward for you." "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." The two bowed repeatedly in gratitude, looking at the instant noodles in their hands, drooling. This was a rare item. Just thinking about the delicious pickled vegetable noodles made them salivate. "You two go tell those homeowners that starting today they will follow my orders and work for me. I will give 1 bun a day. There will be no food for those who do not participate in labor. Come to me every afternoon to collect your buns." After saying this, he threw down a walkie-talkie. Since phones were no longer usable, this kind of walkie-talkie was the most practical in the current apocalypse. He had plenty of walkie-talkies in his space, having scavenged quite a few during the 0 yuan shopping spree, and now they were coming in handy. "Use this to contact me, Channel 5. "Yes, master." The two took their orders and hurriedly left with the walkie-talkie. Soon the homeowners of Shizi Bay were gathered again, but today there were 2 fewer people than yesterday. Zhang Ning said that 2 people had a fever and didn't make it, but Ling Feng didn't mind. As per routine, Ling Feng first distributed a bun to everyone. After everyone had eaten the bun, Ling Feng then spoke. "Starting today, those who work for me will have food, and those who do not will have none. I will also reward those who perform well. Moreover, from now on, you all must listen to Zhang An and Zhang Ning's arrangements. If I have something to communicate, I will have them relay it to you." After saying this, he looked at everyone's reactions. All faces were filled with smiles, no longer having to starve. Although it was just a bun, it was enough to sustain their lives. "Thank you for your grace, master." Zhang Ning bowed his head and knelt before Ling Feng, and seeing this, the others also knelt down and shouted, "Thank you for your grace, master." It has been almost a month since the apocalypse began. After resolving the issues at Shizibei, Ling Feng decided to venture out to Tianhu Pharmaceutical Company in search of resources. He donned a professional-grade cold-weather suit, snow boots, tactical gloves, and an upgraded bulletproof vest. The bulletproof vest was found in a killer organization, and after the upgrade it not only became lighter, but also enhanced its bulletproof capabilities. His sniper rifle was fully loaded, and all the magazines were filled with bullets before he was ready to leave. "Be careful on the road," Lin Su said with a worried expression, continuously adjusting his clothing. "Don't worry, just stay home and wait for me to return." Ling Feng kissed her cheek, walked to the entrance, and opened the door. At the moment the door swung open, a chilling wind rushed at him, causing him to squint involuntarily. After nearly a month, Ling Feng finally stepped out of his home. He took out a snowmobile from his space. This vehicle, which he purchased for 500, could reach a speed of 300 kilometers per hour after Ling Feng's upgrades, with excellent stability and shock absorption, making it an ideal means of transportation in the apocalypse. For Ling Feng, who loved motorcycles, this model perfectly matched his aesthetic. He had spotted it at first glance and bought 10 of them in one go. In the apocalypse, these vehicles are consumables, so it's necessary to have multiple backups. However, after the upgrades, this snowmobile also had strong pressure resistance. Ling Feng hopped on the vehicle, put on his helmet, and started the engine. The loud roar immediately drew the attention of others in Shizibei. Seeing Ling Feng heading out, they dared not have any inappropriate thoughts, especially with the rifle on his back. In a corner, a pair of cold eyes fixed on the direction Ling Feng had left, the corners of the mouth curling up slightly. After leaving the community, the vehicle entered the road, but it was already hard to distinguish where the road was. A month of heavy snow had left a 5-meter thick layer on the roads, and the shops on either side were buried under the snow, with only the signs still visible enough to identify their original purpose. Ling Feng pushed forward toward the company, relying on his memory. With the cold wind whipping around him, the motorcycle sped down the empty road, and he felt a sense of exhilaration as he saw no one around. Having been cooped up at home for so long, breathing in the fresh air outside felt liberating. Halfway through his journey, a red building appeared in the distance, the words Longhua Petrochemical standing out on its sign. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. A gas station. He was indeed short on these resources. Although he had stocked some gasoline and diesel before the apocalypse, the quantity was limited, barely enough for 10 years of use. This made Ling Feng somewhat anxious, and with the high fuel consumption of the snowmobile he was riding, his reserves were dwindling. The gas station before him could resolve his immediate need. Ling Feng drove the vehicle into the gas station, but it was completely buried under the snow. To access the underground oil tanks, he would need to break through the surface. Ling Feng looked at the gas station, feeling troubled. First, the thick frozen snow was difficult to clear, and second, he didn't know where the oil tank's entrance was. If he had to clear the entire gas station's ground, it would be a massive undertaking. Ling Feng took out an ice-breaking cone from his space and began to clear the snow. With his powerful physique, he quickly cleared a 2-meter radius of ice in just an hour. Ling Feng was somewhat dissatisfied at this rate. It would be hard to clear the snow by the end of the day. He decided to temporarily give up, keeping this location in mind to return later. This task was not urgent. He should first go to the company to retrieve the equipment. He put away his tools, got back on the vehicle, and prepared to leave. He felt a strange sensation as he looked back. Ever since arriving at this gas station, an unsettling feeling had lingered in his heart. It felt as if something was watching him, yet all he could see around was a vast expanse of white, without any signs of life. Ling Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly, then started the vehicle, leaving in a roar of engine noise. Not long after he departed, a massive figure emerged from a snowbank, cold eyes focused on the direction Ling Feng had gone. Then with a flash it vanished from sight. After leaving the gas station, Ling Feng began to speed toward the city center. After 20 minutes of driving, he finally arrived in the heart of Shangjing City. This used to be the most bustling area of Shangjing City, where daily crowds filled the streets and vibrant nightlife lit up the nights. Now all that remained was a vast expanse of white. The empty streets were devoid of any people, and the stark contrast made Ling Feng lament the cruelty of the apocalypse. Ling Feng slowed down and began searching for the company building. Since most of the structures were covered in heavy snow, he could only rely on his general sense of direction. After searching for a few minutes, he finally spotted the company building. However, to his surprise, there were people outside the building. Living people. When Ling Feng saw them, this group of people also noticed him. Ling Feng scrutinized the group and found that they were all dressed in uniform attire, and each one appeared quite robust, clearly trained fighters. Moreover, each of them was armed at their waist. Ling Feng cautiously regarded the group, reaching for the handgun at his side. He slowly approached them on the motorcycle, prepared for an immediate attack. The group across from him watched as Ling Feng approached and began to adopt a defensive stance. One of the bearded men looked at their leader and said, "Brother Kuan, someone is coming over. Should we?" He made a gesture across his throat. The man called Brother Kuan shot him an annoyed glance, saying, "I told you to stick to your duties during work hours." Brother Kuan spoke in a voice that was hard to distinguish between male and female, paired with his fair and attractive face, making it hard to tell his gender. "Let's observe the situation first, don't create unnecessary trouble." The subordinate, noticing Brother Kuan's displeasure, nodded awkwardly. Ling Feng stopped not far from the group, pulled out the key from the vehicle, and walked toward them. It wasn't that he wanted to engage with them, but their position happened to be where the Tianhu Pharmaceutical Company building was located, so Ling Feng had to interact with them. "Stop! What are you doing here?" The bearded man stepped forward and questioned sternly. Ling Feng frowned. He found the tone of voice quite unpleasant. "What I do is none of your business. Get out of my way." The bearded man's expression immediately turned cold at those words. "Kid, I'll give you a chance to rephrase that, otherwise you'll stay here today. If you know what's good for you, apologize and leave your snowmobile behind." Ling Feng smiled, faintly thinking they were truly asking for death. Ling Feng possessed absolute confidence in his current strength. Even firearms posed no threat to him. His physical metrics had long surpassed those of ordinary humans by 60-fold. With his present speed, he was certain he could eliminate these individuals in an instant. Even if they carried guns, he could strike them down before their hands even reached their holsters. "If you want the car, then prove you have what it takes." Ling Feng removed his helmet and tossed it aside, revealing a sharply defined, resolute face. Kuan Gu, standing at a distance, stiffened upon seeing Ling Feng's visage. His gaze flickered, lips curling upward. His subordinates, observing their leader's expression, broke out in gooseflesh. Kuan Gu was a devoted fencer, and that particular smile meant only one thing: infatuation. Kuan Ji's eyes locked onto the pale-faced youth across from him, laced with unmistakable allure. "Who's he? I want him alive," he commanded, his voice warm with fervor as a faint flush rose to his cheeks. Ling Feng recoiled inwardly at the sight of that androgynous figure, sending him smoldering glances. Revulsion surged through him, his hairs prickling, upright nausea rising so violently he nearly vomited his morning meal. He frowned, deeply unnerved by the man's unsettling presence. Every nerve in his body screamed discomfort. Upon receiving Kuan Ji's order, the bearded man advanced with mocking amusement, his tone dripping with condescension. "Boy, you're lucky. Our master has taken a liking to you. You won't die just yet. Serve him well, and perhaps he'll grant you mercy and spare your life. Ha." Before the bearded man could utter another word, Ling Feng blurred forward at impossible speed. Frantically, the man raised his arms to block, but it was already too late. Slap! He was hurled backward, crashing onto the ground 5 meters away, then skidding another dozen meters across the pavement. Half his face swelled grotesquely, like a bloated pig's head, and blood mixed with broken teeth pooled beneath him. The blow had shattered his jaw. Had his constitution not been extraordinary, it would have ended him outright. Yet even now he reeled dazedly, his skull throbbing as though swarming with 10,000 bees. "How irritating," Ling Feng muttered disdainfully, shaking out his hand. Onlookers far away reacted with outrage, except Kuan Gu, whose expression shifted instead to delighted surprise. A sly, devilish smile curled his lips. "Fascinating." His crimson tongue flicked across them. "You 5, attack together. Bring him in alive." The 5 men had been chafing for action, eager to crush this insolent youth. At Kuan Ji's command, they closed in, fiercely encircling Ling Feng. Alive didn't mean unharmed. No, he must be broken first. One snarled, "Brothers, once the boss is done playing, we'll take our turn tormenting him. I'll shatter every bone in his body, one joint at a time. Blame your ill fortune, boy." They roared with savage laughter, supremely confident. Their training made them each superior to legions of common men. Together the 5 could effortlessly subdue even this lean, quick youth. His earlier success was mere opportunistic ambush. Caution would render him harmless. Simultaneously, they lunged from all directions. Ling Feng remained unruffled and struck first, driving a devastating fist toward one man. He held nothing back, launching his full power at blinding speed, invisible to the naked eye. The target had no time to react. His skull exploded on impact. With one fallen, their formation collapsed instantly. Ling Feng pressed forward without pause, turning his fury upon the others. A lightning sidekick sent another flying, shattering the building's glass facade before he crashed deep into an interior support column. Kuan Gu watched, startled. This slender youth, seemingly frail, was terrifyingly lethal. What astonishing prowess! What a formidable young man! Yet he remained utterly unflustered. Victory still felt assured. The remaining 3 witnessing 2 comrades cut down so effortlessly faltered, fear whispering retreat. They were laborers, merely striving to survive. Why risk death? But Ling Feng granted them no such reprieve. 3 rapid strikes sent them all sprawling lifeless. Clap, clap, clap. Kuan Gu applauded, eyes gleaming with admiration. My dear, you're absolutely magnificent. I adore you. Ling Feng's brow furrowed. His expression soured worse than if he'd swallowed a dead fly. Freak, don't sicken me further. Kuan Gu gazed at him with tender devotion, utterly unfazed by the insult. Smiling softly, he murmured, I love your roughness. Come ravish me completely. 0. Ling Feng asked, bewildered. Kuan Gu nodded shyly. Die, you faggot. This time Ling Feng truly intended murder. He drew a tang sword from void space and slashed toward Kuan Gu. Kuan Gu froze, stunned by the impossible act of conjuring a blade from nothing. In that split-second hesitation, Ling Feng was already upon him, blade descending. Kuan Gu leapt back, chilled by the sudden draft against his skin, and glanced down. His garment had been cleanly severed, exposing pale, smooth flesh beneath. His playful mask vanished, replaced by solemn intensity. You're a Jin warrior too. Ling Feng's gaze sharpened, his resolve hardened. If Kuan Gu recognized his uniqueness, then he too must be a Jin warrior. That strike would have been inescapable for any ordinary human, unless his physiology far exceeded normal limits. So he was not alone in having received the Jin serum. Who are you? Ling Feng demanded coldly. Kuan Gu smiled coyly. Tell you. Only if you agree to one condition, my dear. Ling Feng answered, not with words, but with steel. He swept his long blade upward and charged again. Kuan Gu drew 2 short blades from his waist and met the assault. At the moment of impact, the short blades shattered, bisected cleanly by the tang sword, which continued its descent toward Kuan Ji's skull. Kuan Gu jerked sideways in alarm. The blade grazed his hairline and bit deep into his shoulder. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he retreated swiftly. In one fluid motion, he withdrew a syringe filled with luminous emerald liquid and plunged it into his own carotid artery without hesitation. Ling Feng watched warily. This madman's transformation had already begun. Kuan Gu's figure began to inflate, as if it were being pumped up, his height rapidly surpassing 2 meters. His clothes were all torn apart by the change in his size, revealing his muscular arms, leaving him only in a highly elastic pink thong, while his originally fair face turned a dark green. A faint, ghostly light emanated from him. His crimson eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty gleam. Hulk! Ling Feng looked at Kuan Gu's appearance in surprise, resembling a character from a movie. However, looking at the eye-watering thong in the middle, Ling Feng felt a great insult to his eyes. Perverted monster. Ling Feng muttered. Kid, I've changed my mind. I want to crush every bone in your body. Kuan Gu said in a deep voice. He picked up a nearby companion's corpse and threw it at Ling Feng, extremely agitated. Ling Feng looked at the monster towering over him. His expression shifted slightly, not daring to advance recklessly, and he stealthily took a half-step back. However, Kuan Gu clearly would not stand there obediently for him to observe, charging directly at Ling Feng. Kuan Gu's speed was incredibly fast, nearly on par with Ling Feng, who wielded his blade horizontally towards Kuan Gu's waist. The long knife sliced through the air, creating a series of whooshing sounds. Kuan Gu sneered, not dodging, and directly blocked with his arm. He clearly had great confidence in his defenses, yet he underestimated the sharpness of the tang blade. The long knife met no resistance, directly severing his arm, which was flung away. However, he seemed unfazed by the pain, his expression unchanged as his other hand reached for Ling Feng's heart. Ling Feng couldn't dodge in time, and was struck by the other's fist, his body instantly retreating several dozen steps before dissipating the force. However, he suffered no substantial harm. You're useless even when given a chance, Ling Feng said with a taunting expression. Kuan Gu, infuriated, pounded the ground with his hands and swung his remaining arm as he charged at him. After losing an arm, Kuan Gu's attack power decreased, and Ling Feng felt much more at ease. Facing Kuan Gu's attacks, he dodged left and right with Kuan Gu's fists not even grazing the corners of his clothing, causing Kuan Gu to become increasingly agitated. His jade-green face was tinged with a hint of crimson. Ling Feng seized the opportunity and struck down at his arm with a decisive crack. Kuan Gu's other arm was once again severed at the root. Lacking arms, Kuan Gu's strength was greatly diminished, but he did not give up on attacking, using his body as a weapon to charge at Ling Feng. However, Ling Feng had long been prepared. The moment he severed Kuan Guest's arm. He immediately dodged to the side. Ling Feng quickly moved behind him and swung the tang blade towards his neck. With a swift strike, Kuan Guest's head was severed and flew away, his headless body continuing forward until it crashed into a wall and came to a stop. Ling Feng looked at the corpse on the ground, his brows furrowed deeply. Who exactly are these people? Ling Feng was filled with confusion. It seems this world is not as simple as he thought. He had merely stepped out for the first day and encountered such incidents. The outside world was terrifying. Moreover, the people he just killed must have been injected with gene drugs, and this group happened to appear outside Tianhu Pharmaceutical Company. Could it be that this group was searching for something? If his guess were correct, they were likely after the gene serum. Then his situation was somewhat unsafe. They might find him sooner or later. He needed to quickly clarify who these people really were. Ling Feng approached the corpses of those he had just killed, beginning to search for useful clues. MK. Ling Feng found the same letters on their clothing. Could they be from MK Pharmaceutical Company? Ling Feng recalled his grandfather mentioning that MK had once actively sought him out. They wanted him to participate in the research of gene serum, but his grandfather had rejected their offer. Given today's circumstances, it was highly likely that MK Company was still coveting the gene serum and had come to look for clues. Ling Feng rummaged for a long time, but found no other clues. He collected all the guns from the bodies and stored them in his space, also putting the snowmobile into his space. Ling Feng walked towards the company's building. The entrance was already buried under the heavy snow, and the ground was now nearly level with the third floor of the building. Ling Feng punched through a glass panel in front of him and crouched to enter. He swiftly made his way to the fire escape. With global power outages, the elevator was no longer operational, so he could only take the stairs to the 88th floor. The 88th floor housed the company's laboratories where all new product development was carried out. With his powerful physique, Ling Feng climbed to the 88th floor without breaking a sweat. Looking at the tightly shut laboratory door, Ling Feng prepared to blow it open with a grenade. Since these doors were all made of bulletproof glass, he was too lazy to use anything else to break in and decided to use a grenade instead, as he had plenty. He took out a grenade and threw it towards the door. With a loud bang, the door was blown to smithereens. These grenades are quite effective. It seems I need to get more of them. Ling Feng entered the laboratory and began to quickly collect experimental equipment. He stuffed all the equipment into his space as he had plenty of room and was not worried about taking up space. After collecting the equipment, he headed to the warehouse storing raw materials, which was filled with drugs for genetic research. Fortunately, these items were all well packaged and usable. After quickly gathering these items, Ling Feng prepared to return. Just as he stepped out of the laboratory, he suddenly remembered that Ling Yutong's office seemed to be on the floor above. Shall I go take a look? Since I'm already here, what if I discover something? He climbed the stairs to the 89th floor. Ling Yutong's office was located in the northwest corner of the entire floor, the largest office in the company. He arrived at Ling Yutong's office door and kicked it open. Looking at the luxurious decor inside, Ling Feng cursed Ling Yutong again in his heart. In Ling Yutong's office, besides a few safes, there was nothing of value, mostly just antiques and paintings. Ling Feng was not interested in these. In the apocalypse, they were utterly useless, not worth even a piece of bread. He turned his gaze to the 3 safes in the distance, hoping to find something surprising inside. He forcefully opened one of the safes, which contained some documents, but they were all contracts and similar items of no use. Having opened 2 safes, without finding anything useful left him somewhat disappointed. He focused his attention on the 3rd safe. Ling Feng took a deep breath, murmuring, "May Brother Chun bless me." He opened the 3rd safe. Inside there were very few items, only a small box. Upon opening it, he was taken aback by what he found. Gene serum. How could Ling Yutong have gene serum? However, externally it seemed somewhat different from the gene serum he had. The gene serum left to him by his grandfather was red, but the 5 vials in his hands were pale green. Ling Feng speculated that the gene serum in the safe was likely a defective product developed by Ling Yutong himself. He lacked the core data of the gene serum and could not produce a true gene serum. This serum was at most a semi-finished product. Ling Feng attempted to store the gene serum in his space, hoping it would trigger the upgrade of a special item. He directly selected a 100-fold upgrade. Gene serum upgrade effects 1. No side effects 2. Enhances human potential 100-fold. It really works. Ling Feng was filled with excitement as he looked at the upgraded gene serum in his space. However, this serum was too inferior. Even after upgrading, it could only enhance 100-fold, far inferior to the serum he possessed. However, he could consider using this serum for Wang Long or Lin Su. Ling Yutong is such a waste. What kind of thing has he produced? Suddenly Ling Feng seemed to recall something and hurriedly left Tianhu building riding his motorcycle toward Shizi Bay. In the villa, Lin Su looked out the window in terror, her face pale. Outside the door, a humanoid monster was relentlessly attacking the entrance. The force of the monster was immense, causing the door to emit a dull sound. Lin Su's heart trembled. Watching the monster outside through the surveillance, her legs shook slightly and her face turned ashen. The monster was simply too terrifying, far beyond her comprehension. The monster stood at 2.5 meters tall, its entire body covered in flesh balls the size of Longyan, with black liquid continuously oozing from the corners of its mouth. The monster's eyes were crimson, its eyeballs bulging, looking extremely frightening. Lin Su deeply missed Ling Feng's presence. If he were here, he would surely resolve this issue with ease. Unknowingly, her reliance on Ling Feng had deepened. The monster outside seemed to realize that the door could not be broken and became increasingly agitated, repeatedly swinging its massive fists to attack the windows of the first floor. The monster kept pounding, roaring uncontrollably. Lin Su watched in fear as the monster viciously struck the window, so scared that she didn't dare to pull the curtain. Through the window, Lin Su spotted a figure on the second floor of the opposite villa. Ling Qier. So it was her playing tricks. At this moment, Ling Qier looked coldly at Ling Yutong, who had transformed into a monster, her heart devoid of any emotion. Dad, since you are about to die anyway, just help your daughter one last time. Ling Qier whispered. Ever since she learned that her father had gene serum, a plan gradually formed in her heart. However, due to Ling Feng's caution, this plan had been unable to be executed. But this morning, Ling Feng unexpectedly left the villa alone. She finally awaited this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she was so excited she felt faint. That fool Ling Feng dared to go out alone during such a dangerous time. Wasn't this just creating an opportunity for her? She injected all 3 vials of gene serum into Ling Yutong's body, and the once near-death Ling Yutong suddenly erupted with tremendous power. With a single punch, he shattered the front door. Under Ling Qier's command, Ling Yutong began to frantically attack Ling Feng's villa. Ling Qier watched everything with excitement. Once the door was breached, she could claim everything belonging to Ling Feng. However, she soon found it hard to keep smiling. After an hour of relentless attacking, the door showed no signs of destruction and remained standing firm. Instead, Ling Yutong, after an hour of frenzied assault, had exhausted all his strength, depleting his last bit of potential. His strikes grew weaker, and the anger in his gaze diminished until his eyes were completely overtaken by despair. He could no longer hold on, and his massive body fell backward. Lin Su patted her broad chest in relief, thankful that the monster was dead. Otherwise she would have truly been scared to death. Seeing that Ling Qier's figure was no longer visible, she felt more certain of her suspicions. She took out her phone, preparing to inform Ling Feng of what had just happened and to warn him to beware of Ling Qier. Just as she was about to dial, she saw Ling Feng approaching on his motorcycle from a distance. Seeing Ling Feng return safely, her anxious heart relaxed. Lin Su put down her phone and prepared to open the door for him. Ling Feng stopped his snowmobile at the villa entrance and immediately noticed the monster's corpse lying in the snow. His heart tightened. However, when he saw the intact door, his nerves began to ease. He walked up to the monster's body to examine it, finding it covered in flesh balls resembling a grotesque toad. From the appearance of this corpse, it should be Ling Yutong. Looking at the creature that was neither human nor ghost, Ling Feng felt a bit unsatisfied. He hadn't even gotten to strike a blow before it died, which was quite boring. It was truly regrettable that he hadn't killed him himself. He approached the door, which was opened, and Lin Su stood there with slippers waiting for him to enter. Ling Feng entered the villa, and Lin Su proactively squatted down to help him take off his shoes, replacing them with cozy slippers. She also helped him remove his coat and hat. "I made you some ginger tea, let me bring a bowl over." After saying this, she turned and headed towards the kitchen. Ling Feng relaxedly leaned back on the sofa, leisurely lighting a cigarette. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. Home is really comfortable, safe, and warm. The outside world is still too unsafe, though I need to quickly improve my strength if stronger enemies will come in the future. Lin Su brought a steaming bowl of ginger tea and handed it to Ling Feng. "Drink it while it's hot." Ling Feng took the ginger tea, sipping it leisurely. The scalding liquid warmed his body considerably. Lin Su stood behind him, gently massaging his shoulders while talking about the events of the day. Ling Qier. Ling Feng's expression gradually turned cold, a flicker of brutality crossing his eyes. This person truly had no sense of gratitude. He had given her a chance at life, but she had not cherished it. "Since you seek death, I shall fulfill your wish." Ling Feng drained the ginger tea in one go, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. "Wait for me at home. I need to step out for a moment." He stood up and was about to head outside. "Wait." Lin Su called out to him. She hurriedly followed, reminding Ling Feng, "Be careful, she might have a gun." Ling Feng smiled as he touched her smooth cheek, saying, "Don't worry, you'll be back soon." He turned and walked out of the villa towards Ling Yutong's home. It was time to settle this grudge. Ling Feng stepped towards Villa No. 80. The door of the villa stood wide open, seemingly left for him. Ling Feng walked inside. He saw Ling Qier sitting on the sofa. She sat there with a cold expression, revealing no emotional fluctuations. "You came to kill me, didn't you?" Ling Qier smiled faintly, her tone indifferent. Ling Feng sat down on the opposite sofa and lit a cigarette. "I gave you a chance, but you wasted it time and again." Ling Qier let out a self-deprecating smile, a hint of despair on her face. "I lost. This is all my doing. But don't think you can live." Ling Qier suddenly pulled out a handgun from behind, aiming it at Ling Feng, a triumphant smile on her face. "I want you to bury my whole family with me. Ling Feng, go die." Ling Feng continued to sit calmly on the sofa, showing no signs of fear. Ling Qier seemed very dissatisfied with Ling Feng's demeanor and shouted angrily, "Aren't you afraid? You're about to die, ha ha. What's wrong, scared to move, you bastard? Aren't you tough? Where's your bravado?" Ling Feng took a deep drag from his cigarette, looking at her mockingly. "Do you really think you can kill me with this broken gun?" Ling Qier's eyes instantly turned red with fury. This was not the outcome she desired. She wanted to see Ling Feng kneeling before her, begging for his life. Then she would mercilessly kill him. "Bastard, die." She pulled the trigger directly. Bang! The gunshot rang out. She seemed to see the scene of the bullet hitting Ling Feng, a moment that had replayed countless times in her mind. However, the imagined scene did not occur. The bullet hit the sofa's foam, and Ling Feng, who had been sitting on the sofa, had somehow appeared next to her. Ling Qier was taken aback, hurriedly turning the gun around to prepare for a second shot. But her speed was too slow. Ling Feng was too fast. Not just fast. Ling Qier blinked, and the gun in her hand was suddenly in Ling Feng's grasp. She didn't even see his movements. "Are you human or ghost?" Ling Qier's expression instantly filled with terror, as if all strength had left her body, collapsing to the ground. Ling Feng toyed with the stolen handgun, looking at her with a mocking expression. "I came specifically to deal with you." Ling Qier shivered, realizing the arrival of death. No longer displaying her earlier calm demeanor, she trembled all over her face, pale. "Brother Feng, spare me. He'll do anything you ask." Ling Feng's eyes lit up as he appraised her from head to toe. "Really, anything?" Ling Qier thought Ling Feng was moved by her, nodding vigorously. "Really, from now on, I will be your slave. I will serve you comfortably." At this moment, even though Ling Qier harbored endless hatred for Ling Feng, she was willing to do anything to survive. Even if that meant being a dog, being a comfortable dog was better than being dead. Ling Feng looked at her with disdain. Indeed, they were not from the same family, and she was just like Ling Yutong. For the sake of profit, she was willing to do anything. To spare her, that was impossible. Ling Feng didn't want to create trouble for himself. He shot her directly in the heart, and a blood hole the size of a bowl appeared in Ling Qier's back. Blood gushed out continuously. You said you wouldn't kill me." Ling Qier looked at Ling Feng in disbelief. Wasn't she just asking for her life? "I never said I wouldn't kill you. You misunderstood." Ling Feng put away the gun, his expression cold. After dealing with Ling Qier, he quickly searched the villa. The villa was filled with the corpses of members of the Qinglong society, besides that he found no sign of Yang Zihan. This surprised Ling Feng slightly. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. Leaving the Ling family's villa, Ling Feng felt a weight lifted from his heart. Finally, he avenged his past life and avenged his grandfather. Since his rebirth, he had been living with hatred, and now that he had avenged himself, even breathing felt more refreshing. Back at the villa, Ling Feng called Zhang Un and Zhang Ning over the intercom. "What orders do you have, master?" Zhang Ning stood respectfully in the courtyard, waiting for Ling Feng's command. Ling Feng took out 5 intercoms and handed them to him. "From today, set up hidden watchmen at every entrance and exit of the villa. Each post will have 1 intercom. As soon as a stranger enters, report to me immediately. The reward is 2 buns a day. Also arrange some strong individuals to dig pits around my villa. The reward will be a bucket of instant noodles for each meal. And 1 bun." Ling Feng decided to have this group of homeowners in Shizi Bay work for him. After all, he had plenty of food, and this was insignificant to him. As long as these people did not cause him trouble and obeyed, he was willing to give them a chance to live. Zhang Ning and Zhang An's eyes lit up when they heard Ling Feng's conditions. This was something even dogs wouldn't do before the apocalypse. But under the current circumstances, it was like a pie falling from the sky. At the very least, they wouldn't have to go hungry anymore. "Rest assured, master, I'll get your instructions arranged immediately. I guarantee this will be done beautifully." Zhang Ning patted his chest and promised. Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction and rewarded the two with a bag of ham sausages. The two bowed and pledged their loyalty, making Ling Feng feel a bit nauseous. After sending off the two, Ling Feng began to contemplate his next steps. Ever since he learned of MK Corporation's actions, he gradually became aware of the looming crisis. These people would eventually find him. He needed to take necessary precautions. Otherwise, when they came knocking, he would be too passive. Moreover, MK Corporation definitely had a lot of people who had injected gene serum, and those people were much stronger than ordinary individuals. He had to take this seriously. He needed to quickly enhance his strength, and Wang Long also needed to improve his power. That way he could have a reliable helper by his side. In addition, he was preparing to look for some powerful firearms. Although he currently had sufficient weapons and ammunition, he lacked powerful weaponry. He needed to find an opportunity to go out and see if he could find weapons. Places like police stations and military bases would definitely have powerful weapons. If he could get artillery, that would be even better. Thinking about all the matters he had to deal with made him feel a headache. He clearly just wanted to lie low at home, but trouble kept finding him. In the kitchen, Lin Su noticed he was in a bad mood, put down the cucumber in her hand, and came to massage his shoulders from behind. Are you facing troubles again? Lin Su asked gently. Ling Feng nodded. Do you want to relax upstairs? Upon saying this, Lin Su realized her words could be misinterpreted, as she quickly clarified. I meant to say we should rest upstairs, nothing else. However, seeing Ling Feng's hungry wolf-like gaze, she knew how wrong her words were. Ling Feng scooped her up and headed upstairs. The next morning, Ling Feng sat up from his bed, feeling refreshed. After a simple wash, he moved downstairs to the dining room and took a seat. Lin Su began to bring breakfast to the table one by one. Looking at Lin Su's rosy complexion, which resembled a ripe peach, it made one unable to resist wanting to take a bite. Ling Feng's lips curled up as he walked over, lightly hugging Lin Su from behind, feeling her bouncy figure as his hands began to wander. Lin Su sensed the change in Ling Feng's body and hurriedly dodged away, fearing that he would try something again. Seeing her terrified expression, Ling Feng joked, why not go lie down upstairs for a bit? Upon hearing this, Lin Su shot him a glare, saying, no way. Can't I just have a day to rest? I'm exhausted. Ling Feng laughed heartily, no longer teasing her, and began to eat. The breakfast was quite lavish: barbecued pork buns, rice rolls, flat rice noodles, fried dough, and eggs. Watching this feast made Ling Feng's appetite surge, as he had expended a lot of energy the night before and his stomach had been growling for a while. Having eaten Lin Su's cooking for so long, he never got tired of it, always eating until he was full. After finishing his meal, Ling Feng walked out of the villa and went to visit Wang Long. Ling Feng called him several times before Wang Long leisurely opened the door. Rubbing his eyes, looking quite drowsy, he said, you can't let anyone sleep in the morning. After opening the door, he flopped back down onto the sofa, completely ignoring Ling Feng, and started to snore. Ling Feng looked at Wang Long's state, speechless. Ever since the apocalypse, he had become increasingly reclusive and lazy. He had to help wake him up, or else he would truly be wasted. He found a balloon from his storage, went to the bathroom, filled it with water, and then tied it up. Ling Feng approached the sofa with the filled balloon, looking at the still snoring Wang Long. He raised the balloon and smashed it onto Wang Long's face. What the hell? Wang Long shot up from the sofa, instantly awake, looking at Ling Feng, who was laughing beside him, with an utterly speechless expression. Hey, what are you doing? Ling Feng laughed so hard, he almost cried, and after a moment he said slowly, if I didn't use this method, would you believe you could sleep until night? Wang Long wiped the water off his body, looking at Ling Feng with a gloomy expression. What made you think of finding me today? I came to deliver a great opportunity, Ling Feng said mysteriously. Opportunity? What opportunity? Come with me, and you will know soon. Ling Feng led him to the basement under Wang Long's puzzled gaze. He found an open spot, ensuring Wang Long wouldn't break anything when the effects of the medicine kicked in. He took out the prepared gene serum and handed it to Wang Long. This is a gene serum. It will change the body's structure and enhance its potential. Wang Long examined the serum closely, his eyes filled with doubt. Have you used it? He asked skeptically. I haven't used this one. Ling Feng replied honestly. Wang Long immediately became anxious. Are you treating me like a guinea pig? What if it poisons me? Ling Feng rolled his eyes at him. If I wasn't sure, would I let you use it? This is something others would fight for, and you still want to refuse. If you don't want to give it back to me. As Ling Feng said this, he started to take the gene serum back. Wang Long immediately clutched the serum tightly, realizing he was just complaining. Of course, he trusted his brother. There was a chance he might really gain a great opportunity. I want it. I want it. Wang Long grinned, circling around Ling Feng with a flattering expression. How do I use this thing? Ling Feng took out a special syringe, filled it with the serum, and prepared to inject Wang Long. Am I going in? Let's do it. Wang Long closed his eyes tightly, making a face as if he were constipated. Ling Feng quickly injected the serum into the area near his heart. I don't feel anything, Feng Zi. Wang Long touched his body, feeling nothing unusual. This thing isn't expired, is it? Ling Feng remained silent, lighting a cigarette and watching him with a smile. About 10 seconds later, Wang Long exclaimed, "Ouch. Why does it hurt so much?" Wang Long's face began to turn red and sweat started to bead on his forehead, quickly reaching a point where he could no longer endure the pain. He began rolling on the ground, his cries echoing throughout the basement. Ling Feng looked at Wang Long's suffering appearance, reveling in his misfortune. Of course, he would observe this spectacle of his friend making a fool of himself closely. Soon, black viscous substances began to ooze from Wang Long's skin, emitting a foul odor. After about half an hour, Wang Long's cries gradually diminished, and he slowly stabilized. An hour later, Wang Long, holding a mirror, admired his muscles with a narcissistic expression. Wow, this is amazing. I feel like I can take on 5 of my former selves. This is awesome. So handsome. Wang Long looked at Ling Feng, eager to try out his newfound strength, feeling incredibly powerful. Feng Zi, let's practice together. You should be no match for me now. Come on. 5 minutes later, Wang Long, with a bruised face, walked out of the basement, his expression twitching. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant. Now he was as subdued as could be. Wang Long, who thought himself invincible, was kicked away by Ling Feng. After administering the serum, Ling Feng decided to continue his search for supplies today. Last time he visited the gas station, he couldn't collect the resources inside due to a lack of tools. Today he planned to go again, intending to take all the fuel resources and also search for weapons. Wang Long insisted on joining Ling Feng for a ride when he heard about the outing. Ling Feng felt that since Wang Long had undergone the serum enhancement, his physical strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and he could take care of himself, so he agreed to his request. He used the intercom to remind Zhang Yi to keep an eye on the lookout, and instructed Lin Su not to open the door indiscriminately before he felt assured to leave. Ling Feng rode a snowmobile with Wang Long speeding along and soon arrived at their destination, the gas station. The hole Ling Feng dug yesterday was still there, and there were no other footprints on the ground indicating that no one else had been here. Ling Feng took out his tools, ready to continue clearing the frozen snow. Feng Zi, come over here and take a look at this. Wang Long was standing next to an abandoned van, waving at Ling Feng. Ling Feng put down his tools and walked over to Wang Long. What's up? Wang Long pointed to a strange mark on the ground, a 50-centimeter wide drag mark extending from the van into the ruins in the distance. The marks did not appear to be made by a car tire. Moreover, it was still snowing heavily, and if it had been left long ago, the marks would have been covered by the snow. They must have been made recently. It looks like it was left by some kind of reptile. Ling Feng's expression turned serious as he looked towards the distant ruins, feeling a sense of unease rise within him. Yesterday, when Ling Feng arrived at the gas station, a sense of unease washed over him. Today, seeing the drag mark intensified that feeling. Ling Feng took out an AK from his space, held it in his hand, and then tossed another AK to Wang Long. Be careful, this place has a strange aura. Ling Feng's expression tightened as he reminded Wang Long, who felt somewhat uneasy from Ling Feng's words. What kind of reptile could leave such a thick mark? Just thinking about it was terrifying. He couldn't help but grip the AK tighter. Could it be a snake? Wang Long asked cautiously. Let's check over there and see where this mark disappears. Ling Feng pointed towards a patch of ruins ahead, and the two of them cautiously approached the ruins, one to the left and one to the right. Halfway there, Ling Feng raised his hand to signal a stop. Wang Long understood and halted, maintaining a position ready to shoot at any moment. The two had participated in many missions together. Their cooperation was quite seamless. Sometimes a mere glance was enough to convey the next move. Ling Feng made a gesture with his right hand, indicating for Wang Long to provide cover fire from a distance while he went to check alone. Just then, his keen hearing caught the sound of something moving in the ruins. Ling Feng cautiously approached the ruins, stopping about 20 meters away. He silently pulled out a grenade from his space and threw it towards the ruins. Bang! The ruins erupted with a huge noise, sending a flurry of snowflakes flying, and at the same time a thick and long figure shot towards Ling Feng at an incredible speed, skimming the ground. Its scarlet eyes glowed like two red lanterns, coldly fixating on its prey. Upon seeing this gigantic figure, Ling Feng's expression changed. The giant python was approximately 60 centimeters in diameter and roughly 15 meters long, looking extremely terrifying. The python flicked its scarlet tongue and opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp fangs on either side. Its body was covered in scales. Ling Feng quickly retreated while continuously firing his AK at the python. Wang Long, stationed not far away, also opened fire the moment the python appeared. The bullets struck the python but did not inflict any damage. Instead, they were deflected by its hard scales, creating sparks. However, the python was deterred by the bullets and coiled up, staring intently at Ling Feng. "Fengzi, this thing has too thick skin to be harmed by bullets." Wang Long spoke with a serious expression. Ling Feng frowned as he kept his hands in a defensive posture, ready to guard against a sudden attack from the python. This giant python seems mutated, and it doesn't look like a python at all. It resembles a rat snake. "You fall back and I'll hold it off in the front." Ling Feng decided to withdraw. This creature was difficult to deal with, and ordinary guns couldn't cause any harm. Getting close for melee combat would surely disadvantage him. The best course of action was to run quickly. Wang Long nodded and began to retreat towards the motorcycle. Upon seeing Wang Long move, the python seemed to sense something unusual and quickly slithered towards him. Seeing this, Ling Feng sheathed his long gun and sprinted towards the python, drawing out his Tang Dao. Wang Long's strength was only a few times greater than that of an ordinary person, and he was definitely no match for the python, so Ling Feng took the initiative to draw its attention. The python, originally aiming to attack Wang Long, roared when it saw Ling Feng running towards it and decisively changed direction. Its massive body was surprisingly agile. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged for Ling Feng's head. Ling Feng held his knife with both hands and swung it at an astonishing speed horizontally, striking at the python's head. Poochie! The Tang Dao clashed with the fangs, creating a flurry of sparks as the sharp blades sliced off half of the python's tooth. The python felt some pain and violently swung its head. At the same time, it whipped its tail towards Ling Feng. Observing the tail that resembled an iron chain sweeping towards him, Ling Feng quickly dodged, rolling forward to evade. The python's tail missed and struck the snow, creating a half-meter deep trench in the ground. Ling Feng, still shaken by the scene, felt fortunate for dodging in time. Otherwise, had he been hit, he would surely have suffered internal injuries. After missing its first attack, the python continued to swing its tail towards Ling Feng. He began to dodge continuously, relying on his speed and agility to engage in a frantic back and forth with the python amidst the ruins. He sought opportunities for a sneak attack. The python's multiple attacks all missed without landing a single hit, causing it to grow increasingly agitated. Its attack speed increased, putting more pressure on Ling Feng. However, he also noticed a problem. Although the python's speed had increased, it had also exposed more openings. Initially, the python maintained a relatively safe distance while attacking Ling Feng, relying on its tail. But after Ling Feng evaded its attacks several times, the python grew increasingly restless, trying to close the distance and hoping to encircle Ling Feng with its body. Ling Feng certainly wouldn't give it that opportunity. He began to increase his speed, dodging continuously while also attacking the python whenever he could. Ling Feng realized that amidst this life-and-death struggle, his potential was rapidly growing and his speed was increasing. What once felt difficult to dodge gradually became easier. In the end, the python simply couldn't keep up with Ling Feng's speed. As Ling Feng occasionally struck it with his blade, the python's wounds began to accumulate, and its speed also started to decline. With this exchange, Ling Feng's momentum grew stronger, and the balance of power began to shift. Ling Feng seized an opportunity, swiftly closing in on the python's vital point, and with all his might, he delivered a powerful slash. The python was directly severed in half by Ling Feng, its massive body thrashing about before quickly falling still. Seeing the python motionless, Ling Feng relaxed and sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Wang Long excitedly ran over from not far away, giving Ling Feng a hearty slap on the shoulder. "Great job, Fengzi. You're amazing." He added, "I was so worried over there. This long worm has skin that's too thick, bullets couldn't penetrate." Wang Long kicked the python's corpse and sighed. Ling Feng gazed at the giant body of the python, feeling a surge of fear. Thankfully, his physical abilities broke through at a critical moment, otherwise the two of them would have become the python's meal today. This thing must be a mutated species. Ling Feng leaned on his Tang Dao, examining the python's body. He wondered if it was edible and thought about bringing it back for Lin Su to make snake soup for him to try. He walked up to the giant snake's head to observe its fangs. Suddenly, the lifeless python's eyes burst open, and its mouth gaped wide, lunging at Ling Feng's neck. In a split second, Ling Feng sidestepped just in time. Missing its target, the python dragged its half-severed body and quickly fled towards the ruins. What the hell? Wang Long looked in surprise at the direction where the giant python had fled. The giant python, cut in half, miraculously was still alive and able to escape. This is outrageous. It completely shattered his understanding. This guy must have been playing dead, waiting for an opportunity to escape. Damn it, I was tricked by a long worm. Wang Long was furious and jumped up. Without a second thought, Ling Feng grabbed his knife and chased after the direction the giant python had escaped. Before leaving, he reminded Wang Long to keep an eye on the other half of the python's corpse as he intended to take it back to make snake soup. Ling Feng carefully followed the traces left by the giant python. This giant python had mutated and possessed intelligence. Perhaps it was hiding there preparing to launch a surprise attack. He followed the traces of the python and arrived at the entrance of a cave. The cave's diameter was about 1.5 meters. Looking inside from the entrance, it was dark and impossible to see what was inside. Ling Feng dared not rush in, who knew what might be lurking within or if there was a second giant python. This giant python was too cunning, its intelligence even surpassing that of an average human. Ling Feng took out a grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it into the cave. As the grenade exploded, the cave was blown apart, yet there was no sign of the giant python. The explosion had damaged part of the cave, but had not destroyed it entirely. From the outside, it still seemed bottomless. Damn, this thing is so deep. Ling Feng cursed under his breath and continued to throw grenades inside. After all, he had plenty of them on hand. Ling Feng relentlessly bombarded the giant python's cave with grenades. After detonating a dozen grenades, he finally managed to blow the entrance of the cave wide open. At last, Ling Feng saw the giant python. It was now weak and coiled on the ground, looking like it was running out of energy. However, after the recent attack, Ling Feng did not let his guard down. Who knew if it was merely pretending and whether there might be a second giant python lurking nearby? Ling Feng stood still for a moment, observing his surroundings. After confirming there were no other giant pythons, he cautiously approached the giant python, gripping his knife with a wary expression as he neared. The giant python struggled to turn its head, seemingly wanting to move its body, but after several attempts it failed. It seemed that being cut in half had severely injured it, yet it simply held on longer than an ordinary snake would. Ling Feng gathered his strength and swiftly slashed at the giant python's head. Although the giant python appeared weak, Ling Feng was not about to make the same mistake again. The tang knife instantly pierced the giant python's body, severing its head. The remaining head continued to flick its tongue, its eyes reflecting a hint of human-like resentment, sending chills down Ling Feng's spine. Truly a tenacious creature that refuses to die. However, the headless giant python posed no threat to him. Ling Feng directly stored the snake's head and the remaining portion of its body into his space, intending to study the reasons behind the giant python's mutation, hoping for unexpected gains. After dealing with the giant python, Ling Feng returned to the gas station feeling lighthearted. Wang Long, sitting on the python's body and smoking, quickly approached to check if Ling Feng was injured upon seeing him return. "Did you take care of it?" Wang Long asked with a calm expression. Ling Feng nodded. "Quick, let's find the oil storage room in this gas station. The situation outside is too dangerous." The two began digging into the ground with tools, searching for the entrance to the storage room. After 2 hours of continuous digging, they finally found the entrance to the storage room. It was fortunate that both had undergone genetic serum transformation, otherwise an ordinary person would struggle to endure 2 hours outdoors. Upon entering the storage room, Ling Feng's eyes lit up at the sight of 4 large tanks of fuel. With this fuel and the system's replication function, it would be enough for him to use for decades. Ling Feng stored all 4 tanks of fuel into his space, leaving Wang Long beside him in shock. Previously, Ling Feng had mentioned unexpectedly gaining abilities to store objects in another space. He had asked Wang Long to keep it a secret. Initially, Wang Long thought Ling Feng was just pulling his leg, but seeing those 4 large tanks of fuel disappear into thin air confirmed it. It left him utterly stunned. There really are superpowers. How he wished to possess them. "Wenzi, how did you awaken your abilities?" Wang Long asked enviously. Ling Feng smiled at him and replied, "I don't know, I just woke up with them." Then without further ado, he walked outside. They needed to leave quickly. It was too dangerous outside, and he didn't want to linger any longer. After returning outside, the two took a motorcycle to leave, also taking the giant python's corpse with them. In the suburbs of Shanjing City, 5 men dressed in matching uniforms lined up to enter an underground basement. The leader among them was a man in his 30s with a square face, his expression stern and unsmiling. He had a muscular build, clearly someone who had undergone special training. After arriving at the basement, the group re-entered the elevator, which descended further underground. Even during the global blackout, the elevator here remained operational. The elevator stopped after descending 30 meters underground, and the doors opened. The men exited the elevator and entered the deepest office in the underground space. The square-faced man bowed slightly to report to another man sitting inside the office. Brother Zhang Yi, Shi, and the others have been killed. We found their bodies beneath the Tianhu pharmaceutical building. Shi was killed after using the violent serum. Brother Chang, whose expression was neither happy nor sad, tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. You are saying that Shi was killed despite using the violent serum? The man opened his eyes and asked the square-faced man in a low voice. The square-faced man felt a hint of fear as he looked at the impassive face of the man. Yes, Brother Chang, the mutation of Shi's corpse clearly indicates he had used the serum. Wang Chang's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression darkening. It seems that the one who killed him was also a genetic warrior and quite powerful. What about any findings from the Tianhu pharmaceutical side? I took my brothers over to search thoroughly and found that the place had already been searched. Even the laboratory equipment had been taken. There were no useful materials found in the entire building. The square-faced man spoke cautiously, fearing his boss might get angry. Wang Chang stroked his chin, his gaze scrutinizing the square-faced man, clearly displeased. The square-faced man felt his heart sink as he was scrutinized by Wang Chang, his legs starting to tremble uncontrollably. Based on his understanding of this leader, the current expression clearly indicated a buildup of emotions. Just as he was about to explain himself, Wang Chang pulled out a pistol and shot the square-faced man in the head. The square-faced man dropped dead instantly. The group of underlings under the square-faced man turned pale, with fright, lowering their heads and not daring to breathe. Wang Chang calmly put away his handgun and said to his pale-faced subordinates, "You guys take care of the bodies. Then bring me Kwang Hu." The subordinates below felt as if they had been granted amnesty, secretly breathing a sigh of relief as a few hurriedly carried the bodies out. Wang Chang sat in his swivel chair, fiddling with the handgun in his hand. Soon a muscular man with a full beard approached him. "Boss, what do you need me for?" Kwang Hu said with an unsatisfied expression. He had just been playing cards with a group of younger brothers, and his luck was running hot when he was suddenly called over. Wang Chang looked at Kwang Hu, who showed him little respect. Although he felt a bit angry, he refrained from reprimanding him. After all, Kwang Hu was one of the top 5 gene warriors in the organization, having contributed significantly to their cause. If he were to quit, it would mean losing a powerful warrior. He had the strength to be arrogant. "Shi is dead," Wang Chang said with a grim expression. "What?" Kwang Hu's anger surged instantly, his fists clenched tightly, the joints cracking under the pressure. He slammed a hand against the wall beside him, leaving a 2 centimeter deep dent. Shi was his best friend. Countless lonely nights had been spent in his company. They shared many wonderful memories. Just last night they were playing poker together, and now this separation was permanent. They were good brothers who knew each other well. Now that Shi was killed, who would keep him company at night? Who did this? Kwang Hu gritted his teeth and said hoarsely. Wang Chang looked at Kwang Hu's expression, secretly pleased. It seemed there was no need for him to rally Kwang Hu. With just a little guidance, he would investigate himself. "I don't know yet, but Shi died at Tianhu building, and I suspect this is related to the people from Tianhu company. I have already sent someone to investigate Ling Tianhu's family. I believe there will be results soon. I will inform you as soon as there are results. Also, don't act impulsively. The other party may have injected themselves with the gene serum developed by Ling Tian, which makes them very strong." Wang Chang kept comforting Kwang Hu. "If I don't care who he is, I will make him aware of my strength. This matter, let me take part in the investigation. I want to find the killer as soon as possible." Kwang Hu scoffed disdainfully, not caring about his words. "All right, I will leave this matter to you." Wang Chang saw that he had achieved his goal and felt a sense of pride. This fool only knows how to fight and kill every day, lacking any wisdom. However, with him involved, this matter could be resolved quickly. The higher-ups had repeatedly urged him to find the research data and gene serum samples hidden by Ling Tianhu. Ling Feng and Wang Long, riding snowmobiles, parted ways at the entrance of the villa area. Ling Feng drove the snowmobile to a deserted area and stored it away. He noticed that people around his villa had already begun digging. Zhang Ning was directing others with precision, and Ling Feng was quite satisfied with his performance. This man was indeed from a construction company, and he was very professional in arranging the work. In just half a day, there had already been significant progress. The snow in the entire yard had mostly been cleared away, making it look much more pleasant. Zhang Ning saw Ling Feng walking toward him and hurriedly ran up to him with a fawning smile. "Master, you're back." Ling Feng nodded and patted his shoulder. "Well done, I'll reward you with a drumstick at noon." Zhang Ning's face immediately lit up with a smile. "Thank you, master. I will work hard." The people working around them looked at Zhang Ning with envy. He was actually getting a drumstick. Just thinking about it made their mouths water. If they could have a bite of the drumstick, they would be willing to live a year less. Zhang Ning, seeing the envious gazes around him, couldn't help but puff out his chest. Feeling quite pleased, he thought, I, Zhang Ning, will follow master faithfully from now on. These people still say I'm Ling Feng's dog behind my back. What's wrong with being a dog? I get to eat drumsticks. So what if I'm a dog? Someone with thick skin approached him, flattering him. Brother Zhang, can I have a taste of the leftover bones from your drumstick later? As long as you say the word, I'll listen to you from now on. Zhang Ning frowned, looking displeased. The person speaking was Lu Jingtian, the former boss of a logistics company known for his cunning ways. What kind of talk is that? What do you mean by listening to me? We all have to listen to the master, understand? This is a matter of principle. You have a problem with your thinking. Don't make this mistake again, got it? Lu Jingtian was frightened and kept explaining if he told Ling Feng, he would be in big trouble. With Ling Feng's bloodthirsty personality, he might just kill him. Brother Zhang, you misunderstood. I have always been loyal to the master. Then that's fine, Zhang Ning said, raising his head as he walked away. After he was far off, Lu Jingtian spat on the ground and glared venomously at Zhang Ning's back. What a thing, riding on the coattails of the powerful just to show off. When I get rich one day, I'll take you all down. After Ling Feng inspected around, he returned home. Lin Su came up to him, helping him change his clothes and shoes, and offered him a hot towel to wipe his face. Ling Feng enjoyed Lin Su's service, feeling quite pleased. How was your haul today? Lin Su asked with a smile while changing his clothes. The harvest was good, I'll show you in a bit. After changing clothes, Ling Feng pulled Lin Su into the living room and said mysteriously, You've definitely never seen this, don't blink, and watch closely. Ling Feng's words piqued Lin Su's curiosity, and she widened her eyes, nodding continuously. Here it comes. Ling Feng directly took out the body and head of the python from his space. Lin Su was instantly frightened to the point of losing color, clutching Ling Feng tightly, with both hands burying her face in his embrace. Ling Feng felt the softness in his chest and was somewhat tempted. However, Lin Su was significantly frightened, her legs trembling and her face devoid of color. Ling Feng realized he had gone too far with his joke and kept patting her back, softly comforting her. It's okay, this snake has already been killed by me. Ling Feng did not expect the usually poised Lin Su to be so frightened. She screamed in shock, and it was the first time he had seen her so out of sorts. It seemed that even a cold and aloof queen could not resist the fear of snakes. With Ling Feng's continuous comfort, Lin Su's expression gradually improved, and she slowly turned to look at the giant python. Although she knew this giant python was already dead, Lin Su still did not dare to approach, gripping Ling Feng's arm tightly. Lin Su gazed at the gigantic python that occupied the entire living room, taking deep breaths to alleviate her tension. The panic in her eyes gradually subsided. So big. How can there be such a huge snake? Lin Su said, her heart still racing. Tonight we'll have a full snake feast, you just take care of it. Ling Feng used a tang knife to cut a piece of snake meat and simultaneously peeled off the skin. The snake skin was very tough, even able to withstand bullets. Ling Feng collected the snake skin, preparing to keep it for making armor in the future. Although the snake skin was hard, the flesh inside felt quite elastic. After handing the snake meat to Lin Su, Ling Feng went to the laboratory in the basement. He took the snake's head out of storage and placed it on the experimental table. Ling Feng was preparing to open the giant python's head to study the cause of its mutation. He found some tools and exerted a lot of effort to split the skull in half. Suddenly, Ling Feng unexpectedly discovered a round, transparent crystal the size of a peanut inside the snake's head. What is this? A tumor? Ling Feng muttered. The crystal was located in the center of the brain, surrounded by numerous nerves and blood vessels connected to it. He carefully took the transparent crystal out of the snake's brain and held it in his hand for a closer look. The crystal felt very smooth and round, exuding a faint fragrance. Ling Feng placed the crystal into a device and observed it for a long time, but found nothing particularly special. He then stored the crystal in the system's space for upgrading. To his surprise, the system displayed a notification. Ling Feng stared in astonishment at the crystal floating in space. This was the third time the system had produced such a situation. The previous 2 times were related to genetic serums. It seemed that this crystal also belonged to a special item. Ling Feng eagerly clicked to view the details. Supreme Demon Beast Inner Core contains very rich energy, can help enhance the human body's constitution and develop 5 of the brain. Ling Feng was overjoyed. He hadn't expected this item to have a body-enhancing effect. What a pleasant surprise. He took out the upgraded inner core from storage. So this thing is called an inner core. The upgraded inner core was completely milky white, similar in size to a longan, emitting a rich aroma that made one unable to resist the urge to eat it. Ling Feng couldn't help but swallow. I wonder if this can be eaten directly. Ling Feng hesitated with the inner core in hand, unsure about trying it, but thinking that since it was a product after the system upgrade, it should be fine. With a firm resolve, he did it. He tossed the inner core directly into his mouth. Once the inner core entered his mouth, it smoothly slid down without any discomfort. Ling Feng lay down on a clear spot, preparing for the intense pain that might come. To his surprise, he felt no discomfort in his body. Instead, he felt very comfortable as a warm flow gradually spread from his stomach to every part of his body. It was as if he were soaking in a hot spring, so comfortable that he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, my goodness." Ling Feng lay on the ground, his expression one of enjoyment, his mouth making delightful sounds. While feeling comfortable, Ling Feng was also acutely aware of the changes in his body. His heartbeat became very fast, the thumping of his heart loud and powerful. At this moment, his mind felt exceptionally clear, and past experiences flashed before him like scenes from a movie. This process lasted 2 hours before the warm flow gradually disappeared. The frequency of his heartbeats slowly decreased, eventually returning to normal, even lower than before. Ling Feng stood up, stretching his body, and his joints made cracking sounds. He clenched his fist to feel the changes in his body. He felt as if he had boundless strength. Compared to before, he had undergone a tremendous transformation, and his mind was clearer. Moreover, his sensory abilities had been significantly enhanced. He could even hear Lin Su cooking on the first floor while in the basement. It should be noted that the soundproofing in his basement was excellent. Previously, he couldn't hear any sounds while in the basement. He went to the gravity chamber to test how much his physical abilities had improved this time. He entered the gravity chamber, closed the door, and directly adjusted the gravity to 80 times. His previous limit was around 60 times, and now he had directly increased it to 80 times. Ling Feng felt that it wasn't very obvious. It seemed that 80 times was not his limit, and he could continue to increase the gravity. 100 times, 130 times, 160 times. It wasn't until 200 times that Ling Feng finally felt that pressure, and ultimately, he held on until 230 times. That was the limit. After testing his limits, Ling Feng exited the gravity chamber, his face filled with excitement. He hadn't expected that an inner core would boost his physical abilities several times. Having trained hard for several months to reach 60 times and endured so much suffering. But an inner core not only allowed him to comfortably break through, but also provided a doubling of strength. Ling Feng now yearned for the outside world again. If he could obtain a few more inner cores, wouldn't he quickly surpass 1,000 in strength? It seems I can explore the outside world more in the future. With his current strength, he could easily deal with that giant python again. Now he had a bit of self-defense capability. A normal person would have a physical ability value of 230 times. This defense could withstand bullets. Ling Feng was suddenly filled with confidence. He felt that his punch now had at least 10,000 pounds of force. Who could withstand it? He glanced at the time. It was already 8 in the evening. He went to the bathroom to take a shower, feeling sticky and sweaty after just coming out of the gravity chamber. After washing up, he felt much better. Lighting a cigarette, he strolled leisurely to the first floor, where he saw Lin Su serving dishes. "I was just about to call you. Hurry over for dinner." Ling Feng looked at the table full of dishes, the aroma wafting toward him, making his mouth water. After the recent upgrade, his body's energy had long been depleted. Now he was so hungry that he felt like his stomach was pressed against his back. Lin Su came over holding a bottle of Lafite. "Just woke up, this tastes even better with it." Lin Su smiled as she indicated the red wine in her hand. She poured a little into a goblet for Ling Feng. He picked up a piece of braised snake meat and slowly savored it, his eyes lighting up. The snake meat was tender and juicy, springy and delicious. Ling Feng devoured several pieces in quick succession. Besides the braised snake meat, there was also snake soup. The snake soup was a stew of snake meat and chicken, exceptionally delicious. Lin Su named it Dragon and Phoenix Soup. Ling Feng praised Lin Su's cooking while eating. The large table of food was consumed completely by the two of them, and even Lin Su stopped only when she couldn't eat anymore. "Su, is it too hot in the house? Why do I feel so warm?" Ling Feng unbuttoned his shirt, fanning himself repeatedly, feeling extremely hot. "No, the temperature in the room is still 25 degrees. It hasn't changed. But it is indeed quite hot." Lin Su's face was flushed and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Her gaze was slightly dazed. She kept fanning her face with her hands. Ling Feng, feeling dry and thirsty, looked at Lin Su and couldn't help but rush up. Lin Su leaned against Ling Feng's strong chest, her hair slightly disheveled, a hint of flushed drunkenness on her face. The originally beautiful visage now bore an added touch of sensuality. Her charming eyes sparkled with a mix of exhaustion and satisfaction. The two had just engaged in an in-depth exchange for 3 hours, and the heat that enveloped them gradually subsided. Why are you so? Today? Lin Su looked at him with a face full of lingering resentment. She felt utterly drained, unable to even lift her hand. Ling Feng, that scoundrel, had no sense of cherishing delicate beauty. He looked at her with a mischievous grin, his hands also not remaining idle. It's probably the snake meat's effect. It inherently has aphrodisiac properties, especially since this python was mutated. The potency is certainly enhanced. Then you should eat less next time. Who can handle this much? All right, there's still plenty of snake soup in the pot. I'll take some to Wang Long later to replenish him. Hee. Ling Feng carried Lin Su to the bedroom on the 3rd floor, placing her on the bed to rest well. He got dressed and went down to the kitchen, transferring the remaining snake soup into a clay pot, preparing to take it to Wang Long. When he arrived at Wang Long's house, Wang Long was munching on instant noodles. Upon seeing the clay pot in Ling Feng's hand, he rushed over and snatched it away. As soon as Ling Feng entered the room, he caught a whiff of the aroma emanating from the clay pot. It smells amazing. What kind of meat is this? Wang Long exclaimed, grabbing a piece of meat and savoring it with a rich expression. It's so delicious. Ling Feng watched Wang Long devour the food with delight. This snake soup was made by your sister-in-law, just for you. You eat, well, head back first. Ling Feng said hurriedly, leaving Wang Long's home. Back home, Ling Feng sat on the sofa reading a novel. Recently, he had been captivated by Rebirth in the Apocalypse. I have a 100-fold copy system, so much so that he hadn't even played games lately. After about an hour of reading, Wang Long called him. Ling Feng answered, and Wang Long's heavy voice came through the phone. Did you put something in that snake soup? Why do I feel so hot all over? I've taken several cold showers, but nothing helps. Ling Feng nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. The snake meat has aphrodisiac effects. It's normal for your body to feel hot. Wang Long angrily scolded Ling Feng. Damn it, are you trying to mess with me? I'm a single dog, and you give me this stuff on purpose to make me suffer. Is there any way to alleviate this? I have study materials. Do you want them? Ling Feng replied with a mysterious smile. Really? Upon hearing about the study materials, Wang Long's tone changed to one of excitement. Of course it's real. I'll get them from the basement for you. These study materials had been painstakingly collected by Ling Feng, and he had even categorized them for easier learning. Ling Feng was a diligent learner. To grasp the teacher's knowledge points, he often rewatched their videos and would occasionally put them into practice. Ling Feng went to the basement and handed Wang Long the hard drive containing 10 terabytes of study materials along with a few small toys. Wang Long hurriedly left with the hard drive and toys, not saying a word. His face was somewhat flushed. Another sleepless night. Ling Feng sighed at the might of the Snake Lord, preparing to return to sleep. The next morning, Ling Feng got up early. To let Lin Su sleep a bit more, he decided to make breakfast himself. Lin Su had been quite exhausted last night, so today she should rest well. After a simple breakfast, Ling Feng went out. He first checked the execution status of the hidden sentries at several entrances of the villa. The results were pretty good. The few sentries were quite alert and well hidden. Ling Feng was satisfied with them and rewarded each one with a bag of bread. The few who received the reward were filled with excitement. Their motivation for work increased. After checking the situation of the sentries, he rode his motorcycle out again. Today he planned to search for some weapons. To find powerful weapons, the only place to go was the military barracks. As a retired soldier, he was relatively familiar with the stationed troops in Shanjing City. Before the apocalypse, about a brigade of troops was stationed in the suburb of Shanjing City. The barracks were located in a place called Shishan Town. Shishan Town was relatively far from Shizi Bay, but now there were basically no people active on the road, shortening the travel time by half. Driving a snowmobile at full speed would take about an hour and a half. Ling Feng rode the snowmobile towards Shishan Town, passing through several communities along the way. The snowmobile attracted quite a bit of attention as it passed by, with some people looking at Ling Feng enviously. Others even opened their windows to call for help. Ling Feng ignored them entirely. He was not related to these people, so why bother with such trivial matters? However, if someone provoked him, he certainly wouldn't let it slide. As Ling Feng approached the entrance of a community, he saw 6 or 7 people standing on the road outside the gate. Upon seeing Ling Feng, the group immediately blocked his path with a thick tree trunk. Ling Feng slammed on the brakes, skidding the motorcycle for several meters before finally stopping 5 meters away from the tree trunk. He looked at the approaching figures, each of them carrying a glint of bloodlust in their eyes. It seemed these individuals were a group of desperate rogues. They must have killed quite a few people in this community. Kid, hand over your vehicle and the supplies on you. One of the middle-aged men in a mink coat spoke in a deep voice, a hint of ferocity flashing in his gaze. He seemed to be the leader of this group. Ling Feng smirked coldly, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. Indeed, there were those who lacked insight. They dared to rob him. Get lost or die, Ling Feng said sternly. Upon hearing Ling Feng's threat, the middle-aged man not only did not get angry, but instead burst into laughter. His subordinates joined in the laughter as well. Kid, stop pretending. I've got blood on my hands from dozens of lives, and you expect me to back off. The middle-aged man looked at Ling Feng with disdain and waved his hand to signal his underlings. Find this kid for me. I can't stand pretentious people. I'll tear his mouth apart later. Two of the thugs eagerly stepped forward, looking at Ling Feng with playful malice. You're in for it now. You've messed with our boss, and you're going to suffer. Ling Feng got off the motorcycle and stretched his joints a bit. Seeing his stance, the two thugs approached him with unfriendly expressions. Ling Feng stood still, waiting for them to attack. One thug charged forward, swinging his fist at Ling Feng's face. As the fist was about to hit Ling Feng's face, the thug felt a thrill of excitement, looking down on Ling Feng with contempt. Wasn't he just acting tough? Now he was scared to even move. Just as he thought he would knock Ling Feng down, he realized his wrist had been firmly grasped by Ling Feng without him knowing when. Before he could react, Ling Feng's fist was already flying towards his face. Bang! A sound erupted like a watermelon bursting. The thug's head was exploded by Ling Feng's punch. The scene immediately fell into a deathly silence. Another thug who wanted to make a move was directly stunned in place by fear. Ling Feng did not give him any time to react and directly smashed his head with a left hook. The entire process took only a few seconds. Before the others could react, the two thugs had already become nameless corpses. The shattered flesh and brain matter of the two men scattered around. This bloody scene completely terrified the onlookers nearby. Is this One Punch Man? Did he just blow someone's brains out with one punch? The group that had just been laughing fell silent in an instant. Looking at the bloody scene not far away with a terrified expression, a man in a mink coat swallowed hard. He was so scared that he wanted to run, but his legs trembled and wouldn't listen. The other few little brothers were filled with fear. They initially wanted to run, but when they saw their boss standing calmly in place, they also stopped in their tracks. Ling Feng shook the blood off his hands and walked toward the man in the leather jacket, his eyes filled with a chilling, killing intent. You have quite a bit of guts to stand here without running. You're a man. The man in the leather jacket was filled with bitterness. Courage. If it weren't for my trembling legs, I would have run away long ago. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, the man in the leather jacket said with a forced smile. Oh, a misunderstanding. Ling Feng approached him smiling as he asked. It's really a misunderstanding, we just... With a loud bang, before he could finish his sentence, Ling Feng punched him, exploding his head. I hate being threatened by others. Do you think you have the strength to rob me? Ling Feng said nonchalantly. The others present were filled with fear and knelt down to beg for mercy. Big brother, spare us, we were forced. I just went out for the first time today. I didn't do anything. They'll follow you from now on, big brother, give me a chance. Ling Feng sneered, looking disdainfully at these people. He didn't believe a word they said. Did they think they could survive after encountering him? He took out a pistol and said to the group, They'll give you a chance to run. After 3 seconds I will fire. If you can dodge, then I won't kill you. Upon hearing this, the little thug's eyes flashed with a strong desire to survive. 3. Split up and run. No one knew who shouted, but several little thugs quickly fled in all directions, putting in 100 of their effort. 2-1. Ling Feng quickly pulled the trigger, and after 5 gunshots, 5 corpses lay on the ground. After dealing with everyone, he got back on the snowmobile and left. After experiencing everything that just happened, the journey ahead was relatively smooth. An hour later, Ling Feng successfully arrived at Shishan Town. Ling Feng looked up and saw that the entire Shishan Town was covered in snow and ice, with only a few taller buildings exposed. Based on his rough direction, Ling Feng arrived at the military camp. Looking at the barracks covered in snow, Ling Feng felt a bit overwhelmed. The area of the barracks was very large, covering hundreds of acres. It would take a considerable amount of time to find the location of the ammunition depot in such a vast area. Ling Feng sat on his motorcycle, lit a cigarette, and gazed at the area, constantly analyzing where the ammunition depot might be located. Based on his military experience, Ling Feng marked 3 potential locations for the ammunition depot. After confirming the locations, he decided to start digging. To speed up the digging process, he directly took a fuel-powered cutting machine from his space and began cutting into the ground. He used the cutting machine to carve a square in the ground, then used an icebreaker to shatter the frozen layer within the square. With his formidable physical strength, he quickly dug down to the underlying structure. Ling Feng excitedly went to check only to find it was just a garage, and all the military vehicles inside had already been taken away. Disappointed after a fruitless effort, Ling Feng continued to dig in the next area. After an hour of intense digging, he also reached the building layer in the second area. Upon seeing the sturdy blast door, Ling Feng felt a sense of certainty. This time he had finally found the right place. After clearing the snow in front of the door, he kicked it open. Entering the inside of the ammunition depot, Ling Feng was dumbfounded to see the empty shelves. A huge ammunition depot had not a single bullet. Could it be that someone came here first? Ling Feng muttered to himself. However, he quickly dismissed this thought as there were no signs of snow being cleared from the depot. He should be the first one here. This indicated that the ammunition had already been moved away before the apocalypse. Another suspicious point was that during his digging, Ling Feng did not find a single corpse. It seems that the army here had received news in advance and had evacuated with both personnel and weapons. Ling Feng was somewhat unwilling to give up and decided to search carefully. He had come such a long way and exerted so much effort only to find nothing. The ammunition depot still had a few small rooms. Perhaps there were still some items inside. Holding onto a glimmer of hope, he went to the small rooms deep within the ammunition depot. Ling Feng turned on his headlamp and entered the first room. This room was filled with gun cabinets, but all the cabinet doors were open and empty. Ling Feng checked each cabinet one by one, finding nothing until he reached a cabinet in the far corner. This cabinet was still locked. Ling Feng shook the cabinet with his hand. It felt heavy. There must be something inside. Ling Feng's face instantly filled with joy. With a slight force, the lock on the gun cabinet broke. He excitedly opened the cabinet door. A machine gun. Good stuff. Ling Feng jumped in excitement as he found a machine gun. The cabinet neatly held 5 squad machine guns, all brand new and unused. This model was the latest equipment issued to the entire army, with a magazine capacity of 200 rounds, fast firing rate, and powerful impact. It even came with a professional scope, allowing for precise strikes, even at long distances. Ling Feng stored the machine gun in his space, preparing to give it an upgrade. After the upgrade, the machine gun's magazine capacity increased to 1,000 rounds with a firing rate of 3,000 rounds per minute and a range of 4,000 meters. Additionally, the upgraded machine gun's durability was greatly enhanced, with the barrel's lifespan reaching 1 million rounds. Seeing the performance of this machine gun, Ling Feng was overjoyed. With this machine gun, the defense capability of his villa would be significantly improved. However, upon seeing the firing rate of this machine gun, he felt a bit anxious. He only had less than 1 million rounds of ammunition on hand. If he used the machine gun, it might not be enough. It seems he needed to collect more ammunition. After searching the entire room and finding nothing else, Ling Feng prepared to search the second room. When he opened the door to the second room, he was completely stunned, his expression filled with wild joy. The second room was filled to the brim with ammunition. Ling Feng caressed these munitions like a child discovering a new toy. He roughly estimated that there were about 2,000 bullets. In addition, there were 20 boxes of grenades with 30 grenades in each box, totaling 600 grenades. This is truly a windfall. Ling Feng excitedly stored the ammunition into his space. With this ammunition, he could boldly utilize the copying function of the system. Especially the grenades, there were over 6,000 of them. Next time he got into a fight, he could just throw dozens of grenades. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. After collecting the supplies from the second room, Ling Feng moved on to several other rooms. Unfortunately, the other rooms were all empty. All the ammunition had been transported away. However, Ling Feng was still satisfied as today's haul far exceeded his expectations. Ling Feng guessed that this troop must have left in a hurry, otherwise they wouldn't have left behind any supplies. It seems the core official organization is still intact, they just haven't emerged yet. However, he didn't care. Even if the officials existed, society would definitely not return to its previous state. As long as he could live well, it didn't matter who they were. If they provoked him, he would eliminate them all. After collecting the supplies, Ling Feng walked out of the ammunition depot and into the snowy ground outside. He suddenly encountered 10 soldiers in military uniforms. Each of them was robust with stern expressions. From their aura and stance, it was evident they were not ordinary soldiers. Each one was a rigorously trained special forces soldier, and one of them exuded a chilling aura, clearly someone who had taken lives. Upon seeing Ling Feng, this squad of soldiers immediately raised their guns and surrounded him. "Who are you? What do you want here?" One of them, an officer with a junior officer insignia, coldly questioned. Ling Feng held no weapons. Everything had been stored in his space. "I'm a nearby resident, just checking if there are any usable supplies," Ling Feng said casually. The junior officer's expression shifted slightly, his sharp eyes constantly scanning Ling Feng, clearly not believing his words. The young man before him with a handsome face was unafraid in the face of such a threat of weapons, something few could achieve. Moreover, this person gave him an instinctive sense of danger. "I suspect you have ulterior motives. You need to return with us for an investigation," the junior officer said sternly. "Return? To where?" Ling Feng looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Of course, to the official's shelter. I advise you not to be slick, or you won't even know how you died." The junior officer looked at him coldly, his words filled with menace. What if I refuse to go?" Ling Feng feigned a distressed look. "That's fine, as long as you provide sufficient supplies, they'll let you go." Ling Feng let out a cold laugh, sensing that their tone didn't sound like something soldiers would say. Their way of doing things resembled that of the underworld. "What are you laughing at?" The junior officer glared at him, aiming his gun at Ling Feng's head. "Kid, don't test my patience." With a gun pressed against his head, Ling Feng remained unfazed, still looking calmly at the junior officer. "I hate being threatened with a gun." The junior officer mocked, tilting his head at him provocatively. "What if I pressed my gun against your head now? Look at you pretending." Just as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Looking down, he found that his hand holding the gun had been severed, falling to the ground with the severed hand still gripping the gun. A violent pain surged through him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He looked at the smiling man before him, a sense of fear rising in his heart. "It was you. You harmed me." He hadn't even seen Ling Feng make a move and his hand had been severed. It was simply terrifying. The other soldiers, witnessing their officer being harmed, had no time to comprehend what had happened before they saw the ghostly figure of Ling Feng standing behind them. As they turned to shoot, they realized Ling Feng moved too quickly for them to aim at him. They could only fire wildly in his direction. Meanwhile, Ling Feng continuously dodged the bullet attacks. With his physical abilities at 230 times that of an average person, he could easily evade the bullets. He drew his tang knife and charged at one of the soldiers. His speed of drawing the knife was so fast that the trajectory was invisible to the naked eye. The soldier, seeing Ling Feng rushing towards him, hurriedly prepared to turn his gun to shoot. But it was too late. Ling Feng's knife swept across his neck. The soldier felt a sudden chill at his neck. He wanted to look down, but all he saw was his own headless corpse. Then he lost consciousness. After killing one person, Ling Feng continued to wield the tang knife to attack the remaining 8. With his incredible speed, no one could withstand his strike. In just a few seconds, all the soldiers on the field were beheaded, leaving only the junior officer who had lost a hand. The junior officer looked at Ling Feng in terror, filled with regret. If he had known he would have let him go, why had he provoked him? It seemed he was doomed today. "We are officials. Do you dare to kill us? Aren't you afraid of official retribution? Even if you are an ability user, you must abide by the rules." "Official? Ability user?" Ling Feng replied. "Tell me everything you know, and I might consider sparing your life." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in the junior officer's eyes. As long as he could survive, revealing a few secrets wouldn't be a big deal. It wasn't much of a secret. As long as he could return alive and report this matter to the higher-ups, they would definitely send someone to investigate, and he could seek revenge later. A real man knows how to bend and stretch. After a moment of self-persuasion, the junior officer began to detail the shelter and information about ability users to Ling Feng. Through the junior officer's explanation, Ling Feng gained a detailed understanding of the shelter and ability users. This so-called official shelter was originally established by high-ranking military officials, but later the military's high command was slain by an ability user who then became the leader of the shelter. The so-called ability users emerged after the apocalypse, undergoing physical mutations. They possess one or several extraordinary abilities. For instance, the current leader of the shelter has mastered speed abilities, boasting speeds several times that of ordinary people. Ability users possess overwhelming combat power, easily able to slay ordinary people. "I have told you everything. Can I leave now?" The junior officer looked at Ling Feng with an expectant face. After saying all this, his eyes filled with pleading. The wound on his arm had frozen and lost sensation. Without timely treatment, he feared he would lose the entire hand. "No." Ling Feng's blade flashed, severing his head. To root out the threat, he did not want to expose himself. He collected all the weapons from these people, took out a snowmobile from his space, and headed towards home. In the outskirts of Shangjing City, in an underground base, Zhang Yi lay leisurely on the sofa, while a beautifully made-up woman skillfully massaged his shoulders. On either side of him were 2 elegantly dressed young girls attending to him. Despite the icy weather outside, his office remained warm as spring. He extended his right hand, forming a peace sign, and one of the girls quickly handed him a cigarette while the other leaned in to light it for him. Zhang Ergu took a deep drag from the cigarette, his hands wandering unceremoniously over the two girls. Their faces flushed with excitement as their breaths began to quicken. Zhang Ergu, feeling intrigued, was about to proceed to the next step when an untimely knock on the door interrupted him. He frowned, his expression darkening. Who is so annoying? Picking such a time. Come in, Zhang Ergu said with an unfriendly tone. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man rushed in. The man looked anxious and respectfully addressed Zhang Ergu. My lord, the search team we dispatched Team 15 has yet to return, and there has been no response on the satellite phone. I suspect something has happened. Zhang Ergu listened to the man's report without showing any emotion on his face, slowly exhaling smoke. However, his cold gaze remained fixed on the middle-aged man. Long Hao, you are the captain of the search team. You don't need to report small matters like this to me. Handle it at your discretion. If I have to decide everything, what do I need you for? Zhang Ergu shouted the last sentence, his voice suddenly rising. Ruining my good time over such trivial matters? Are you intentionally trying to annoy me? It's just a few people dead, isn't it? What's the big deal? I'm already worried about not having enough food. Thinking about how to deal with a group of people 10 dead is actually a good thing. Long Hao felt Zhang Ergu's fury and looked somewhat terrified. Although he was unhappy inside, he couldn't show it. Long Hao cursed in his heart. This Zhang Ergu knew nothing. If it weren't for his supernatural powers that made him unmatchable, he would have torn Zhang Ergu apart by now. A street punk, having awakened his abilities, killed the base's leader and took control of the base with his overwhelming force. He even gave himself a self-styled title as the Lord. Ever since this guy took over the base, he had only been thinking about enjoyment, oppressing the lower-class citizens, executing anyone who disobeyed him. He treated the captain of the search team with either beatings or insults, showing no mercy. Long Hao, although filled with resentment towards Zhang Ergu, had no strength to resist and could only bow his head and endure. After Zhang Ergu finished scolding, he had calmed down a bit and waved his hand at Long Hao. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I have other matters to attend to. Long Hao left the room with his head down. Zhang Ergu closed his eyes, continuing to enjoy the massage, for it was the only time he felt truly happy. He was originally just a small thug, but now with powerful abilities, every day was just for enjoyment and play. After enduring so much hardship, what's wrong with enjoying it a little? His long-held dream had finally come true. The girl giving him a massage flashed a hint of disdain in her eyes, but quickly masked it with a sweet smile. My lord, since you're upset, would you like me to help you relax? Zhang Ergu's closed eyes suddenly opened, his face filled with joy. You understand me, Zihan. Come on. Yang Zihan smiled sweetly and obediently leaned down. 3 minutes later, Yang Zihan stood up slightly flushed and returned to Zhang Ergu's side. Zhang Ergu was very satisfied with Yang Zihan's performance. Just thinking of a big internet celebrity being completely submissive to him every day brought him immense satisfaction. He had merely gone out for a breath of fresh air one day, not expecting to encounter the stunning beauty Yang Zihan. He had only offered a small amount of food, and yet this beauty followed him wholeheartedly. Despite her pure appearance, Yang Zihan was actually quite capable, playing on the contrast. Even he, a supernatural being, found it hard to resist. Standing behind him, Yang Zihan gently said, My lord, are you still worried about the food situation? Zhang Ergu nodded. Yes, we have thousands of people in the base consuming a lot of food every day. Now the search team sent out to find food are bringing back less and less. It's concerning. I know a place with plenty of food. Yang Zihan smiled broadly. Oh, where is it? Zhang Ergu immediately became interested. Seeing that she had piqued Zhang Ergu's interest, Yang Zihan began to tell him about Ling Feng's stockpiling large amounts of supplies. After hearing what Yang Zihan said, a smile spread across Zhang Ergu's face. However, he still felt skeptical that an ordinary person could store so many supplies. Does Ling Feng really have that much stock? Of course. How could I dare to deceive you, my lord? Yang Zihan said, feigning nervousness but secretly smirking. Ling Feng, Lin Su, aren't you both very capable? Let's see how you handle this. If you don't let me have it good, then no one will. And that wretched Ling here actually took advantage of my sleep to steal my gun and kicked me out. I will make you suffer 100-fold. Looking at her expression, Zhang Ergu felt she wasn't lying, which eased his inner doubts. Pondering while stroking his chin, he commanded, Go call Long Hao for me. To the girl serving him. The girl hurriedly ran out upon receiving the order. Soon Long Hao stood before him again, looking respectful. Long Hao arranged for people to go to a villa area called Shizi Bay and capture a young man named Ling Feng inside, along with the women in his house. I just heard that Ling Feng's family has a great beauty, and indeed, she is magnificent. I am instantly intrigued. Oh, and also the food in his house. This person has a gun, so arrange for 100 people to go. Hurry. Long Hao, receiving Zhang Yi's orders, did not dare to hesitate. After leaving Zhang Yi's office, he rushed to the barracks. Long Hao called over one of his squad leaders. Soon a dark-skinned, lean man approached. His name was Ma Wu, and he had followed Long Hao for many years, being his trusted aide, who absolutely obeyed his orders. "Captain, you called for me," Ma Wu said with a serious expression, his voice low. Long Hao nodded, then assigned him the task, instructing him to prepare immediately and set off at once. "Take 100 brothers with you, bring plenty of ammunition. This person has a gun, so be careful." A trace of disdain flashed across Ma Wu's face, somewhat disapproving of Long Hao's arrangements. "It's just to capture one person, why do we need so many people? Isn't this a bit excessive?" The soldiers under him were all special forces, which one was not capable of taking on 10. Capturing one person should be a piece of cake. However, since it was the leader's arrangement, he would just follow the orders. After receiving the instructions, Ma Wu quickly gathered the soldiers, ensured sufficient ammunition, and the group set off orderly towards their target. After collecting weapons and ammunition in Xishan town, Ling Feng prepared to return on his motorcycle. After an hour and a half of travel, he finally arrived on the road near the villa area. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow moving in the distance. Although it was far away, his vision was 100 times better than that of an ordinary person. The shadow that had just moved quickly hid upon seeing him. Moreover, there was more than one person around. Ling Feng spotted 5 or 6 individuals, but he couldn't tell if there were others hidden out of his sight. Though they all wore white clothes, Ling Feng still detected them. He sneered coldly. It seemed these people were coming for him. He immediately stopped the motorcycle, halting 400 meters away from the group. He took out his favorite sniper rifle from his storage space and hid behind a nearby car. Not knowing the situation on the opposite side, he could not act recklessly. Who knew if they had heavy weapons or superhuman abilities? Ever since he learned of the existence of superhumans in this world, he no longer dared to be blindly confident and had become more cautious. Problems that could be resolved from a distance with a sniper rifle would never be dealt with in close combat. He observed the enemy situation through the scope. After noticing he had parked and hidden, 4 individuals quietly approached from both sides of the road. Ling Feng aimed at the one in front and shot him in the head. Bang! The man's head exploded into fragments. The other 3 who were approaching were startled by the scene before them. Qin Chun, a middle-aged man standing behind, seeing his companion's head blown off, was taken aback and then filled with fury. With a fierce glare directed at Ling Feng in the distance, he continued to advance. Just as Ling Feng prepared to shoot again, gunfire erupted from the opposite side, but their aim was too poor, with bullets landing several meters away from him. He adjusted his distance, aimed at the direction of the recent shot, and fired in one swift motion. The previous middle-aged man was also shot in the head. The 2 who had wanted to come over saw their companion brutally shot and turned to flee. Ling Feng was fair and square, offering each a parting gift. After 4 of their members were killed, the opposition fell into silence, no longer sending anyone out. Based on the recent performance of those few, Ling Feng judged that they were just a group of ordinary people, not professionally trained soldiers. But why did these people ambush him for no reason? Moreover, how did they know he was out today? It seemed some of the homeowners in Shizi Bay were not so honest. He realized he had been too nice to them before. A cold glint flickered in Ling Feng's eyes. However, for now, he needed to resolve the current trouble. Ling Feng continued to aim at those people, but they all hid behind cover and did not show themselves, clearly deterred by the death of the 4. Thinking of this, Ling Feng had an idea and took out grenades from his storage. He decided to use grenades to attack. Though the 2 sides were 400 meters apart, with his incredible physical strength, he could easily throw a grenade that far. Ling Feng took out 20 grenades, deciding to turn them into a human-shaped mortar covering the area with fire. He picked up a grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it toward the area where the enemy was hiding. The grenade flew like an arrow, speeding toward the enemy. Hu Tian, who was hiding behind cover, was discussing how to take down Ling Feng. Boom! A loud explosion occurred beside him. Hu Tian quickly turned to look, and 2 of his companions 10 meters away were blown into pieces. Seeing this scene, Hu Tian's eyes widened in horror. These people were all from his village, closely related. Just moments ago, they were chatting together. In the blink of an eye, they were blown apart. He hurriedly warned others to take cover. Boom, boom. The explosions started ringing one after another. The area they occupied was instantly blown apart. The sound of explosions mixed with screams rising and falling. After more than 20 explosions, the scene finally returned to silence. Hu Tian crawled out from the rubble, and upon seeing the horrific scene, he was utterly terrified. All 15 villagers he brought were blown to death. He was the only one left. He felt both fear and anger in his heart. He looked towards Ling Feng and saw him leisurely riding his motorcycle towards him. The once normal sound of the engine now sounded like a death knell. Without a second thought, he turned to run, not wanting to stay and wait for death. However, how could he outrun a motorcycle? Soon Ling Feng drove the motorcycle right in front of him. Ling Feng looked at the unfamiliar face before him. He had never seen this person, nor had he interacted with him. Why did he want to kill him? Ling Feng pulled out the keys and walked up to Hu Yong coldly, saying, "Who are you and why did you ambush me?" Hu Yong glared at him fiercely but did not speak. Seeing him being somewhat stubborn, Ling Feng directly raised his gun and aimed at his head. Hu Yong, with the gun pointed at him, was so frightened that his legs went weak and he knelt on the ground. I'll talk, just don't shoot. We're from Hu family village." Ling Feng glanced at him, signaling him to continue. Hu Yong poured out his background and purpose all at once. It turned out that these people were from Hu family village not far from here. A few days ago, a younger man working in construction in the city mentioned that a villa here was built very solidly, and he was the builder. They believed there must be a lot of food stored inside. The village leader was very pleased to receive this information. Their village's food resources were running low, and upon hearing that Ling Feng had supplies, they decided to organize the young people in the village to come here and rob. They had been scouting for several days. When they saw Ling Feng leave in the morning, they began digging traps, and a group of them lay in ambush waiting for Ling Feng to take the bait. They thought it was a sure thing, but they didn't expect to pay a painful price. "Who informed you?" Ling Feng asked coldly. "It was Hu Yong." "Hu Yong?" Ling Feng suddenly understood. No wonder these people dared to attack him without knowing him. It was because of Hu Yong. Hu Yong was a sales representative from Hu Chang Security Company. He was in charge of the security house construction when he dealt with Hu Yong. He never expected that this person would dare to target him after the apocalypse. Truly reckless. Ling Feng looked at Hu Tian with a cold expression and quietly asked, "Did Hu Yong come today?" "He said he wasn't feeling well and didn't come," Hu Tian said, nervously trembling with fear. Ling Feng sneered, walked in front of Hu Tian, and took out zip ties from his storage, binding Hu Tian's hands behind his back. "Take me to find Hu Yong, and he'll spare your life." Hu Tian dared not disobey and kept nodding. Ling Feng threw him onto the back seat of the motorcycle and rode towards Hu family village. Ling Feng drove Hu Tian for 15 minutes before arriving at Hu family village. To his surprise, they were so close to Shizi Bay, no wonder these people could walk there. Ling Feng was astonished. Upon reaching the entrance of Hu family village, he saw someone standing guard. It seemed that this village was not simple at all. With a swift motion, Ling Feng tossed Hu Tian out of the car. Bound by his hands, Hu Tian was unable to brace himself and ended up making intimate contact with the ground. Hu Tian grimaced in pain, although he was seething with hatred inside, he dared not express it. "Lead the way." Ling Feng stowed the motorcycle and followed closely behind Hu Tian. With a mournful expression, Hu Tian limped ahead. The two villagers standing guard at the village entrance quickly spotted Hu Tian and the unfamiliar man following him. The two rushed over, holding iron rods. "Tian, go, what happened?" asked one slightly overweight young man. As they got closer, they realized Hu Tian was bound. Their eyes turned hostile as they looked at Ling Feng. "Who are you? Do you wish to die for binding someone from Hu family village?" "Now with me." The overweight man was about to say more when he found his neck tightly gripped by Ling Feng, his entire body lifted off the ground. The fat man turned red in the face, his legs kicking helplessly. "Fatty, damn it'll fuck you." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Feng shot him in the head. Blood splattered across Hu Tian's face, causing him to wet himself in fear. The fear in Hu Tian's eyes replaced any lingering hope. "Keep walking," Ling Feng commanded, tightening his grip to snap the overweight youth's neck and casually tossing him aside. Hu Tian trembled as he approached the door of Hu Yong's house. "Here, we've arrived," he stammered. "Can I go now?" Hu Tian looked at him eagerly, filled with pleading. "You can go die." Ling Feng shot directly at his heart. Hu Tian stared in horror at his chest, realizing he too could not escape death, and slowly collapsed. Ling Feng looked coldly at Hu Tian's corpse, feeling no sympathy. This group originally intended to kill him, and their demise was merely their own doing. He knocked on Hu Yong's door. Moments later, Hu Yong, wrapped up tightly, opened the door. His eyes widened in shock upon seeing Ling Feng. Confused as to why Ling Feng was suddenly at his doorstep, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Hadn't someone been sent to his house? How was he still alive? Could it be that the group had failed and exposed him? "Manager Hu, long time no see," Ling Feng said with a smile. "Mr. Ling, what brings you here?" Hu Yong chuckled, awkwardly, feeling a surge of caution. "Oh, I came to send you off." "Send me off?" Hu Yong asked, puzzled. "Of course I'm here to send you away," Ling Feng replied casually. In an instant, Hu Yong understood Ling Feng's intention. He quickly stepped back to distance himself from Ling Feng. Ling Feng was surprised by his reaction, but soon realized he must have a military background. "Looks like you know," Hu Yong said coldly, subtly reaching for his waist. "I advise you not to make any sudden moves," Ling Feng mildly reminded him. Hu Yong sneered, swiftly drawing a dagger from his waist, but before he could raise it, Ling Feng shot and broke his hand. Hu Yong instinctively raised his hand, only to see a bloody hellfarm as pain surged throughout his body. The speed of the shot was astonishing. He hadn't even seen Ling Feng make his move before his arm was shattered. What a quick gunman. Hu Yong gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Ling Feng. "If you kill me, the people of Hu family village will not let you go." Ling Feng disregarded his threatening gaze, calmly replying, "Then we'll see if your people are enough for me to kill." With that, he shot and blew apart Hu Yong's head. After dealing with Hu Yong, Ling Feng mounted his motorcycle and began his return to Shizi Bay. Back home, Ling Feng lay on the sofa feeling weary. Today he had encountered several troubles and killed dozens of people. Why was it so difficult for him to live a peaceful life? Troubles always seemed to find him. It was truly vexing. Seeing Ling Feng's exhausted expression, Lin Su, busy in the kitchen, put down the cucumber she was holding. She walked up behind him and gently massaged his temples. "Feeling better?" Ling Feng squinted his eyes in comfort. Cough, cough, cough. The sound of Lin Su coughing reached his ears. Ling Feng opened his eyes, stood up from the sofa, and looked at Lin Su. He noticed her pale complexion and slightly white lips. "Are you sick?" Ling Feng asked with concern. "It's nothing, just a bit of a cold," she replied, and then started coughing violently, her face flushing slightly from the effort. Ling Feng pressed her down onto the sofa, feeling a pang of heartache. "If you're sick, why are you still in the kitchen? Hurry back to your room and sleep." Ling Feng picked her up and carried her upstairs, retrieving a box of cold medicine from his space and bringing her a cup of hot water to take the medicine. Lin Su obediently took her medicine and, at Ling Feng's insistence, closed her eyes to sleep. Ling Feng watched Lin Su gradually fall asleep and quietly left the room. He went to the bar area on the second floor, took out a high-quality cigar, and lit it. This brand was his favorite, smooth in flavor, costing 1,800 yuan for a single stick. He poured himself a glass of whiskey and savored it slowly. After a drink, the day's fatigue eased considerably. Today, Lin Su's illness worried him greatly. After all, she was an ordinary person and could easily fall ill in this apocalyptic world. Unlike him, since he injected the genetic serum, his body had been enhanced, and he hardly ever fell sick. Ling Feng considered whether to inject Lin Su with the genetic serum. If she received the genetic enhancement, not only would her physical fitness improve, but she would also be less prone to illnesses. A strong physique would also enhance her self-defense capabilities. After some thought, Ling Feng decided to inject her with a 100-fold enhanced genetic serum, the same type that Wang Long had received. This serum was obtained from Ling Yutong's office and could achieve a 100-fold potential enhancement after systematic upgrading. Having previously injected one into Wang Long, he still had 4 left. After finishing one cigar, Ling Feng returned to the room and found Lin Su already awake. "Let's go, we'll take you somewhere." Ling Feng gently stroked Lin Su's hair, smiling warmly. "Where are we going?" Lin Su asked curiously, looking at Ling Feng's mysterious expression. "To the basement for an injection," Ling Feng replied, pulling Lin Su off the bed as he spoke. "I'm not feeling well today, let's do it another day." Lin Su said, her face slightly flushed and a bit shy. Ling Feng chuckled, clearly amused, as Lin Su misunderstood, thinking that going to the basement meant something else. Ling Feng gently patted her head and said, "What are you thinking? Let's go." He pulled her to the basement and took out a vial of genetic serum from his space. This is a genetic serum completely free of side effects. It can enhance your potential 100-fold. Are you willing to inject it? Hearing Ling Feng's words, Lin Su was shocked. She certainly knew what a genetic serum was, and she was amazed that Ling Feng had successfully developed one without any side effects. She took the serum from Ling Feng's hands and examined it closely, her eyes filled with excitement. She had been researching genetic serums for days and knew how difficult it was to develop such a serum. She never expected Ling Feng to succeed so quickly. She had only recently entered this field, and to share this success so soon was almost mythical. "I'm willing," Lin Su agreed without hesitation. She didn't want to spend her life hiding behind Ling Feng if she wanted to help him with some of the burdens. This serum can cause quite a strong reaction after injection, so you'd better be mentally prepared. Ling Feng gave her a precautionary warning. Lin Su nodded, indicating she could accept it. "Let's do this." She sat cross-legged on the ground, closed her eyes with a serious expression, waiting for Ling Feng to inject her. Ling Feng said nothing more, picking up the syringe to begin the injection. Soon after the serum was injected, Lin Su's expression began to change. Her brows furrowed deeply, her mouth tightly closed, her hands gripping the fabric of her clothes, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, clearly suffering immense pain. However, she didn't scream out in pain, she merely let out low groans. Even Ling Feng, a strong man, couldn't help but admire Lin Su's resilience. He remembered how he and Wang Long had rolled on the ground, shouting loudly. Now seeing Lin Su, he couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. Half an hour passed quickly, and Lin Su, looking exhausted, began to fall back. Ling Feng reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms, feeling a pang of heartache. At this moment, Lin Su's clothes were soaked with a mixture of sweat, blood, and a sticky black substance. Lin Su slowly opened her eyes and smiled at Ling Feng. I finally made it through. I'll take you to wash up, Ling Feng said, carrying Lin Su into the bathroom, filling the tub with warm water and starting to clean the dirt from her body. An hour later, Lin Su stood in front of Ling Feng, wearing fresh clothes. Ling Feng looked at the beautiful figure before him, his eyes ablaze with desire. After the transformation from the serum, Lin Su appeared even more alluring. Her cherry lips, willow-like brows, and bright eyes made her even more radiant. Her fair skin, now more delicate, and her originally aloof aura had gained a touch of charm. Most importantly, her figure had improved, becoming more voluptuous. Ling Feng couldn't help but want to rush forward and take her right then and there, but he managed to restrain himself, opting to first assess Lin Su's physical condition. How do you feel? Lin Su moved her body and smiled. I feel like I am in the best state I've ever been in. I feel an endless amount of strength, no longer feeling weak, and my brain's cognitive abilities have improved significantly. This feeling is truly amazing, Lin Su said excitedly to Ling Feng. As he watched Lin Su's every smile and frown radiating charm, he could no longer hold back and rushed forward to embrace her, his eyes almost burning with intensity. Let me give you a thorough checkup. This part is omitted. 3 hours later, Ling Feng exhaled a puff of smoke, feeling refreshed as he reminisced about the wildness of just moments ago. Lin Su lay on her side, her snowy white arm resting on her head, looking at Ling Feng with a charming expression. The blush on her face hadn't faded yet. My body has indeed changed a lot, Ling Feng teased her. You bad boy, Lin Su shot him a glare. The two lay in bed chatting, sharing their inner struggles. For the first time, Lin Su opened up, telling Ling Feng about the unfortunate experiences of her childhood. It turned out that Lin Su had never seen her father since she was little. Her mother had always refused to tell her who he was, and Lin Su had relied solely on her mother. However, fate took a turn for the worse when her mother died in a car accident when she was 7, and she was sent to an orphanage afterward. In fact, she had 2 aunts, but they were unwilling to support her, not only refusing to raise her, but also swindling away the compensation money from her mother's accident. Without any support, Lin Su's personality became increasingly cold. At a young age, she matured emotionally and approached situations with extreme rationality. She worked hard to study, and after graduating, she self-taught herself to become a lawyer, slowly gaining recognition in the industry. It can be said that everything she had was earned through her own hard work with no reliance on anyone else. After hearing Lin Su's story, Ling Feng couldn't help but hold the lovely girl in his arms tightly. He felt some pain for her experiences over the years. Everything is in the past. From now on, I will be here for you, Ling Feng said gently, his words filled with unwavering determination. Lin Su let out a soft hum, deeply moved as tears quietly slipped from the corners of her eyes. Just as the two were lost in their affection, the intercom by the bedside crackled to life. Dong Yao, there's an emergency. Ling Feng quickly picked up the intercom to respond. I'm Dong Yao, what's the situation? The voice on the intercom sounded frantic, clearly startled. Report for Dong Yao, we have spotted a group of men in military uniforms approaching, quickly armed with weapons. How many people? About 100, expected to arrive here in 1 minute. Okay, I understand. You all hide for now. Ling Feng hung up the intercom and got up to put on his pants. Lin Su also got up and started getting dressed, having overheard the conversation. Now that her body had transformed, she was no longer a weak woman, as she could help with some things. Ling Feng led Lin Su to the attic, where he had specially asked the construction company to leave a few shooting holes during the renovation. The shooting holes were very concealed and hard to detect from the outside. Since the villa was renovated, Ling Feng had never used the design holes in the attic. Today was the first time. This group of people was not ordinary residents or villagers, but rather a group of soldiers with combat experience, and he had to take it seriously. Ma Wu, accompanied by 100 fully armed soldiers, arrived at the West Lake Bay Villa after nearly 2 hours of travel. This time he was filled with confidence. All 100 individuals were his elite forces with backgrounds as scouts before the apocalypse, including a sharpshooter. Each person was equipped with powerful rifles, several light machine guns, and 10 kilograms of TNT explosives. With such an arsenal, even a king of soldiers would fall, let alone just capturing a retired special forces soldier. Upon reaching the villa entrance, Long Hao began to deploy his forces, first sending 2 scouts to survey the situation inside the villa for the next phase of action. The 2 scouts acted swiftly, and within half an hour they had thoroughly assessed the layout of the villa and the conditions of Ling Feng's residence. Ma Wu initially assigned 10 soldiers to guard the 4 main entrances of the villa, then ordered the sharpshooter to find a favorable sniping position before arranging machine gunners around Ling Feng's villa. The remaining 80 were divided into 3 small teams, with the first and second teams providing cover fire, while the third team launched the main assault. Once everything was set, Ma Wu initiated the attack toward the target. Standing in the attic, Ling Feng observed the enemy's troop deployment, an unexpected glimmer in his eyes. The opposing commander was a highly skilled tactician, not someone to be underestimated. He found himself completely surrounded, forming 3 concentric circles of encirclement. It could be said that no villa in the neighborhood could withstand such firepower. Unfortunately for them, they encountered him. He had strong confidence in the defensive capabilities of his villa. Let alone 100 men, even if 1,000 were to come, Ling Feng would remain unperturbed. Ling Feng took out an upgraded machine gun, fully loaded it with ammunition, and awaited the slow approach of the enemy. 30 meters behind this attacking group, Ma Wu held a loudspeaker and began shouting towards the villa. Ling Feng inside the villa, listen up. We are the search team from the official shelter. We have received reports that you are illegally hoarding a large amount of unaccounted supplies. We are ordered to bring you back for questioning. Please open the main door and do not resist foolishly, or we will take coercive measures to capture you, and you will bear the consequences of your actions. Ling Feng, aiming from the attic, let out a cold laugh. What a joke. Under the guise of being official, they were here to rob him of his supplies. In this apocalypse, did they really think that waving the official banner would make him surrender? I don't care who you are, anyone who dares to covet my supplies will be killed. Da, Ling Feng replied directly with bullets, not wasting words. A continuous barrage of bullets instantly struck the frontline soldiers, and 4 of them fell dead on the spot under the immense power of the bullets. Old Lu, damn it! Ma Wu shouted as one of the 4 just killed was his close friend. His eyes filled with rage, he immediately ordered the troops to launch a strong attack. In an instant, a tremendous amount of firepower began to pour towards the villa. Gunfire erupted outside the villa, with numerous bullets striking the glass and doors. However, Ma Wu quickly noticed something amiss. After a round of gunfire, the villa's glass remained unscathed. Use explosives. I refuse to believe that his door can withstand a bomb. Soon 2 soldiers carried explosives and began to stealthily approach the main entrance to set the charges. Ling Feng manned the machine gun, continuously spraying bullets downwards. This machine gun, after being upgraded, possessed formidable performance, not only delivering immense power, but also significantly reducing recoil. Just as he was enjoying his shooting spree, a sudden feeling of unease surged within him. Ling Feng's body instinctively shifted to the side, just as a bullet struck the position he had occupied. Ling Feng quickly deduced the threat was from a sniper based on the gunfire. He carefully searched in the direction of the shot, soon identifying the position of the opposing sharpshooter. He changed position, took out his sniper rifle, swiftly aimed at the opposing sharpshooter, and fired. The bullet struck the sharpshooter's forehead, killing him instantly. Then he used the sniper rifle to take out the enemy's machine gunners in succession. After eliminating several sources of firepower, Ling Feng felt a heavy burden lifted. The remaining threat was only the dozens of soldiers below. He put away his sniper rifle and continued firing with the machine gun. He wielded the machine gun like a sniper, achieving a remarkably high hit rate. Anyone hit by him stood no chance of survival. The 3rd assault team below suffered heavy casualties, with soon 26 men ruthlessly shot dead by Ling Feng. Seeing the losses mounting, Ma Wu hurriedly ordered the 3rd team to retreat and arranged for the 1st team to continue the assault, buying time for the explosives to be set. However, the soldiers of the 2nd team quickly suffered more than half of their casualties, and Ma Wu watched with a bleeding heart. Fortunately, the explosives were also placed, or as long as they blew open the villa's door, they could swiftly rush in and capture Ling Feng. Ma Wu pressed the remote control for the explosives with determination. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, the force of the explosion shaking the ground. Ma Wu coldly watched the direction of the explosives, pondering how he would greet Ling Feng once he captured him. As the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, Ma Wu was instantly shocked by the sight in front of him. The door was unscathed, without even a dent. Without hesitation, Ma Wu immediately ordered the troops to prepare for retreat. Today had been a disastrous day, with over half of his forces lost. The enemy's defenses were too strong to breach, and waging a protracted battle was meaningless. Ling Feng, seeing the enemies preparing to retreat, began to strike at the drowning dog. He opened fire mercilessly on the fleeing soldiers, not wanting to let them return alive. Ma Wu fled in a disheveled manner with the remaining 30 soldiers. Ling Feng returned to the 3rd floor and instructed Lin Su to go out and clean up the battlefield, collecting all the weapons and equipment off these people, especially the sniper rifle and the machine guns, as these were valuable items. Then he opened the window and jumped directly out. Ling Feng alone brandished his machine gun and chased after this group, firing madly. While fleeing, Ma Wu was shocked to see Ling Feng daring to come out from that sturdy shell, immediately commanding his team to turn back and counterattack. "Damn it, shoot him dead." Dozens of rifles aimed at Ling Feng and opened fire. Ling Feng watched as the originally fleeing soldiers turned back to retaliate, and he activated his speed, charging into the enemy ranks. He put away his machine gun, drew his Tang Dao, and continuously dodged the bullets aimed at him, reaching the group of search team soldiers in less than a second. Ling Feng moved through the searching squad like a ghostly figure. Each ruthless swing of his Tang Dao claimed a life. In a matter of breaths, Ling Feng had slain over a dozen people, although they were seasoned fighters with considerable strength. Yet in front of Ling Feng, they were still inadequate. They could hardly be considered more than larger ants. Ma Wu watched as his subordinates dwindled, and the terrifying speed of Ling Feng's kills caused his pupils to constrict. Ling Feng's strength exceeded his expectations, and that ghostly figure with its sharp blade technique made him realize that he had encountered a formidable opponent today. Watching the warriors fall one after another, Ma Wu's expression darkened. However, he had no means to stop Ling Feng's slaughter, forced to watch helplessly as his brothers died one by one. In just 1 minute, only Ling Feng and he were left in the arena. "Are you an ability user?" Ma Wu stared at Ling Feng in shock. Ling Feng did not answer his question, but looked at him with indifferent eyes. He calmly said, "How did you know I had supplies?" "Who told you?" Ma Wu sneered, his face resolute. "Go ahead and kill me, I won't say a word," he said before closing his eyes. He knew he was no match for Ling Feng, and he did not wish to flee. With 100 soldiers dead from failure, he felt he had no face to return. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Ling Feng's eyes. He hadn't expected this man to be so tough. His fearless spirit did not bring shame to the soldiers. "A true man, much stronger than the one I killed this morning." Ling Feng raised an eyebrow and said. Ma Wu's face darkened considerably at his words. Coldly he asked, "You killed Zhang Yi?" Ling Feng smiled faintly and casually replied, "I don't know who it was. This person threatened me, so I killed him." Ma Wu pointed at Ling Feng and shouted angrily, "You have some nerve to brazenly kill official soldiers. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Ling Feng looked at him as if he were a fool, surprised that such a stupid person still existed. He said with a fierce tone, "Official? Your shelter's leader has been replaced by a petty thug, and you still dare to speak of official? You people are merely donning the guise of authority while engaging in unscrupulous deeds, flaunting your blind loyalty. How ridiculous." Ma Wu wanted to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. After all, Ling Feng spoke the truth. Ma Wu felt humiliated by Ling Feng's words. He too knew that what they were doing was against their conscience, but military orders were absolute, and as a soldier, he had no choice but to obey. Ling Feng looked at him, contemplating deeply, and did not kill him, turning to leave. "You aren't going to kill me?" Ma Wu stared at Ling Feng in astonishment and asked. "You are a qualified soldier. I spare your life today, but next time I won't hold back." Ling Feng's cold voice echoed from a distance. Ma Wu gazed deeply at Ling Feng's retreating figure, his expression shifting, then turned to leave. On the way back, Ma Wu kept pondering Ling Feng's words, his mind racing. After the apocalypse, everything changed. Originally, as soldiers, their duty was to protect the lives and properties of the people, yet now, under the directive of the upper echelons, they had to point their guns at ordinary citizens, all in the name of plundering food. Even though they acted this way, they were still treated like lesser beings. If their superiors were dissatisfied with their work, they faced scolding at best and beatings at worst. His heart began to feel lost, but quickly his gaze turned resolute, as if he had come to a realization. Upon returning to the base, Ma Wu went to report to Long Hao in his office. Seeing Ma Wu's dejected expression while drinking tea in the office, Long Hao felt a flicker of unease and asked, "Ma Wu, how did the mission go?" Ma Wu lowered his head, speaking in a solemn tone. "It failed. All the men I brought are dead, and I'm the only one left." "What a—" Long Hao gasped, trembling as hot water splashed from his cup onto his thigh. He looked at Ma Wu in disbelief. "All 100 elite soldiers died." Ma Wu nodded heavily. After receiving Ma Wu's confirmation, Long Hao sat slumped on the sofa in a daze. Those were 100 elite warriors, the soldiers he was most proud of. He had invested much effort into training them. Who on earth is Ling Feng to be so powerful, to single-handedly slay so many of them? He began to inquire into the details of Ma Wu's mission, seeking the reason for its failure. After listening to Ma Wu's account, he was deeply shocked by Ling Feng's might. He hadn't expected Ling Feng to also be an ability user, moreover a speed-type ability user. He wearily waved his hand, signaling Ma Wu to leave. He straightened his clothes, preparing to report this mission to the Lord overnight. He arrived at the Lord's office, took a deep breath, and mustered his courage to knock on the door. Inside, Zhang Ergu was engaged in a deep conversation with Yang Zihan when the critical moment was abruptly interrupted by a knock. Zhang Ergu was startled, rising weakly. The anger in his eyes seemed ready to erupt. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Come in." Standing at the door, Long Hao felt something was off upon hearing that voice inside, inwardly cursing himself. He nervously opened the door and turned to look at Zhang Ergu just in time to meet the furious gaze of Zhang Ergu. "What business do you have with me at this hour?" Zhang Ergu lit a cigarette. With a loud bang, he slammed the lighter on the table. "My lord, today's mission failed," Long Hao said cautiously. Zhang Ergu's expression changed, and all his frustrations erupted at that moment. He suddenly stood up and hurled the cigarette at Long Hao. "A bunch of useless fools. What do I keep you all for? You can't even handle such a trivial matter. You sent so many people and couldn't capture a single one. Are you all eating shit?" Long Hao turned pale with fright, fearing that Zhang Ergu might kill him in a fit of rage, and hurriedly explained. "Ling Feng is an ability user. Our soldiers are no match for him." Upon hearing ability user, Zhang Ergu's expression grew serious. An ability user? Besides himself, there was another ability user. If this person found out his position, would he come to seize it? No way. Since taking this position, he had been living like an emperor. No one could stand in his way. With that thought, his expression turned cold, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He issued a deadly order. Long Hao continued to arrange some capable hands to take care of Ling Feng. He'll leave no survivors. The last time we failed to kill him was definitely due to insufficient firepower. This time, take more people. You personally lead the team, bring all the heavy weapons, and make sure to eliminate him completely. If you fail the mission, don't bother coming back." Long Hao said nothing further and silently exited the room. After Long Hao left, Yang Zihan emerged from under the office desk, walking up to hug Zhang Ergu from behind. In a gentle tone, she asked, "Shall we continue?" Zhang Ergu had initially wanted to say yes, but when he glanced down, he quickly put on his clothes. He had been bare from the waist down while speaking to Long Hao. "Let's call it a night. I'm a bit tired. Maybe next time." He sighed inwardly, not because he didn't want to, but he truly felt exhausted. His brother had taken a break at a critical moment. On the street outside the Shizi Bay villa, a man with an exaggeratedly robust physique looked excitedly at the Shizi Bay backers, muttering to himself. Beneath his feet lay the bodies of 2 Shizi Bay owners. "Finally found them. Haha, Captain Kwang Hu will definitely be pleased with this." After marking a sign on the wall, he quickly left. After resolving the issues with Ma Wu, Ling Feng lazily returned home. After a night of battle, he no longer felt any drowsiness. His entire being was in an excited state. He decided to forego sleep and headed directly to the gravity chamber in the basement to prepare for training. After consuming the inner elixir of the giant python, his maximum gravity tolerance had astonishingly reached 230 times. His strength was remarkable. Today he planned to continue challenging his limits. His enemies were increasing in number, and their strength was growing ever stronger. Enhancing his capabilities was imperative. He needed to quickly elevate his strength to deal with the forthcoming adversaries. Ling Feng retrieved a generator from the control room, connecting a wire to it while holding the other end in his hand. He wanted to try if electric shocks could enhance his physical abilities. After making all the preparations, Ling Feng activated the generator. With a crackle, the electric current coursed through his body, causing him to feel a tingling sensation and tremble uncontrollably. A burning pain swept over him. Fortunately, his body was far beyond that of an ordinary person, and he did not experience any other reactions. A 380 V voltage would have incapacitated a normal person long ago. The electric current lasted for about 10 minutes, and Ling Feng gritted his teeth to endure the discomfort as he switched off the generator. The current ceased instantly, and he collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. After resting for a few minutes, he felt a noticeable enhancement in his physical strength. Ling Feng's expression brightened. It seemed to be effective. He hurried to the gravity chamber to test the results of the recent electrical shock. He first adjusted the gravity to 230 times, feeling it was manageable. There was no intense pressure. He continued to increase the value. 240 times. 250 times. 260 times. Ling Feng endured until 260 times before he finally felt his limits. Ling Feng grinned. Indeed it works. He felt as if he had discovered a new continent. Although this self-inflicted torment was painful, it was undeniably effective. He began to continue this self-torture method, naming it the electric shock therapy. He even dubbed himself the Thunder King. Ling Feng spent the entire night training, and by the time daylight broke outside, he realized how late it had become. He glanced at the time. It was 7 in the morning. Ling Feng stretched, and his body cracked and popped. Today's training progress was exceptionally swift. His gravity level had astonishingly reached 350 times, a nearly 50% increase in just one night. Ling Feng had a love-hate relationship with this electric shock therapy. However, he was thoroughly tormented by the electric current throughout the night. After a quick rinse in the basement, he felt much refreshed. Ling Feng entered the living room on the first floor and saw the firearms and ammunition that Lin Su had collected the previous night. All were taken from the bodies of the search team. At first glance, Ling Feng was deeply attracted to the prominent sniper rifle. He stepped forward to take it in hand and examined it closely. He was very familiar with this sniper rifle. It was the one he was most acquainted with among all firearms. During his time in the military, he had been a marksman equipped with this very sniper rifle. Looking at the sniper rifle, Ling Feng was filled with nostalgia. That was his youth. Unfortunately, it could never be reclaimed. He stored all the weapons in his space for upgrades to enhance their power. Soon a batch of upgraded weapons appeared in his space. Ling Feng took out the sniper rifle, and after the upgrade its weight had increased. The scope had also become clearer, though he wondered how much its power had improved. In addition to the handgun, Ling Feng saw about 200 rounds of ammunition, which he accepted without hesitation. There were also some grenades, machine guns, and bulletproof vests. Although he didn't lack these items, one should never refuse what was readily available. As he was cleaning the sniper rifle, Lin Su had already begun serving breakfast at the table. After finishing breakfast, Ling Feng called for Zhang Yi. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi arrived at the villa's courtyard in less than 5 minutes. Ling Feng leaped directly from the third-floor windowsill to stand before Zhang Yi. He said calmly, "Today you will start arranging for traps around my villa. Remember, the more powerful the better." After receiving the order, Zhang Yi dashed away eagerly. Ling Feng briefly checked the hidden sentinels at various entrances to ensure everything was normal before returning to the villa with peace of mind. With nothing pressing for the day, he planned to conduct special training with Lin Su to quickly enhance her combat abilities. He took Lin Su to the basement and began her training. First, they covered the use of the gravity chamber and basic practice with the Tang Dao. Although Lin Su had undergone a gene serum injection, it had only been a day and her physical data was just slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. The training began in the gravity chamber. Facing the painful training, Lin Su showed no signs of resistance and gritted her teeth to endure. After 2 hours of intense training, she was thoroughly exhausted by Ling Feng. However, the results were excellent. Her data had already surpassed 10 times. After the training, the two of them delved into researching the gene serum. Just as they were conducting the experiment, the alarm in the laboratory suddenly blared. Ling Feng went downstairs alone and saw a group of muscular men attacking his front door. Ling Feng was not familiar with this group, but from their uniform attire he suspected they belonged to MK Corporation. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out at the group relentlessly battering the door, feeling a surge of anger inside. Why did this group always have to cross paths with him? He just wanted to live a few peaceful days. Why was that so difficult? They forced him to take violent action. Ling Feng scrutinized the group. Behind them stood a burly man with a thick, bushy beard. The man seemed to sense something, casting a hostile glance at Ling Feng while muttering something as if saying, "You'll regret it." Ling Feng scoffed disdainfully, looking at the man outside with contempt, and gave him the middle finger. Seeing Ling Feng's insulting gesture, the fierce tiger instantly went into a rage, rapidly growing in size, transforming into a muscular giant over 2.5 meters tall. The fierce tiger glared at Ling Feng, wishing to devour his flesh and drink his blood. This man not only killed his good roommate, but also dared to insult him. Some things could be tolerated, but not this. The fierce tiger strode forward, approaching the door, and began to kick it with all his might. Unfortunately, the expected result did not occur. The door remained intact. The fierce tiger's expression darkened, but he did not give up. He decided to use tactics. He ordered his men to start digging up the foundation of the villa, intending to breach the interior from below. Soon a massive hole was excavated in the villa's outer wall. The fierce tiger, thrilled by this, immediately commanded his subordinates to blow it open with grenades. A tremendous explosion resonated, causing dust and smoke to rise in the yard. Kwang, who raised his eyes to look in the direction of the blast, his expression shifting. There stood the villa intact and unscathed. Fuming Kwang, who cursed vehemently, his mouth running wild, yet he felt utterly powerless. Inside the house, Ling Feng was already accustomed to such explosive antics. He couldn't help but mutter, "You people, all you do is explode every day. Can't you come up with something new?" I'm not annoyed, but I'm sure the readers are. He didn't want to remain cooped up in the house, defensively wasting time. Now that his strength had greatly increased, he felt capable. He wanted to clash with that big oaf outside. If this person were strong, even if he couldn't win, he could rely on his superior speed to escape. With that thought, Ling Feng went to the third floor, opened the window, and leaped down, landing steadily on the ground. Suddenly, Kwang, who filled with impotent rage, saw Ling Feng jump out voluntarily, and a sinister smile spread across his face. You really are brave, daring to come out and seek death. Hand over the gene serum if you know what's good for you, and I might make your death a little easier. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Ling Feng cast a cold smile at the arrogant Kwang, who not far away. Compared to your mom, you're just a joke. Have you eaten too many potatoes? At these words, Kwang Hu's face stiffened, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. His eyes, like those of a venomous snake, fixated on Ling Feng as he spoke icily. You foolish thing, you'll see whether your mouth is tougher or my fist. Ling Feng looked at him with a bloodthirsty gaze and coldly replied, I'm not just tough in words, every inch of me is hard. Want to give it a try? Kwang Hu's brows furrowed in anger as he shouted, arrogant. Bring him to me. Kwang Hu motioned to several of his subordinates to take action. After receiving their boss orders, several lackeys approached Ling Feng menacingly. Ling Feng stretched out his joints and neck. He was ready for a showdown. With slightly bent legs, his body suddenly surged with power, rushing towards the group of lackeys. Before they could react, Ling Feng was already in front of them. He threw a straight punch with his right hand, hitting one of them squarely in the face. The man was caught off guard, his head exploding like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. Kwang, who standing in the back, watched as his lackey was instantly defeated, his eyes not filled with anger, but rather a glint of excitement. Ling Feng was quite strong, and indeed worthy of a fight. He relished fighting others. The thrill of life and death was the best way to unleash his potential, allowing him to break through in moments of peril. Killing such strong opponents was far more exhilarating than bullying weaklings. In the arena, Ling Feng displayed overwhelming power, easily taking down the lackeys one by one, turning them into minced meat. Very well, you exceeded my expectations. No wonder you could kill Silver Snake. But this is where it ends. With that, Kwang Hu charged at Ling Feng. He unleashed a powerful whip kick aimed at Ling Feng's head, his strikes ruthless and rapid. He was far stronger than the previous lackeys. As Ling Feng faced Kwang Hu's fierce assault, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Instead of dodging, he chose to confront head-on. His right hand clenched into a fist, striking at Kwang Hu's calf with equal ferocity. In an instant, their bodies collided, producing a dull thud. Hiss! Kwang Hu frowned, feeling a sharp pain radiate from his calf. He quickly withdrew, creating distance from Ling Feng, his expression wary as he looked at him. So how hard was that? Ling Feng chuckled derisively, looking at him with scorn. I admit you're tough, but I only used 50% of my strength just now. Next, I'll unleash my full power. Kwang Hu stubbornly replied. He moved his leg that had just been struck, quickly restoring it to normal. Ling Feng looked at Kwang Hu's leg, surprised that it had returned to normal so quickly. His punch had seemingly fractured it, yet it healed almost instantly. He wondered about his own recovery ability. Ever since he injected the gene serum, he hadn't sustained any injuries. Kwang Hu positioned himself for a punch, cautiously approaching Ling Feng. Originally a boxer in the underground fighting arena, he had created an undefeated legend with 30 consecutive victories. This was also why he ranked among the top in the organization. Ling Feng, on the other hand, stood casually waiting for his opponent's attack. Ollie Gate! Kwang Hu shouted, launching a straight punch aimed at Ling Feng's face, followed by a left hook and a right swing, a flurry of punches raining down on Ling Feng. Ling Feng easily dodged Kwang Hu's attacks with his agile movements. Although Kwang Hu was immensely powerful, his agility was lacking. As he dodged left and right, Kwang Hu was left spinning like a monkey, infuriated that despite his wild attacks, he hadn't even grazed Ling Feng. If you're a man, then don't dodge. Let's fight fair and square. Kwang Hu shouted in frustration. Ling Feng smiled faintly, replying, as you wish. Previously, he had merely been testing his opponent's strength and found it lacking. Since he was tired of playing around, it was time for annihilation. Seizing the moment, he spotted a gap in Kwang Hu's defense and slapped his palm against Kwang Hu's face. Kwang Hu was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing down and creating a pit in the ground. The ground around the pit was shattered. His entire face swelled up like a pig's head. You were given a chance, and yet you're still useless, buddy. Ling Feng mocked mercilessly. Huang, who had never faced such humiliation his opponent, could have thrown punches, but instead opted for a slap. His head still felt dazed. Bastard. Huang Hu's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging from his neck, consumed entirely by rage. I will kill you. This is your fault. Ling Feng coldly regarded him, speaking with a deeper meaning. I didn't force you, it was your mom who did. Huang Hu looked at him with a cold smirk, then took out a syringe filled with a black liquid that looked very ominous. Prepare to die. The wild tiger thrust the syringe harshly into his neck, injecting all the liquid inside. This is the latest super serum. Today, let me show you my strength. His body began to swell again, height exceeding 3 meters. His legs and arms grew thick and massive, and his clothes were torn apart by his expanding form. He resembled a humanoid monster. Can't your company develop anything normal? Why does every one of them look so hideous? Ling Feng frowned, looking at the muscular giant with disdain. Die! The wild tiger roared. In an instant, he launched an attack, his speed increasing several times compared to before. Ling Feng's eyes narrowed, his battle intent surging. He also punched towards the wild tiger's fist. The immense backlash caused both of them to stagger back. The wild tiger retreated dozens of steps before stopping, his right foot deeply embedded in the ground. His entire right arm trembled slightly. In contrast, Ling Feng only took 3 steps back and quickly dispelled the force, appearing remarkably composed. The power disparity between the two was clear. The wild tiger stared at Ling Feng in shock. He had thought that after using the serum it would be easy to defeat Ling Feng, but instead he was slapped in the face. He had already exerted all his strength in that last punch and still lost. A thought of escape began to form in his mind. But upon considering Ling Feng's speed, he immediately dismissed the idea. With Ling Feng's speed, running would be futile. He glared fiercely at Ling Feng, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. Then he took out another syringe, preparing to inject again. From a distance, Ling Feng saw his actions and instantly moved. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the wild tiger. The Tang Dao suddenly appeared in his right hand, and wielding it with both hands, he slashed down towards the wild tiger's face. The wild tiger, startled, began to dodge, shocked at how Ling Feng had suddenly produced a knife. He couldn't see where it had come from. Where had he hidden the knife? Magic! Ling Feng caught him off guard. He narrowly avoided the deadly strike as the Tang Dao sliced past his front. Ling Feng, failing to land a hit, swiftly changed the direction of his long knife, transitioning from a downward slash to an upward thrust towards the wild tiger's arm. This time the wild tiger did not evade, and his entire right arm was severed at the root, black blood gushing forth. The wild tiger was shaken, enduring the excruciating pain, and turned to flee. Ling Feng's relentless assault had completely shattered his fighting spirit. Seeing his opponent flee, Ling Feng quickly pursued, leaping forward, and drove the Tang Dao forcefully into his back, twisting the knife while applying strength with both hands. Half of the wild tiger's body was cleaved open, and he collapsed to the ground. He struggled to turn around, venomous hatred in his eyes as blood continuously spilled from his mouth. Our company will not let you go. Even if you kill me, so what? The strength of our company is beyond your imagination. Ling Feng looked at him coldly. You can rest easy and go, don't worry about me. With a flash of the knife, the wild tiger's head was severed, rolling aside. Ling Feng put away the long knife and began to search the wild tiger's body, quickly finding 2 syringes. One contained a black liquid, likely the one the wild tiger had just used. The other contained a red liquid, its effects unknown. Ling Feng collected both syringes. He had long wanted to study the strange drugs from MK Corporation. The sudden outbreak of violence was to ensure he could keep the items on him for his research. He then searched the other bodies for drugs, but unfortunately these minor lackeys had none. It seemed these drugs were difficult to produce and could only be used by those with great strength. After dealing with the corpses, Ling Feng leaped back to the 3rd floor. Seeing the blood on him, his brow furrowed. He took off his coat and threw it away, heading to the bathroom for a thorough wash. While bathing, he constantly pondered his next plans. His current enemies included the so-called official sanctuary MK Corporation and the Hu family village. Although he had forcefully eliminated these people, they would surely return. Except for the Hu family village, which was weak, the other 2 factions were unpredictable. The official sanctuary had ability users whom he had yet to encounter, their strength unknown, but presumably not weak alongside MK Corporation. The drugs they developed indeed had considerable power and strong lethality. According to what the wild tiger said before his death, there should be even more formidable individuals within their organization. Thinking of this, Ling Feng felt a headache coming on, There were simply too many enemies to face daily. Fortunately, he was strong, otherwise he would have long been reduced to nothing by this group. Strength is the foundation for survival in the apocalypse. He must continuously enhance his power. Meanwhile, while he was showering, the people from the Hu family village were gathered together, engaged in a heated discussion. The meeting was chaired by Hu Santai, the highest-ranking elder of the Hu family village, and also the clan leader, holding a very high status in the village. At this moment, Hu Santai sat in the main seat, with an imposing demeanor. Although he was nearing 70 years old, he appeared spirited. On either side of him sat 7 or 8 individuals, each with a sorrowful expression. These were the elders of the village. Around the table stood dozens of young men from the Hu family village, all young lads. The meeting room was silent, the atmosphere unusually oppressive. Hu Santai looked at everyone's dejected faces, shook his head, and took the lead in breaking the silence. Look at you all. Do any of you have any ambition? Is there a battle without casualties? Everyone pull yourselves together. One person filled with sorrow said, "Third grandfather, both my sons are dead. You must avenge me. We can't let this go. We must make that Ling Feng pay with his life." However, his words were met with disapproval from others, and someone else spoke up in the crowd. "We've already lost so many young people. Ling Feng is not an easy target. Don't go. We can't let more children die." "Exactly. Hu Chang, our family hasn't sent anyone. We won't go next time." "You're just standing there complaining. Didn't someone from your family get killed? Are you not going to avenge them? Your family just lost someone. I'll go to your..." The atmosphere at the scene grew increasingly heated, almost leading to a fight. Infuriated, Hu Santai slammed the table, and the scene instantly quieted down. "What are you all arguing about, huh? Each of you only cares about your own issues. Do you have any sense of the bigger picture? Why are we sending people to seize supplies? Isn't it so that everyone in the village has food to eat? If there's no food to seize, are we all just waiting to starve?" Hu Santai glared loudly, reprimanding his clansmen. He looked at the clan member who had just spoken seriously, saying, "Lu Lao Si, although you are an outsider, you must also participate in village matters. Last time your family didn't send anyone. This time all 3 of your sons must sign up, or you can get out of our Hu family village." Called Lu Lao Si, his face turned extremely ugly upon hearing this, yet he did not dare to react, for he was indeed an outsider. Hu Santai glanced at the crowd and continued, "This time the action was poorly planned, resulting in such high casualties. However, this matter absolutely cannot be let go. Next time we must devise a more detailed plan before acting. Ling Feng must die, otherwise we cannot face the deceased youth of our entire Hu family village. Now let us discuss how to implement the subsequent plan." In the gravity chamber of the basement, Ling Feng walked out of the training room, his expression somewhat dejected. Today's training results did not meet his expectations, and the effects of the electric shock training method began to diminish. The main issue was that the maximum output power of the generator at home was no longer effective for him. Now he felt only a slight tingling sensation in his body, lacking the previous invigorating feeling. Today he originally wanted to push the gravity impact to 400 times, but in the end he only reached 360 times. "It seems I need to find a way to get a high-power generator," he thought. "Or maybe I could create my own power generation device." Ling Feng began to ponder where in Shangjing City there might be large industrial generators. He remembered seeing a news report before about a factory in Shangjing City that specialized in power generation equipment, and its technology was leading globally with a large scale of operations. As far as he knew, all the factories in Shangjing City were concentrated in a remote suburb in the southern district, quite far from where he lived. He was not very familiar with that area and had no idea where the factory was located. However, Wang Long should know. His family dealt with industrial equipment and even had a factory there. Thinking of this, he immediately called Wang Long. After a long ring, Wang Long answered the call leisurely. "What's up calling so late? Hurry up, I'm watching a movie," Wang Long said irritably. "Is it a proper movie? Who watches proper movies at this hour? It's a film by Teacher Song. Oh, a tribute to the classics. Of course. I've paid tribute several times already." The two bantered and bragged for a while, and then Ling Feng suddenly remembered he had serious matters to discuss, quickly changing the topic. "You almost led me astray. I have something important to discuss with you." "What is it?" Wang Long replied lazily. "Do you know where the factory in Shangjing City specializes in power generation equipment is located?" "Power generation equipment? Why do you ask this?" Wang Long asked, puzzled. "I want to get a high-power power generation device. It's useful." Wang Long thought for a moment and said, "There is indeed one not far from my family's factory. I visited it with my dad before." Ling Feng's expression brightened as it seemed he had found a lead on the power generation equipment. He continued, "Let's go there tomorrow. They'll come find you. For now, I'll hang up." By the way, take care of your health. Okay, I got it, I'm busy. Wang Long impatiently hung up the phone. After hanging up, Ling Feng felt quite good. As long as he could get a large generator, his strength could increase rapidly. He hummed a tune, preparing to go back to sleep. Upon returning to the bedroom, he noticed Lin Su was not on the bed, and he heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to wash himself properly. He grinned and quickly stripped down, sneaking into the bathroom. An hour later, Ling Feng walked out of the bathroom looking refreshed and full of vitality. 5 minutes later, Lin Su slowly walked out of the bathroom and shot Ling Feng a glare. Now I have to brush my teeth again. Seeing Lin Su grabbing a towel to dry off, Ling Feng approached her to help. No, I can do it myself. I'm afraid of you. Lin Su immediately refused, firmly brushing aside his insistent hand. However, she was no match for Ling Feng, and after a token struggle, she resigned herself to his persistence. Ling Feng cheerfully took out a uniform along with some stockings and high heels. These items were all collected from Tiannan storage at zero cost. Before, there were still many in storage. If it weren't for sorting through supplies today, he might have almost forgotten them. However, he had never tried them before, so it was just right to let Lin Su wear them today. He wanted to see if they would enhance her combat power. Shangjing City's official shelter. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa wearing only underwear, a cigarette in his mouth, completely engrossed in playing with a game controller. Although it was freezing outside, his bedroom remained warm and comfortable. Just when he was at the most critical moment in the game, the lights in the room suddenly flickered, followed by the chandelier flashing on and off, and the television screen went black. Zhang Yi angrily threw the controller to the ground, causing it to shatter into pieces. Damn it, what's wrong with these useless people? Why is the power getting more and more unstable? He took out a walkie-talkie and called for the logistics manager. Shortly after, a middle-aged man with glasses came in, hurriedly panting as if he had run over. Master, you called for me. The middle-aged man said cautiously. What are you doing? Can't even handle a power issue. What use do I have for you? After saying this, Zhang Yi picked up an ashtray from the table and threw it at the man, but the man sidestepped it. Damn it, you dare to dodge. Zhang Yi frowned and used his abilities, instantly appearing in front of the glasses man and kicking him in the stomach. The glasses man was sent flying, crashing into the table behind him and scattering everything on it. Zhang Yi snorted coldly and picked up the ashtray from the floor, smashing it hard against the glasses man's forehead. The glasses man's forehead was cracked open, blood flowing instantly down his face to the ground. The glasses man lay on the ground holding his wound, his expression twisted, yet he dared not make a sound, fearing to further enrage Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looked down at the glasses man beneath him. With a fierce expression, he said, if you get hit, stand at attention. If you dare dodge again, I'll kill you. Do you understand? The glasses man trembled in fear, hurriedly nodding in response. To understand. Zhang Yi was satisfied. He liked the feeling of stepping on others. I ask you, what's going on with the power recently? Why is it always unstable? Report, my lord, the number of workers in the power generation room has decreased recently. A few days ago, many people caught severe colds due to the low temperatures and took sick leave, so the power supply has been lagging behind. The glasses man replied honestly. Zhang Yi's expression darkened upon hearing this. What? You still let them rest? Am I raising them for nothing? So what if they have a cold? They should get up and keep working for me. Even if they have a cold, they should pedal bicycles to generate power, otherwise they can forget about eating. Also adjust their working hours to 14 hours a day. Previously, I let them work for 10 hours just to give them some leisure time. Hurry up and execute this. After receiving the orders, the glasses man struggled to get up, turned to leave, and secretly let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Yi suddenly called out to him. I heard you have a daughter, she's 16 this year. Zhang Yi's sinister voice echoed behind the bespectacled man. A chill ran down the bespectacled man's spine, and his expression instantly darkened. It was common knowledge in the shelter that Zhang Yi was lecherous by nature. This question likely carried ill intentions. The bespectacled man mustered his courage and stammered. My lord, my daughter is still young and naive. Zhang Yi's gaze turned cold, his tone frigid as he responded. What's wrong with being young? Ignorance is no excuse. Ooh, I can help educate her. Wait a moment, let her come to me. I would like to have a good talk with her. The bespectacled man was so frightened that he immediately knelt before Zhang Yi, pleading with a humble tone. My lord, please spare my daughter. I will do anything you ask. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, showing signs of impatience. If you dare to talk back, I'll turn your entire family into reserve food. The bespectacled man's body jolted. Being in charge of logistics, he knew exactly what reserve food meant. A wave of powerlessness rose from his heart. Before the apocalypse, he had been a department head, yet now he couldn't even protect his own family. He stood up in a daze and walked out of the office with heavy steps. Zhang Yi watched the bespectacled man leave helplessly, then lay back on the bed waiting for him and his daughter to come. Meanwhile, the leader of the search team, Long Hao, was conducting the final pre-battle mobilization. To ensure the success of this operation, the entire search team was fully mobilized. This time, Long Hao directly dispatched 600 men personally leading the team. All of them were from special forces, each with formidable combat abilities. Furthermore, Long Hao learned that Ling Feng's villa had very strong defensive capabilities, so he intentionally equipped everyone with the most advanced rocket launchers. Initially, he wanted to bring the powerful artillery from the shelter, but due to transportation issues, he had to give up. Even so, he was confident that the individual weapons the soldiers carried were sufficient to blast open Ling Feng's door. On the training ground, 600 soldiers stood in formation, each exuding an imposing aura. Long Hao nodded with satisfaction, determined to successfully complete the mission this time. He quickly walked up to the platform, preparing for the pre-battle mobilization. Comrades, this mission is for one purpose only. That is to avenge our fallen brothers. 100 of our brothers were brutally killed by Ling Feng. If we do not seek revenge, I am unworthy of being this team's captain. I hope everyone can muster the spirit of fearing nothing to avenge our fallen brothers. Do we have confidence? As soon as Long Hao's words fell, the soldiers erupted with thunderous shouts. Yes, yes, yes. Each soldier's expression was filled with rage and killing intent. Long Hao waved his hand. Let's go. The 600-man team began to adjust their formation, preparing to set off. Just then, an anxious voice rang out from a distance. Wait. Ma Wu pushed through the crowd and quickly reached Long Hao's side. Captain Long, we can't go. Ma Wu said, his face filled with panic. Long Hao looked at Ma Wu with an ugly expression, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Coldly he said, Ma Wu, what do you mean by this? The soldiers who were about to depart also stopped, looking at Ma Wu with confusion. Ma Wu had a long service record and strong military qualifications, holding considerable prestige, even subtly surpassing Long Hao. Thus the soldiers were curious about why Ma Wu had suddenly come out to stop them. Ma Wu quickly walked up to the platform and shouted, Brothers, why do we serve in the military? To protect the lives and properties of the people. But now what are we doing? We are using violence to suppress and plunder. What have we become? We have become accomplices to evil executioners. What is the difference between us and bandits? This goes completely against our beliefs. Is this what we want? Brothers, ask yourselves, is this the right thing to do? Ma Wu's words stirred a commotion within the crowd. Some soldiers frowned and began to ponder. Some soldiers looked at Ma Wu with bewilderment. Enough. Long Hao's face darkened as he sternly interrupted. Ma Wu, do not disturb the morale of the army here. Everything we do is for the better development of the shelter. Ma Wu looked at Long Hao with a cold smile, his eyes full of sarcasm. For the shelter? I see it as for the enjoyment of certain individuals. Since this cursed weather came, when have we experienced a normal life? We are divided into ranks. The big shots enjoy lavish food and comfortable rooms, while we, the brave soldiers, have received what? Not even the most basic dignity. Do they even see us as human? By the end, Ma Wu's voice was almost a roar. Shut up. Long Hao's chest heaved with rage as he drew his pistol and aimed it at Ma Wu's head. Ma Wu, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you. The soldiers around them rushed forward to mediate. Ma Wu showed no fear despite the gun pointed at his head, his gaze steadfastly fixed on Long Hao. Captain, do not send our brothers to their deaths. You cannot defeat Ling Feng. Long Hao looked at him with disdain. I think you are terrified of Ling Feng. Just watch how I defeat Ling Feng. He ordered his subordinate communication soldier to disarm Ma Wu and have 2 men keep an eye on him. Ma Wu sighed helplessly and could only follow the main force as they set off. The entire team began to head toward their destination, estimated to arrive in 1 day's time. At 6 in the morning, Ling Feng got up on time to cook. After the tumult of the previous night, Lin Su was still sound asleep. Seeing her sleeping so peacefully, Ling Feng decided not to wake her. He simply made a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge, took out a few packages of semi-finished soup dumplings and crab yolk buns from his space, and placed them in the steamer, then made a few fried eggs. Once all the dishes were ready, Ling Feng went upstairs to wake Lin Su for breakfast. Lin Su rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat in the chair looking utterly exhausted. Ling Feng served her a bowl of porridge and placed a fried egg on her plate. Eat first, then you can sleep. Lin Su lazily nodded, taking small bites. Having only slept for 2 hours the night before, she was now severely sleep-deprived. Her body also ached slightly. Ling Feng, who had also only slept for 2 hours, was still vigorous due to his superior physical condition, showing no signs of fatigue. I still have many different styles of clothes. How about trying them on tonight? Ling Feng said with a smile. Lin Su immediately shook her head at the mention. No way, I can't take it anymore. Today let me rest for a day. Ling Feng could only shrug in regret. After they finished eating, Lin Su returned to the bedroom to continue sleeping. Ling Feng prepared to head out, having made plans with Wang Long to search for power generation equipment in the industrial park. It was another hopeful day. Hopefully today would go smoothly. Ling Feng prayed in his heart. Ling Feng arrived outside Wang Long's villa on his motorcycle, enjoying a puff of a Furong Wang cigarette before dialing Wang Long's number on his satellite phone. After receiving the call, Wang Long quickly walked out of the villa, a piece of bread in hand, munching as he approached. He casually sat on the back seat of the motorcycle. Let's go, Wang Long mumbled with his mouth full of bread. Ling Feng drove the motorcycle towards the exit of the community. Perhaps due to Ling Feng's previous violent actions outside the villa, the roads surrounding the villa area were quite safe, with no one daring to obstruct them. The two rode quickly towards the eastern district, traveling peacefully. The entire journey was expected to take about an hour and a half, as the distance was relatively far. Halfway through the journey, Ling Feng spotted a familiar place, Chili Gao Agricultural Market. Most of Ling Feng's supplies were procured here, with a total value exceeding 20 billion. He looked around, reminiscing about the bustling market that used to be filled with people and traffic, now reduced to a desolate expanse of white snow. I wonder if there are any useful supplies left here, Wang Long suggested. Ling Feng thought for a moment, considering the size of the place and the possibility of finding something useful, and then changed the direction of their ride towards the market. Upon reaching the market's entrance, Wang Long jumped off the motorcycle, and Ling Feng stored the bike in his space, and the two began to search aimlessly in the market. Fengzi, there are footprints here, Wang Long suddenly shouted, waving at Ling Feng. Ling Feng's expression shifted as he hurried over. Indeed, they found some scattered footprints. From the number of footprints, there must be at least a dozen people on the other side. A glint appeared in Ling Feng's eyes. The two exchanged cautious glances, aware that encountering people in this kind of wilderness during the apocalypse was not a good thing, especially when it involved a dozen individuals. Humans are always the most dangerous species. The two carefully advanced in the direction of the footprints, simultaneously ensuring their rifles were ready with bullets chambered, prepared to shoot at any moment. After walking approximately 200 meters following the footprints, they indeed discovered a group of about 10 people in front of a building. These individuals wore various outfits, mostly armed with cold weapons like long knives and iron rods, and they had no firearms. Ling Feng felt slightly relieved. It seemed this group consisted of ordinary people and posed no threat to the two. Just then, a woman in a black leather coat stepped out from the crowd, her gaze warily fixed on Ling Feng and Wang Long. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, tall and slender, with an oval face exuding competence and grace in her black leather coat. Though her figure was slender, it did not appear weak. Her thick black hair was tied back in a ponytail, and her body was perfectly proportioned, especially her long, straight legs that were quite eye-catching. In Ling Feng's mind, while this woman's beauty might not surpass Lin Su's, it was not far behind. However, their styles were distinct. Lin Su was a cool, aloof beauty, while this woman radiated vigor and charm. Ling Feng remained relatively unfazed by the woman's stunning looks, but Wang Long beside him was visibly smitten, almost drooling. Du Yibai gazed coldly at the two newcomers, her brows slightly furrowed. The way they looked at her was rather frivolous, especially one who was staring at her with an unmistakable lewd expression. How disgusting. Damn men. Du Yibai cursed inwardly, then pointed her finger at Ling Feng and Wang Long. In an instant, several thick steel pipes shot up from the ground, floating in front of her. She then spun her hands in a circle, causing the steel pipes to rotate rapidly, aligning perfectly towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng's gaze shifted, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. A psychic. He had heard from Ma Wu that the ruler of the shelter was a psychic, but he had never encountered one himself until today. His luck was truly abysmal. A sense of foreboding arose in his heart. This woman wouldn't be planning to deal with him, would she? Sure enough, the woman pointed her hand, and several steel pipes shot towards them at high speed, creating a whistling sound as they cut through the air, reaching them in the blink of an eye. In a critical moment, Ling Feng yanked Wang Long's shirt and quickly dodged to the side. The steel pipes whizzed past Ling Feng's chest, causing a gust of wind, and finally embedded themselves deep into the ground. Wang Long looked at the steel pipes on the ground with a shocked expression, his face pale. Ling Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. This woman had attacked him without any provocation, which was truly reckless. Just as Ling Feng was about to take action, the woman spoke first, her voice cool and calm. You rats from the Xingho base, if you dare to follow me again, I will wipe you out. Ling Feng was taken aback. What base? He thought she must have mistaken them for someone else, while Wang Long beside him spoke with frustration. What nonsense, base. You attacked us for no reason, isn't that a bit excessive? Just because you look good doesn't mean you can be unreasonable. Du Yibai smirked coldly, clearly not believing him. If you weren't from the Xingho base, why are you following us? Wang Long retorted angrily. Is this place yours? We can come and go as we please. Do you have any say in this? Du Yibai's face flushed with anger from Ling Feng's words, and she exerted her strength. In an instant, dozens of steel pipes were pulled from the snow and shot towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng was infuriated by this woman's quickness to resort to violence. Thinking that just because she had psychic abilities, she could kill at will, Ling Feng moved swiftly, appearing before Du Yibai in an instant. Du Yibai was taken aback by Ling Feng's speed, thrown into disarray. She hurriedly retreated while commanding the steel pipes behind her to attack Ling Feng. She hadn't anticipated that Ling Feng was also a psychic, and his speed was astonishing, almost instantaneously closing the gap. Seeing her retreat, Ling Feng did not give her a chance, accelerating once more, circling to her back and gripping her throat with his right hand. He had quickly realized that this woman's psychic ability was likely a long-range control type, but she was not suited for close combat. As long as he could swiftly approach her, he could quickly end the battle, and the outcome was as expected. Du Yibai felt her hands firmly restrained from behind, a sense of panic rising within her. She hadn't anticipated her opponent would be so fast and strong that she could be defeated in just a few seconds. If you have the guts, kill me. Her teammates behind Du Yibai shouted in anger, let our captain go. They had been too slow to react to Ling Feng's speed, and when they finally saw what happened, their captain had already been captured. Ling Feng gazed at the woman before him, and in close proximity her beauty was even more pronounced. However, despite her looks, Ling Feng did not let his guard down. He tightened his grip around her neck. This woman was an ability user capable of striking at any moment. I told you I am not from Xingho base. Do you dare to attack us? Are you seeking death? Ling Feng asked coldly, his gaze icy. Du Yibai realized she might have mistaken him for someone else, but still stubbornly retorted. How was I to know whether you are or not? Who told you to sneakily follow us? In this society, people's hearts are inscrutable. Who knows what your intentions are? This was the first time Du Yibai had been so close to a man, and she felt extremely uncomfortable, especially with Ling Feng's hand tightly gripping her neck, making it difficult for her to breathe. Ling Feng found her defensive demeanor somewhat amusing. This place is not your home, and besides, we entered openly. You attacked us without any reason, and now you're turning the tables. What do you think should be our compensation? Du Yibai was fuming inside as she had seen the two of them eyeing her several times, thinking she hadn't noticed. If it weren't for the fact that you both looked lecherous, I wouldn't have acted against you. However, she kept this thought to herself. What kind of compensation do you want? Du Yibai asked helplessly. Ling Feng pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Answer a few of my questions, and I'll let you go. Upon hearing this, Du Yibai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid Ling Feng would make some outrageous demands, as she was prepared to fight to the death if it came to that, unwilling to let her innocence be tarnished. What questions? How did you activate your abilities? Du Yibai was surprised by Ling Feng's question, as she didn't expect him to ask this. Wasn't he an ability user himself? Why would he ask this? Aren't you an ability user? Why are you asking? Ling Feng did not refute her misunderstanding, continuing along her line of thought. I just wanted to verify if my ability activation was a coincidence. Du Yibai thought for a moment before speaking slowly. To be honest, I don't really know what happened. I discovered my abilities suddenly after enduring extreme cold weather. What is your ability? I can control all things related to metal, Du Yibai answered honestly. Ling Feng released his grip. Du Yibai regained her freedom, quickly distancing herself from Ling Feng, gasping for air. We're even now. After speaking, Ling Feng turned to leave with Wang Long. Du Yibai watched Ling Feng's departing figure, her face a mix of shame and anger, feeling that she had suffered greatly from such close contact with a man so infuriating. Seeing their leader's displeased expression, the other team members hurriedly looked down, pretending not to see, fearing their leader would take out his frustration on them. Ling Feng and Wang Long arrived at another area of the market, intent on searching for useful information. As they chatted and laughed halfway through their journey, they spotted 4 or 5 people emerging from behind a nearby building, marching towards them with a threatening demeanor. They looked hostile. These individuals were wielding machetes and wore matching outfits, clearly not part of the same group as the women from earlier. Ling Feng and Wang Long did not take these people seriously. They were mere ordinary folk whom they could easily deal with. When the group got within 10 meters of them, they stopped in their tracks. One of them spoke fiercely and arrogantly. Stop. You can't leave. This is Xingho base's territory. Ling Feng remained silent, while Wang Long retorted without hesitation. I don't care what base you're from, but get the hell out of my way. If you dare to stand in front of me again, I'll take you down immediately. The leading man was instantly enraged, as it was the first time he had heard someone speak to them from Xingho base in such a manner. You're seeking death. Brothers, take him down. As they spoke, they raised their weapons and charged at the two. Ling Feng couldn't be bothered to engage with such lowly individuals and casually said to Wang Long, It's up to you now, or remember to leave one alive. Wang Long nodded, a grin on his face as he looked at the group, excited to have the chance to fight after a long time and to test his current strength. Wang Long cracked his neck and swiftly dashed towards the unoccupied opponents. His movements were quick and his techniques ruthless and cunning, clean and efficient, without a single unnecessary action. He had been a martial arts champion during his military days, and defeating these people was a piece of cake. Moreover, his body had been enhanced by genetic serum, leading to comprehensive improvements in all aspects of his physical abilities. In just a few seconds, several henchmen were knocked to the ground lifeless, leaving only the one who had been shouting earlier. However, he no longer displayed his earlier arrogance. Now, he stood frozen in fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Ling Feng walked up to him and coldly asked, Who are you, and what are you doing here? I am from Xingho base. We came here to ambush the people from Lin base. Our boss said everyone in this market must be killed. He finished speaking, looking pleadingly at Ling Feng. Please, I was just following orders. Don't kill me. Where is your boss now? He is in the direction you just came from. He has already taken his brothers to surround the people from Lin base. After asking, Ling Feng signaled Wang Long with his eyes. Wang Long stepped forward and struck this henchman's temple with a palm. The henchman let out a scream and died on the spot. Wang Long then approached Ling Feng and asked, Should we go watch the commotion? Let's go take a look. Ling Feng speculated that the Lin base mentioned must be the beautiful girl they encountered earlier. This Xingho base dared to ambush an ability user, and it was possible their boss was also an ability user. Watching a battle between two ability users would be a great opportunity to learn about their combat. Ling Feng and Wang Long retraced their steps. Before they reached their destination, they heard sounds of fighting from within. They quickly found a concealed spot to observe from a distance. On the scene, two groups were engaged in fierce combat, one of which was led by Dui Bai. However, the situation was clearly unfavorable for her. The number of people from Xingho base was several times greater than hers, indicating they had come prepared. Lin base was suffering heavy losses with only 7 or 8 individuals remaining. They were surrounded by the people from Xingho base and seemed unlikely to hold out for long. Zhang Jichao, you despicable scoundrel. Du Yibai glared angrily at the man not far away. Du Yibai's face was pale as the elite members from the base that he brought were being slaughtered by the opponents. Du Yibai, stop your futile resistance, surrender, and I will take good care of you, ha. The people from Xingho base burst into laughter. Dream on, Du Yibai said coldly. Zhang Jichao's expression changed, his face clouded with gloom. You shameless woman, do you want to die? Just wait and see how I play with you. Brothers, kill all the people from Xingho base except for this woman. As soon as Zhang Jichao's words fell, dozens of his subordinates armed themselves and began to attack the members of Xingho base. At the same time, Zhang Jichao also sprang into action, his figure disappearing in an instant, reappearing 10 meters away. Teleportation. Ling Feng watched in shock as Zhang Jichao fought on the field, surprised to discover that this person's ability was teleportation. This skill must be classified as a spatial ability. Such abilities are a nightmare on the battlefield. You never know where he will appear next. He could show up in front of you one moment and behind you the next. It's impossible to defend against. Ling Feng continued to observe the scene. Seeing Zhang Jichao approaching him, Du Yibai quickly retreated while waving her hands, sending dozens of steel pipes flying towards Zhang Jichao. Zhang Jichao sidestepped to avoid them, then used his teleportation ability again, coming within 3 meters of Du Yibai. He brandished a dagger intending to strike at Du Yibai, but the dagger was inexplicably pulled away from him. He didn't use his ability again. Clearly this power wasn't unlimited and consumed a lot of energy. Without weapons and abilities, he could only attack barehanded, throwing a straight punch at Du Yibai's chest, but Du Yibai skillfully dodged. Ling Feng watched the fight between the two and found it uninteresting. Just two weaklings pecking at each other. He initially thought that the ability users would be formidable and hard to deal with, but after witnessing their battle today, he realized they were nothing remarkable. Their skills were all too simplistic, each with obvious flaws. Compared to his gene Serum, which enhanced him in all aspects without drawbacks, they paled in comparison. Du Yibai must know some combat skills, otherwise she wouldn't be able to exchange blows with Zhang Jichao. Although Zhang Jichao's teleportation skill was powerful, it did not pose a threat to him. His speed was not slower than Zhang Jichao's teleportation. Moreover, using his ability consumed a lot of energy, and the distance had limitations. Defeating him would be a piece of cake. The battle continued, and the members of Lin Base were all dealt with by the people from Xingho Base, who then joined in the assault on Du Yibai. Originally, the fight was evenly matched, but with this group of subordinates joining in, Du Yibai was thrown into chaos and soon exhausted on the verge of defeat. Zhang Jichao looked smugly at the nearly defeated Du Yibai, thrilled beyond measure as he had been thinking about this beauty and unable to sleep every night. Now victory was at hand, and tonight he would certainly have his way with her, letting her experience what a real man is like in 3 minutes. Du Yibai soon exhausted all her strength and was restrained by the joint efforts of the Xingho Base members. Little beauty, you have finally fallen into my hands. Your Lin Base will belong to me from now on. Zhang Jichao with a smug look reached out to touch Du Yibai's face. Du Yibai turned her head to evade his lewd hand, looking at him with disdain. Zhang Jichao was enraged by her gaze. You shameless bitch. He raised his right hand and aimed to hit her face. Just as his hand was raised in the air, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. Looking at his hands, he found that his palm had turned into a mass of minced flesh. Ah, he screamed in pain, looking around and spotting 2 people slowly walking toward him not far away. One of them was holding a sniper rifle, and it was clear that he had just been injured by that person. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Ling Feng, "Who are you?" "Just a passerby." With that, Ling Feng raised his gun and shot at him. Zhang Jichao's expression changed, and he hastily used teleportation, disappearing from his spot and reappearing behind the members of Xingho Base. "Everyone attack together and kill these 2, he angrily commanded his subordinates. The people from Xingho Base hesitated, standing in place and not acting, as Ling Feng had a gun. Rushing in would be akin to sending themselves to their deaths, and none dared to be the first to charge. "You bastards, do you want to disobey? I'll reward anyone who can kill this person with 10 boxes of instant noodles." The small fry under Zhang Jichao were instantly invigorated. 10 boxes of instant noodles. That was a substantial supply, enough to last them a long time. With the material reward, the small brothers rallied their spirits and began to charge at Ling Feng and the others. Du Yibai, controlled by several small fry, looked at Ling Feng with a complicated expression, not expecting this man to intervene and save her. They were mere strangers, and she didn't even know his name. Why was he saving her? This man was indeed powerful, but there were so many people from Xingho Base, and it would be difficult for him to cope. A hint of worry flashed in Du Yibai's eyes. Ling Feng looked at the approximately 40 thugs across from him calmly, reloading his sniper, flexing his wrists. He exchanged a knowing smile with Wang Long. The 2 charged into the crowd barehanded. Ling Feng's agile movements made it hard to track him, and every punch he threw took a life. His immense strength meant that those struck were instantly killed. Only headless corpses remained, a gruesome sight. Although Wang Long wasn't as strong, each of his punches could also take a life. The 2's punching speed was incredibly fast. In just half a minute, all the enemies on the field were killed. Du Yibai was filled with shock. She initially thought Ling Feng would struggle against this group, but the reality was quite the opposite. He was too strong. His strength was incomparably greater than hers. Thankfully, he had no murderous intent towards her, otherwise she would have been a goner. Zhang Jichao's expression was extremely grim. Dozens of his subordinates were all killed in less than half a minute. Even he couldn't have done that. He had originally thought that with his abilities he could rampage here without restraint, but now it seemed he was courting death. These 2 were ridiculously strong, and he was no match for them. However, he was a member of Xingho Base, and he believed that if he mentioned his brother's name, this person would give him some face. Ling Feng dealt with a group of small minions on the scene, casually wiping the blood from his hands. He looked at Zhang Jichao with indifference. "Do you know who I am?" Zhang Jichao's eyes had regained calmness, and his powerful background gave him the confidence to face Ling Feng. Ling Feng scoffed. He was curious about what this guy would say to intimidate him. "Who you are is none of my business." Zhang Jichao was rendered speechless, not expecting this person to be so unconventional. He took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "I am from the Xingho Base. My elder brother is Zhang Jibiao, the leader of the Xingho Base and the strongest ability user in this area." After saying that, he looked at Ling Feng with pride, believing that once Ling Feng heard his brother's name, he would be terrified and immediately apologize. After all, his brother's strength was well known in the Eastern District. Everyone gave him 3 points of respect when they met him. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Ling Feng, who showed no reaction upon hearing Zhang Zibio's name. I don't know him. Ling Feng shook his head, indicating he had never heard of him, and even if he had, he wouldn't care. Anyone daring to provoke him would be killed. After all, his current strength could easily crush these ability users, and he was constantly improving. He stepped closer to Zhang Jichao, his tone icy. No matter who your background is, it won't stop me from killing you today. Zhang Jichao finally realized that he might actually fall here. The young man before him was truly about to kill him. He continuously stepped back, his voice growing weaker. If you kill me, my brother won't let you go. He is powerful. If you kill me, you won't survive either. Ling Feng dashed forward in an instant, appearing right in front of Zhang Jichao, his right hand gripping his neck, lifting his entire body off the ground. He said sternly, I hate being threatened. If your brother dares to come after me, they'll send him down to reunite with you. Zhang Jichao's face turned red, his neck was tightly locked, leaving him speechless, his eyes filled with terror. Crack! Ling Feng snapped his neck and casually tossed him aside. However, Ling Feng seemed to remember something and stored Zhang Jichao's corpse into his space. After dealing with Zhang Jichao, Ling Feng approached Dui Bai. Nice to see you again, beautiful, Ling Feng said with a light smile at Dui Bai. At this moment, Dui Bai's face was still pale. After the earlier battle, she had exhausted all her energy and had no strength left. She looked at Ling Feng and said seriously, thank you for saving me. I owe you a life. I didn't save you for your sake. That guy just happened to provoke me. Saving you was merely a coincidence. Ling Feng lit a cigarette and spoke slowly. Wang Long walked up to Dui Bai, pulled out an energy bar from his pocket, and gently said, here, have something to replenish your energy. Dui Bai gave him a kind smile, accepted the energy bar, and said thank you. Wang Long looked at her with a big smile, his eyes almost glued to her. Dui Bai felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. Ling Feng shook his head helplessly at Wang Long's lewd demeanor. This guy couldn't resist beautiful women. However, it was clear that this girl was not interested in him. Dui Bai ate one energy bar, regaining some strength. A hint of color returned to her face. She slowly stood up and said to Ling Feng and the others, my name is Dui Bai, the leader of the lean base. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Wang Long hurriedly waved his hand. No need to be polite, it's only right to help those in need. My friend, and I love helping others. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is Ling Feng, and I'm Wang Long. Ling Feng chose not to interfere in their conversation and quietly stepped aside. It was already noontime for a meal. He took a camping stove and a canister of gas from his space, lit it, and took out a pot to start cooking instant noodles. Now that he was powerful, he wasn't afraid of exposing his space. Soon the aroma of the noodles wafted out. Although Ling Feng wasn't great at cooking, he excelled at making instant noodles. It was what he had eaten most back at home. Moreover, the instant noodles he made were not the simple kind, but a deluxe version. He added ham, sausage, greens, marinated eggs, beef rolls, fish balls. A balanced mix of meat and vegetables. Dui Bai, smelling the delicious aroma of the noodles, felt her stomach rumble and quietly swallowed her saliva. It was the first time she had smelled such fragrant instant noodles since the apocalypse. She was surprised by Ling Feng's extravagance. For others, eating a single cup of instant noodles in the apocalypse was considered a luxury, yet he added so many ingredients. And it looked so delicious. So much so that when Wang Long was talking to her, she hardly paid attention, her mind solely focused on the noodles. Time to eat. Ling Feng called out, picking up a small bowl to serve noodles, while Wang Long stood by waiting for his turn. Ling Feng looked at Dui Bai, who was standing still, and said irritably, come over and serve yourself. Oh, what do you want me to serve it to you? Dui Bai was infuriated by Ling Feng's words, stamping her feet, yet the aroma of the noodles was so tempting that she couldn't resist. She walked over, picked up a bowl, filled it to the brim with noodles, and began to eat heartily. She had to admit the taste was incredible, delicious enough to make her cry. She couldn't help but speed up her eating. The bowl of noodles quickly reached the bottom, and she even drank the broth dry. Licking her lips, it was clear she wasn't full. Ling Feng noticed her embarrassment and directly brought the pot over, pouring the remaining noodles into her bowl, making her feel somewhat awkward. Thank you. Dui Bai said, her face slightly flushed. She saw that there wasn't much noodle left in Ling Feng's bowl, realizing he had only eaten a little to let her have more, which touched her deeply. Ling Feng, of course, had no idea about the story Dui Bai was concocting in her mind. He ate little purely because he didn't like eating. After getting used to Lin Su's cooking, he found it hard to swallow this junk food. To him, the food that seemed delicious in others' eyes was hardly appetizing, and if it weren't for the lack of Lin Su's dishes in the wild, he wouldn't want to eat this at all. After finishing their meal, the few of them sat around the camping stove, warming themselves by the fire. Ling Feng and Wang Long both lit a cigarette and started smoking. A smoke after a meal, happiness all day. What grievance do you have with the Xingho base? Ling Feng casually asked Dui Bai. Dui Bai's eyes were filled with hatred as she said, the people from the Xingho base have always wanted to swallow our base because we possess what they want.